I can feel it all around. A chronicle of people caving in. Under the pressure of the death temptress, I can see all of fumbling. I see the storm give out. Umbrella weather, not a single cloud. I can see the storm give out. Where you so tired all the time. Can't see through my
are all true. Your knife is a beautiful float, and each of your skins is more lovely than the last.
Can I interest you in some coffee or a beverage?
Thank you, Mr. Saranthus, but no coffee. You being a North American esports enjoyer with ties to many a Valorant pro, one would be safe in assuming you have some soy milk?
I may.
Then it is only right that I indulge in your soy. Mr. Saranthus, before we begin, I must admit my conventional English is a little out of practice. However, I've been led to believe that you speak Zoomer quite well.
I do.
Well, I kindly ask your permission that I may conduct this interview in Zoomer.
By all means.
Okay, Unc, obviously you're washed, but am I relevant or irrelevant to you?
Still really.
W. And you've heard about my little side quest out here in Sweden?
Gaben's got you running down Wash Fallow players.
Shout out Gaben. If there's one thing he fucked with less than Counter-Strike, it's Valorant.
For real though, why are you here? Valve pressed me 9 months ago. It's all good, they found nothing.
Facts. These files have been run through, but I've got to grind them out again.
Well, say less.
Now, when Project L hit, there were 4 orgs in this area, all sticker farmers like yourself. 100 Thieves, C9, EG, and NRG. Or is that cap?
No cap. Look, you cool if I hit my vape?
Bet. Now, clocking these receipts, all sticker farmers in the area have been unalived, except for NRG, which means they've either dipped, fallen off, or they're fully mask on. You heard anything sussy?
Only possible cap.
I love possible cap. It often reveals big facts. Give deets.
Well, again, possible cap, but I heard they were chasing Gat in Spain.
Ohio.
Spain.
Valo does tend to attract more Giat.
Gat.
Now, how did NRG vibe with, say, Team Liquid?
Used to vibe for real. Had some mutual fam until Liquid ghosted him.
Well, that should do it.
Some more soy before you go.
Fuck no. Stunner, you peeped what the NPCs are calling me out in Sweden?
Yeah, but it's kind of cringe. Not gonna lie.
But you have peeped it. Spill the tea.
They call you the CEO of Mewing.
Facts. Before he was washed, on God, Gaben didn't really fuck with his nickname. But why would he hate the name the Gigamogger? It appears to me he did everything in his power to earn it. Me, on the other hand, stand my title because I've earned it through hours of grinding Mastic's gum.
Mocking.
It is that feature that makes me such an effective leader of the Muse. You see, unlike your average dev, I can think like a mouth breather, where they can only think like a common looks maxer, or more precisely, a GigaChad CS player. Consider a hot min the world a Valo iPad kid lives in. It's an L world indeed. If a Valo player were to waddle into your crib right now, would you dap it up?
Finna crash the fuck out on that little thing.
Precisely. But has a Valo player handed you any L's?
They couldn't.
Say less.
You're giving some real philosopher energy right now.
You cool if I hit my vape as well?
By all means.
Now my hustle dictates that my betas pull up and sweep the addy before you pass the vibe check. Deadass. Anything's wrong, it's back on site. No cap, skins straight cooked. However, you come through with any deets, and we may be able to prevent harm to your account, or more importantly, your inventory. You're low-key sheltering enemies of Counter-Strike, are you not?
Nah.
Don't cap.
I mean, not low-key for real.
High-key?
High-key.
You're not clocking it, are you? You're not clocking that I'm standing on business. I'm assuming by the fact they're American, they've understood every word we've said and have long dipped. Well then, point out their setups. Accounts, inventories, I bid you adieu.
Easy now. Take him down. Good, good. Just like that.
Guys, come on, where's my immersive audio? You know I need my raw, intimate crowd audio.
Reducing the proximity of the crowd mics has implications.
Eight meters from the crowd. Come on, I need it closer.
We're following protocol for reduction rate.
Jesus Christ, there are 10 other audio guys that could have done this already.
Don't worry, you're doing absolutely fine.
Comrade Paunovic, come and get me once my crowd microphones are lowered.
Yes, Comrade Greer.
Very slow now. Whoa, slow.
I didn't move any mics there.
What is this?
I'm not even touching them.
But we did everything right.
Clearly, you did do everything right because you're flooring my crowd microphones. I love it. Well done, comrade.
What did you do?
I didn't do anything.
Look at it. It's fucking beautiful.
I don't understand. Why do you...
You fucking legends. You completely floored the microphones. How the fuck didn't you get this job sooner?
I apologize for the unsatisfactory result.
Apologize? No. This is great. In fact, it's revolutionary. What are you doing?
We have to mute the mics.
No?
So they're in the crowd.
Please relax.
The audience is completely unstable. We have to wait 16 hours to re-rig.
Ha! God, it's audio safety gone mad.
Sir, it's not safe. Someone in the crowd could scream the word.
What word?
A word that could get this broadcast cancelled. A word that you're familiar with.
Safety first. Always. I've been saying that since the collapse of the CGS. That's how long I've been working in this space. 20 years. Is that longer than you, Freya? And you, with your mother's tit barely out of your mouth. If I say the audio's safe, it's safe. And if you two disagree with that, I suggest you become audio operators at either Starladder, Blast, or Fisher. Hell, even better yet, I can personally recommend you for my old position at PGL.
Vitality entering the arena.
Raise the crowd microphones!
Together then.
Trophy placement in 5, 4,
Sir, the levels.
Check!
3, 2.
We're getting a crowd mic surge.
Check! What just happened?
I don't know.
Twitch chat's on fire.
What are we talking here? RIP headphone users or PGL audio guy spam?
No, this is something far, far worse.
This is an emergency. Everyone stay calm. That is our first priority.
There's an N-bomb! There's an N-bomb on broadcast!
He's in shock. Get him out of here.
Chat is burning! Look at it!
You're confused. That's just German colloquial slang. Freya, contact Twitch, delete all the VODs, and nuke the clips along with it. Nothing a little memory holding won't fix here.
Comrade Greer! Richard Lewis has the clip!
First time? Of course he fucking does. No worries. I've muted the crowd mics. I've replaced the ambience with a little bit of Kanye.
Sir, old Kanye? Or the newer stuff?
A little bit of his new stuff. Why?
Jesus Christ. I'll begin drafting a statement.
No statement. Bury it.
What about Reddit?
Call the Reddit mods.
I'm gonna be really fast.
Yeah, no, I bet you will be, but this is good.
No,
this is good.
Because I'm not changing anything.
Zaiwu, three-time world number one, two-time major MVP, two-time major winner, reigning major champ. Pretty good.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Now listen, mate, we've done this before, but it was a couple years ago. Now, previously, you just threw your mouse pad on the table, you just do your setup, you're pretty nonchalant about things. Is that still the case?
Like, I don't really care how I set up, just need to be comfortable.
I think it's still the case, yeah.
Okay, well, it'll be updated. There's some new settings in CS2, things have changed, so let's get into it, right? So let's start unpacking your gear. I have to plug in.
Let's go.
You got spare gear?
Actually not, I have only one mouse. Like mostly when I'm playing tournaments, I don't like to change during tournaments. Okay. I like to change after tournaments.
Okay, but what if you break your mouse?
But I don't like, I don't want to change that while...
Where do you want it? Do you have a specific port?
Nah,
just whack it in.
Always the same one.
Okay,
I'm just
all right.
putting the one. This is for ESL because they fixed mine. So I always keep this now up.
This is
actually that's gonna be quick, guys.
This is your mouse, right?
Yeah. I mean, all my stuff I'm gonna put is gonna be mine.
Zaiwu branded.
So.
But is this the Pulsar thing I saw?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the Pulsar one.
So it's kind of a big deal out there.
This is the keyboard. I'm almost done.
Okay. And nothing in a protective case. Everything just floating on its own. Cables rolled up, throw it in the bag.
I'm just rolling my cable, putting in I have a small pocket inside. I put all my cable in.
Okay. That's it.
Yeah. I have I have no case. I'm not I don't mind to roll my mousepad as well. I see some player taking care of it.
You see some of the guys, they still have the cardboard box.
Yeah.
Like those flat pads come in, they keep it. So you're just throwing it in the bag and that's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Get this out of the way for you.
Oh.
Okay, so they're not with you right now because we're not doing audio, but I want to ask a question about the in-ears, the IEMs that you guys use, right? So do you have a specific type of those that you use? Because it's really important, the sound you're using on stage matches.
I think this is A-Zone.
Okay.
I don't see the brand of it. Yeah, A-Zone.
Okay.
So since I use that, I'm never gonna change that because it's taking care of the size of the ears. So it's really like I used that for 3 years or 4 years already.
And no drums.
And no drama. Like the sound is perfect. I'm not gonna change for that. Me, I don't like to move the table. I'm moving my chair to be sure.
Okay, so whatever the table height is at, you just leave it and you adjust the chair.
I'm just moving the chair just to.
Okay. Well, let's do that then. So the chair is just by feel as well. How do you work this out?
Actually, I feel pretty good now. I would not like if I need to play, I won't change anything to be honest.
Really?
Yeah, I will just move the screen.
Okay.
Like, obviously, I will put it behind or maybe in the middle, just to not have the cable in the middle. I will move the screen like this.
Yeah.
Boom. Let's go, guys. Let's play.
Okay, so
like basically. Like my old setup, even when I'm back home or I'm gonna do like playoff game or whatever, I'm already set up.
That's it, nothing in particular. All right, and the mouse pad, not close to the edge, just wherever you feel. You don't think about it?
I'm not thinking
about
it. Like it's really, sometimes I can play like this. I don't care to be like this, like it's the most part. Like, sometimes I'll be like this.
Sure.
Just the moment how I feel.
Okay, so everything is Zywood branded, I see here.
Yeah.
Talk me through, so what's the mouse?
The mouse is Pulsar. Like we made it with Pulsar since like the beginning of the years. Like, we released it. So yeah, I mean really comfortable. I think we did with Prodigy like all the shape, the button, how I like it.
Yeah.
So for now I'm only using it to be honest.
So when you designed this, what was it that you wanted with the mouse?
What I doesn't like for now, like the mouse is too light. For me, like
these days they're too light.
Yeah,
okay.
So I like when it's a bit heavier when I feel something in my in my hand.
Fair enough.
So it's not too heavy, it's not too light. So I think I choose like the between because I like I said, like when I feel it.
Sure.
And also the shape. I think when it's too small, I don't like it. My best mouse I used to play was the Zowie AC2B.
Okay.
Like the really good one, like when you can feel the mouse inside of your hand. So I try to do similar, but also with my own way.
Okay, and what about the keyboard, right? Because there's been big evolutions in the way that people have keyboards these days, because you see all like the Wooting stuff.
Yeah.
So what brand is this one?
Asus. Actually, we did like a collab with them. I'm working with them, so this is Asus brand.
Yeah.
So obviously Vitality and me are working with them. Obviously we have all the key, like to change, like to rapid trigger.
Okay, so it has rapid trigger.
Yeah, we have rapid trigger. Obviously we don't have the snap.
Yeah, that's banned anyway,
that's
right?
Banned anyway,
no
so we don't have this.
What DPI are you using?
400.
400 DPI?
Yeah, 400. For the sensitivity during the game, I'm always between 1.9 and 2.
Okay, so in that range?
Yeah, in that range. I never. Sometimes I can go lower, like 1.8, but when I feel it, because I like to play as a game, so sometimes different of which game I'm playing.
Sure.
Like,
yeah.
It depends. So basically, I always put in FPS 1. Black equalizer, I think the default was 12, so I keep the 12. That's why I don't change NVIDIA like digital vibrance, because I put 20 of the screen to have good colors. The low blue light I put 0, because I think it's a bit useless to have it. Gamma 3, I think it's between, so I think it's fine to have these colors. A bit dark, but not too. I like to use user define and to put everything 100.
Okay, max it out?
Yeah, I really max it out, so the colors coming out. I put premium. Always depends the feeling. Sometimes I like when it's bright, sometimes I like when it's slow. So, but mostly I will play 80.
Okay.
The contrast I never move it like 50. The sharpness I put 10. Just I think it's more clear when you put 10. Like
everything's popping a bit more.
Yeah, exactly. The armor I put premium. For me it's like Dayak. I don't see really the difference, but why not putting a premium?
Sure.
Like it's always good. To be honest, I'll just leave them. The only thing I can do is just to put the full screen.
Okay.
That's why I open it. Back in the days, I used to play with 100 of digital vibrance to put more like colors, but I think the screen right now is doing enough. Like I don't need to put more, otherwise you don't see anything.
Okay. All right. So
resolution, I think you need to put like 200.
Yeah, the hertz. Yeah, max the hertz. Why not? Yeah, that one makes a whole lot of sense.
And I just adjust that to full screen, GPU. I put the scaling mode, and I'm done with NVIDIA.
Okay.
I'm gonna be really fast.
Yeah, no, I bet you will be, but this is good.
No,
this is good.
Because I'm not changing anything.
That's crazy. But I love it. I love it. I love it. I think it just shows people at home, right? If you want to be the best Counter-Strike player in the world, don't worry so much about the settings.
I think the settings doesn't, like mostly in this type of game. Obviously, if you have shit PC, you might change a bit to have more FPS, but in a way, when you play, we have one of the best PC in the world. Like, what can we change? Like,
sure.
Like the FPS is not gonna drop down or anything. So
it's a good way to look at it.
For me, I won't change. So I put full screen.
Yeah.
So I might change now, but I used to play 1280 960.
Sure.
For almost all my career, but during this tournament, I'm playing 1024.
Wow. Okay. All right.
So I will keep this because I'm playing with this right now.
Why the change? Just because?
Yeah, like you said, just because.
Just because.
Like when I'm home, I like to change the resolution to. I like when it's bad. When I came back to the good resolution, I'm like, oh my god, that feels good. Like I want this feeling again.
So
you know?
you played an old PC at home, or what do you got at home? Well, like graphics card and stuff. Surely you're rocking the most recent stuff.
Yeah, I just changed my PC like 2 months ago. Okay. So I just won like the latest like graphics card or CPU.
The advanced video settings. Do you change anything here? I guess you're putting everything high.
I'm done.
So just as it is.
Yeah,
just straight out the box.
To be honest with you, I changed that.
Yeah.
I'm looking. I do my kick.
So, but with the video settings, you like in there, it has the FPS capped, right? So FPS in game at 400. Is that how you leave it?
Yeah. Like I'm not touching anything.
Okay, so let's go through it for the viewers, just so that they know what's going on here. So, 4 times high, all high. 4 times high, high, medium, quality, disabled, highest quality.
Yeah,
that's it.
I'm not changing anything.
Okay.
Actually, it's already my stuff.
So what do you use
I'm
for...
working with my mouse.
Yeah?
Mouse 5.
Wait, you're walking with mouse 5?
Yeah.
Okay, that's unusual. Do you still have it on shift or no?
Yes.
Oh, you have crouch on shift?
Yeah, I'm crouching on shift.
I see, okay. So there's something that's a little bit different.
Yeah.
What are you jumping with?
Space.
Not mouse wheel?
No, I'm not using mouse wheels. I'm not. Actually, this is my browser coughing. Like I used to play with that.
Yep.
And I keep follow that.
That is what it is, okay.
Yeah, that's my brother. He used to play with the arrow of the keyboard and it changed to that. Okay. So I was the little brother.
Yeah.
I had nothing to say, you know.
You gotta do what you do.
So I had to do it with that. So yeah, basically I reload with F.
You reload with F, okay. So just a couple of things a little bit different.
I drop with the mouse wheel, so I press it.
Okay.
After, like nothing crazy, I guess. It's back with the V. I don't have switch mode by menu. I think mostly people are like a bit surprised when I see, like I told them I'm working with mouse 5. And
sure, that's the most interesting, yeah, for sure. That's probably the most unusual compared to normal binds there, okay. Do you just leave all that on standard? Because I know there's some things in here, for example, people want to know if you scroll up, perspective correction or EQ profiles, like do you just leave those default?
I put everything default. I just obviously lower down the sound to 30 to 40, sometimes depends of the environment. If the rapping in front of the crowd, I would put maybe more sound because it will be more tough to it. In the studio, I would maybe put less.
Okay.
So it depends which situation I am. All the sound I would put low, except the 10-second warning, because it's always good to know if you have 10 seconds or not to defuse the bomb. So all the other stuff I will not use that, only the bomb and warning.
Okay. The radar stuff. Do you do anything with the radar? Like, do you use it centered? Do you use it rotating?
No, I just move that to 0 and this. That's it.
Okay.
To have the big one and to see like the overview of the map, to see everything at the same time.
So you do the bind to make it bigger and smaller?
No.
No?
No, I just do the small one.
Okay,
That's
just
it.
the small one.
I don't need the big one.
Okay. So. What about first-person traces, on or off?
I don't know what to do.
When you shoot the traces out of the gun.
I think it's default. Actually, I never change it.
Okay.
Like I'm really a newbie for that.
No, this is fine. But the people want me to ask, so I'm going to ask.
Yeah, it's perfect.
What about the damage prediction settings? You're just going to have that on default too, aren't you? Okay, fair enough. We're not going to dig deep into any of those.
I didn't even know you can change that, to be honest.
Can we load into the CS stats map, maybe?
Style 4, size, if I'm looking like size 1, gap -3. No dot, obviously.
Yeah.
I think there's a gap outline thickness like to 0.
Yep.
No recoil, obviously. Alpha to 55.
Colors 3.
So the AWP, you said that you are using the new scope.
Yeah, but obviously I'm using the new setting with the small dot, I would say. Like
Yeah. You like it?
I think I like it, yeah. I like the change like this, yeah.
All right. And to close, before I let you go, if there was someone at home and they want to start playing Counter-Strike and they want to start going to LANs, obviously they might not have everything that's available here at an event like this. What's the best piece of advice you received, or do you have a piece of advice that you could give to people at home if they come into a LAN environment and wanting to play?
A lot of fans, a lot of people are asking me, like, I want to be with, like you, I need your settings or anything. It's not because you will have my settings that you will be better. I think you need to find your own way. We are all different. We all need to have our own way to play. So I think it's obviously you can find like a good thing about like a setup, but you need also to put your paw like into your combat.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. All right, thank you very much, Zawi. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astrolix win it.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Chengdu.
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion.
This ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I don't shove it. I rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite!
Well, here we go. What is the very last day of the group stages for the Intel Extreme Masters Chengdu 2025? My name's Trace, got Josh here, and we've got a lot of Counter-Strike to talk about. But for the time being, yesterday really giving us so many more loose ends to tie up on this final day of the groups. And with that, yes, we will be sending some more teams home, but we'll also be sending some teams into those playoffs. Josh, what do you know about the playoffs?
You know, once upon a time I might have known a lot, but recently all I know is only the good teams make it that far. Very seldomly does a not good team make it.
Such as, like, maybe a Navi? Or like, what are you saying exactly? Like, let's just stop beating around the bush here. What are you saying exactly
I wasn't
about
trying
the
to
eliminated teams?
Name names or anything out here, but it is a little bit of a shocker that Navi lost on day 2. Just going out in style, really. Because
what kind of style is that? Well, asking for a friend.
Not good. You know when you go to like a party or something and then you see someone that's dressed up and it's just like whack, it's not meant for the party at all. They don't fit in.
Oh, they didn't get the memo.
They did not get the memo. They showed up. I think they were still wearing their Halloween costumes or something, maybe.
Oh, yeah, that is Navi on their way out. They join the likes of Tyloo, FaZe, 3D Max, and you join us here in the studio. Several matches going on today for us. It's Lin Vision, Vitality to kick things off, and Heroic Spirit on the other side of that. But before we get there, Josh, let's kind of talk about some of the things that we've seen up to this point. Day 1, day 2, in the books, done, dusted. How you feeling? What did you think? What did you see? What do you prescribe?
I saw a lot of cool things. I mean, we got to see yesterday, for example, Maus and Vitality went into a deep 3 mapper. That was pretty cool because Maus was able to win another head-to-head against Vitality, so maybe leveling up or maybe a weaker Vitality. We also got to see Falcons kind of carrying through, and we'll get to see Spirit as well.
Yeah, we absolutely will. Still 2 more slots here for those playoffs in Chengdu. Now, Astralis, you're right. That was a pretty cool. That was a pretty cool turn of events. If you're an Astralis fan, if you're a Dane, perhaps watching on, wondering where the Astralis of old eras have gone. Well, I wouldn't necessarily go that far in this regard. However, it's a nice look. It's a better look.
Well, I was saying how, seldomly do the teams that aren't as good make it through, but we have Astralis here, and Magisk was actually leading the charge on, I think, one of the series going into the playoffs. So, I mean, you know what? Hats off to them. They were able to change things around. They've had a really rocky year. They've gone through some roster changes. They've gone through some personal issues, maybe, where they weren't able to field the whole roster. So it's good to see them kind of doing something.
Well, you care to kind of expand on those personal issues that you know a lot about?
I don't know a lot about them. It's rumored there are
they're rumors now. Personal issues.
Well, I'm just assuming.
Okay.
Well, I read the headlines. Now. Yeah, I see the headlines on the one of the social media apps or on one of the social media sites, and then I say, oh, that's got to be the truth then, because that's how it works, right? You see the headline, and then you just make your own narrative. And
well, luckily, Josh, this is pre-recorded, and assuming makes an ass out of you and me, and no one's ever going to know. But they are going to have to know sooner rather than later, because there is still more Counter-Strike to be played. Again, I told you there are 2 more slots left in the playoffs themselves, so the brackets have taken a shape that does leave us on the last day of a group stage, and it does look like Astralis v Falcons for that seeding match.
Yeah, I mean, well, when there's nothing to lose, you can kind of give it your all. And I think there's a few teams out there at this event right now that are kind of in that kind of free flow state. So it's going to be an interesting thing to see if Falcons is able to make it all the way to the, book that advanced seed and make it all the way, because that's what we were talking about on day 1, right? What version of Falcons are we getting? Are we going to get the version that has this blank check that should be making it all the way to the grand finals but haven't really been too successful? I'm looking for that.
But then the lower bracket itself, you talk about a Navi, eliminate the hands of Youngstar. Like, there's a couple of things to unpack there in the Navi camp. However, for Tyloo, kind of as expected, Pain Gaming 2-0 there. Yeah, that's Tyloo, hometown team on their way out. Does set us up nicely, though, for Heroic Spirit. Spirit looking for the bounce back as of yesterday, the 2-0 to the Falcons. Shout out Monesi. They got that taken care of. Group B, Fury and Maus at the very tip top. You'll see that Maus had to beat up on Vitality in what was a hellacious third map over there, and we'll talk about that in just a little while. However, Josh, Group B, it's shaping up.
Yeah, I mean, I know that you like this Virtus Pro, the year of the polar bear or something, whatever you're saying.
The polar bear, yeah, man.
And they're going to go against G2 down there in the lower bracket, but I think the first matchup of the day actually is going to be that Vitality Lin Vision, and I don't think anyone here, anyone that's been watching Counter-Strike, I don't think anyone on Lin Vision themselves think that they actually have a chance against the Vitality, and I don't want to get ahead of myself.
Don't
I
get ahead of
see you doing something with your hand, but I mean, it is a weakened vitality. If you can bleed, you can die or something. That's the saying, right?
I think that's what they're... I don't know. Shout out the Terminator once. Hey, we've got a cool thing here because obviously, we're in China. The fans love Counter-Strike. They love the pros over there. I've been over there a couple times for Intel Extreme Masters, and honestly, it's one of the only places I've seen people sneak into hotels to then ride the elevator up and down all day with the off chance of meeting a pro. Like, it's a lot to unpack there, but we do happen to have a sort of compiled a list of the nicknames that have been assigned over the years. So we're going to take a look and kind of dive into some of those. Some of them are fun. Some of them are a little bit, perhaps will be a little bit rougher around the edges as we get over to them. But that first one, we're looking at a twist.
We're looking at twists. Yeah.
I hope.
Yeah, maybe we can send it up because I think I remember what it is.
Okay.
And it's something to do with a leader or a director. There we go, the director, because of his crazy hair. Now, I think I remember a little bit of the backstory about who else has crazy hair, and they're also called the director. But that's basically why he's called the director.
Because the salon
owners, that's what it is. They have the craziest hair, and they are called the directors, and they kind of make everything work there.
Sometimes you have to have the best or craziest hair to be the alpha in the room. Now, I personally have never known that. But Josh, perhaps one day you can share with us some of your secrets. Better yet, Twist, who could also do some of that as well. Let's go on down quickly to the next one. The next one's not even really a secret. He's been called this across the whole planet. It is Nath. He is a sloth. That kind of goes without saying. But where does that originate?
The sloth?
I mean, obviously he moves a little bit slower paced, but
you got to look at the player cam, the react cams, because he's kind of just like chilling, relaxed, looks like he's half asleep, eyes halfway open, just kind of chilling there. Just doesn't really move. I think a sloth in real life, you'll get to see them move like 2 hours out of a day. So if you catch them moving, it's actually supposed to be really
like symbolic or something.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
ultra rare.
I haven't really played with too many sloths in my day, but I can say that the next.
You know why? It's because they're never moving around.
It's true. They never want to hang out for whatever reason. Neither does Mr. Bean. Now, who could I be talking about when I talk about Mr. Bean?
You're talking about Apex because he's super animated.
Is that your first guess was Apex?
That was my first guess, yeah, because he's super animated. He's always, well, especially at this event so far, he's been kind of annoyed and frustrated because they've been not doing so hot. So he's been kind of all over the place, throwing his hands around, making the faces. Like Mr. Bean.
Yes.
Now, do you know Mr. Bean's actual name, the actor?
Go on, then.
Rowan Atkinson.
No, I had no idea. Honestly,
no way.
I didn't grow up with a lot of the Mr. Bean stuff. Got a couple more here. This means he carries things. Now, how I can say that in Chinese, not even going to attempt to try, but when I say this man carries things, he's going to have to do that probably today in every match going forward.
Can't be Pasha then. Maybe Donk.
Well, I mean, that's...
No.
What is Mr. Spaghetti Arm carrying around?
Okay, so it's got to be Zywoo.
Yes, it is a Zywoo.
Process of elimination.
Yeah, Zywoo. The phonetic translation means that carrying things.
Carrying things.
Which, I get it. Like, I absolutely get it in Zywoo's
He's carrying Mr. Bean right now.
Look, check this next one, though. This next one is interesting because, honestly, it's surface at face level. When you look at it, you're like, what the hell is going on there? But then, obviously, it's a shrimp, and it has Nico's face on it. Now, there are a couple of reasons why that would be. Josh, I would love for you to take a guess.
Well, I just accidentally looked down and saw the actual reason, so there's no way for me to get the guess, but I can say the actual reason if that helps. Okay, shrimp, because shrimps have weak legs because of his famous Deagle clutch fail.
That's how nice of you.
And that's the one in Nuke on Heaven. On Nuke in Heaven. Everyone knows it. It's iconic. It's symbolic. People that never even played Counter-Strike before know exactly what I'm talking about.
That's rough.
Yeah, it is.
What if they did that to you, Josh?
They do. They have done.
If they put your face on a shrimp, would you take it the same light?
Oh, no, I wouldn't have a shrimp. I'd have something much worse.
Yeah, probably. Honestly, I get that too. One more here. Now,
one more?
There is just one more on the list. Call me Sue.
See, I always thought it was a reference to the movie Snatch when Bullet Tooth Tony was saying, you can call me Susan if it makes you happy. But that's wrong. Apparently, it just means international student.
Okay. And is Snatch is the one with Will Smith?
Brad Pitt.
Oh man, I obviously haven't seen the movie. I do apologize, Josh.
It's a great one. It's a great one.
Offend you on what is very much an offensive day here. We've got to have a little bit of offense and defense showing up on both sides of the serve. We're going to go to a quick break so we can jump into the first game of the day, and you're looking at a Envision Vitality elimination matchup. Not ideal for either team. We'll be talking about it a little bit more when we come back after this break. Here's to the challengers, the ones who don't just settle for decent elo, but hunger for something more. The ones who don't just queue for another match, but prepare for war. You can doubt them, overlook them, even count them out, but you can't stop them.
Right now, I'm with Dupree, who I can see has got tears.
While others play for fun, they play for legacy. This is ESEA League, where challengers take their first step.
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
I gotta get out. Got to get out of here. Got to get out. Got to get out. Got to get out. Gotta get out of here. I got to get out. I feel it here inside of me. But you know what just occurred to me? Baby, the things ain't what it used to be. And this time, I just keep on walking, and I won't stop, no. I just can't waste time talking. Gotta save my soul. Gotta get out, gotta get out. I just keep wanting more. There's gotta be a better place. I gotta get.
We got G2 taking on VP over on the B stream. Mattis, thank you so much for taking the time to have a little chat with me. Looking at the game yesterday versus Furia, 2-0, if you were to summarize the main issue you encountered in that game, what would it be?
Honestly, I think Furia is one of the best teams right now, and they're gonna punish your mistakes, especially your individual mistakes, which we made so many times, you know, but we did it also in the past, kind of, but we just replicated them kinda again, I would say. And as I said before, like, Furia is one of the best teams. They're gonna capitalize on those moments. I just need to do, I would say, as a team, individuals need to do better, especially in the mid rounds and towards the end, to be on the same page, I would say, and be composed. And I think that's basically what was the biggest difference, I would say.
I know Malbs alluded to, you guys experiencing a little bit of burnout, a little bit of fatigue. How do you handle a day like today then, where this game is not going to be the one to qualify you. You've got to win another one if you win this one versus VP. How do you approach that?
Well, we have to be as much professional as we can be, to be honest. Try to be on the same page when it comes like being positive. We cannot start on a negative note. We know if we're gonna win, we should win today, like especially the first match. We will do no matter what to make it happen, and we will go to the next match in the same way. I know it's gonna be more tough because we have to wake up earlier, but we cannot change it, you know. You have to go towards what you have, and you have to do the best as you can, and that's basically our mentality right now.
What are you thinking of the young guns, the new ones over on the side of Virtus Pro? It's been a little bit of a rejig of the whole system over there. How threatening do they look?
I think it's always good to see new names, you know, it's good for them, I think, and also see, like, sometimes these kind of players, they bring something new. All of a sudden, when you watch their game, sometimes you can even copy something from them. It's always nice to see, and you can capitalize also on top of that, and we're gonna enjoy the game for sure. I think they will also gonna enjoy the game.
Very excited to see this head-to-head go down. Good luck, Mattis.
Thank you.
Well, it won't just be the players that will enjoy the game, it will be us as well as we get to watch along with you guys. Welcome back to the B stream for yet another day. It is actually the final day of the B stream for IEM Chengdu, so we are looking forward to the last couple of games that we're going to get to cover here. Of course, starting off with G2 and VP, two teams that we've been covering on the B stream for the majority of the matches, actually, Pilski. So I think we've been, really following the stories of these two teams, and it'll be quite interesting to see the combination of those stories, at least for one of these two teams being elimination and the other one progressing for one of those matches later on today.
Yeah, I think G2 maybe a little bit underwhelming, not necessarily on their A game against Furia yesterday, but you heard it there from Mattis in the interview, giving a lot of respect over to Furia, especially because they played them so many times recently and really recognizing the level that team is bringing into this tournament and their upward trend in form. Started off this tournament with a pretty convincing clean win, 2-0 against 3D Max, and then yesterday did get stomped on their own map pick of Train after a good start, and then unfortunately not able to capitalize on many openings won on Overpass, many good positions, but unfortunately just letting it go by the wayside in overtime will have been frustrating for a G2 that now faces elimination in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to say that there's a lot of positives to take away from the tournament so far for G2. I think I think a win over 3D Max, you're not really getting too hyped up about that, considering the troubles that 3D Max have been going through with the schedule that they've kind of bestowed upon themselves. They've been a little bit up and down. They've even had now more recently losses to the likes of FlyQuest and LinVision. So for G2 beating 3D Max, do you really take much away from that?
3D Max are very much testing the limits of jet lag. I think they're part of some kind of research study at this point.
I'm kind of putting that down to maybe 3D Max having a bit more of a rougher time rather than G2 being fantastic. And then in that match yesterday against Furia, they had some good starts in a lot of the rounds here on Overpass in particular. Again, I think their stat was 21-9 in terms of opening frags in regulation, or even throughout, actually maybe even throughout the entire map as we went into the OT there as well.
Yeah.
But you get 21-9 in terms of opening kills, you should be expected to win that matchup, and they obviously were unable to do so. So outside of that, I mean, Train looked like it was pretty shambolic for them, unfortunately.
Yes.
Some players, even though he got a lot of kills, was unable to really have a lot of impact, it felt like, in that series as well, which is quite important. When your wall player is not online, that's going to be it's not, I don't know, is it fair to say he wasn't online? I think he was online. It was just that he wasn't online when he needed to be impacting in the round, right? And so there's a lot of things there that were kind of like light positives, I guess, for G2, but that they didn't actually convert into a series win or even a map win. So that definitely raises some concerns for me. So that's why I sort of take that train of thought for G2, that there's not a huge amount of positives, unfortunately, to take away so far, but obviously they can turn that around today.
I think so. I think although Hunter had a kind of an underwhelming first map, he was a lot better on the second map. I thought Moles was lights out yesterday. He was really cooking with gas, self-sufficient fragging as a rifler, just playing some of these off angles, playing some of these unexpected positions, and just trusting in his own gameplay. Heavy God kind of having his moments, but that he's got more to give. You've seen some outstanding performances from him on this G2 squad. He's really made a name for himself coming up into what is really for his first opportunity in a really, really big team. He's definitely taking it in his stride. So I think for G2, undoubtedly the favorites to go up against VP here, but VP just continues to be a team that defies expectations in Chengdu.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, of the two teams, I almost feel as though VP have had a little bit of a better run than what we've seen from G2, just purely because they were able to push Vitality close. They've obviously picked up the dub yesterday against FaZe, and I wonder if the reason that I'm saying that is just purely because the expectation coming in was a little bit higher for G2 and they haven't delivered on that, and a little bit lower for VP and they've over-delivered on that. And that might be coloring my perception of the run that these two teams have had, but certainly it's been a better look for Virtus.pro than what we had anticipated. Obviously, Bist coming in, the new player into this lineup, I don't think he's necessarily had any kind of lights out performance, but he's had a couple of moments. Toro has definitely been quite solid, I'll say, as well for VP. And obviously the standouts thus far really felt like they've been Fame and Flit. Even Perfecto, despite a bit of a slower day one, seemed to kind of turn it around yesterday. So I feel like the VP engine is starting to get rolling here and there, but it's time to see whether or not they can claim another scalp. And the teams that they faced against in the tournament thus far, well, Vitality, a little bit up and down, but not expected to necessarily beat them. FaZe have certainly been in a lot of trouble. So for VP to take the win there, I think it's kind of like that same category as maybe what we would be talking about with G2 versus 3D Max, for example, where is it more VP or is it more FaZe kind of struggling? They obviously came out the gates really strong, but just fell flat on those last two maps, VP coming back online. So I'm still not sure necessarily yet where I actually sit with regards to this VP roster, but I think I'm pretty happy with the run that they've had thus far, and I just hope that at some point we're going to get to see that continue, and again, hopefully that will be today, because again, it feels like they're sort of slowly going in the right direction.
I think they are good. They are playing some good CS. I will agree that they are taking advantage of some teams that have had some rougher form in Chengdu thus far, Vitality included, even just not very competitive against Mouse, particularly on one of those maps. You wouldn't really be expecting them to be put away, and VP definitely could have 2-0'd Vitality. I think a similar issue in both of the games. You see it here in some of the highlights earlier on, where they did get trounced on Overpass, their map pick, by FaZe, because I feel like there was just a little bit of stubbornness, trusting their style a little bit too much, and I think that was an issue against Vitality as well. Whenever VP are running into problems, it feels like those kind of games where they just try to keep doing the same thing again and again, and they lack a little bit of adaptability. So I think that's the first and foremost the issue that they need to tackle if they want to go deeper into this tournament. And then the other issue really just is Bist. I think, as a rookie, he's had 2 series to bet in now. We've seen a couple of good shots for him, but he's the lowest rated player for VP. He's not hit the same heights that you've seen from him in that VP Prodigy team that he's been able to play through the academy system on. So if you can get more out of Bist in this critical game against G2, there's some potential here for Virtus.pro to definitely put together yet another upset, take another scalp. And look, I think the way that the bracket's looking, they might have to have another crack at Vitality if they even want to have a chance at actually making it into playoffs here in China. I think it's going to be quite a tall task, but I want to see more from them, honestly. I've been thoroughly entertained from their games. They've got this reputation of being a team that's not particularly pleasant to watch. Hasn't been my experience at this tournament at all. Obviously a slower style, but I've enjoyed their games quite a lot, and there's a lot of promising young talent on this team.
Yeah, I imagine a lot of people are coming into this matchup looking at G2 VP and thinking, G2's going to sort of walk away with the win in this one pretty comfortably.
I don't think so.
But I don't know that that's the case based on what we've seen at Chengdu so far. We've obviously watched both of the VP matches on the B stream, and I think we've been reasonably impressed by what they've been able to bring to the table. Obviously, like you say, that slow style, and whether or not G2 are going to kind of read into that in the same way that maybe FaZe did yesterday. Another question is, are we going to get that Overpass pick? It seemed like the Overpass pick was one that VP obviously wanted to go for yesterday against FaZe.
It's been a staple of theirs. Surely they're just going to keep backing themselves on it.
They definitely got exploited on that map yesterday.
But that's Karrigan, that is, and that's Twist going 21-3. Right. Karrigan's read your entire game plan. He knows your social security number, your postcode, where you like to get coffee in the morning, and Twist has just decided to be the best player in the world for a half.
I mean, I will say though, G2 didn't look too bad against Furia on Overpass either. So
it's true.
Malbs was doing a lot of work out on A Long, and we'll see if he's going to be able to continue to be quite impactful on that CT side.
Look, we've spooked a lot about Virtus.pro, but I think G2 in this tournament thus far, definitely, at least in the game that we got to watch, that really did feel like their C or their B game. That was definitely not VP on their, G2 on their A game. If they wake up today and they decide like we're feeling good, we're not going to be making some of those same mistakes, then they can definitely trounce VP in this game and just continue in the lower bracket.
Interesting that we get the nuke ban through from VP. It's a ban that G2 goes towards as well. So VP just not sort of taking any risks with regard to that. Get it out of the way straight away.
Yeah, it's interesting. I guess they're just kind of back themselves on whatever map maps. Overpass will be their pick. G2 will go towards Inferno. I actually didn't mind VP's Inferno yesterday. I thought it was serviceable. It was decent. G2 will have a little bit of film to read into there. Dust 2 will be the decider between these two teams. I don't think we've seen VP. Have we seen? I think maybe in the first series.
VP
perhaps?
played Vitality on Dust 2.
Vitality, that's right. Yeah, and that was the game that barely slipped away from them due to some kind of stubbornness on the T-side calling. It was a 13-11. That's where they really wanted to get that 2-0 done against Vitality, and they definitely had the potential to do so. Beast having a rough game there. I mean, he hasn't been particularly awe-inspiring, but particularly on that Dust 2 game, if you got even just an ounce more out of him, it could have been a difference maker.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, looking at that map pool, I don't think that either team necessarily walks away from it too disappointed. We know that Inferno's definitely in the pool there for VP. Overpass maybe a little less so for G2, but again, looking at the game that they played yesterday against Furia, it's something that they seem serviceable enough on, and frankly, I feel like they probably should have won that map against Furia just with the advantages that they had. It was, like Matt has said in that interview, maybe a bit more of a mid-round issue, individuals kind of needing to step up in some cases, and that didn't happen yesterday. So they feel like kind of easy fixes, right? Like what's the fix? If we're winning every single opening duel, or let's say 3/4 of the opening duels in any given map, maybe we just cross the T's and dot the I's, and I feel like for a team of this caliber, for players of this level, that should be a pretty easy fix going into one day to the next.
I think early on, it's going to be a very interesting stylistic matchup actually on Overpass here, because you're going to have VP picking this. G2 will start out on the CT side. VP love to play this slow tempo T side where they wait for the other team to aggress, and what were G2 doing so much yesterday? Moles was straight up the guts. He was down long. He was up party. He really loves to get in their face a little bit, and some of these G2 players do like to get into the mix as well. So I wonder if G2 are going to still back themselves with that aggression against a team that just loves to hold back and wait for you to make a mistake. Regardless, though, this will be an elimination match here in IEM Chengdu. G2 versus VP to take on the winner of Lin Vision and Vitality for a spot in the playoffs.
Straight out the gates, VP setting themselves up toward Monster Tunnel. And it seems as though G2 are pretty well aware of what they're going to be up to, because Samphias has indeed gone aggressive on the top side of the map. It's not going to matter. VP, with a little bit more pace than anticipated, are going to work their way into that B bomb site and just frag out. It is only the aforementioned Samphias that survives after the original flurry of frags, and so VP should be getting underway pretty comfortably here on the T side.
And you just love to see that right off the bat, just conditioning their opponent, going against their own trends of how slow they usually play some of these rounds, and just kicking it off with an up-tempo T-pistol round. Samphias, we've seen him in so many post-plant situations that felt impossible to win yesterday, and this is just another one of them. Unfortunately, things will continue in the same fashion for him today. And for VP, it's more good stuff on the T side, similar to how they started this tournament off against Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, it's early days, obviously. Not prepared to read too much into that one. Feels like a pretty good scissors, paper, rock, really, from Virtus Pros. They speed things up quickly through the Monster Tunnel.
Yeah, I think, if you're G2 and you're game planning against a team that's notorious for playing a slower style and has already shown the propensity to do so on this exact map, their pick in this tournament, you may not necessarily be ready for the pop play straight out Monster about 5 seconds into the round. So I'm already love VP mixing things up a little bit.
We did kind of see this a little bit from VP, though. They like to lurk a player out the Monster Tunnel. It's not so much going to be a lurk this time around. That molly into the toxic barrels might start to give the game away. A grenade going awry for Flit, so he'll just back it up. And we are back to that little probing style, I guess, more so from VP in this round, as they don't commit to the bomb site. They decide they want to explore the other side of the map.
I like that from Flit. You're just kind of like with a MAC-10 outside a Monster, trying to bait the CTs into the flash play where the riflers are just kicking back, waiting for you to peek into them. Try to break down the round from there. G2 don't bite, though. And as such, VP will slow things down. Go and take some control of long A's. Toro's still floating around inside a connect. There's still plenty of utility to complete this round for the T side. Same can't be said for G2 with their force buy, though. It's really going to have to come down to Mulbs and Samphias with these weaponries that can start to pick down the T side as they make their way into this execute. And it does seem very much like G2 wants to disrupt on the front side of bathrooms.
Yeah, VP can sometimes be their own worst enemy in rounds like this one, though. With less than 30 seconds, they're only now starting to really commit toward this A site. You've already got Hunter progressed forward, Malbs there as well, both of them with an upgraded pistol. This will go wrong for VP, particularly given that Toro has gone down early, and you wonder, have they given themselves enough time for this take? I don't think they have. Hunter strikes from the shadows. He waited so patiently to get that kill on Perfecto, and just like that, VP running into the same old problem.
That's what Malbs does best. Very clean 2K on the Deagle. Flit needs to make sure he doesn't die after time. Will barely cling to life. Frustration in the player cans from him.
Yep.
Only a Mac 10 and armor brought into the round following. And this is the double-edged sword that is Virtus Pro. When it comes together, when they clear every angle and get the bomb down just in time, it's beautiful to watch. But the other side of that is just foolish sometimes. Left looking a little bit silly.
Yeah. Reinvestment for Virtus Pro across the board, so they want to continue to try and wrestle control of this half back away from G2. But conventional wisdom would say this should be a G2 round.
Should be. Pistols have been something that Virtus Pro have had some success with already in this tournament. They do love hitting some pretty sharp timings. You saw it in the T-pistol that they opted for in this game. Flit floating around, as he often tends to do, over towards that B side of the map. Having a look out Monster, having a look out Short B this round. The rest of VP, it's a contact into the bathrooms.
Flash over the top again. Hunter just having a little bit of a look into short water. He does not spot much out, so that's going to prompt some counter util on the other side of the map. G2 aware of the possibility that VP are creeping up close, and that nade molly combo has done a lot of damage. Malbs, of course, to follow it up with a double. This round is looking pretty comfortable for G2 so far. It feels as though they are reading VP like a book, but Toro says, I ain't no book, I'm a magazine.
Okay, wow. I didn't know he was like that. I didn't know bro was chill like that.
That one might not have gone where it wanted. Yeah, like that was nothing impressive, but I didn't really have anywhere else to take that. Look, still, I want to see where VP take this round, because this is very doable. Toro up close and personal with the MP9. I think he might be able to get a timing here onto Mattis. Flit does go down in the meanwhile, so this will be where Toro now does have to activate.
He's going to have to. Needs the ace to get this round done, and it's a little bit of awkward movement for Mattis that throws him off a little bit. I mean, he did everything he could have done in that round, but more was demanded of him. Bro just needed a little bit of help.
Yeah, good effort for VP, especially given the circumstances that they found themselves in. It looked like it should be a clean one. It ends up being a bit more expensive for G2 than they might have liked, but still they negotiate the round, and that's really what matters in the early stages of... You can start pushing in the right direction, and they'll have obviously a full buy for themselves, whereas VP just have to go down to the pistols. So this will be where G2 will be able to start to accelerate that economy.
It's a good start for them on the CT side. VP with the pistols, looking to try to keep them honest if they can. And I think we're already starting to get the answer to, will G2 be playing aggressively on the CT side in this game of Overpass? Malbs has already been a menace.
Yep. Got to play your own game. And to be fair, you know, that aspect of their game was what was working yesterday against Furia as well. It was that early round aggression that was getting them into positive situations.
And VP, I mean, they've got some promising young talent on the team, some riflers that can pop off, but like they don't have that star power and that talent across the board that you're seeing, and the form factor you're seeing from Furia. They're not going to be able to turn around these man advantages every single round. That's not something that regularly should be happening.
Now Hunter on a bit of a mission here as well. We'll take all that space on long and start to clear out bathrooms. He'll get in behind VP before they get into this site. If they're even allowed to try and walk their way forward, it seems like that's not the case. Some Pyres for 2, Malbs as well for a couple. Hunter doesn't even come into play at all. Another clean round for G2. Money going to be building up nicely now, but another buy from Virtus Pro will await them. So they haven't got full control of this half just yet, but it is going in the right direction.
Going to need some level of adaptation here from Virtus Pro. It doesn't feel like anything's really been working for them. Yes, they hit a nice timing on the pistol, but in the gun rounds, this has not been a close match. Biss gets the AWP out. Sitting on the donut. Another chance for him to step up and show why he's been given a chance in the main squad. Bulbs is well and truly on his bullshit here. Flashed in by Sunpius. Looking to harass Party or maybe make his way into Connector. Flit. That's a meal and a half for him, down to 54.
Yeah, I don't think he's got any feet left after that one.
Oh, well, I guess the side hustle is gone at this point then.
Yeah, disappointing.
He'll have to be a hand model, I guess. But look, the Counter-Strike's going okay. You don't really need feet to play Counter-Strike. Mulbs, though, sometimes the way that this man plays, he makes his opponents look like they're playing with theirs. Playing the game with theirs. I just want to clarify that. Let's be very intentional about the way that we use that phrase.
Well, VP going to run into Malbs here if they continue to explore long. It is at the moment just Fame alone. Again, aggression out on the other side of the map. G2, they are just completely unbridled at the moment. They're doing whatever they want and they spot absolutely nothing outside Monster Tunnel. So Malbs starting to put together the picture as to what Virtus Pro are trying to paint in this round.
It's the same timing up into this A site. The bomb is in pipes. Someone needs to get the bomb. All right, you're seeing Perfecto scramble back for that one. Back down Connector now.
This is getting a bit late.
20 seconds on the clock. Mattis doesn't have any halting utility. Mole's finding another nice timing. Fame dancing around, better clinging to life, just trying to buy a little bit more time for VP to get organized. 10 seconds to get it to B.
They've got to push their way through this smoke. 10 seconds. The bomb is still in short water. There's the openers. Mist and Toro do find both of the kills. They might work out this time around, but that was getting a little scary for a moment.
Every time that they make this work, it defies belief. Running the clock down right to the last second and somehow making it work. Hunter pilfering the AWP, looking to slink away and hand it over to somebody in the next round. But Perfecto is on the hunt. They need to make sure that they don't lose too many guns here, VP. They don't have the money to replace them right now.
Perfecto going to hear Hunter on his way to long. But yeah, he's miles away at this point, and the AWP favored to win a duel on an angle like this one, so Perfecto just as likely to give up his life if he does go for it. Hunter doesn't quite get the connection on the jump back.
Frag movie mode for a second there. A little bit underwhelming, maybe like a remember the name kind of feel type beat on that one. Jesus, I mean, Biss, nice 2K from him. First time he gets the AWP in his hands on that T side. Good supportive utility to set up the B pop, and then he axes the turret around pillar, as you will see your AWPers do on the T side, scaling on into the site, second or third in.
He's definitely had a couple of moments, hasn't he?
That was one of them. Nothing outstanding, just like, you know, the impact round that you needed. So we got to get a 1 or 2K and basically win your team the round. Hit the shots that are required of you. Sunpius, there you go. Kneecap onto Toro. Man is owing the mob a couple of dollars at this point, and Sunpius is here to collect.
Sun PayPal. Sending the invoice.
They're doing business on PayPal these days?
Some people do.
The mob?
Not
probably
me.
not.
Charge you a few too many fees there, but Fame, he's missed Malbs.
Yeah.
Did not see him. I think he was on his screen for a second there, but completely missing him.
The view model.
I mean, the thing is, though, Malbs has literally been in that exact position, like, this entire
I think, yeah,
so.
Jumping up onto guard, like, not even in this game. Like, in this game, he's once or twice. Like, in the previous game, you've even had a 2-stack there from G2.
Yeah.
I think, as Fame, jumping up onto the garter bed like that, you're just asking for it, to be honest.
You've got to be prepared for Malbs in that position, you know. Watched a couple of demos, and you would know that Malbs has been spending 70% of his time sitting underneath that boost.
Watch demos, you say? I don't know. That sounds hard. That sounds like something where I'll need to pay attention. And it seems like they have not studied Malbs well enough at all.
No. Yeah, he's getting away with the exact same thing he did yesterday against Furia. He is just taking this top side of the map away from VP.
I know, it's not even like getting away with it though. That's like underselling it. Like the brilliance from this man in this event has been great to watch. Toro also hiding away in a pretty common position on the B lurk there. I mean, this Mattis, I've seen him walk into short B many a time and just die for free, and that's just another example of it. Thank God for Malbs, though. This guy is just too good.
He's him.
He is him. You look up him in the dictionary, that's what you'll see.
Timothy, I think his name, right?
Timothy? Yeah, I think so. Hold on, checking the profile.
Yeah, Timothy Mario Samayoa. Samayoa. I don't know how to say that name. Samayoa. Guatemalan.
I don't know if that's a traditional Guatemalan name or not, but
yeah, him.
Yeah, interesting choice for his parents. VP back on the bye here. Nice couple of wins over on the B side, but outside of that, this game has all been going the way of G2. Oh, hearing the flash fame. I mean, they're lucky to even trade that one down.
Yep.
Perfecto's done well there off of what was just another excellent opener from Malbs.
Yeah, I mean, Perfecto even taking a bit of damage there as well, so the way things were looking, it's not even that out of the realms of the possibility that Malbs might have doubled down, to be honest.
It's like he's just operating on another level. Like everyone else is just like a bystander in a world where he knows exactly where he needs to be standing and exactly what he needs to do to intuitively get the timing to just frag every time.
He's a galaxy
on a dime.
Yeah. Well, how does the rest of the round play out here for G2 without Malbs? Because looking at the rest of the forces, you know, Mattis, Hunter, both 1 and 3. Some Pius and Heavy God are essentially going 1 for 1. So this could be where VP might be able to open this up a crack.
Another Monster Smoke. Do have a Molotov primed and ready, but Mattis, unfortunately, a little bit of a liability in a couple of these rounds, and that's too much for Heavy God to handle. VP cracked the B site again.
Yeah, this B site is starting to feel a little bit like a liability for G2. They're getting away with a lot because of what Malbs is up to, but this B site is kind of crumbling. Shouldn't be that easy to take that part of the map for VP, but a couple of times now they've been able to just bully their way into B without loss.
I think like the utility, you've seen like, you know, two different things from some of the teams that play against VP. Either they don't have the util that they need to hold some of these plays because they're used to the same timings and routines that they've been utilizing against other teams, and then you play a team with their own like little style, and sometimes you're not on top of adapting to that on the fly. In this case, G2 had exactly the utility they needed to hold that. You've got the Monster Smoke coming down, the Molly gets deployed into short, the flash onto the Monster line, but positionally and timing-wise, they're not able to make that work. They're not able to hit the shot, and Mattis is again having a little bit of a rougher game in that short position. It just doesn't really seem to be clicking for him.
Yep.
Malbs can't be everywhere. Or maybe he can. Do we move into B now?
No, I think he just continues to do what he does on A, and then he'll transition into connector to B at a perfect timing, usually.
Yeah, let's just force stack the B side. Malbs has got the rest of the map. Let's just make sure that we actually unlock.
I actually don't think it's that bad of a strategy. He kind of feels like he can hold long and bathrooms at the same time.
I think he can hold long bathrooms and connector. Yeah, I think he's got the rest of that. Let's just get B under control for G2. Malbs is that good.
Yeah, the rest of the G2 lads do kind of need to step up a little bit. Can't be having another lights out performance from Malbs on this map and have another loss. This is 3 rounds so far for VP on the T side. So, you know, I think we've been pretty stoked about what we're getting from Malbs on G2, and that's sort of colored this cast a little bit. But let's not forget that VP have kind of done what they needed to do thus far on the T side. If you can kind of go tit for tat 1 for 1 almost, that's typically okay.
I mean, they are just hard abusing the B site.
Yeah.
But now you're seeing, I think Virtus Pro want to tackle this issue head on. Setting up quite heavily around connector and A. Very much utilizing as much utility as possible to be able to try to clear out Malbs. This time it will be the AWP on the deep long line.
Yeah.
See if they're going to cover it well with the flash or not. There you go.
Worried about that flash, but it's not going to push him off of the line. Now, there's a player that's gotten behind the rock, but Fame, his woes will continue. Now 0-6 to start this map and series off.
I mean, he dropped 30 against Vitality to open up this tournament on this exact map for VP. This map has been a certified liability.
He hasn't been Fame, he's been lame.
Just like that line. Virtus Pro. Look, I think that is just the up and down nature of some of the individuals that they do have on this team. You've seen everybody go huge. You've seen everybody had a shocker thus far. Flit's going to have to try to turn it around and open up this B side. It's been peppered in the head. Perfecto, nice timing onto Moles, finally punishing that A presence that is ever lurking, and now a little bit of utility pressure to follow up. They're just waiting for G2 to get caught off guard. Flit waiting in the wings, and Mattis once again caught off guard.
B-side liability. Again, Heavy God will go down following Mattis's death, and there's just no damage really being done by these B players. Yeah, they get the cheeky headshot onto Flit through the smoke, but like, the reality is VP just kind of walked their way into that side a little too easily.
I mean, they just cut sound. Perfecto getting the pick onto Molbs is what applies so much pressure for all of those mistakes to come out. And once again, Sun Pius, it's the exit highlight reel. I've been watching this on this exact map for so many rounds now.
Yeah. I think he dropped almost 30 in that game against Furia.
I want to know how many exits at this point. Like, I would love an exit stat. But I know we don't have the tech. He did drop 30. He dropped 31, but like
31.
And look, the swing percentage says that he's done well for himself. I know he did have a couple of rounds, but I definitely saw him missing a couple of shots as well. I think he's been pretty reliable in this tournament with the AWP, though. I feel like every time on the CT side he's had the AWP and he's been up to bat. Most of the time he has been delivering. Unfortunately, some of those, good shots that he's been hitting, some of the impact that he's been finding hadn't really been helping G2 win too much. I think particularly in that Furia game, like I remember they were already down 11 rounds or something, or already down against an 11 round count brought up by Furia, and he gets the AWP out and hits a couple of shots in rounds that they just end up losing anyway.
Well, this will be one where he is going to have to step up because he's the only weapon remaining for G2 worth noting. So he wants to try to get aggressive with that AWP. Just outside of bathrooms here. Will be smoked off. It's a big stack on B.
Yeah, I don't mind the approach. If he gets a pick over to that A side, they're going to potentially start to respect the AWP. Flip, doing what he normally does. Freebie onto Heavy God, and he's well aware that there may be some aggression to follow that up. He's actually going to dive in front of the smoke here. Perfecto holding a flash for him, but it's an anti-flash setup for G2, and Flit is just punishing them in kind.
Yeah, just going to sneak back through that smoke. Perfecto with the spam to get him out to safety.
They're so comfortable with that. They're so comfortable to just... let's have a look what we're going to be finding out here.
Everything seems to be going right for VP. I mean, it's unfortunately a very similar start to this series for G2 as it was against Furia yesterday, where they got off to a real belter on Train and sort of a decent start here on Overpass as well. I think it was, 3-1, 4-1, something like that on this map. And it's kind of just getting away from them again.
Some Pius under pressure inside of the site. Does hit that shot. He's heard the footsteps. I was going to say, I didn't know if he was going to be ready for that player to be on the site box, but beautiful flash from Biss to set up Toro for that peak. And now it's just Mulbs. Even with the Deagle, you've got to give this man some respect. He's going to dive through the smoke. Thank God that it was a smoke in front of him, because he would have taken at least one with him.
Well, you can see that the game has really slowed down for G2 now that Malbs has started to cool off a little bit. He's had 2 or 3 rounds where he hasn't really been able to contribute, and no one has stood up in his stead.
I mean, again, Perfecto's done an excellent job of stepping up here. Like, he has actually, in 1 or 2 of these rounds, been keeping Mulbs in check on that A side of the map and finding the right timing to catch him off guard. If you're able to, play some tricks, I mean, we know... Everyone knows if Perfecto and Mulbs take an aim duel with each other, we know which way that's going, but Perfecto, if he's tricky enough to catch these timings, he can punish. Start on the B side of the map. Flit finally punished for his shenanigans. He can't just keep walking out Monster for free here.
Opening kill for G2. Hopefully that results in a converted round. This was a position they found themselves in a lot in yesterday's match that they weren't actually able to capitalize on. But VP don't have a player called Quesarado that will find 2 quick kills back in response. Maybe Bist.
They're doing their best to try to throw it away. Some Bias lucky to be alive. Mulbs, even with a Thamus, just instant deletion. I'm this guy's biggest fan. I love Guatemala. I'm buying tickets.
Yeah? You want to buy it?
The country?
Go in the raffle to buy Guatemala?
I don't think I've got the raffle down at the pub. Got a meat raffle and the Guatemala raffle. Buy your tickets now. Don't know how much they would cost. Fame finally breaks the donut. He was a secret agent up until this point.
Hunter waiting patiently as those flashes pop in his face, but hasn't had to come into play just yet.
Lovely.
Some Pius down, and now Matty's here to back Hunter up, but it is again a very late take here from VP. We'll see if they can make it work. They haven't checked Hunter yet, and they
Oh, there we go.
Fame is online. 4 kills. He's gone from 0 to 4 in the space of 1 round. And again, another round for VP. And by the way, G2 had a player advantage in that round.
I mean, VP, they kind of just threw Flint out Monster and they said, if he dies, we'll get it done.
If he dies,
don't even stress. It's all good. I mean, you know, that is the ceiling of some of these riflers on Virtus Pro coming into this tournament. Like, Fame can be on a donut and then just win the round single-handedly. Like, the level that some of these guys are bringing into Chengdu here has been great to watch. I mean,
that was fun.
That was.
Went for a slide.
I don't think I would be touching a metal slide right now in Queensland.
No.
You would get third-degree burns.
That is true. Luckily, Overpass is in Germany.
Remember when we were reading you were reading the signs for us?
Guten Tag.
Back in the day. And who did... you did like an interview with one of the big players and spoke some German and his brain broke a little bit.
I can't remember who that was.
I mean, it was during the online era, which is why we were interviewing Big, but that's a story for another time. G2 taking another time out. Got to come up with some answers here. Unfortunately, I don't know that they have the money to necessarily tackle this problem head on. Heavy God's got a hero rifle. At this point, I'm giving that to Mulbs and saying, here you go, buddy. Take us home.
A very comfortable position to be in for Virtus Pro. Mattis was the one on the interview earlier saying that individuals needed to step up in the mid-round for G2, and I think, you know, he's the one in the firing line at the moment in that regard.
It's another rougher start to a game for Hunter as well, who has been either a little bit of a liability for G2 or excellent, and nothing in between, really.
Sure, but I think his role's been pretty tough in this game, right? It's been Heavy God and Mattis that have been sort of crushed on B over and over and over again, and then Hunter having to come in and try and backfill it when the round is almost already over.
That's fair. G2 pushing Virtus Pro out of connector for now. Virtus Pro quite happy to go ahead and take some control over here towards long A. Biz preparing to flash Fame into bathrooms. No one will be found on over there, though. Well, that's more of like a ticket station next to a bathroom. That's a bit of a weird combo.
It's a ticket office, yeah.
I mean, all I want to do is take a piss and then go and get my hands all over the ticket booth, you know?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Fair enough. Well, Malbs, looks like he's going to have a crack here.
Perfecto again. I mean, he's kind of been different him. I actually want to look what the head-to-head is between those two. I feel like Perfecto's 3-0 right now.
I bet a gun might have got it done there, but just the MP9. VP. I think it's illegal for Virtus Pro to enter a bomb site with more than 15 seconds on the clock.
It's just not their vibe, you know? If you tell VP we're having lunch at 12, they're rocking up at 2:30.
Fashionably late. Well, 17 seconds on the clock. It's go time. Here comes the grenades, and they have bamboozled G2, who have completely given up the B bomb site. They make it work again.
This style has got to be so frustrating to play against when it's working effectively. You know, you're sitting in the round for such a long time, left to simmer, starting to lose focus. You're starting to, you know, wane a little bit in terms of your attention, and then you get hit with a Russian rifler in the peak of his prime, Ferrari peeking you and snapping your head off in a second.
I think you would start to second guess yourself a little bit as well when you see a bit of util getting tossed in on your site, because you can never really be sure where Virtus Pro are actually going to end up until there's like literally 10 seconds left on the clock.
But I mean, that's where you need to kind of play that dance of if we're not holding the site, we need to go and get some info. And we need to go for a little bit of aggression in the early to mid round or play a little bit more of a forward setup, which is where initially G2 were having some success with those bathroom setups and mobs kind of roaming around. The issue really lies in the fact that in the last couple of rounds when they've been doing that, VP playing this very slow default kind of approach often are punishing some of that aggression. So you can start to think to yourself, if I just don't get picked, then things will go better. But that's kind of a false prophecy at the end of the day. All roads kind of lead to the same thing. Either you've got no info and VP are playing with your rotations, or you're losing picks in the early round. It's kind of a lose-lose sometimes.
Well, Flit has managed to navigate past the boost, so he'll get a freebie on the Heavy God. And again, it's the B bomb site that is being exploited by VP.
I think Heavy God's going to have some firm words with Mattis after this one. Mulps exiting connector, well covered by Sunpire's Flit, isolated inside of Shore. G2, they're starting to make some moves here, but Perfecto rights the ship. The captain is in firm control right now, and VP down 2 players. Once again, open up this B site like it's nothing.
Yeah, Biss is going to get that plant, and he'll get out before the grenade does any damage either. So boost to come through here. Some Pius, you're set up for these clutch moments. This is where he does have to come up with the goods. You want Malbs to move a little further across, maybe not, just wants to get on the ground and have a crack, but time is ticking away for G2 and Perfecto in the position to make an impact early. So Pius pulls out that 5-7, gives up a lot of HP for his trouble there, and it's on to Bist now, who has almost assuredly won this round already for Virtus Pro. It will be 8 at the half. A phenomenal T-side again out from Virtus Pro on Overpass. Almost like Groundhog Day here for G2, as it felt like a very, very similar start to this series as their game against Furia, and it has also felt like a very similar overpass as to their game against Furia as well. Things were looking okay on that CT side, you know, getting a lot of opening kills, but not being able to convert on many of those rounds has put Virtus Pro in a very good position to start this series up 1-0.
Bist spotting out the cross will fall away back to bathrooms. Had a great game thus far from both Perfecto and Toro in particular. Both of them having so much impact for Virtus Pro in that previous half. Perfecto felt like he was all over the map and then even winning what was pretty much a self-sufficient 2v4 right at the end of the half. He's really been in fine form. Felt like an underperformance from him on the first day.
Yes.
The second day he was decent, and it feels like today he's like the trend in form just continues to skyrocket.
Perfecto's powering up. No longer is he defecto.
Got to come up with a new name for him. Perfecto's just the average one. I don't know what the good one would be.
Perfecto Prime.
He's in his prime, yeah. G2 setting up this B execute. Just Toro over here has been solid at holding this site, and he's going to have to be because he was solo until that flash comes in on a pretty nice timing. Can't capitalize off of it. Heavy God takes a fair bit of damage, but G2 are getting into the site nonetheless.
They've done a lot of damage there, VP, but the kills just didn't quite come. Heavy God on 3 HP, still a warrior in this fight. It was actually not a terrible setup for VP. It's just that the shots did not connect.
That's exactly right. You couldn't have picked a better timing. The flash came in, hits multiple players on G2. Toro cannot capitalize. And look at how many CT. They had 5 in the B site to defend, and it still goes 1 for 5 in favor of G2.
Oh, not to be left behind, VP have decided to force into this round. And Bist is on a mission.
Where's he going?
Full stack B with Bist in connector.
He's just listening for information, if anything. Counting the grenades. Scurrying his way back towards the A site. There's one thing I know about VP, it's that they're quite comfortable sitting on the sites. They don't even necessarily care about information, care about interacting with the mid-round at all. VP will sit in the sites till the cows come home while you spend all of your time making your way through the map using a util, this and that, running the clock down, and then when it comes to holding the site, they usually come up with the goods, but I think Bist on his own with a Deagle is probably not going to be good enough, and will probably just end up in a save unless he goes ballistic with the Deagle.
The only way to win is to not play the game when you're playing against VP. G2 have certainly decided they want to play this round, and Bist has not really got many answers for it. Will smoke himself off, but can't do anything about VP working their way into the site, and will be cleaned up as well. It's not necessarily going to give you any prizes for guessing where Bist is hiding when that CT smoke is set up by Truck. So he gets spammed down, and VP will save their guns for the next round.
As expected. Bist unable really to put anything together, so just is what it is. Fair few grenades used there by VP in that last round that they probably went up the money to replace in the next. So we'll likely just look for damage in the next round. It's a good recovery from G2 though, keeping this game nice and close, similar to what they did on Overpass against Furia. Keep themselves in the driver's seat here. They can for sure close on this T side.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely enough there for G2 to still have something of interest to say. I have to get through this next round first though, before we get too far ahead of ourselves.
I mean, Bist has 2.8 and he hasn't done anything in this game. He's had 3 kills. 2 of them won Virtus Pro a round on that B site, and that's all he's done this game. He's had a round. So once he gets that AWP on the CT side going, he needs to start to activate. Because I don't know how long VP can just keep winning games when your AWP isn't doing anything.
Yeah, I mean, it might not actually come unstuck here against G2. It does still feel like they are enough of a match. A pretty tough road ahead for him.
But can't control again from G2. Smoke to baths. All of the bits and pieces that you would expect. Beast going on an info mission. Hopping around on long A, doesn't see anything over there. Bit of a different approach. G2 working the connector control to front baths instead of clearing long A more heavily this time. Just little different approaches on their anti-ecos, making sure that the trends are not too played out.
Boing. How many times in a row do you reckon you could jump it up and down on the spot?
I don't know, actually.
I reckon you get pretty tired pretty quick.
Yeah.
G2 starting to make their moves towards the A site.
A lot of players over here.
See, that should have...
Bobs knows about that spot.
Yeah, that should have been fame in the first half. Malbs is up to his tricks. And the rest of G2 are up to theirs, pushing their way in onto that A-bomb site without too much of a recourse coming through here from VP. Flit, though, doubling down with the assistance of Toro, who still remains alive, but no HB, really, so... Fairly anticlimactic round in the end there, but that's exactly what G2 are hoping for as they get themselves another one and start to close this gap.
Just hoping for the best there. But yeah, not much in this game now. Really anyone's to go out and grab. T-side economy looking good enough to play a couple. Hopes out for Biss. Util's looking good on VP. Biss going to take that angle towards long on the garden bed. I don't think I've seen him once take an aggressive peek in con or deep on party or anything like that once this game. I've never seen it. It's very, very passive on the AWP. Maybe that's stylistically what VP want from him.
Yeah.
But, most of the time he's just sitting in divider or on the garden bed, and he doesn't even stick around for that long. Like, you're seeing it here as well. This is VP's approach every time. I mean, it just kind of waiting to see if someone's going to give them a freebie in the first 20 seconds, and then they very much just sit on the site.
Could be a bit of a confidence thing as well for Bist that, he recognizes he hasn't been having the greatest of times thus far, and so doesn't feel confident in calling his own plays, making his own moves. So just opting for the low risk, low reward kind of style, which I suppose there's some validity in that, but I mean, there's only Warper to be the one that's kind of calling his own plays.
There's only validity in it if you hold the sites, which I have to admit VP at times have done a very good job of doing. But here will be another opportunity for them to be tested. Smoke goes out into the monster tunnel. 35 seconds on the clock. Double nade. Doesn't quite catch Toro, but the execute will come in nonetheless.
Yeah, push through the spot. It's not going to go well at all. Toro has just threaded the needle, dodged both of those grenades. And a nice spam into the monster tunnel kind of puts this one to rest. VP still trying to hold on to the side, though. Do start to lose a couple of members, but inevitably the power of numbers gets the better of G2.
It's a good fortune and monster anchoring there from Toro. Do see that quite often. Drops the smoke onto shore and then just spamming away. That's why you pick up the A4 there. Before the execute even gets kicked off, you hear the couple pieces of utility flying in. You know that it's coming and you just spam down the common line to chip down the numbers as much as possible. Really, really good play on the monster anchor from Toro.
Yeah, just when it's required as well for VP to kind of start get going on this CT side before it gets too close for comfort. G2 still have got some money though. So they put an AWP in the hands of some Pius.
Yeah, on the T side. Waiting for the door to get blown open, but he'll throw it open himself and wait for some aggression on short. Vecto spamming away. Bullets returned, but it's quite inconsequential at the end of things. Heavy God has got some footing inside of short B here. Now G2 looking for a little bit more A control, which will once again just be given to them.
So remember what kind of a disruptor Heavy God was yesterday on those entries into short water. Yet to kind of see that on the T side here for G2, but his entry pathing was really, really nice yesterday against Furia. So someone that was struggling a little bit in the first half, if he can turn it around here in the second, could be a big win condition for G2.
Again, respect being given by Virtus Pro. Clock starts to run down. There's a lot of utility still left here on the CT side, particularly for Bist on the rotation. Toro still has a molly over here on B. So some serious stopping power if this execute does come in. Sun Pius looking for an opportunity, looking for a chance. Toro taking a lot of damage from the nade, going to drop some delaying utility and buy time for the rotation. 20 seconds, G2 need to get in the site.
Sun Pius is trying to make that possible. It's not having any luck at all on the entry, and Heavy God can't see anything through that smoke either. This is quite dangerous for G2. They've got to dislodge Toro, and they do eventually get the better of him, but the trades are coming through thick and fast from BP. Transition is in. Mach 10 for Sun Pius is not going to be enough. There's no time.
G2 timing themselves out, trying to do a VP against VP themselves, and the flood comes in just in the nick of time. Really, really nice job from VP to hold enough grenades and buy time for the rotations to come in. That was really the difference maker there. Smoke dropped in front of barrels. Molly into Monster just disrupts G2 enough for a big flood for the rest of VP. Timeout for G2, the last one that they'll have access to. Running out of opportunities.
Oh, okay. That'll happen. Nice shot from Bist. Through the smoke onto Hunter. Doesn't make life any easier for G2, but you're right, they are running out of time on this map. And we did get to watch VP yesterday playing on Inferno against FaZe, and they didn't seem too shabby. So it might not just be this map which their time is running out on, it might well be this series, and as a result of that, this tournament. That would be a shocking exit for G2.
I mean, it's not that shocking, though, to bring some one-head analysis into things when you just look at the scoreboard for them.
Right.
Mulbs is squatting 300 right now, and the rest of the boys are struggling to put anything together. Sun Pius has had his moments here and there with mixed impact. But where is the rest of Rifling Corps for G2? Heavy God, Hunter, even Matis at times is all players that can definitely do some damage for G2, especially when they're in good form. We've seen them have some good results, some good runs in tournaments lately. It just hasn't been in Chengdu for some of these guys.
Too much spicy hot pot.
Could be.
It's enough to put anyone off.
Yeah. At some point, you can't hold it in any longer. I need you to kind of show me something.
Not sure that's the kind of thing you want to be seeing, but B-side hold is quite weak for VP right here. It's only Toro hiding inside Monster Tunnel.
He just wants to take this 1v1 with the lurker. Oh, Heavy God was ready for it.
Yeah, that's a scissors, paper, rock round that has gone really nicely for G2. It might be an instant save call for VP, honestly.
And they're comfortable with that. Won't be conceding too many guns either. 2 Virtus Pro at the end of things. I mean, 2 G2 at the end of things. There's still 3 players with pistols here, so like this will be a round win and a fair bit of cash, but a lot of that will have to be spent on rifles, I think, reinvesting into the next round. Heavy God's the only one who's been able to find a rifle, so, you know, playing the long game and economically speaking, I don't think VP necessarily mind that, especially Perfecto catches Heavy God here and picks up the M4 at the end of things. That's ice cold from Perfecto. He just crossed his fingers and his toes and he said, "You're not going to find me." He had his hands firmly over his eyes and Heavy God was like, "Bro, like, I can see you, man. Like, you're right there."
I can see you.
Did he bump into him into the smoke, or he just kind of intuitively knew? Nothing caught Heavy God off guard that round. Either way.
His spidey sense was tingling.
Hey, you know, when you get the tingle, you got to just go with it.
You ever had fruit tingles before?
Fruit tingles? I think
fruit
so.
Tingles?
They're
You don't think so?
I think so. I think so.
Yeah, they were good back in the day.
Like the little sherbety disc.
Yeah, as a 5-year-old.
Yeah.
Made your tongue feel all sorts of ways. Shout out to my fruit tingle fans in the chat.
Shout out to the tinglers.
I think that might be an Aussie thing, though. I don't reckon fruit tingles... I feel like fruit tingles sounds like an Australian thing.
Yeah. We're a bit weird like that. Bit cooked.
This game's getting a bit cooked. VP don't have a lot of money.
I mean,
Perfecto down to a 5-7.
See the reinvestment there for G2 as well. Mulbs, despite after winning themselves around with no one really dying, they still have had to purchase up the rifles and taken a bit of a hit after the Tech 9 armor buy does get through. VP losing a couple of players there, have had to go down to MP957, but they're still going to give this round another crack.
You're going to have to try and set Bist up for something. He does go for a bit more of an aggressive move this time around.
That was aggressive. That's barely
about
out of the beast.
That's about as aggressive as he has been, though, to be fair.
It's true. I mean, the most aggressive he's been was being in position to take a shot in the mid-round. Bloody hell. There we go. Has made his way deep into B short yet again here. Sumpire is waiting for Toro to be getting up to his shenanigans, as he often does, over towards Monster. But he's got a bit more help on the B side this time. And G2 are heading in his direction. Someone's got to get the bomb, though.
Who's going to get the bomb? Not Sumpius. Definitely not Sumpius now, as Flit does find himself a nice trade. This is going to become a bit of a scramble for G2. They've only now kind of realized that they've left that bomb behind, so Hunter goes to collect it. 30 seconds on the timer. Smoke on short. Smoke at Monster.
Mulbs has got a nade, but he's on the other side of the map.
They're surely not going A. Perfecto jump spot has seen them.
They have to go A. No one's on the A side here. Mulbs has the timing. This could actually work for G2. It's all on Mulbs to pick Bist on the cross here.
Well, Bist is in bank, and he's called for the rotation. I think G2 kind of know the jig is a little bit up, but Malb's out onto the side already. Perfecto still got it. On plan, not quite denied. A good tag would be nice from Bist. It's not going to happen. It all comes down to Fame. A double kill with that M4, and now it's just Heavy God needing to activate here for G2. The spray transfer even not connecting. And so Bist will get it done, and VP hang on to what was an awkward round.
I mean, they're very comfortable in those positions, though, or coming right down into the last 10 seconds. This team is in their perfect position.
Their element.
They're in their element for sure. G2 looking a little uncomfortable, if anything, scrambling to try to make it to the A site in time, and it's another successful flood from Virtus Pro.
G2 ain't got no money. Down 8-11. Not a fun place to be.
Gonna take out a loan. For a couple of them, though, the credit wasn't looking too good, so they've only come up with a pistol. Got like a 2000 Toyota Corolla. But look, she does the job. At least you'd hope so.
Bist has heard these steps and he's ready.
Wow. 1 minute 30, he's gone for a pick. That's something else. He's a changed man. Heavy God, though. He's harassing the B site.
Yeah,
and you can see the movements as a result of that. Flit knows that is the B lurker. It's the role that he plays himself, and he's just timed Heavy God to perfection.
I was going to say, I don't mind seeing Heavy God kind of play that little bit, sort of throw caution to the wind style again.
Yeah, and I mean, he's picked Toro, who sometimes is solo on that B site, which is why he's like, okay, I've killed the B player.
Right.
I probably don't really need to be too concerned about someone walking out Monster like that on me, but that's where Flit just is an extra layer deep in the mind games.
Where to now for G2? Stuck behind a smoke in bathrooms. Got Fame to try to dislodge, but he's helped out by Bist, who's watching bathrooms to make sure no one can wrap in behind him. No longer. He's moved off the line.
30 seconds again. G2 continue to run down the clock. The bomb had delivered to Fame, and he's applying pressure to Hunter as well. Hunter stepping up, though. 2-on-2. It's a traffic jam on the dumpster, and Mattis. Finally, we've been waiting for this, man. A key 3K to keep G2 in the game.
Yeah, that was a round that could have very easily gone the way of VP if Fame gets a second, or if even survives just a little bit longer to allow that rotate to come through. It looked like it was a great setup for VP on that A side of the map. But just didn't quite manage to execute on it. Even these two players coming up at Dumpster, you'd think probably should have been worst case a 1-for-1 there onto Mattis. Now VP broke, and G2 are back in action.
Game is theirs on a silver platter. At least they can push things up to double digits, and if they can cleanly close out this anti-eco, then they're going to have more than enough for gun rounds to get it done. Flit up to some more shenanigans. Oh dear, he has found the timing to sneak across. Have he got... Maybe caught off guard by this. The swing straight through the chain link fence. It wasn't an instant dink though.
Yeah, that's what he needed.
Yeah.
So not much in this round for Virtus Pro.
Just perfecto. To reflect on everything that's been. It's been a good tournament so far for Virtus Pro. No one had any expectations of this team coming into this event, but I think they've already surpassed the expectations. It's just a question of how far they can push it, really. I mean, even if they win this game, Jordan,
right?
You got to play Vitality again. I mean,
what do you mean? You might have to play Linvision.
They almost beat them 2-0.
What about Linvision? Are you forgetting Linvision?
Oh,
0 rounds on T-side, Dust 2, your map
the
pick
team
Linvision?
that got 12-0'd in the first half that they played against Vitality. That's the team that you're backing, huh? That is some serious Asia CS bias, even from you.
Hopium.
You just want to see another Emilia interview. Don't even lie to the people.
Good.
Good morning.
How are you today? Good morning.
Yes.
To be fair to him, that's kind of how I feel when I go to China and try to speak Chinese.
Yeah.
Someone will say, have you had anything for breakfast? And I'll say, ni hao.
Good. Oh, you speak Chinese.
Yeah.
Wow. Nice, man. Must have been studying hard for a ni hao.
Dui.
Alrighty. Double digits now for G2. By coming back on in here for Virtus Pro, this doesn't have access to the AWP, which he actually has had a moment or two with this game. Let's see if he's going to have any impact with the rifle. Quicker pacing. Straight into short B here. Eating a nade. They want to set up Sun Pius for a pick. He slides onto the line. HE nade is harassing Toro. They're very much trying to push him into the AWP line, but for now he's not interested.
Yeah, Flit also just holding passively behind the pillar. VP not going to be moving too much of a muscle on this B bomb site by the looks of it, but it is still early days, so Pius can sit on this line for a good while.
What do G2 go for, though, if the pick doesn't come to fruition? Does seem like they do want to still end towards this B site. They've got more than enough utility for an execute, but VP have got more than enough utility to reply.
They've already got so much space on short. They could just walk up with Pius watching the line.
Oh no, that's the molly going down. Toro on the close angle with the MP9 peeking out his Flit, not punished. G2 still far from decided about where they want to end this round. They're going to take a duel with Fame.
It's all on Fame, really, this round, isn't it? If he gets a nice timing here, he might be able to stop their exit at top con.
Mattis is just waiting for him. They know exactly what he's up to here. I mean, that's about the best he could have done in that situation.
Yeah. I mean, does well to get himself one. Meanwhile, Malbs is walking his way out on B. Virtus Pro have actually got no idea where G2 are going at the moment. That's a big kill from Perfecto. Not able to find the crucial second, and Malbs is on the B site, so looks like VP are going to be giving this one up.
Necessary kill from Malbs. Couple of different situations where they could have slipped for G2, but they delivered every key kill where it was necessary, and it always felt like they were in control there. Finding Toro on the close angle means no incendiary for Virtus Pro, and from there it felt like VP just continually felt the need to make moves in the man disadvantaged situation that G2 were always prepared to punish. How's Linvision going?
Down 0-3 on map 2.
What was the scoreline on the first map? Dust 2, surely it's a good result for them. They're great at Dust 2.
They lost, 13-2.
Oh, 2 is not bad against Vitality. Right?
Could be better. This game really going down to the wire. It's felt like an absolute marathon rather than a sprint for both of these teams taking their time on the T side.
I mean, what's the money, though, for VP at this point after getting kind of dispatched in that last round? Exactly this. They're going to have to concede map point here unless Biz can do something special with the rifle. Flit's going to back himself as well. Hero M4 for him.
It's been quite a nice fight back from G2. Does have to be mentioned. They were looking like they were down and out.
They've shown some Pretty solid resilience here and there. Flit waiting to isolate Heavy God in short B if he can find it, but it's a very passive approach because G2 know that this buy is horrific. They've definitely reset VP. They know that there's going to be a rifle hanging around somewhere. Obviously won't be aware that a second's been invested in from Flip, but it's not really going to change how they play too much. It's slow, it's steady. Playing the percentages. Flash into bathrooms.
Yeah, just very methodical Counter-Strike here from G2. Taking map control slowly, using a bit of util on the way in. Really, really standard stuff. Will be the A finish.
Heavy through long. Well, technically Heavy's on party because he's the lurker, but, you know, you get what I was going for there. Counter utility coming out here for Virtus Pro, but G2 have got more than enough time to wait it out. There are 4 CTs here. Some of them do have rifles, and even the P250 is starting to sing a little bit. Mostly, it is just the P250s before Flip does get involved. That 2K 3K wins the round outright for Hunter. I mean, yeah, the 2 at the end there were what were needed, though. That was very much starting to fall apart.
Yeah, Hunter's really turned his form around from the first half to the second. The same for Mattis. Those two players were like 1 and 8 or 1 and 9. And Toro is going to have a crack here with the 5-7. Doesn't have any armor. So aim punch will be a factor here as well. He needs headshots only and doesn't get the chance. 12-11. It is now G2's map to lose.
Great resilience from them. First time in ages we've even seen VP take a timeout. Just to be able to try to get themselves into overtime at this point. See what their buy will be looking like here. Orbs out for Bist. Still do have that T-side Orb on the side of Sunpius as well. So we'll see if G2 want to set him up for an aggressive peak in the early round up short, or whether he's just going to be holding down lines and throwing some extra util for the boys.
All right, high fives going out. Try and pump the boys up. One final round. Let's go. Lock in and then get it done in the OT. It's definitely not impossible for Virtus Pro. A lot resting on the shoulders of this round, though, knowing that we're going into an Inferno that has been picked by G2.
Something a little different here for Virtus Pro. Fame into connector. Contesting on short B as well, but punished heavily by the god himself. Perfecto takes a lot of damage through the wall there as well. It dodges the HG nicely.
Yeah, Fleet couldn't see a damn thing. I don't know if that was CT flashes, because there was no flash assist to come through.
Not sure. Some Pious looking to further extend the advantage for G2. This is just their MO at this point. Whenever they find this man advantage, they start looking for more. Fame under pressure, I was going to say. He's a bit of a wizard dodging the flames there. He's done a bit of a Chris Angel act here, and Mattis, as a result, completely unaware.
He's got no idea. It's good trigger discipline here from Fame, but he's not going to get more than one. He's going to have to take this kill at some point. Maybe not. Alps goes down. Fame is just going to try and take as much as he possibly can. Heavy God's killing everybody. He's killed Fame through Hunter. But the kill does come through, and that's what's important for G2. Sampaio's also able to strike on Perfecto. In the dying stages of Overpass, it might just be G2 to sneak away with something, unless the young gun, the newbie on VP, can make something happen. He drops Sampaio's, but that's not the bomb carrier.
25 seconds, Heavy God has to consider his options here. Wants to try to tackle this issue head on. Creeping through Monster. 15 seconds on the clock. Bist repositioning.
He's got to smoke. So he can smoke and he can get a plant. But if he takes too long, Bist might just catch him as that smoke blooms. I imagine that's what's going to happen. He's in fact just going to try to plant behind. No, he takes the fight. And it's gone 12-12. Bist holds on for VP.
Only had a couple of moments in this game, but that is an important one to keep Virtus Pro alive. Round didn't start well for them, but the finish is beautiful. Fame and Bist both having a step up in a round right when it was needed. Still a chance for VP to get this one done, but for G2, they are sick of seeing overtime on Overpass.
Yeah, well, they're just hoping this one's going to go differently to the last, where they did lose to Furia yesterday. That felt like it was really on offer for G2, but nice clutch from Bist. That'll be a confidence builder for him as well. You know, he hasn't necessarily felt like he's been delivering, but a really, really crucial round picked up.
Toro rashly just playing right in the mouth of the monster tunnel. Refresh on the smoke. Just biding his time. Got a long setup over on the other side of the map, waiting for G2 to take some control over there, but it does seem like G2 are considering making some moves towards the monster tunnel. There's the utility pressure over on the A side of the map. The A setup won't bite.
Patient approach from G2 this time around. They did try to bring a bit more pace in that final round of regulation.
Fame is going to come in for the flank here, slowly but surely making his way in towards Party. Has kind of swapped places with G2. I don't think they're going to necessarily be ready for this 1%er.
Yeah, Heavy God. Moments away from being a dead man. I think he might have been spotted out there. But Hunter could be an X factor if he walks out long. Fame creeping and crawling and finally finds his man. Heavy God goes down.
Oh, Fame could continue to be a problem. Even though Hunter has found control of this A site, they need to make their way through this man. Bulbs, at least good for the trade, even if he is quite low. And this is where Hunter starts to get involved in the action. He's cutting off the rotations right at the shoulder. No room at all for Virtus Pro to work with. They've lost control of their own spawn, but there wasn't enough time for G2. I wasn't even looking at the time, Jordan.
I don't think G2 were either.
How many times have they run out of time on the T side this game?
That's
it's
VP.
getting kind of ridiculous at this point. It very much feels like they're trying to play VP's tempo, and they're not doing a very good cosplay sometimes.
Yeah. Well, that's the first one on the board for VP. And they're off to the races again here for round number 2. Molly into short water. It's going to be smoked off. Heavy God again with that same entry parting. Gets himself up on short nice and quickly this time around. This could be a real B crunch out from G2. They're going to go back to basics. There's no funny business this time around. They're just going to try to bully their way in. And Mattis says thank you very much for a couple out of the monster tunnel. Still Perfecto on the side to get past, but he's fired a shot or two, giving away his position. Inside that smoke, though, he's doing a lot of work. He's got a kill, and more importantly, he's survived for another one. Sampaius goes down as well. Despite these entries coming through for G2, they still do not have the site. Perfecto is pulling off a miracle. He's got another one.
This man's a magician. Just running in and out of the smoke. Doing a disappearing act and popping up when you least expect him, and Bist on the line secures it. A second now for Virtus Pro. G2 undoubtedly under the pump.
Yeah, that's an awesome round from Perfecto.
Incredible. It's just been fantastic, this map, right from start to finish.
Just using this smoke so well.
I mean, this is what peak Perfecto was back in Na'Vi. Positionally, such a sound player. You know, surrounded by star players, but he was, you know, this supportive element that when he was needed to step up in some of these kind of skew-if situations, he was able to do that. And he's definitely rediscovering some of this form in VP in this tournament.
100%. Yeah, real headache for G2. 2 very winnable rounds in the OT. Very winnable round in the final round of regulation, and none of them have gone their way. It's 3 on the trot now for VP. Feels like this game's starting to get away from G2 again. It's been a real ebb and flow. But the momentum is with Virtus Pro at the moment.
So if VP can put 3 on the trot together on the CT side, that would put the press on G2 to deliver nothing but perfection on their own. It's quick movements over towards Party to start things off. Bist posted up once again on the flower bed. Flint fumbling a little as Mattis makes some moves up comp. Is a bit more of a lean towards this A side of the map. And that's the first time in a while we've actually seen VP on the front foot. They are going to fight for bathrooms control. I don't think this is something G2's had to deal with yet.
Ollie tickling the feet of Beast is going to mean the Fame is alone and isolated, and that's not going to work out too kindly for him. Nice tag, though, from Beast, who has
a bit
of impact later on in this game. It's unfortunately going to go the other way this time around. G2 claim the numbers advantage.
That's impressive, though, that he had the mechanics to know that that was on. You know, even though he only connected through the wall, he pulls out the nade because he knows that was definitely a connection. Can tell this man has definitely played his way through enough rounds of CS to just kind of intuitively be aware. I'm going to now get this execute out onto the A side. 2 players over here for VP. Perfecto inside of a smoke yet again, wanting to cause some problems. The nade blows it open, but not for long enough for him to go discovered.
Yeah, they don't see him.
Oh, to get another nade. He's dead, man. Surely.
He is now. Was hoping for something inside that smoke. It's not going to happen. It's all on Flit, and he's only good for 1. Nice spacing from G2. Nothing really that Flit could do there, so it's on the shoulders of Toro to come rotating up from the B bomb side and have a crack in this final round of the first half of OT. He will be smoked off at Dumpster. Does have a kit and a grenade as well that may be of use against Mattis, but
yeah, chucks that on truck. That could be a first, but even from there,
feels like a bit of an impossible round here for Toro. Of course, he's going to give it a crack, starting to work his way out onto the site, but time has already ticked too far. It'll be 14-13. VP holding on to the lead after the first half of the overtime.
Themselves a little bit more room to work with on the CT side. VP going to be back on their own T side. They had a lot of success in regulation on that B side of the map, so that's something that G2 will have to respect a little more. Rifle-centric gameplay from the CIS squad. Not wanting to throw the AWP into Bist's hands, at least in this first round of OT, may indicate that they want to go for something with a little bit more tempo.
Ooh. Flit will be stopped short by that Molotov, and that'll give time for G2 to push their way forward. Mattis takes matters into his own hands.
It's good to see him delivering some impact. He's definitely stepped up, had a couple of key multi-frags, but in a position where in this tournament so far, a couple of times he's been a bit of a liability, is going to set G2 off on the right foot.
Flash ready here from Bist for Perfecto. Not required. No contact to be taken. Jump spot may have seen Perfecto there.
Heavy God sitting inside the mouth of the monster tunnel. Flashback onto the short B line. Doesn't find anything for Mattis. Maybe a false sense of security for a G2 that may consider some kind of a rotation. They are considering the fact that maybe there was a lurk dropped off over in towards short B and they were trying to see if they could flush that out. But nobody on VP is anywhere near B. Going to work their way back down connector instead with 45 seconds. But surely that means it's still going to be a B ending here. Like, they can't just go A and clear out all of these angles with no time on the clock. That would be suicidal. Looks like Perfecto may... I was going to say flash them back out of com, but they don't even want to give that tell to G2.
G2 still set up with 3 on B, but remember, B was a bit of a liability, so VP will be feeling confident about this take nonetheless. Flashes popped in through the monster tunnel. Hunter on the off angle, only going to be good for 1. Good trade from Fist, but the numbers are there. G2 this time look good to hold on to the B bomb site. Toro can't get it done. Scoreline equalized back at 14-14.
Yeah, look, VP losing that opening pick on Flit, courtesy of Mattis. Waiting out long enough for G2 to not have a single grenade to hold the side, but they get it done the old-fashioned way. Just a solid crossfire and some good positioning. Even Stevens now. Ops out for Bist. I'm not feeling like the 5 rifle was the approach that was a winner. Once again, boost up over the top. Sun Pius looking to tickle the toes.
No visual.
Roger that.
Your favorite toe streamer has gone offline.
No.
What
My
could be
day
worse?
is ruined.
Yeah.
What am I going to do now? Go to work? Fat chance. Biss. He's got some work to do himself. Posting up on the line here. Just trying to lock down that short B aggression line. Fame, though. Hey, there you go. Mobs at the flower pot.
Who could have guessed?
He's on top of it.
It's an important opener, though, for VP. Hasn't really drawn much of a transition, though, from G2, who are still pretty stoic on this B bomb site.
I mean, it's mostly Sun Pius. They're just trusting in the sun. Well, the rest of the boys hold on to that big site. Heavy God considering some aggression inside of the monster tunnel. It's that key duel versus Flit that's been happening on both sides of the map. Both of these players playing the exact same role for their respective teams.
Sampaius waiting. He's really going to have to come up big here because everything else is happening on the other side of the map. Sampaius for 2. He hits the no-scope. That is huge. 17 seconds left on the clock, and now a real scramble for Virtus Pro. The same can be said for G2 as Hunter comes up to the A side, but they have got to get in, and they've got to do it quickly. Molotov has gone too deep. Hunter looks to deny the plant. He's done it. He's denied the plant. They didn't plan in time.
Oh, they whipped the molly. It didn't fly. Oh, man.
That is such a VP round.
That looked more like a G2 round, to be honest. That's what G2 have been doing.
I mean, VP have been doing that all tournament too.
Just the thundering footsteps of Hunter are enough aura to make Mans get off the plant. Please, sir.
I mean, it's just so chaotic when you let the timer get down to like 15. Like, you're here with 15 seconds on the clock.
I know, but both teams are doing it this game. It's both teams. It's not just VP.
15-14, G2 with a chance to close out map 1. Steal it away from Virtus Pro.
They'd love to win a 16-14 on Overpass.
Oh, that would be a tilter for VP as well, considering how things have gotten to this point.
Mattis wanting to get active on a completely different part of the map. Heavy God getting spammed away out by Flit. Util in the middle of the map. This is definitely going to be a scrap. Mattis lying in wait. Perfecto. It is perfect timing from the man to find that pick onto Molbs to start things up, but they're not aware of Sampaius. That's a whip shot.
Hang on.
Able to recalibrate. Gonna keep himself alive. Mattis still hasn't got involved in the action here. He's still waiting in the wings.
What is this madness? This round is just chaotic. The last couple of rounds, everybody all over the place, but Mattis has not been cleared. This could be huge. He could find himself a double. He'll definitely deny the plant. He looks for more than that, and he gets it. He doesn't quite stop the plant, but he does get 2. And that makes this one doable for G2. Fame in a critical position. Lands another important shot, which leaves it all on Heavy God, and VP might just get through this by the skin of their teeth. Heavy God can't get it done. It's overtime number 2.
Just chaos. Pure, unadulterated chaos everywhere on the map.
Both teams just losing their heads a little bit in the last couple of rounds. I mean, a nice recovery initially there for Sampaius, but that was up the creek without a paddle.
That is misses the easy ones, hits the hard ones in a nutshell.
Run it back.
Molb solo on this A side of the map. So we'll see where Sampaius will take the orb early on. Will be a quick extinguishing of that short B smoke, and the orb posted up inside of short B, hand in hand with Mattis. A lot of flashes being layered over the top, but nobody from VP taking any space over there. So any kind of seeds of doubt that they were hoping to sow in the minds of G2 that they were going for a short B default and that Flip might be dropped off over there, you know, that's not really going to trouble G2 too much in terms of decision making. However, VP very much changing things up. It's dry contact all the way up into the A side. Not something that Molbs has seen before. He's dropped his whole belt to utility, but swinging out into the open. You could tell he was not ready for VP to be that far up the guts.
How about Hunter on this off angle? He's got Sampaius to back him up as well. Molotov pushing them both forward. That is some real nice util from VP, and it completely dislodges the hold from G2. Sampaius and Hunter had nowhere to go.
Big flag from Heavy God. He's got a long way to go. May catch actually Flit off guard for free, which would put things into a 2-on-2. Oh, there's 2 players. Trigger discipline is excellent. Biss forced to 1-on-2 once again here.
He's done it once, he can do it again.
Another critical moment here for VP to get off to a good start in OT number 2. Time ticking away for G2. Bist happily just waiting on the line. Gets himself a nice shot on the heavy guard. Defuse is on. And an expertly secured clutch for Bist.
Very nice stuff from the rookie. I mean, he's been quiet, but he has won VP 4 or 5 rounds this game single-handedly when he needs to step up. Kept them in the game, winning that key 1-on-2 at the end of regulation, and that's another nice 1v2-1. These are very clearly the kind of situations that VP wants to put him into. He's been very passive on the CT side. They want him to hold the site when G2 is breaching it, and on the T side, he's throwing the util, very much playing in the pack, and when we get into the post plant, they want him to be a turret.
Yeah, he's delivering in that respect at the very least. So pressure's back on the shoulders now of G2, who will seek to answer the opener from VP. Nothing really to comment on in terms of the buy.
Yeah, I guess not. G2 taking a timeout. See what the key adjustment that Saw has come up with, or whether it was a bit more of a, focus up kind of situation. Mulb's a little bit more active, as is some bias towards this A side of the map. G2 very much playing for picks and looking to disrupt VP. A little bit, at least in the early round, but that's respectful from Mulbs. More respect than he's given, especially in the opening portions of these rounds against both Furia and VP at the start of this game. Checking on the garden bed, flash up over the top towards long A, divider utility, Flit.
Here we go again.
He just has a little bit of a hello, how you going? Don't have long to chat.
Wants to have another go up short. He's just a door-to-door salesman looking for someone to talk to.
Please, man, take my bro short. I promise you, it's not an MLM.
VP really have the run of things in this round, though. It's a super passive hold from G2 on both sides of the map.
Yeah, they got caught by the contact play on that A side of the map last time around. 30 seconds on the clock. Once again, very little utility. The only Molotov left is on this B site, which is exactly where VP are heading. Mattis could have the key piece of util that wins the round here.
He's in a position where he's going to want to have the gun in hand, but he's got util out now, and Flit has walked all the way up short. Mattis gets that M4 out and does deliver one with it. Needs more, though, from the rest of his team, and he gets it this time. And Hunter and Heavy God striking and holding for G2, and nothing in that one for VP. So a early response from the CT side.
I mean, it's the perfect setup for G2. The Molly doesn't hold anyone at bay, but it allows G2 to have really a singular focus here. Because they dropped the Molly on Monster, everyone can turn their attention to that short play. You had the player on Pillar, close wood, and outside of Monster. You really just couldn't have had a better setup to tackle that late round approach from VP. So post timeout, great conversion from G2.
Here we go again. VP going to be mollied off at Playground, but they happy to use a smoke to douse those flames. Malbs has been caught on the way out of this position once or twice. This time gets his timing right to back away. Meanwhile, there's an exchange in short water. Toro's gone down in connector.
Good stuff from Mattis. He's really having some impact for G2. Had a rough start to this game, but definitely earning some respect. In fact, all of the players on G2 very much have stepped up. It's a much more well-rounded performance. Contact play again. Up onto this A side. Mulbs on the garden bed. Sunfire's under pressure. Can't make it to the bank in time. You're late for your appointment, mate.
Malbs is spotted on long as well. So VP have a pretty good visualization of where G2 is at the moment. Hunter will have to retake that bank control. Might have to wait out a couple of smokes here, and Mattis coming up from connector has a big job to do. Flit is waiting for him.
Maybe not long enough.
Yeah, not long enough. He's been spotted out there in divider as well. Mattis now starting to push his way forward. We'll get one more onto Perfecto, who was low. That starts the proceedings nicely for G2. But there's just so much chaos on this site. The smoke causing a problem for Heavy God. Flit's chimed in with one as well. And Virtus Pro will take control of the round and take control of the half as well. It's 17-16, VP with their noses in front.
Yeah, Fame and Flit on those A-side afterplants have been coming up with their goods time and time again. Fame in that disrupted position. Catches some Pius off guard and then just inserts himself near the dumpster. And from there, it takes such a long time for G2 to kind of angle their way up dumpster and actually confidently kick off that retake. Did like the approach from G2. They definitely did try to pincer that in and approach that from many angles. But VP, in all of that chaos, have shown multiple times that's where they thrive. When the clock is running down, they've got too many things to consider. They're actually quite good at handling those situations because they put themselves in them time and time again.
Well, Fame's turn to play that Malb's position. And he too is just going to get out of there okay. Pops a flash on his way. Try and slow G2 down. Looks like he still wants to recontest from Divider, but that Molotov will push him back. And again, it's that sort of methodical approach from G2 trying to use their utility as an exchange for map control.
They just minimize the risk. Flash comes up from the B side to try to set up Fame for an opportunity, which doesn't eventuate, so he will respectfully fall back and become I think a stool for whoever that is has joined him over on that A site. We're taking a peer into bathrooms for a moment with the sign boost, but just going to fall back into a bit more of a standard setup. Close on the sign is Fame. One on truck, one on default. Expecting G2 to go for an A site ending. You don't often see 3 on the A site committed, but actually is going to be an ending towards this B side of the map. Toro holding up the red cloth, waiting for the Bulls to come charging in. But really, it's Bist on Pillar that has to deliver a Guardian-esque round here.
Well, he has delivered when the pressure has been on his shoulders. Let's see if he can do it again. Bist ready and waiting. 19 seconds on the clock. G2 will flash him out and just delete his head. Toro's turn now, and he does quite well given the circumstances, but it's not enough for 2. This grenade, though, will cause a ruckus. Hang on, does that deny the bomb plant? Does it do it in time? Is there a plant? I think they might have missed it.
Got it.
I think they missed it.
Oh, man! How many times have G2 run out of time? Flit from halfway down the court, straight through the net. It's a swish for VP to put them on that point. Just the most unlikely of candidates.
Yeah, I mean, Malbs is low, but they have 6 seconds after he dies. I think they... I don't know,
But there was a smoke down, like it was just it's a chaotic situation.
I know.
You know, you have a second to make a decision and you don't know exactly where the bomb is. It's just not happening, man.
I'm not sure if maybe they accidentally cancelled it. Anyway, we'll talk about that later.
Hello.
Heavy God with the entry onto Toro. G2 not done just yet. He's actually back out of Monster as well, just as quick as he gets in. So this round will be a 4v5.
What's that B anchor? Flit. Going to take short control as a result. Maybe try to stack a little bit more heavily towards A late in the round. I think could be a good look for VP here. After losing that B pick, if they can just drop off Flit in the middle of the map there and lean towards A, could be a recipe for success. So I like the movements that I'm seeing from the CT side. Giving themselves the best chance of winning this round, but to find some success here, Fame's going to have to come up with the goods from the flower pot.
Boost up. Bist is waiting for it. Nice clean shot onto Hunter this time around. 3 peaks right into the line, and that doesn't really bail Fame out of trouble. He's got to do that himself, and it's not possible. So it all comes down to Perfecto once again as the anchor on this site. He has had some good moments, but this will not be one of them. Looks like we will go the distance in OT number 2 as well.
Most likely, yeah. Plant hasn't quite gone down yet, which is going to give a little bit more time for Flit to work with. But that's a dirty off angle. You saw some players play this same line with the rifle previously. Ended up getting him a freebie. I'd expect much the same here, Flit.
Well, some players is low if he misses the shot. Will be the opener Flit's looking for.
Got drop a smoke with the defuse kit on the bomb too.
Some players has gone looking.
I mean, I don't really know what Flit's up to here. Like, it's playing for exits in the last round of OT. We're patting the stats, I guess.
Yeah.
just decided not to go for that one.
Working on that HLTV rating.
Yeah. Got to respect the grind, you know?
OT3 is looming.
That's our last day of the B stream. Send it. Let's get some bangers on the way out. Unfortunately, for one of these teams, it would be bangers on the way out of the tournament. Chance for VP to close that they didn't capitalize on last round. G2 looking to go again. Quick pacing from Mattis. Inside a connector here. A little bit more of a reserved approach from Heavy God, but if he does make some moves into short here, he's going to have some serious opposition.
Flit's in a nice spot. Toes are going to be spotted out. Heavy God down early. This could be the one that VP have been looking for.
It's just been a duel that's been going back and forth this whole game long. Flit gets the better of Heavy God this time around. Molds, some way, somehow, does make his way to the flower pot. He's got to check out how his harvest is going. It's an aircon nowadays, though. That's a bit lame. I didn't even realize they changed that.
Pius is looking to equalize the numbers, hoping for a jump spot at Dice. It's not going to be forthcoming.
It's just going to be the contact into B. Late in the piece. Still a lot of utility left over here for VP. Flit throwing down the first piece of it. Still has a smoke to play with. Flash out onto the line. Torio and Flit in tandem, cleaning up that round before it even gets going for G2. They weren't even ready to kick the play off.
Yeah, this unfortunately looks like it's going to be a little bit of an anti-climax here as G2 falling flat. Flit will line them up, and that will be that. It was a long road to victory, but Virtus Pro get there in the end. They find it in double OT, 19-17, and yet again, another overtime loss for G2 on Overpass.
Made it a little bit deeper into the overtimes this time around, but disappointing nonetheless. Virtus Pro, one map away from keeping themselves alive here in Chengdu with some revitalized form. Once again, giving some serious trouble to a team that, you know, a lot of people have been quite happy with when they're having some better performances in certain tournaments, but at least here in Chengdu, this has not been G2's A game and they're being punished for it.
Yeah, I mean, look, they do still have that fallback of going into their map pick next, but that would have felt a lot better if they were up 1-0 in this series. I don't know that you can look at that map and say that was really a fantastic display from either team necessarily. There was a couple of mistakes on both sides, right? There was it 3 rounds in the map, 2 from G2 and 1 from VP, where the bomb wasn't planted in time. You know, these kinds of things just not exactly doing themselves any favors.
At some point, if you're the kind of person that leaves the house like, you know, 5 minutes before you're supposed to be there, you're going to be late a couple of times. And that was the case more so for G2 because they are, you know, less offensive in terms of those kind of things that VP are. That is just kind of their MO at this point in time, and it's a question of whether you can stop them from getting away with it. Unfortunately, G2 not quite able to do that just enough. A couple of key clutches, some pretty well-rounded performances from pretty much everybody in the server. Nobody really going missing. Even Bist had his moments there. It wasn't an outstanding performance from him, but he, you know, 4 or 5 rounds well run there for VP, and that was enough impact to get them across the line.
Yeah. Look, really anybody's guess as to where the rest of this series is going to go. Obviously, VP have got that advantage. They are going to be heading into Inferno, so we'll see if G2 can turn things around. Map 2 is coming up in just a minute.
Here's to the challengers, the ones who don't just settle for decent elo, but hunger for something more. The ones who don't just queue for another match, but prepare for war. You can doubt them, overlook them, even count them out, but you can't stop them.
Right now, I'm with Dupree, who I can see has got tears.
While others play for fun, they play for legacy.
This is ESEA League, where challengers take their first step.
Hi, this is Basement Dwellers' first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
The new G2 is really clicking heads, while seeming to have a great chemistry already. I mean, I agree.
They just hit all their shots on train.
G2 fans witnessed one map era, XDDD.
The G2 map pool is still super thin.
G2 just trolled the veto. Inferno was free, Mongols have a terrible Inferno. We should ask Bossman about that.
G2, whenever in advantage round, they panic and start jumping like idiots. Lol.
I mean,
a bit for check.
Sometimes it happens probably. Every time I went all in with G2, they shit the bed.
Unlucky. Only man with balls and high IQ know G2 will win this.
Minus balls, but win. G2 strat book.
Hunter might be the best Kovac currently.
I said it, better Kovac insta after first clutch when we played official. So looks like Ibiza final boss. Okay.
How can Heavygod and Mattes be so consistent? Those two are truly elite players. Thank you.
Thank you very much, thank you. Mongols will eat a Heavygod for breakfast as bra.
Nobody except Heavygod can eat that much. I agree.
Is it correct? Is it correct?
I agree. I agree.
Heavygod is so overrated. As one-tap kills, he crouch and spray.
I agree. You know where Heavygod is because he just missed some bullets.
But that is comments. Heavygod save us. True, true.
Daewoo Matisse is a fucking machine.
Daewoo, bro. Can't believe Matisse stuck on Fnatic for years.
Matisse tried to help, but ended up cosplaying as a sandbag with 617.
Yeah, I don't even remember this match, so thank God.
I had 617.
He was used to only playing online banana caps for Fnatic, so I get it, traveling is tiresome at first.
You can take a man out of CCT, but you can't take CCT out of a man.
Probably betting, yes.
Yeah. I agree.
Matty's first time ever on overpass, the guy is totally clueless almost every round.
I don't think he's like extremely tilted or something, it's probably his face. Yeah, that's true. That's true, that's my face, I'm angry.
Mavs and Matty is farming donk. Did we actually? On Asian at least, probably.
Marbs Heavygod Matush is a cracked core.
Mattis on Heavygod shows Nico and Monesi how to beat Vitality.
Nico to G2. I miss you so much, baby. I just want to get back together with you.
G2. I don't think about you at all.
Let's go G2. Heavygod and Hanta will humble Messi and Boltpex.
Messi and Boltpex. G2 means give 2 rounds max to Vitality.
G2 back to reality. Honeymoon is over.
G2 suddenly forgot how to play pistol rounds though.
Vitality brought guns, G2 brought water pistols. Yeah, that's true. I don't...
Rushing B with no door smoke. Am I watching Swears play LMA? I mean, sometimes you have to play Facey Prem, no? I guess for check.
Imagine getting outfucked by a left-hander. That's
handicapped. Back to the reality for G2. This lineup is washed. Fluke tournament. Yeah. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Classic G2 choke.
Goes through middle. Hunter brings him down with ease. FaZe are not getting into this round.
He peeks straight into the ankle. It's Hunter's clutch. Are we ready?
Since the beginning of my career, pro career, like I got asked many times to be an IGL even 5 or 6 years ago, and I didn't want to be because individually I knew that I could do much better. And yeah, it was kind of a matter of time last, let's say 1 year and a half, if I want to accept that role or not. Even last year I was considering it, but not 100% serious. But yeah, after this season ended, I wanted to try kind of. And I think I can be one of the best IGL individually, at least on the server, to help up my team with killing people more. And yeah, that's it. I will try to combine that and my experience overall to help my teammates being the best versions of themselves.
Sick clutch.
My idea is to take from all of IGL some things. Nobody is perfect, and I will not be perfect, of course, but I've tried to take some things from Snux. I think he was really chill. Doesn't matter what was happening in the game, he was staying focused and in present all the time. Huxi, who was working really hard, and Alexi as well, who was really good. I'm sorry that we didn't click together as a team, and he was IGL, but I think he's been really good. And Nico was calling some events as well, like when we won Dallas, he was IGL on that event, and I think I learned a lot from him overall. He was not real IGL in the team, but he was more captain than any other IGL we had in the team, and his ideas and his understanding in the game, I even knew before he joined G2, but yeah, I think he got a lot of more experience, and I learned from him the most, I would say.
Multiple kills out of this world. Nico, we have got overtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's been a lot of changes in G2, and this is my first season being an IGL, so let's see what we can do.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
Whatever happened to make a fool out of me? I was lost in the idea of it all. Too many years of you suffering here, burning down right now. And I don't know where I run to, but it could be oblivion. I dream I was making love to a whole new life. Learn my lesson once, I'll skip the reminder of what's left for me if I turn around. You let me I need your validation, I'm here to get my stuff. Picking up the pieces of the puzzle you blew up. Wondering if I could change a thing to make it work, but I won't resurface this hurt. You let me
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters Chengdu in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kidia, and Zoe.
Welcome back on into the stream where you get the full Counter-Strike experience. None of this lame 2-0, easy peasy 13-2, 13-5 scoreline. Vitality versus Linvision on the A stream. What is that? We've had a double OT, and we're only just about to get into map number 2. We're getting the full Counter-Strike experience here between G2 and VP. By the way, two teams which are playing an extremely slow brand of Counter-Strike, so some of these rounds are taking a very, very long time. So strap yourselves in, because this could be a very long series.
If you wanted a quick and easy one, then the A stream was definitely the way to go. Unfortunately for some of the Chinese fans, if they left home 10 minutes late, they might have missed the first map.
Yeah, but they wouldn't have missed this one, because this one has taken about
in round 5.
an hour and a half. Yeah. Look, it was VP that did end up walking away with the dub there, but it was a very, very close affair. I mean, you can see across the scoreboard, pretty much everybody getting involved. It wasn't as if anyone really went missing. I mean, you'd look at like Hunter and Biss and say, oh, they bottom fragged, they didn't have great ADR, whatever, this or that. But at least, especially in the case of Biss, he won them at least 2 solo clutches that kind of kept VP in that fight, so that was big on his behalf, and Hunter definitely had a couple of clutch moments himself. So I think everyone was really contributing, but it felt like it was a battle of who makes less mistakes at the end there, and unfortunately for G2, they ended up making a couple more.
They did. They ran out of time, I think at least 3 times. Weren't able to get the plant down, whether it was through their own fumbles or some brilliance, like some nice HE nade on the B side from Flit, all the way from downtown to deny the plant. So look, at the end of the day, G2, a very winnable game from on Overpass for them that they let slip in overtime. It's got to be getting very frustrating at this point, but Virtus Pro winning Overpass to no one's real surprise, and now getting into the meat and potato on meat and potatoes on Inferno, a map that Virtus Pro did actually look pretty decent on yesterday.
But that was against FaZe.
I can't believe that's a sentence that you can say in the current era of Counter-Strike. That one doesn't count. It was just against legendary team FaZe Clan.
Am I wrong though? Am I wrong?
You're not wrong, unfortunately.
I don't relish in that. I actually enjoy typically watching FaZe. Historically speaking, they've been one of the more enjoyable teams, I thought, to kind of watch. But unfortunately, they're just not it at the moment, and they've got a lot of fixing to do. So yeah, you can take away that win that VP was able to get over FaZe on Inferno, and that I think was probably the first indication of an across-the-board kind of a win from VP at this tournament, as opposed to a hard carry performance from one of their individuals.
I mean, Overpass that we just saw, though, was another edition of that. They don't need necessarily a singular player to carry them across the finish line. I think, again, that was a very well-rounded performance from VP to win that first map.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can replicate that again. Look, obviously, I think this is a series that really does still kind of hang in the balance. It feels like it could go either way, but I just don't really get the sense that we're getting the best out of G2 at the moment. You know, there's definitely flashes, there's definitely moments here and there, but by and large, this doesn't feel like the G2 that we sort of expected to come into this tournament to be a real threat, you know, to maybe even start to try to push toward like a semi-final or a grand final appearance again. They feel like they're a long way away from that at the moment, so unless they can really turn that form around, they might just be making a pretty swift exit here from IEM Chengdu, which I think would not have been the result that anybody was really expecting from them.
No, I don't think so. So as we head into the game here, G2 in the lower bracket, 1 game away from elimination here at IEM Chengdu. Virtus Pro looking to continue what has been a tantalizing run of form in this tournament in particular, and wanting to eliminate what will be their second international team of superstars, or, I mean, I don't know if you'd necessarily call G2 that kind of outfit, but still a lot of talent on this team. Still an international mixed team. There we go, Bist. All the way through second mid. Head-to-head with Heavy God. Does get head-butted by the big man himself.
Yeah, he's probably a dead man at this point, Bist.
He's just living out his last few days in this apartment.
Yeah, G2's going to go on the hunt and have a little bit of a look to see if they can dislodge Bist, give themselves that 4-on-5 advantage, and short of a nice headshot, Bist is a dead man.
Touched the heater there, and things got a little bit too hot and heavy. Cleaned up well by Mattis. Bomb picked up now by G2. Gonna go join up with Mulbs, who has at least secured minimum control of half wall.
Pretty tough round to win now for VP, particularly if this hit comes into the B-bomb site. Flit's the only defender there.
Has come up with the goods a couple of times. Let's have a smoke to be able to slow this one down a little bit more, as well as dualies and armor. There's the lurk isolated by Fame.
Smoke goes down. Flit turns away from the flash nicely. The dualies not connecting this time around. And so in the end, it will be business as usual for G2. Straight into that B bomb side. They get the plant. They have the numbers advantage. It's a nice position to be in on the pistol round. And a smoke in for CT spawn as well will make this retake a little more difficult to achieve for VP. Crack anyway. Fame spots the player out at pillar. But nobody else giving him even an inch at this stage. And it is ticking away a little bit too quickly from VP. You already know which way this one is going to go. So Perfecto on the way out, just going to try and pick up a kill or two to shore up a bit of that cash, but it is not heading in his direction. And G2 take a swift and comfortable pistol round.
It's a good start that is much needed after a disappointing finish on Overpass. Bist had an opportunity there, but it didn't really feel like he went into that second mid push with his whole heart. It was just kind of a little bit of a, you know, I'm going to push down here, see what's happening. Didn't really feel like he was that locked in, and Heavy God hits him with the goosh that ends up, unfortunately, kind of unraveling things for the rest of Virtus Pro from there, really.
Oh, not much of a response for VP in this round. Just a couple of flashes for Fame. But it's not even the firing squad setup here for VP, so it doesn't feel too threatening right now. 4 players stacked over towards A, I suppose, could make something happen if those flashes are decent from Fame, but it seems like we'll take a little while to get underway with this one, at least as far as VP is concerned.
I mean, Fame under the balcony with both of the flashes here, expecting a jungle wrap, which is, you know, a pretty common play you'll see from T's anti-eco. So I don't mind the approach. Unfortunately, it is going to be a dig site pressure. I don't think G2 are really decided about where they want to be ending this round by any stretch of the imagination. It very much is just them kind of pressuring, pushing around and seeing what they come up with. And look, at least one has gone the way of VP, but outside of that, it's been quite successful for G2. A nice, clean anti-eco round and a couple of plus 600s for Hunter.
Yeah, it is just a couple of flashes that go to waste. They don't even end up getting thrown. So it didn't quite work out for VP. But it's not really the biggest of concerns, as this is going to be the round where they really want to put their money into. But no helmet for Bist, Fame, or Flit. You've still got a couple of Galils, well, quite a number of Galils and a MAC-10 in play. So it's still quite a scary round actually here for VP to start things off on Inferno.
Not protecting their heads. Retake setup. Big prepped here for G2 with the flashes, but it's just contact. I mean, it would just be a reactive flash out of Sunpice in anything. But G2 don't even make a tell as they creep through that bottom of banana smoke. You can see Virtus Pro a little bit more heavily leaning towards this A side of the map. It's just Fame on his lonesome. Double mollies will secure control of the top side of banana here. Retake utility set thrown out in reply from Fame.
Yeah, immediate response from VP. They will be able to take sandbags back.
Yeah, big rotation over here and aggression, but G2 are looking for a brawl.
Yeah, they nade open that smoke. Malbs will get the opening kill onto Fame. One of the players with no head armor goes down straight away to that Galil. Pressure on here for Flit, and he will get one and survive, which is quite solid, but numbers are just not favoring VP here, so knowing Inferno, this will probably end up being a save.
Yeah, VP just didn't quite find the timing that they were looking for. Had a little bit of a misread on what G2 were getting up to there. Did see the double mollies coming in. They just assumed that G2 would respect that half-wall smoke. G2 were definitely not in that mood at all. Especially with the pace of the MAC-10, they knew that they were going to be able to kind of storm their way into that B site. And if they hit a good enough timing, which they did, then it was just going to be free from there. Fame just gets caught in the side of that. Oh, what is that, bro?
That's art.
That's art.
I wouldn't expect you to understand.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a simpleton like that.
A bit uneducated.
Yeah. That looks like one of the, like, promotional posters for The Conjuring or something like that.
I heard that new one's not that good.
I mean, any of them? And I'm a horror movie fan.
I don't know.
It's kind of a chopped franchise in general, to use the Zoomer lingo.
Too old for that. All right. Run it back here, VP, again with a bit of a wishy-washy bias. The party mix, bit of everything. Faster play this time from G2. It's going to cost them a lot of HP on the entry, but that's totally fine if they get the kills that they do. 2 for 1 on the entry into the B site, and again, that should probably be the round wrapped up, but for a nice grenade from Perfecto. This fight at the lower side of Nana could have been a difference maker. This, though, will go down. And
really, he was
VP
trying to make something happen there. I'm surprised he was even going for that one, to be honest. With how good of a timing that G2 did hit. That's the second round in a row that they've just been able to hit a very sharp timing on the B side, and VP didn't even look like they were ready for that. They're used to these rounds coming down to the last 20 seconds. They're like, I don't even need to put my hands on my keyboard yet. The pace that G2 has brought into this game, I mean, stylistically, that's the kind of matchup that I was expecting here. I was expecting VP to be the slower paced team in every matchup, and G2, with the amount of talent that you do have on this team when they're feeling themselves, I was expecting them to back themselves with a little bit more pace.
Defuse Kit's seen better days. And so is VP. This is an awkward start to the map. I mean, it's a rough feeling, you know. You lose the pistol. You don't win the first gun round. You don't win the second gun round, where you've kind of like forced together a couple more buys, and now you're again kind of like putting together what you can in the third gun round, but nothing really seems to be going your way. There's not been an opportunity to essentially get off the scraping the bottom of the barrel situation. So again, not a lot of money in the back pocket here for VP. And the rounds are getting away from them, so nothing feeling good. But this time they decide to take a little bit more of a proactive approach to Banana.
Don't want to let G2 get too up close and personal, because when they have, it's gone quite poorly. Bist has pulled the op out here for Virtus Pro. Let's post it up for a moment on that boiler line, but we'll respect the initial utility coming in to take brackets for G2. 4 players over here. It was a 2-man setup over on this jungle side here. Fame jump spotting around over on that B side of the map hasn't been tested, so VP have no reason to rotate off of A yet.
That might be more to the good for them. As VP looking for a little bit of brackets control. Some Pius has been spotted out, and he'll be dealt with by Toro. Famas getting a bit of work done there. Mattis is down to 1 HP. This is the best looking round so far for VP, but they're still putting a lot of onus on the shoulders of Fame to just solo hold this B site and keep them comfy on A.
You can see Perfecto floating around towards jungle, is considering the rotation, just sitting on the off angle, but it will be G2 organizing themselves over towards this A side of the map. Perfecto caught a little bit off guard. Don't know if he's going to be flashed out of jungle side. Indeed he will, but takes one with him. Bist on the line.
Oh, what?
Don't think I can. I'm not sure if he connected there. Mobs unfortunately taking Hunter out of the equation though, and he'll be the last one to get it done. He's going to have to kill everyone in the server, including his own teammates.
Yeah, that round has gone a little pear-shaped for G2. Just a bit of an off timing. Didn't quite catch Perfecto. Then the team kill comes in, and Malz cannot do anything with the time remaining to him. So he'll just hang on to that AK, full belt to util into the next round. Plenty of money in the back pocket, of course, for G2. They can continue to try to batter down the door, but at least Virtus Pro is now on the board.
Yeah, I mean, securing that banana control early on and then stacking 4 towards A, but not in a way where they just kind of lie in wait and hope that G2 walk into the site. You can see multiple riflers quite proactive on jungle side. You know, either G2 get that pick or it goes 1 for 1 and they feel bold enough from there having a pick on A to maybe speed things up into A, and there's still 3 players ready to receive. If not, someone's going to find some impact at some point in the round, and in that case, ends up being Perfecto. G2 wanting to tackle this problem head on, don't want to allow Virtus Pro to secure this banana control so easily.
Flit not going to be pushed away just yet. Info that there are players in banana. He's waiting for a flash and he gets it, but it has not caught VP. Or G2 even.
Feeling his oats there, punished in kind. Toro now getting active on the other side of the map, trying to make something happen for VP. You love it when the anchor on the other side of the map goes for some info in these kind of positions. One-on-one versus Heavy God. Oh, he was too busy staring out at the scenic view in balcony room.
They're going to stack B, though. If Heavy God doesn't walk out A, they might go B.
I think Heavy God, I mean, he was the money man here, and he's seen nothing in the A side. There's no reason for G2 not to just pivot back there. Even if they are going to dump some util on in here, they should never commit to this.
Yep, that's exactly what's going to occur. So good call from G2. Couple of... Well, A, nice timing goes their way in that round.
That's unfortunate for Toro. I think he made the correct move in that round. Like, if he just wins that duel onto Heavy God, it's very likely that G2 do commit to B into a 3-stack, and that could have been a round for VP. So, right decision, wrong timing.
Sometimes that's just how it be.
Bulbs wanting to keep this one expensive. Fame from up high. Does have the high ground. Something, you know, I hate you. However that movie goes. Might not be a Conjuring fan, but surely you're a Star Wars fan, Jordan. You're a bit of a nerd.
I've watched them.
I've watched them. Nice, man. You've done the bare minimum as usual.
That's about all I can say for the more recent iterations.
You're one of those guys, huh?
I mean, I'm not really. Like, I'm not that guy, you know what I mean? But I just don't vibe with them.
Yeah.
I'm not out here screaming about it. The Andor series was really good.
I haven't seen it yet.
I thought that was fantastic, actually. That's probably the best Star Wars I've ever watched. But apart from that, anything from Disney onwards has not really tickled my pickle, so to speak.
Yeah, look. But you don't really have many problems in that department, so don't assume that you're too worried about it right now. Well, does seem like VP wanting to see if they can find a little bit of a tickle over towards this B side. Fame sending it down. He's being a little bit too much. And G2 are feeling uncomfortable as a result. Hunter, though, has slipped through the smoke. Could this be the timing that he's looking for? No, Fame is aware of him. 3 for Fame. It's a lockdown in Banana.
Yeah, that's the kind of round that they need to get back on the horse. Hopefully it's not a Trojan horse. But yeah, they needed something to really get going here in this second map. It hasn't really felt like there's been much of a conversation at all to be said for VP. It's just been G2 kind of dictating everything. But 5 players alive, you know, build the money up a little bit, start to get some confidence maybe. 4 players, you'll take it.
Ace for Fame. Well done, son. Self-sufficiently picking up a round for Virtus Pro. When this man is on his game, it's just something to behold. Pure star power in the rifling role. Saw it from the initial game versus Vitality, a big 30. Not on every single time, but when he is, oh man.
Yeah.
Red hot.
Or can that turn into something a little bit more for VP, or is it going to be a one-round wonder? Let's find out. Another contest coming through again. That is a bit of a more forward position for Bist that hasn't been seen too often by G2 in this matchup. So he gets his one. Winds of change in effect here.
VP happy with that man advantage. They were considering some aggression towards sandbags, but it's no longer necessary. G2. Enough utility to maybe take a tiny bit more map control, but they're going to need the rest of it probably for the execute. Feeling like they need to interact with brackets a little bit more as we head into the later portions of this round, but you can see that Virtus Pro just continue to dump utility in these choke points and slow G2 down.
Yeah, there's another piece of util, just a bit of a tickle onto Heavy God and some Pious. Bist is backing it up. So G2 will be given brackets control. 45 on the clock. They've still got quite a lot of time to move and shake with, but they're just not being given any fights by VP at all. And Perfecto's probably heard some of these footsteps.
I mean, he's allowed Heavy God to cross here. This is a localized 4-on-2 that could favor G2. HE8 from the CT side going into the Moto smoke. Heavy God under pressure now. Good movements from Perfecto to isolate that first kill.
Yeah, it was getting scary for a moment, wasn't it? But Perfecto finds the timing nicely. And Bist can just lock in on this line. Misses the shot on the player down on the low ground. Toro has a bit of a difficulty getting the player up above as well, and so it's all really Perfecto trying to hold on to this side at the moment, but Mist gets a second chance with the orb onto some Pius, and VP, although it's a little bit touch and go, do get through the round pretty comfortably.
Some Pius didn't check in the closet there. It was just posted up in his bedroom as he tries to get a little bit more comfortable inside the A site. Unexpected. VP, good recovery. I mean, G2 had a fantastic start to this game with some great timings towards that P site. Built themselves up an economy that it was going to take a while for the Polar Bears to chew through, but they've done it.
Hunter going to go for the hero AK in this round. G2 still want to have a bit of a crack. They've got armor on 4 players, but no util at all. This is going to have to be a contact play. Bist very nearly gives them that opening. Perfecto will drop an incend on a nice timing to keep Hunter at bay.
Hunter going to discover some of that star power in the family name. Had a big round for himself and put G2 on his back. Missed opportunity from Bist. Second sitter that he hasn't been able to convert.
Yeah, but hasn't allowed them up jungle side, so still pretty comfortable on this A site for the moment.
No util here for G2. It's a singular focus. Hit your shots. Matters. Playing with fire. Perfecto goes down early. That is potentially going to be some problems for Virtus Pro. Flick going to steady the ship for now. Hunter sees the smoke. Takes us at an invitation to storm on into the site. And Toro goes down as well. VP, where is that round gone, man?
Yeah, that's horrible. That was not good at all.
You can't give Hunter that many chances. He's been missed with the AWP twice in that round, and every single time you give him a couple more steps into that A site, and eventually you're going to let him far too close for comfort.
I mean, maybe we'll see on a replay here, but I think Perfecto was like turning from a flash as well. Like Flit, I think, threw a flash into Arch there that like hit the wall and didn't quite bounce all the way out, and so that was when Perfecto sort of like turned as the swing came through, and it just fell apart from there. Just not good. And now that'll be a really tilting round for VP, because they would have felt that they were getting back into the conversation for this half, but immediately they just give that control back over to G2 in a round which they should never have lost.
I mean, economically, they're still fine, but...
Let's have a look here. See that? That should have gone deeper, that flash, but it's bounced off of the steps. So Perfecto's not going to be happy about that.
I mean, in terms of the mechanics, you can see his crosshair doesn't move at all, but your eyes are on that flash right when you get peaked.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that would be a bit tilting if you're Perfecto for sure.
Just little moments make a big difference.
Oh my god. Virtus Pro, is this the same team that I'm used to seeing? Bist covering Hunter well there. Perfecto's made his way all the way down middle, but this is where G2 are starting to step into the limelight. Both of these players were straight down middle, punished early, which pushed us into a weird situation. Virtus Pro, they are scrambling to get back to A. They're just going to try to stack this A side and hope for the best, but look, it's still a minute 20 to work with. G2, they can really take their time with this one.
I imagine they will be. Might be VP that's going to continue to try to push the issue in this round. Toro again will be that one that tries to activate this time.
I mean, this
the
time
fight to the player in bedroom.
This time he did check the balcony at the correct timing, but really cannot get a break, unfortunately, for the young man.
Yeah, VP just not looking quite so comfortable here on Inferno. Being undone in multiple facets. Flit will catch a timing here onto Heavy God, but that's not going to help him win the round.
But it is some good info. I think seeing Heavy God there... Oh, hold on. Wait, he knows that is the money man opening up the A site. Should be well aware that the rest of G2 will probably make their way over here. Flit could go massive for Virtus Pro here.
He's got to be so patient, though. He needs 2 here at least. He'll line one up, but not quite land the frag that he needs. And so Fame, even despite the fact that he has crossed back over to the A bomb site, will be ineffective. You could see the dream, you could see the idea coming together, but the execution wasn't there.
You gotta respect it. Just a little bit too much pressure at that point in the round. Look, the aggression starts well for Virtus Pro, but it's immediately when G2 find both of those kills in middle, that's when things very much start to spiral. And G2, despite their faults here and there in this series, have been quite good at punishing the early to mid-round aggression from Virtus Pro, and that's another great example of it. 7-3, hell of a T-side from G2. This map pick going excellent for them.
Yeah, really need these last 2 rounds, VP. I'm going to try and get it through a banana. Hunter down early, and Biss grabs himself another one. So VP have the advantage to start things off. Haven't spotted Flit close up here. That USP is all he has to work with. Can't get a reload off. Doesn't need one. Perfecto's there to cover it.
And now Flit, eyes on the bomb. Gonna work his way through the small pit. Heavy God, deep up dig. Trying to dig G2 out of a bad situation. Shoveling as hard as he can, but it's not really going to make too much of a difference if Sunpius is caught picking up the bomb. He's made his way around the corner. Toro under pressure now. Oh dear.
And Flit still hasn't had the chance to reload his gun by the looks of things. So he is working with this USP, which doesn't really fill me with a whole lot of confidence. Yes, he's going to get some space, but he doesn't have the punching power to get an easy kill here. And now that Molotov will unsettle him. He has gone on a massive journey around the map, trying to be stealthy, all for it to become irrelevant. And now we're just into a straight on 2-on-2. Smoke up to allow the progression into the side to try to isolate that fight onto some Pius, but they go through it instead, and G2 get another one. VP in a shambles right now.
There's too much trigger discipline. There's too much of a good thing there for Flit. Multiple rounds in a row. Trying to really be the hero in a situation where, especially in a 4-on-2, one is not really needed. Going to be kicking yourself as Virtus Pro here. A couple of rounds that you felt like should have gone your way. Biss is connecting a couple of shots, but nothing is really following that up at the moment. G2 very much in a commanding position on this T side. This is the game that you would probably be expecting from a team that has even won an event, multiple finals this year, versus struggling Virtus Pro with a couple of new players.
100%. Yeah, this is a little bit more like it from G2. They're looking pretty methodical. Don't know where VP go from here. I mean, they obviously would love to get this 4th. But T-side, going to be a tough ask to grab 8 or 9 there. Some Pius to secure that 9th for G2 will just allow the escape at brackets, but G2's fine with that, as they'll be able to work into that position, take some map control. Bist does catch Heavy God trying to lurk up in carpets, and there's a crunch back from VP into middle, which is going to be problematic. In fact, actually for VP. Hunter and Mal's find a killer piece, and now we're back to a 2-on-3 with potential 2-on-1 on that B bomb site, though. Quick rotate coming through from Toro.
No way to flush Fame out of the new box here. Flash being prepped on the rotation, but won't be needed just yet. Smoke onto spawn side.
Ooh. It's missed the balcony. It's not going to be a big concern, though. Hunter's still going to be able to cross. But Fame not moving a muscle, waiting for exactly that. And he'll be very happy with the result. 8-4. It's going to work out pretty nicely for G2 anyway. So second half, it'll be a difficult one for VP. We'll be back in just a second to see how it plays out. 8-4 the score, and a little bit of a recovery from VP at the back end does make it a little bit more doable in this second half, but it is looking like it's all the way of G2 at the moment on Inferno, which would send us very much in the direction of Dust 2. We'll see if the narrative changes at all now that VP is on that T side. It's a fast attempt on the pistol from G2, straight down Banana, and there is nothing that Flit will have to say about that.
I mean, he couldn't see a damn thing. Heavy God continue to apply the press, scurrying away. VP into second mid. They've got a couple of players through Carps here. Hunter trying to catch them on the cross, but the smoke will obscure his vision. Still more movements for G2. They're trying to catch them in every twist and turn, but more smokes deployed by VP just to secure minimum control into the site.
Yeah, that molly keeping them at bay on short, and there's another one. So a lot of util here from VP, and that might have been the saving grace for them. They actually will get a plan here on A, 4v5, which is not too bad. Now Fame going to try and stand to deliver. Glock in hand. Fame and Toro get 3. And of course, it's Perfecto with that assisting flash that really is the MVP. Now it's down to just Heavy God and Hunter to try to come in and claim this 2-on-4. Hunter's been given a bit of room to creep his way up on toward that bomb site, but feels a little bit too far gone at this stage. No connections from the USP, and Perfecto will claim his reward for a nice flash earlier in the round. VP take the pistol.
3 sets of utility. Perfecto is like the bloody quarterback that sends that all the way into the end zone. What a flash, man. Incredible. All 3 of these players on dig side caught full white. Gorgeous.
And that's why we call it diggity, because it's no giggity.
Bro, scatting on ESL CS.
Skibbity.
Skibbity Riz.
Skibbity pop.
That's so Sigma from you, man.
Thanks. Pause by from G2. Flash here again to send Malbs down Inferno, down Banana.
Yeah, I mean, I think of anyone who's a Skibbity Alpha chat, it's definitely Malbs.
Oh, what about Heavy God? Just himself a duel onto Toro, and Famer also feeling a bit, unimpressed with the proceedings so far.
Don't want to be losing to the Force buyer.
No, that would be grim.
Taking a lot of licks out of these G2 players, but yet to secure a kill just yet. Still plenty of util on offer here, and a lot of space and carpets and brackets. Most of that given to them because Mattis is quite happy to just keep jiggling away on top of B and drop the smoke when it's needed. Here's some aggression over on jungle side from G2.
Yeah, they're going to try and take that space back. Perfecto waiting for it, and he does have a couple of members to back him up, but this could get real messy real fast. Perfecto going to go around the corner here into a couple of 5-7s. That doesn't end well, surely. Oh, apparently it does. He'll handle it nicely. Flit also getting Malbs in that meanwhile. There is a player still up on balcony, but Heavy God will be dispatched quickly. Perfecto starting to come online a bit on this T side.
Great flash from Biz to set him up. Mattis, he did his job, jiggling away on top B, thinking, well, we've got a man advantage. We've got a 4-stack on this A site. Couple of 5-7s up close and personal on jungle. Surely that's enough to get it done. Unfortunately not. Good recovery from Virtus Pro yet again. Similar to the pistol, they lost that first pick over on one of the extremities, but recovered things very well from there. Some good resilience, keeping this game nice and close.
As has typically been the VP way. A lot of very, very close maps for them in the event thus far.
I mean, Fame is having another one of these games right now. 14-6 for the man. Perfecto continuing to put up just very solid numbers. Not only is he fragging, but the calling often seems to be very good for Virtus Pro. Great usage of the flashes. Timeout going to be taken here by G2, interestingly enough, going into the save. Really isn't much on offer for them, just a 5-7 and armor, so this is really probably just about riding the ship. Kind of mentioning what the overall game plan is. Mattis drops a MP9 over. Are they putting a buy together? Or is this just...
Hero MP9. New strat.
A Hero MP9 and after the nerfs.
Let's wait and see.
Sure. Let's see.
No, it's a four. It's a force.
No, it's a half buy. Like,
well,
you know.
yeah, okay. It's not a hero MP9. That's the main takeaway. Sadly, that would have been a story.
They're just keeping the economy nice and honest. Have a little bit of a game plan going into this round. A lot of words there from Saw. I think this is just one of those situations where, look, early on in this round, you have best a simplistic game plan. Oh, flash there. Almost catches Split.
That hurts. That's a lot of damage done.
Yeah, I mean, they were wanting to sacrifice a little bit of HP just to be able to catch that timing, but now they create one of their own. Mobs under pressure on sandbags. Will go down. Hunter trying to force his way through the smoke just to be able to help out his bro, but unfortunately he gets dragged down into a bad situation. You know, he was such a nice boy. I don't know what happened. When he used to hang out with his cousin, everything was Gucci, but nowadays, man, I don't know.
Yeah, it just happens when you fall in with the wrong crowd, you know? Just bring you down to their level, just like when I cast with you, you know? Usually I'm a professional, elite, top tier, tier 1 S tier, best in the world caster, but then they pair me with you, and it's just skibbity, riz, giggity, Omega Chad kind of conversations. Like, what's going on there?
I don't know, man.
What have you done to me?
I'm not sure. I just have a little bit of a, you know, polarizing effect.
Can't handle it.
G2. We concede another round. A little peek at Heavy God. What's he up to? Just chilling with the wine bottles. Throwing a few back because that round hasn't gone the way that G2 would have wanted. But we saw them take the timeout going into the half by. You know that they were going to subvert their expectations. I'm more interested in what the approach is going to be going into the first gun round.
Oh. That's an angle.
POV, saving your gun on Inferno. That's the first video I would be clicking on if I was looking to get a little bit excited.
That just looks like you're like in like a bad VR game. You know? And it's bugging
man,
out.
Try it. It's sick. Seriously. All right. Let's get the gun round rolling for G2. They had a great T side. Surely it should continue the good times rolling here on CT, despite the fact that this game has gotten rather close now.
Yeah, some bias wants to take matters into his own hands and have a bit of a look down middle. This had some success on a similar angle, and that is a perfectly timed shot through the flash. Toro out of the picture early.
Mobs under pressure. Has gobbled up a couple of grenades. Looking mighty healthy at this point. Or maybe the opposite.
Unhealthy.
Yeah. Mattis gonna refresh that. Half wall smoke. You can still see that Virtus Pro are harassing them, showing some interest. Sunpie is back out on the line again. Fist lucky to be alive.
Fame's going to try and walk his way out brackets through, well, not through, but past the smoke there, and it's not worked out. Heavy God all over it. First gun round going a bit pear-shaped here for VP.
Cheeky little bait set up. After the AWPer takes a shot, you're not expecting someone to be licking the wall in porch. And VP don't like how it tastes. Back to Banana now. Gonna find something a little bit sweeter for themselves. See if they can get some skin in the game. Mattis has got a molly here on B still, though. Look, it's crackable, this site.
Yeah, hey, if you get 2 clean entries on B, you've got a 3-on-3 post plan, but...
Mobs is low.
Easier said than done. They've got the util set that they need to actually take the site, though. They've got smoke for coffins and for CT. Flash to go through there as well. Molly for new box and oranges. There is a counter molly to slow things down a little bit, so rotation is coming in here. G2 have the forces on the side, and there's no entry allowed for VP, it would seem. So Flit will just look to try to take this Galil into the next round, but he is in danger of going down after time.
Yeah, Heavy God. Look at his lips at the prospect of taking this gun out of Flit's hands, but no one's going to dive into Olaf to discover what awaits. Immediate timeout from Virtus Pro. Not happy with how that round went, but to be fair, like, what more could you really have done as Toro here? The flash was nice, he just got a little unlucky. It was really kind of fame that... I don't want to say it's a questionable move in the 4-on-5, because that is a very cheeky bait setup with showing the AWP on dig side and then just having that rifler kind of baiting that whole setup. So, look, a couple of little snags that VP do trip up on. G2, some tricks paying off. Can VP right the ship on what has been so far a pretty good T side on Inferno?
Yeah, tense times here now for VP. They don't want to let this get too far away from them. G2 have got a nice buy. So, tough road ahead now for VP and closing this series out on Inferno. The easy yards are done.
Deep grenade from Moles. Looks like he was going to be good for a little bit of damage there, but it's actually the M4 that troubles Flit a little more. More nades dropped off behind them, so could continue to chip away at Virtus Pro as they make their way through Banana here. Up on the Carbs line as a change up for Sun Pius. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it was bound to happen eventually. Flit was just copping damage in all sorts of ways going into Banana there.
It's just so rough post the timeout as well, because VP would have said, let's not get picked as we make our way through the map, but nonetheless, through no real fault of Flit's own, he just gets peppered through the smoke multiple times.
Oh, that's a big grenade as well onto Bist. Doesn't feel like VP's allowed to go anywhere on the map at the moment.
35 seconds on the clock. There's really no util left over here for G2. Still an AWP to contest, though.
It'll be a good call to go to A. Just the two players defending there. So again, similar situation to the last round. If VP can find their entries on this site, they can still make this work. Such is the nature of Inferno.
Sunpire's first to stand up to the task. Slow wrap coming in from Fame over on jungle side, trying to sneak through this Moto smoke.
Util's going to be good. That Molly burning Heavy God alive. He can't get out of it, but Sunpire still surviving. Not long enough to get past Perfecto. 2 on 3 in what will become the post plant.
Still numbers here for G2. Quick pacing. Up dig. Biss was considering taking that angle. Instead, will reposition in towards the small pit.
Off angle for Perfecto is going to have to be a big one, but you would have really thought Biss needed one there. I think this will be too much for Perfecto. This might be the clutch of the century if he gets it done. Does get the reload off, but to no avail. And the round will go the way of G2. Biss needed one. At least he needed one. If he gets one there, buys a little bit of time. Perfecto on the off angle at Graveyard gets another one, then maybe it's doable, but just doesn't quite deliver with that shot.
On the round for G2, there's going to be frustration for VP at this point. Doesn't even feel like they necessarily did anything wrong there. They're just getting picked as they move through the map to some nice spamming from Mobs. Some good HE nades here and there. I mean, it's exactly what you want to do on Inferno. Even if the Ts are kind of running their defaults and taking minimum map control, you want to harass them as they make their way through the map, whether it's in, you know, a bit more of a straightforward fashion, like you're charging down mid or Banana, or going for some second mid aggression, or whether it's just kind of peppering them. And Molbs was pretty heavy on the pepper last round. That's the way I like it.
Hero AK in this one for VP. It's not started well. Toro goes down early again. He's having a rough time. Fame with the P250, up close and personal. Ooh, gets it done. Jumping up onto the railing there, the better of Heavy God.
Can hand the M4 over to somebody else, and could be a couple of rifles in the mix. I think Flit would be the best candidate because he's the only other man with armor, and Perfecto's already got a Hero AK to work with. Starting to run out of utility here as G2. There is definitely some potential in this round for VP, even though they might not have had much kind of in mind going into it. There you go. M4 handed to Flit. So 2 riflers with armor at the ready here for Virtus Pro. And there's still only 1 player on this B site here.
Still some delaying util in the hand of Malbs though. He's got an incense and a smoke. They're going to go out in front of the smoke, and that will be to the detriment of Fame. So he's down early on in the piece, but they're able to get back into the sun. Many a time we've said, yeah, there's potential in these rounds. The last 3, it's felt like there's been a chance for VP, but they haven't converted any.
Double flank for G2. VP do have a couple of flashes to work with. They're going to burn through them as they try to aggress over on Coffin's side, but it's patience from Molbs.
1 more flash for Biss, but doesn't look like it's going to get used at this stage, and Flit unable to land anything, nor Perfecto. The rifle's not doing a whole lot at all. VP get absolutely slammed in that round. Nothing going right for them on Inferno. And 11th up now for G2.
Been the much more convincing team in this game of Inferno. Their T side in particular was excellent, and once they've gotten control of the economy on this CT side, they've been coming up with the goods time and time again. Virtus Pro, first T side in a little while where they've looked a little bit lackluster, and not through, you know, the usual kind of ways that you would expect VP to falter. I don't think it's necessarily even stubbornness that's their problem. It's just some brilliance from G2, making their life very, very difficult. Man,
yeah, again, like, it's just not a single thing seems to be going right.
I mean, he is a divisive player, Flit. He does love to take those duels on overpass. It's over towards the B side of the map in that lurk role. In this case, it hasn't worked, and they're going to have to try to bail themselves out of dodge with a carpets pop here. Heavy God, though, already making their life difficult. They're getting cut to pieces, coming out of balcony.
Well, carpets pop going to be difficult at the best of times, but now that there's a railing there as well, it's really not it.
No, did get railed quite thoroughly. Virtus Pro take another timeout, but I just don't really know what to say for them, to be honest. Flit.
Think about next map.
Yeah. It's just one of those things where he wants to be that aggressive lurking presence, and you see a lot of star riflers take those exact same kind of opportunities, and when they convert them, you're like, oh my god, that was brilliant. But when you concede the opening pick like that, it's pretty easy to point and criticize, but that's just the name of the game. That's just the system that VP's trying to go for there. He's trying to make a play, it doesn't work out. They try to hit the small site, it doesn't work out. It looks like a terrible round, but I mean, maybe it is, I don't know.
Well, still got one more chance here, VP, but it's not much of a chance. 4 Galils and a Tech 9. No helmet for Hunter. See if that impacts this round at all. Sampias quite eager for a fight.
Doesn't need to do anything special here. They will have known that VP, with no plan, are scraping together whatever they can. Could be some quicker weapons in the mix, and Tech 9 included. But it's mostly a Galil-centric buy here for Virtus Pro.
Getting that util in for Bracket. They do take that part of the map, no problems at all. But it's more or less been given to them by G2. A little bit of util to try and slow them down. There's a grenade. It sails over the top of Bisk's head. So VP are getting a little bit of space to work with here. Sampias' time is being wasted.
Nice.
Fame has an entry. Now it's all on the shoulders of Hunter to try to lock this side down, and he does not spot Perfecto, who hits him with the drive-by, and that's a little bit more like it for VP, but you also think it's a little bit too little too late.
What is Perfecto getting up to in some of these smokes? Flit punishes Sampias on the exit. That can be an ult for the T side if they want access to it. I mean, that is a round of brilliance for Virtus Pro. When they hit the timing, they make it look good. When they miss the timing, it looks abysmal. Regardless, 4 more of those kind of rounds going to be needed for them to even push this into yet another OT. Fame going to close things out and earn himself an AK at the end of things there. A nice round from VP. Every time you see Perfecto in one of these smokes. Oh, we didn't get to see the replay, but unfortunate. That was just bonkers. Sees the CT smoke over there on the cold box, and he just shoves straight through it and rails old, mate. It's crazy.
1 down, 4 to go. That'll be the mantra for VP.
I mean, money on Mattis, Hunter, and Sampias not looking so hot either, so it might be an easier round 22 if they win this one. Oh, man, the airstrike takes a chunk out of Perfecto and Flit.
It's just the nature of the beast on Inferno, isn't it? You try to go fast into Banana. Chances are you're going to have to sack some health for it.
Oh, man. Dang. They're not letting it slow them down any, though. Flit, even though he's battered and bruised, just cracked open that B side self-sufficiently. Tora continues to get bullied. He's having a rough one, man.
Yeah, where was that a little earlier on in the half, though? I mean, look at all this util, by the way, that G2 can pick up for the retake. That's supposed to defend the bomb site, but...
No, hold on, you're not allowed that. They've locked it off.
Yeah.
Is this going to be a save here from G2? Maybe.
Does that interest you any?
Doesn't look like it has. So playing the long game here, G2. But Flit is aware of that, and he's already halfway through the map on a bit of a wander to try and pick a gun or two away. I don't know that he's going to be there in time. It'll be another round for VP, though. So it gets interesting now.
I mean, G2 at least have avoided that reset round that would have been in the previous by committing to the full save. So they haven't sent too much into a round that wasn't necessarily going to go their way. Nice snappy timing taken. And this is the duality of Flit, right? We see him in other rounds just die for free. That's a round where he backs himself and hits the entry, and it's relatively easy for Virtus.pro.
Bit of a chat happening on the G2 side. How do we close this one out? Don't want to let this slip again. You know, don't want to let VP get into another OT. So that was where VP really accelerated as well on overpass. Could have been a much, much cleaner series from G2. But something not quite clicking for them here in Chengdu.
No, but it speaks to the quality of the team that even though it doesn't feel like they're on their A game necessarily here in China, they're still a very competitive team. Even with Furia on one of the maps, with VP, who seem like they're in some pretty good form at the moment. St. Pius not being given any opportunity here early on by Virtus.pro. Flit up to his usual shenanigans.
Yeah, trying to continue to put that pressure on the B bomb site. Could just walk up into sandbags on his own. He doesn't know it yet. Look at that retake util forced out by G2 early in the round, though.
It's a nice nade from Molbs. Doesn't catch anyone, though. No one choosing to set up near half wall because I think VP have already decided that they want to make some moves towards bracket.
Still keeping those B players interested, though. Another smoke out. G2 feeling the pressure on B right now. And now it's Fame's turn to have a little bit of a look to take some map territory.
There's the dictate. HE blows open the smoke. St. Pius given an opportunity that he does connect with Fame.
Malbs is now under some scrutiny. Flit not spotted just yet, and he's well aware that there's a player on the other side of this half wall. Takes the opportunity. That's a big kill from Flit. Looks to accelerate on it. He's going to get that smoke into CT spawn. He knows that he's pushed Mattis away.
Rotation coming in from St. Pius. Sets up a flash for Mattis over on Coffin's side. Catches VP. Full white. Big double up to keep G2 in this.
He can still find that kill on the player at New Box, though, and that will still be enough to get them into this site. But the fact that he has survived for so long will be such a problem. It looks like it might be all over for VP. They definitely had an opportunity in this round, but it has gone begging, and now it's on to Perfecto. 1v4. No time. It's impossible at this stage. We are going map number 3. G2 take 2. 13-9. Inferno goes their way. And VP will, they'll be shaking their heads after that one because there was definitely no shortage of opportunities, but unfortunately, again, another long and arduous series ahead here for VP.
Definitely some frustration in the player cam there from Perfecto. Throws his headset off at the end of that one, and clearly some disappointment there on the faces of Virtus.pro. You know, it's impressive that they were still able to put 9 together there and keep this game competitive. Some of that coming off the back of the pistol, though. Didn't win both pistols for themselves, but I definitely got the sense that G2 were the better team in that. They were front-running the first half. Once we got into the gun rounds on the second half, they were the much more dominant side. Definitely earning themselves that win on Inferno and putting VP back in their place a little.
Yeah, it makes you really question how this series could have looked and what we would be saying had G2 picked up that first map. You know, we'd be looking at it and saying, yeah, not too bad today from G2, but actually still a little bit more work for them to do. And it, again, kind of still feels like one of those series which could really go either way. Us 2 coming up next, and at this point, I don't really want to draw a line in the sand between these two teams. I feel like this is very much on offer for both G2 and VP. You know, they've both had their moments, definitely, but they've also both let themselves down a little bit, and that really makes it difficult to like lean one way or the other going into this third map.
Would totally agree. I think either of them are capable of taking it, but look, you're staring down the barrel of taking on Vitality in the follow-up game, who have just dismantled Lin Vision in the previous game. You're clearly going to be focusing on this one, but unless one of these teams shows us something outstanding on the third map, the result might be the same for them in the lower bracket.
100%. Well, we don't have too long to wait before we do get through to that third map. It is Dust 2 that is coming right up after this short break.
Here's to the challengers, the ones who don't just settle for decent elo, but hunger for something more. The ones who don't just queue for another match, but prepare for war. You can doubt them, overlook them, even count them out, but you can't stop them.
Right now, I'm with Dupree, who I can see has got tears.
While others play for fun, they play for legacy. This is ESEA League, where challengers take their first step.
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement, and our second drop is it's up actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
The importance of fundamentals in the modern meta cannot be overstated.
He makes Halo sound animated.
I know. I miss Victor. Especially given the meticulous nature of map control protocols.
Wait, I can't stop yawning. Alright, wrap it up, little man.
This is important material.
Bro, look what you've done to my boys. We have a game in 30. Hold on, I know what we need.
Yo, Nema. What's up?
Is that Victor?
Bro, I've never been so happy to hear your voice. We have a game in 30 and I need some of your magic. I'm putting you on speaker, okay?
Let's do it, brother. Alright, boys. First round is the pistol. You're gonna need to win that.
Easy.
Shit's gonna get tense. So I need you to breathe and relax.
That's more like it.
Because you're gonna need to win some rounds to win. And then you'll be good.
He's right. He is right.
Win by rounds. Don't lose ecos. And boys, listen. The most important thing in Counter-Strike. Play your own game.
Yes! Let's go, guys. Let's go!
Training position right now, G2 I have, I think, identical what I had in Fnatic, so I didn't have to adapt that much, to be honest. And CT is basically mid control, like main control, trying to direct what's gonna happen, because it's the most important position from CT point of view. And on T side I'm lurking Ivy, which is not the most important area in some moments. It's a switch up tempo area, but I'm completely used to that, for example, or I'm completely open to adapt to new things if it's necessary. Ancient for me on City and right now since Fnatic I switched to Cave in G2, and on T side I basically have the same, like the last B guy, B lurk. Let's say I'm open to switch some positions and kinda sacrifice and try to learn something new, to be honest. So because I don't think like I'm that type of guy who will say like I'm gonna only play this and I don't care about anyone else. I think I'm trying to always connect how I am as a person and what people I am around. So basically it can be comfortable for both parties, you know. So I would say that was the biggest point, like I'm definitely open to switch up some positions. So it's not super good for one person and super bad for other person, for example. That position usually is being played by IGLs. When you look at tier 1 teams or also tier 2. So I kinda try to find my own way. I try to use my aggressiveness, let's say. So I'm kinda different when it comes to this than other players. So I try to take from all of the parties something and connect it to my gameplay. Inferno changed. Didn't play banana support for a while. Right now it's gonna happen most likely, and I'm completely open to it. We already had a lot of practices and I feel already very comfortable. But of course it was a big switch for me because before I played the rotation, if I'm correct, most of the times, and it's very different when it comes to like how do you speak, what's the most important in the moment to do, how to support, when to support and stuff. ADC, how to use the boy, so the position changed on Inferno, city side. City side is short for now, and T side connector. We played in Fnatic I think first few months when I joined. Of course before it was like, obviously in my regional teams it was easier to play because I played worse teams. I could easily play A for example, and it was way easier. But for now I'm completely fine even with B short for example, it's completely fine.
Heroic, take it! X-Cloud takes the ace! Spirit! Despite the start, a 3v5, a two-man advantage, X-Cloud doesn't care, arrives and rocks it.
Yeah, they're going to be spewing that they dropped that one there, Spirit. That is... Look, I think the Tanier one, overstepping the mark, you were bang on. They just have to play the percentages at that point. If you're able to get through into Monster and you get that gully, right? That is I call that aim mapping, right? Once you get into that territory, you can sit, you can wait, you can take those jewels. Very favorable. You're getting headshot angles. You're also being able to play with the different elevations of that ramp. And you are up against some save guns and lighter buys. So really well done. X-Cloud finds the first in con.
Kill on Donk here. This one.
Oh, okay. A bit more to work with. Yeah.
And great work on the AWP. Even the Molotov, I mean, truly, like, exemplary.
He's done it all.
Yeah.
He's done it all there. Yeah, so there's some Donk frustrations. They're becoming more and more of a mainstay, isn't it? Considering this is the team that have won 2 trophies this season. Wasn't with Tanier in the roster, however. And they kind of odd head-to-head in a sense. The last time these two teams faced, Heroic won, but Tanier was playing for Heroic.
Yeah. It was his parting gift to Heroic.
Now this is the second tactical timeout for Spirit. It tells you there are some overpass woes.
Donk versus X-Cloud. Coming to a long near you. Perhaps. Maybe not. Actually, he's actually going to be playing anti-flash with Shiro. Playing for the first contact, if they dare.
Yeah, that's the thing. Donk has an aggressive activation available. Depends on how much pressure Chopper feels. You can see him again, that loose piece, the rotator. Third man over towards A in this round. X-Cloud's going to palm through the smoke, looking to pip the gap.
This actually could be huge if he goes long toilet side. That is the gap. And that boost has got Nearlo worse for wear. Double nade could work. This is what we're talking about, though. Chopper will surely have communicated the possibility, and Donk addresses it. So some info flows. Donk's position and whereabouts noted, and... Oh, Youngstar. Youngstar.
Chopper, take the kill, mate. You already have a man advantage.
He hasn't gone for it. He's going for it eventually. Wanted to see if he could get more for the price of one. I mean, another 3v5. Spirit cannot afford to lose this one. And I say that as Donk does find that double kill. Gets away as well.
Now they really should just play the percentages. LNZ noisy, Donk knows, Shiro shoots.
Oh, hang on. If that had spiraled there was a chance. With a missed shot, Donk dead. But they do lose another body, so...
You can save right now if you're LNZ.
I mean, there's nothing better to do. Time against him.
And we'll return to that little comm piece. They got their 5 already. So at this point...
They're very happy.
Exactly. Okay, well, rifle round on the board.
It's cool to see, you know, quite a diverse playbook from Heroic on this T side. The
direct
boost,
too,
direct. Yeah. They're keeping it diverse.
All right,
the first.
We've had 3 timeouts in 9 rounds of play. So this is a really good opportunity for a coach like Tobiz to make his mark. Right now, you're either saying, boys, let's stick to the game plan, or we've cut this 5. Let's start playing outside of the game plan and see if we can rattle them. Maybe we have a pace change. That was still a moment where there were opportunities to go either way. Alcarin does have his orb, AKs for everybody, the util's there, of course. I'm so surprised he's going for more, right? It's just since you already have the man advantage.
I suppose he knew there was like no risk other than them turning around and hitting that instant bomb with it. But
Dong, he is motor mouth right there.
Animated.
And with the coach with the hand on the shoulder, I imagine not too many niceties.
Yes, probably quite a direct communication style.
I think I'd want to try and be harassing this B bomb side if it was me, right? Putting pressure on Tanir and Sway and really testing their synergy together. So connector control taken. Next flight being flashed forward to push back party. Essentially, you want to force Spirit back into a turtle setup. You do not want them to be playing forward on bathrooms along. You want them to be all the way back in sight. And they're going through the motions to at least make that feel like there's pressure on the way. Chopper with a flash to help out Donk for a swing if required. Tanir playing barrels, Zwei playing pillar, and rotating back for a B finish now are Heroic. Lurk Smoke thrown front A. Oh, that's nice.
Jump spot into Dink.
They're ahead of the Lurk Smoke on A. So Heroic didn't succeed with the pressure. They know.
Here we are back again for yet another third map. Virtus Pro, they don't seem to be able to get through any of these series easily, nor do they go down without a fight. And it is G2 that have managed to force us through to a third, of course, in the end here. Dust 2 coming up between these two Titans, and one of these teams very shortly will be eliminated from IEM Chengdu. So not the position that they would have wanted to find themselves in, obviously, Pilski, but as you can see, both kind of just not pulling any punches in their attempt to stay alive in IEM Chengdu.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be, at least make it one step further in the tournament. Unfortunately, even if you do that, you're going to be going up against Vitality in a make or break match for the playoffs. A team that has very rarely even finished below the top 4 in a tournament, and you're going to be the ones to potentially break that trend in the lower bracket. It's a very low percentage kind of situation, but you just got to focus on what's in front of you if you are these two teams. I think both of them have shown that they are good enough to win it or at times lose it already today based on some of the play that we've seen. But regardless, we're being given, as a result of that, a very exciting series.
AWP-wise, obviously a big conversation coming into Dust 2. I feel like, as usual, it's probably been a little bit more from some players rather than Bist. I think it's still, Bist kind of like trying to find his feet. He's definitely had some good clutch rounds here and there in particular. I think that's where he's actually shown his best Counter-Strike, but, in terms of overall impact, he definitely hasn't quite been able to cut the mustard just yet.
So Virtus Pro take on Vitality on this map. It was the map that they were going to be able to potentially close the series on, and they looked good to do it despite the fact that Vitality had such an immense record on that map coming into that particular match. They'd won 9 from the last 10, and it looked like Virtus Pro were going to have done enough to topple them, but just a little bit too much stubbornness on that T side, and it may look like they have to start again on the T side. Really will come up to what G2 wants to do, as they will win the knife round. Will they choose to set the tempo themselves or let the game come to them?
Yeah, we'll get that answer for you in a second. I will say, on the topic of the VP versus Vitality game on Dust 2, it was a very, very slow start to that series for ZywOo. He was a real non-factor in both Map 1 and Map 2, actually. And if you remember, Dust 2 was a map where he really didn't have a whole lot of impact, and then kind of came online for Mirage and just ran away with it. So
I mean, the main thing VP had an issue with was, I think, the rifling duo of Mezzy and Apex working around mid, but mostly the AWP on the extremities from Rops. He was picking VP apart when they were running down the clock coming into that site late into the round.
Well, we'll be underway in just a second here for the deciding map. And I mean, the unfortunate reality for both of these two teams is that this is going to be a very, very long day of Counter-Strike, because they will have another match to play later on when they do win this, whichever one does go through. The other, of course, will be going home. So everybody locked in and ready to go as Dust 2 is about to get underway. Elimination point for both G2 and Virtus Pro now. Backs against the walls, 1 life left.
G2 would be a disappointing result to go out this early on in Chengdu. Usually when they do get eliminated from these kind of tournaments, it is by very good teams. Falcons, Spirit, Furia, Mongols, to name a couple. Losing to VP might be a little bit of a newer low for G2. 1 for 1 on long to start things off, and it's a bait setup in towards Car. Sun Pius waiting in the wings. Actually pops his head up nice and early on. Only goes 1 for 1 as well. The second wave of regression off the back of the flash going decently for Hunter, but it's still just a 2-on-2.
Do have to sort of question that a little bit for Sun Pius, right? Could he have waited a couple of seconds longer for that flash and peeked together with his team? Would it have resulted in anything different? Or did he just have a bit of a look there to try and get some info as to whether or not VP were committing to that long take? Either way, we find ourselves in a 2-on-2. Oh, and an easy chance there for Mattis as Perfecto is caught unawares jumping up onto the site. Now it's all on Beast. His position, not a bad one to try to fight, but Mattis hits everything. And G2 underway nicely on map 3.
A little bit of wizardry from Gandalf there from Mattis. Much needed pistol round 1 by G2 after things are touch and go in the first 3 exchanges of this round. CT side start going well for G2, which may get the AWP in Sun Pius' hands nice and early on. You can already see him. MP Knight and Armor purchased up in towards round 2 here. And we'll have the chance to get a bit of an eco bash on. There's no armor or force here for Virtus Pro.
Sun Pius was definitely looking for it. Wants to build up that AWP fund, but Hunter to draw first blood.
The T side was the more strugglesome of the 2 versus Vitality for VP. It felt like they started off that game very well on their CT side, but when they were trying to close the game on T side, it didn't go well.
Yeah, that's true. They kind of fell into the same formula over and over again, didn't they? They just kept going mid to B, mid to B, mid to B. And that didn't really work out for them. We obviously haven't seen that employed just yet. Do get that kill onto Malbs, so Famas in the hands of Fame. Could maybe do a little bit more damage here, but I think that'll be one of the key things that we're looking for in this map, is that VP have a little bit more to show us on the T side than, you know, just defaulting back to the same thing over and over again.
G2 setting up around long. Just a high-low crossfire, waiting for VP to push past the point of no return. For VP, I mean, a P2 and a Famas could at least take 1 or more, 2 more guns out of the hands of G2. That's all you can really hope for, all you can really expect for VP. No armor, and the aim punch, a little bit too much of a factor as they walk into the firing squad. Nice and clean for G2.
That's what you want. Good start to the third map.
See if Sun Pius is going to get the AWP out already here. Indeed he will. Straight into the mix, and if I'm looking at VP with only 4 flashes to play with in this round, he could definitely find some opportunities.
Nothing giving just yet from VP.
Yeah. Hunter on the jump spot after seeing the Xbox smoke, waiting for his timing to deploy this nade. Flash going up over the top of lowers, but nade dodged nicely by VP.
It's another one here for Sun Pius just to blow open the doors. He doesn't see anything through it though. A little bit of info there for G2, but nothing to really write home about.
Molly elapses on short. VP make their next move. Flash does catch VP, but nobody playing off the back of that. G2 just really trying to unsettle them on the cross.
What?
Sun Pius finding Fame. The AWP was the premium that G2 did opt to put their faith in this round, and it has come up the goods yet again.
Yeah, awkward round now for VP, down 4 on 5. So options are limited. They don't have really any map control at all. They don't have short, they don't have long, they don't have upper dark.
Gonna trust in the buddy system. Wanting to take these 2-on-1s, but G2, they're not even letting them have the opportunity to have some input into the round. It's G2 who are the aggressors in this situation, and VP are being pushed around.
Just a bit too routine from G2, really, isn't it? Very, very easy stuff. VP not testing them at all so far on Dust 2. It's been 3 freebie kind of rounds. This will be the most important of those three. That really starts to get G2's money going. But 2 saved AKs can still be a threat in the next round at least. What do you say?
I thought you would know. You're the one that's in China every year. You haven't picked up enough?
I suppose that was counter-terrorist win.
Wow. They're so fluent, man. Your Chinese is so standard.
Yeah. I have been practicing.
Huh?
I have been practicing.
Yeah. Gonna have some pistols around the AKs here. Ooh, aggression from Sampayas. Just waiting to see if anyone's going to give him an opportunity. I don't imagine he's going to stick around forever. He's pretty unsupported. Toro out long. Sampayas capitalizing on that mistake into lower dark. It's a 1-for-1 to start the round off. Long control secured for VP.
Flash goes into upper dark. Mattis can have a little bit of a look. Meanwhile, Sampayas continues to deliver with this AWP. And I mean, this will be a really, really tough map for VP if this is how it's going to continue to go. Sampayas kind of just getting away with whatever he wants. 5-1 on the early outset. Mattis even able to win that duel against Perfecto as well. This is going very swimmingly for G2. Super comfortable start to map 3.
VP need to at least just keep them honest, do something here. Win a duel or two. Sampayas falling off the line, giving Bist an opportunity that he doesn't capitalize on, and it's clean. Even if maybe the decision-making wise, it wasn't. Economically, it will be. Timeout immediately from Virtus Pro. We have got to stop dry peeking this AWP. I mean, I know that even in the previous gun round, we didn't have many flashes. In this round, we didn't have many flashes to work with. No excuses now. We have a full buy. We're going to have all the util we could possibly need. I don't know if there's frustration or meditation.
Yeah, I was just wondering the same.
In an elimination game, yeah, he's a little upset.
He looks frustrated.
In an elimination game like this, like, honestly, that's not the body language I want from my teammate.
No. The situation is affecting him. There's no doubt about that. G2, on the other hand, looking pretty locked in at the moment. They've got a job to do, and they're aware of it.
Look, some people respond well to negative motivation, though.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, you give some Russian blokes a little bit of a push around, it might G them up a bit. Couple harsh words being exchanged. Oh, no. That's not how you'd want things to start for Bist. I don't think he had head armor there. He's on a donut. 0-5. First round, he's been able to get the AWP going.
I reckon the head armor probably doesn't matter. Once he's missed the shot, he's probably a dead man anyway.
Oh, double peek. But it was half-hearted. Going in with the confidence of a middle schooler, trying to ask out the first girl to prom. This really didn't commit to the bit there. It was a firm no from G2.
Sampayas will miss that shot, but the round is still largely going quite comfortably for them. Bit of a regroup from Virtus Pro into middle, which is undefended at the moment.
Oh, hold on. Have you heard of this play called mid to B?
Wait, hang on.
It's a pretty good one.
Can you tell me about it?
Yeah, VP, look, they didn't have much success with it against Vitality, but this is not Vitality, Jordan. Like, think about it. Who are G2, really?
Well, Hunter, close at the doors. Won't get much done. Sampayas, though, helping out, and Heavy God has the rest on lock. So it's all good in the end. Unlike you asking out your girlfriend to the prom.
Yeah. Unlucky, you know. Some of us just aren't Sigma Chads. You know, that wasn't the... I didn't have the right language to describe it at the time, you know, because it was about 40 years ago now. But that's how I would describe it. I mean, look, VP. Oh, man.
Rough.
This is not going to be a good memory. The coach has got to be punching whatever is in range right now. If I'm sitting in the coaching booth watching my players walk into Sampayas one at a time, I'm going to be having some firm words in the round to follow.
Could be one more.
Oh, he's just fallen off the line. Now he's dead.
That's the only thing that's gone VP's way this entire game.
Yeah, but that's more of a mishap, really, from Sampaias just dropping the line a little bit too soon. Flit's got a kill with a Glock onto Malbs. I don't know what to say about this round.
I mean, it could definitely go the way of Virtus Pro. Hunter's made his way over to the car. Mattis trying to catch him on the cross. Really, really well navigated there for G2. Flit will at least trade one back. There's still some potential for him. He'd need a 4K. Has got the light armor.
Well, unable to find an isolated duel, so he will go down. Scoreline remains a clean sheet thus far for G2. Bit of an expensive round in the end, but 6-0. This is a great start for Sampaias.
I mean, it's not hard when they make it that easy. You know?
Okay, that's how that happened.
A little bit of a mid-round push.
Biss gonna have another crack. This time, Sampaias not on the other side, waiting for him.
On control secured yet again here for G2. They were expecting the change-up to come in from VP. 9-2 for Sampaias. Mattis is having a belter of a game as well.
You can see how tentative VP are at the moment. Just moving around this map as a wolf pack. Good tickle coming through from these grenades, though. Flit is really copping a beating.
And Sampaias on the off angle towards short. Missed, finally. Good for it. Hunter to follow up, though. Still could pose a problem for VP if he goes unchecked. Will fall away, picks up the molly. I think Biss might have even spotted him making his way back towards that B side. And I think VP, considering old reliable mid to B, they're going to throw out a progression smoke just to see if they can draw out any utility. And indeed they do. That molly that Hunter picked up off the body of Mattis, now no longer a factor.
Heavy God's tucked in the corner nicely. This could still go wrong. Got that smoke down that will allow VP to get up a little bit closer, but the flashes need to land, and Heavy God is unperturbed thus far. First kill from Hunter. This could be big. Heavy God for 2. And 2 for 2 is where we find ourselves at. Sampaias waiting for that push up short. He's just so aware of Flit, which leaves Fame alone. And even when VP claim the opening kill, they might still lose this round. What does the retake look like for G2? They're going to be patient from the outset, but Fame doesn't give them the freebie. They're going to have to do this off their own back. Sampaias has a flash. It's going to be a grenade tossed in, and that'll be enough of a distraction. Fame playing left, right, and is it good night? Malbs not able to find that duel, comes shifting out and beats Fame at his own game. Ready for that defuse. Another round for G2, 7-0. They simply cannot do anything wrong.
It's so frustrating for VP. Heavy God does just enough to keep that in the balance despite a good start. A 5-on-4, a nice sight execute. Flit was already not feeling too fantastic going into this round, so the fact that Sampaias is just waiting so long for that short lurk has really got to be bothering the man at this point. Sampaias just cannot be faulted in this game now.
Run it back. VP going to give it another crack. Malbs will start it off nicely with a kill on Totoro.
Lurk taken out of the equation, straight through the long smoke. Didn't see in what fashion it occurred, but the result is still the same. VP under the press. Having to wait out. There's little bits of util here and there on short. These HEs continue to find value time and time again for G2, and Malbs, after finding that pick over on the extremity, knows that VP, especially with all of this movement in the middle of the map, may not have any presence over there, and he's done a good job clearing it out with the flash in the mid round.
Meant to be.
I mean, this T side is looking just as woeful as against Vitality at the end of that game.
Meant to be.
Has this ever gotten them around?
Oh, Hunter is out in front of that smoke. Perfecto will be aware of it, but Hunter's won the duel anyway, and it's just
I mean, it's all over the place at the moment for VP, isn't it? Heavy God does go down, tucked in that corner. Hunter also falls, but Mattis is over towards B and still holding on. So just again, when VP feels like they might have an opening, it's another tough ask, and Flit is going to have to do something special here. Cops a lot of damage to collect that bomb. Will take the fight. No, he won't. He's jumping up and down. He's not too sure what he wants to do. It's a fake plan, and it won't work out. 8-0. G2 continue on their merry way.
And Virtus Pro may go out with a whimper here in Chengdu. They've had a really good start to the tournament. That's an unfortunate way to start that round. But they're really not putting anything together on this T side of Dust 2. Had some good T sides, had some good calling at times, but this game has been woeful.
I have an idea.
No, man. No.
Okay.
It's not worked.
But it might this round.
Let's go A, please. Flash out onto the line. Fame goes down early, despite the fact that Molbs takes a bit of a tickle. He's still able to make it work. Follow-up flash. Disconnecting another shot with the scout. Flick going down on the lurk. Hold on, we got a little bit of control of the A site here.
Yeah, that kill was onto Malbs though, so the headshot of the scout on the low HP player, not exactly the greatest of prizes necessarily. Yes, VP are able to start to scale their way up in the cover of this smoke. There's no util to deny the plant, but Sampaius is going to be boosted up, and he will be able to get that done with the rifle instead. It seems like he's just fragging at the moment. It does not matter what gun he has in hand. He can do it with the AWP. He can do it with the rifle. G2, 9-0.
Timeout for VP. They're going to need something spiritual here to make any inroads in this game. It's going to have to be like a Gandhi-esque speech coming out here. Some kind of real ancient wisdom.
Hang on, I'm feeling a little bit spiritual right now. I'm communicating with the spirits.
That's what Flip was doing before. He was meditating. He wasn't angry. He was calm.
I'm receiving communication from the spirit realm.
You are? What are they saying?
Mid to B.
No, man.
Why not?
I don't know. I'm not convinced anything's going to work at this point anyway. Screw it. Just send it at this point. Get it over with.
I think one of the big issues as well, obviously, is Biss has been trying to get these opening frags. That's a decent attempt. Timing looked good, but no connection. But he's not really had any success. It's okay. It's better than nothing.
For one, muddy the waters a little.
Where's Sampaius, though? You know, he's going to have an impact here sooner or later.
Yeah.
Wait, hang on. Just saying. They could throw a mid to B smoke right now.
They are undecided, Jordan. Let them cook. Will they even have a chance, though?
Yeah, it's G2 that's cooking.
And it's delicious. It's spicy. It's unexpected. The drop heard. There's the mid to B smoke. Hold on. Molly will keep them at bay. Flashing on Factor, but forget about all of that. It's these players on Catwalk that you have to be concerned about. Nice shot connecting for Biss, but still a man disadvantage for Virtus Pro. And they're trying to cling to anything that they can in lower dark. 50 seconds for Perfecto to put a 1 or 2 together.
I would have laughed so hard if you threw another mid to B smoke there.
You may walk through it and go mid to B. There's still time.
Where does he want to go?
He's not sure.
Well, it's given away the game that he's still in mid somewhere. So Sampaius will stay locked in at the double doors.
Can we make a decision? You're just so unsure right now.
Maybe he's trying to communicate with the spirits as well. It looks like... Oh, no. I mean...
Look away.
Pull your knife out.
Look
away.
away.
Then the comes like, it's just not their day, is it?
No.
The gods have forsaken us.
Oh, man.
Well, yeah, they even did what they wanted. The gods said mid to B. They gave them mid to B. And now Virtus Pro are non-believers.
Oh, it's so sad for Perfecto. I felt like he was like a little kid with his ice cream and it just slipped straight off the cone. That's how that made me feel. It's tears for the CIS squad here after some little bits of excitement here in China. Unfortunately, G2 is here to steal their candy.
Halloween was a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I had 55 kids come to my house.
Really?
Yeah, trick-or-treaters. Isn't that
zero.
crazy?
So Pius is not a fan of trick-or-treaters either. He's got no treats for Perfecto.
No.
Only tricks. Just goes from bad to worse for VP, really, doesn't it?
I've just got nothing to say about them.
I am feeling like
maybe they were right on the desk.
I mean, this round, it does look good for a mid to B, though.
Sun Pius. He hasn't made a mistake the entire game. Ooh, little beauty, looking thick, Fame. Let me give that a slap. He's able to trade one back.
For all the good it's going to do, Grenade will slow down their progress. It actually bounces the gun back in the direction of the B side, so there's no AWP that's going to be retrievable either. Here's a pop flash out. Heavy God does go down. Matisse is going to come across to try to fill in the side, but he's held at bay by the smoke and the molly for now, and mid needs to be picked up. This one could still go awry for G2 if Malbs gets his timing wrong, which he does. Flip chiming in. Now Hunter wants to have a look. Bomb plant going to go down. Hunter unable to deny it. Here we go. Finally, Virtus Pro. They get around.
They're in it. Incredible scenes. The entirety of the watch party in Moscow going crazy right now. They can't believe what they're watching unfold before their eyes. We saw the B. We saw the B.
Yeah.
There it was. But where was the mid? That's when Flit comes out for that key kill on the lurk. And just like that, we've completed. Oh, the mid to B. Oh man, he just needed a bit of motivation. Yeah, he got an AWP out as well. It's like that bloody Fanatics graffiti, you know? Everyone's peeking down suicide.
3 or 4 AWPs.
Yeah. I wasn't quite to that extent.
Man, give him a spank and off he goes.
Sometimes you just need a bit of motivation. There it is.
Well, I mean, best case scenario for VP is still only the 2 rounds. Heavy God's got the AWP. He doesn't see anything. Oh, but he still takes the shot. Fist is going to go down. Heavy God is burning alive. He desperately needs a bit of assistance, and it is a long way away. Heavy God, hide. Heavy God, do what you can.
Yo, we're sending aid.
Wait, have they forgotten he's existing?
No, they haven't. They're just kicking that can down the road. I'll get to it. Don't worry, I'm going to clean my room. I swear to God, that's a nice start from Perfecto, but still not good enough. 11-1 here in Chengdu. Looking like VP are on the verge of elimination.
It's not going well for Virtus Pro here on map 3. You can see the score for yourself, 11-1. G2, well on their way to progressing deeper in IEM Chengdu.
All they just got to do is just tap it in. Sitting right there. It's a little putt. And they'll get this one done. VP, it's a long road to be able to get back into things for them. But look, every long journey just going to take the first step. Pistol to kick things off. That was a nice little layering of the decoy and the flash. Didn't really have any impact on the round. Flip pushed away. Back in towards double doors. Perfecto not looking to try his luck. But really that's all that G2 were looking for there. They just wanted to push the CTs away. Keep the rotations and the information on us.
Ooh.
Ooh, flash.
Yeah. Quick one out there as well. Completely patch Fame and Mattis.
It's been headbutted by the T and it's full wide at him. That is just a metaphor for this entire game for VP. Like, it's painful, man.
Every possible thing that could go wrong for VP has gone wrong here on Dust 2. Maybe that's the strat. Maybe that's been planned, practiced by G2. They've worked on it.
Been playing some pickup soccer in between the games, working on their headers.
Oh, Heavy God. Disrupts anything happening in mid as well. I mean, it just goes from bad to worse, doesn't it? 12-1. Second half pistol going the way of G2. It's looking like this one will be wrapped up pretty quick.
There's somebody that's tuning into this game after not watching any of VP this tournament and gone, yeah, it seems right. 12-1 for G2.
Yeah, we had such high hopes for VP, didn't we? Especially after map 1, hard-fought victory, but...
They've earned that respect with some of their performances in this event. Unfortunately, it's... this is not the way they would have wanted to end their campaign. I think any thoughts of just how well this had been going early on has left a little bit soured on the way out.
Well, Bist is certainly not leaving much up to the imagination with this scout through the mid doors. No connections though. And a molly to try to push those players off short, but Malps goes alone and without any backup actually goes down there, gives up the Galil. His molly will catch Flit as he tries to exit though.
Bist waiting for Mattis to make a mistake here. If he's able to hit him with the tag, Perfecto can clean up the rest of the leftovers with the dig. Smoke deployed to the cross, but G2 not in a rush, plenty of time. Mattis may get his mark here. Patience is a virtue for him.
Oh, he just timed him absolutely perfecto.
Wow. I didn't know that you're clever like that.
I know, I mean, I'm pretty good with my wordplay. Like, I kind of come up with these before the game. I had that one written down.
Yeah, I can see that one in your notebook there.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow, this guy is the best. I can't... You came up with that?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll just use it. I don't think we've said that one yet. Nice shot.
It's fine. Heavy Goat.
Heavy Goat is absolutely battering them. That one, I don't know if I would have done. That's a weird one to be on your notebook there.
Well, this is looking like it's well and truly done as Bist, the new addition to Virtus Pro, is going to have to try to lock things in, and it's just not going to be possible. Heavy God will shut it down, and it's an anti-climax as far as a map 3 is concerned. 13-1. G2 send Virtus Pro out of IEM Chengdu with nothing more than a whimper.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit like Sichuan hot pot in Chengdu for Virtus Pro. It was so delicious initially, but it's definitely burning them on the way out. G2, however, they've got some prospects to consider. That is a dominant performance that you would want to see from them, though, if you have any chances of them or any hopes of them knocking Vitality out before the playoffs.
Yeah, I think they're still going to need to kind of lock in a little bit and sort of find another level if they're going to take down Vitality, because while it's been reasonable enough today from G2, there was certainly no shortage of awkward rounds out for them as well. They still don't seem like they're really in that peak form that we're going to need to see them deliver if they want to go deep in this tournament. You know, considering they get knocked down to the lower bracket pretty early on in the piece as well, that doesn't make matters too easy. And yeah, I mean, they get the win over VP in some pretty convincing fashion here on map 3. But again, how much are you really drawing from wins against VP at the moment? I know that we've obviously watched them in all 3 of their matches here at IEM Chengdu, and we've been reasonably positive about the outlook, but I think a lot of that is coming from the expectation more so than what's necessarily eventuated. I mean, look, obviously VP have definitely had their moments in the server, but you can still tell that they're not quite there yet.
No.
It is on the right track. It's a bit more of a positive trend, I suppose, but there's still a lot more work to do for them. So I'm not going to take too much away from this one for G2. I think there's, definitely a lot to be said about how that match against Vitality is going to go for them. I think it's going to be really quite a tough one, for sure.
I would agree with that, and I think Vitality coming off a pretty one-sided win against hometown heroes Lin Vision are feeling hungry for the playoffs. As mentioned before, I don't know how long it's been since they've even finished below the top 4. There's no way that they are going out before they make their way to the playoffs.
That's what you'd think, but maybe G2 can find a way to regroup. Obviously, they'll have about a game off. They'll have, 2-3 hours, I suppose. It depends on how long the next game or two goes. But yeah, they'll certainly have to have a bit of a chat because there's a lot of recuperating to do. I think it's been, quite a long series, obviously, for them, even though that third map was a pretty quick one. That's, about a 3.5 hour series. So not as long as they get, but getting up there, definitely for G2. So it'll be a big day. They were aware of that. I think it was Mattis that we had the interview with at the start of the day, sort of saying, they just come in with the positive energy, the good spirits. They know what they've got to do today, and they're just going to try and keep that up throughout the day. I imagine, that won't necessarily change going into this next match against Vitality, but it's obviously a little bit easier said than done when you're at the start of the day than when you're after 3 maps of Counter-Strike. You're hungry, you're obviously pretty tired, and you've still got another whole series to prepare for. So it's not going to be an easy run ahead here for G2 by any stretch of the imagination, but it's better than the alternative, which is where Virtus Pro have found themselves eliminated from IEM Chengdu. So better luck next time, I suppose, for VP. But for us, it's time to turn our attention toward the future as we are ready to head towards our next match. We'll take a little bit to get that one all sorted in the background, and we'll be back with you guys very shortly for the Mongols and Pain.
Here's to the challengers, the ones who don't just settle for decent elo, but hunger for something more. The ones who don't just queue for another match, but prepare for war. You can doubt them, overlook them, even count them out, but you can't stop them.
Right now, I'm with Dupree, who I can see has got tears.
While others play for fun, they play for legacy. This is ESEA League, where challengers take their first step.
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement, and our second drop is it's up actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
It is time for Pain to be taking on the Mongols. I've got Snow for a few words ahead of this one. I just want to recap quickly your journey here in Chengdu, because day one, you lost out to Team Spirit. Yesterday, you managed to beat Tyloo. What's the biggest difference in Pain from day one to day two of this tournament?
I think now we are feeling good about the sleep, because we went here a day to play against the Spirit, and we didn't sleep good, and we are feeling some jet lag, but I think it's normal. And now we are feeling so good to play that match, and yesterday was good, and yeah, I think now we have a good sleep, and that's it.
Always good to hear. For the Mongols, what's your history like versus them? How do you feel about them as opponents today?
We know, of course, they are a very good team. They are a strong core. We play against them in Blast and in the Major, and was a very hard match. I think now we are feeling good to play against them. We know that they play really good CS, but now we are playing so comfortable in the game, and I think this is the most important thing. And yeah, we are feeling good to play against them. It's a very strong team, but let's see.
Does it make you feel more comfortable now that there's no Chengdu on the other side of the server? Does it make the Mongols feel a bit more beatable?
I think so, because Chengdu was a very good player. I think was the best player from them. All the people know that. But of course they are a very good team. They have a very good core, and it's hard to play against them because their style is very different from the normal teams, and it's hard to play against them.
Always a pleasure to get a few words from you, Snow. Thank you so much. Good luck.
Yeah, let's see how this one pans out. Obviously, a lot of conversation to be had around the Chengdu removal or benching from the Mongols and Controls coming in. He had a bit of a standout performance to start things off in that opening match for the Mongols, but went a little bit missing in their second game. So still has to prove a few of the haters wrong, and we'll see if the believers are going to be proved correct. But obviously the matchup you have ahead, Mongols versus Pain, and both teams finding themselves down in the lower bracket. I think it would be a much earlier exit for the Mongols than what they are used to if they did lose this game.
Yeah, I think they would have a couple of excuses for that one, but still it would be a little bit of a sour taste in their mouth heading into the Major. They want to make sure that they keep things nice and locked up here. A 2-1 over Heroic. The last two of those maps a little bit more convincing than the one that they did drop. Up against Astralis though, dropping that series, and like you said, a little bit of a lackluster performance from Controls, but he wasn't the only one who was going missing for the Mongols.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we'll highlight 910 coming into this match, because yesterday he was, I mean, basically 1v910, it sort of felt like at this point, because he was having an absolutely stellar performance. Yes, I mean, you can see for yourself, 49 and 26 over two maps. He was really the only one in the server. It kind of felt like, yeah, that's in a 2-0 loss. You know, it felt like he was just absolutely doing what he needed to do, but there was nobody else in the server delivering. You know, you look at Blitz, you know, you look at Techno, you look at Mzinho. There's no real excuse for those guys, but they couldn't get it going even any better than Controls could. So 910 was really the only one that felt like he was having a lot of success on a consistent basis, and it just wasn't enough in what ultimately, yeah, felt like a very, very rough game to watch for the Mongolian fans.
Would agree with that, but for Mongols, a team that has changed the expectations of what we really require from an Asian CS team in Tier 1, they very much had lightning in a bottle with their existing core, and Chengdu, such a defining part of their team, is irreplaceable no matter what player you put on that team, because either you need a non-Mongolian with some serious star power, or you need to pick up another Mongolian player who has just far too big of shoes to fill. Controls, for those that aren't aware of his history, playing on one of the up-and-coming Mongolian teams in Chinggis Warriors, has had a little bit of experience in the Major cycle, playing in things like the Minor, kicking around and playing some of the Asian competition over there on quite a puggy, disjointed team. At times we have seen him online just be hyper-aggressive and run it down, and that's kind of what I was expecting from this man coming into this tournament. And in a Tier 1 environment, I mean, if you're confident and it's working, the other team doesn't really have the answer for it. you saw at times versus Heroic, that can very much work for you. But in a tier 1 environment, when you do start to get punished by that a little bit, and you are a player that relies on that as a success factor in this tier 2, 3 environment, you're a big fish in a small pond, you usually will not have the depth that you need to be able to actually turn your performance around. And I think that's where the rest of Mongols needs to give him the support that he needs. And need a couple of wise words from Mara, who hasn't always been present for the Mongols at this tournament so far.
Yeah, that's what I had heard as well yesterday. Not there, but it seems like he's back. As we can see, he's there today. Moving on to Pain, and obviously how they're feeling coming into this one. You know, I feel like it's been a pretty routine tournament for them so far. Obviously a loss to Spirit. Most teams are going to lose to Spirit, so nothing really to talk about there. But
I mean, it wasn't a blowout though. Like, they had a close map. I think Pain is a team that you see flashes of their potential. They have very much put a premium on some young Brazilian talent coming into this core around Biguzera, who's been on many iterations of Pain at this point. And then they put away Tai Lu. They did what you would expect them to do in matches that can kind of be touch and go, because we've seen Tai Lu actually have success at around this level. Pain is the kind of team that you'd see Tai Lu take on a good fissure run and maybe take out. So Pain in a big IEM tournament like this, to see them put away Tai Lu does give you some degree of confidence, and now a bigger test for them.
It's kind of hard to really quantify though, isn't it? Because we're still not really sure where exactly Mongols now sits in the ecosystem, obviously without Chengdu and with controls. That's kind of, I feel like, what this tournament is there to kind of decide. We are going to go toward Nuke, Ancient, and Inferno. So as far as map picks are concerned, I kind of feel like this is really quite up the middle of the map pool for both of these two teams. I mean, maybe the Ancient looks a little bit like it leans more heavily towards the Mongols rather than anything else. But it seems like 2 maps, or rather 3 maps, that both teams are reasonably comfortable on to an extent.
I mean, when they played 3 months ago, it was a close game on both maps, but Ancient was a 13-10 in the favor of Mongols. Now Mongols playing without their star player. You know, many months later, I mean, anything could happen in this matchup, but it's not one winnable for Pain, despite the fact that the 2 outings in the last 6 months or so that you've seen between these 2 cores, it's every map won by Mongols, 4-0, in this current kind of era of Counter-Strike, even though I would say that Austin Major series was on an older map pool. So, a little bit of a different look in there. But at least recently, Pain have been somewhat competitive, so let's see if they can potentially dismantle Mongols, knock Mongols out of Chengdu, which would be very disappointing for a lot of the Chinese fans who would have wanted to see Mongols in some of these stage games.
Well, this one not on stage. I wonder if that helps. Controls out in any way, shape or form. 9-10 immediately eliminated by NQZ. The start is not a positive one here for the Mongols. They are losing all sorts of map control. Mzinho, though, trying to pull it back for the team, has found himself one with the assistance of controls. There's a nice little exchange over at Ramp Room, and they've actually dropped the bomb carrier. So even Blitz getting one more is going to throw a bit of a spanner in the works here. This was a battle on multiple fronts that it looked like Pain was winning, but they just sort of overstay their welcome there in the Ramp Room, lose control of the bomb, and now it's a very tough round for NQZ.
Mzinho and Controls just playing this one together, holding hands to try to close things out. NQZ was the one to open up the round. Doesn't hit the silent drop. That may have been heard by Mzinho, who changes up his angle here, going to walk up the ladder, give himself a little bit of verticality and tuck his booty in the corner. Nice and safe. Feeling quite snug, especially backed up by Controls, who will likely take this first contact over from Radio Room. QZ sliding out onto the line. Peppered a little bit by Controls. 25 HP at this point. I just don't see this coming together for him. Spots out where Mzinho does reposition, but the dualies are putting the fear of God in this man, and Controls will be the one to close it out. Was a worrying start for Mongols on the pistol, but they very much put the pieces back together. And so far on the CT side of Pain's map picks, so good.
You often see rounds like that sometimes for the Mongols, where things look like they're going a little bit wonky, and then an individual or 2 steps up. I mean, the fact that Blitzer gets one more was a bit illegal, considering the HP that he had. So a couple of things going fortunately for Mongols in that pistol round, I would say, but they'll be happy to get underway with it in the back pocket, and they'll get the rifles
in tow as a result. Pistols only for Pain as they choose not to invest into this round.
Good start for Controls as well, getting a 2 on the pistol. 9-10. Continues his fine form from yesterday. Keeping Yard on lock will be quite important for Mongols on this CT side.
Techno looking for the angle onto Biguzera, will claim that prize quite comfortably and then goes for more. Shot in the back of the head by Snow, but he gets his job done and only gives up the MP9. So overall, a happy exchange as far as the Mongols are concerned.
That's just not a duel you're ever winning. Nice and easy for Controls. And QZ wanting to see if anyone will give him a freebie here. And 9-10 handing out free bullets. Maybe not what you would have bargained for. Nice and easy. Clean conversion in both rounds for the Mongols.
Early days though. So to not get too far ahead of yourselves here as the Mongols. First gun round here to come for Pain.
Saw some big pacing from them in the pistol. We'll see if they continue that into their early gun rounds here. All rifles for both sides here.
Well, the utility is certainly pacey. And here goes DGT. Ooh, thought he was looking for the vent drop, but decides to try and pick the face up into Annex, which is going to be a mistake. We'll go down to Blitz. Techno also helping out, and this is very awkward indeed for everybody, apparently, as Blitz just gets caught on the timing there. USP in hand, doesn't work out for him. The trades come back. We're now in a 3-on-3, but the bomb control is completely lost. It's out in the middle of the A site.
That skirmishes on either sides of the map could start to make the difference. NQZ wins an important one over on Ramp Room, and now it's just 2 players in lobby that have lost all control and information in this round. Yes, they have the bomb, but Pain are slowly closing in around them.
They're boosting for heaven.
Oh, they
got to do
whiffed
it
it
quickly.
though. Snow's ready for it, I think, as a result, surely.
Nah, is he? He's waiting. Techno spots him out. Hits the head, and that's imperative. That's important because the bomb, again, is still beckoning for these remaining 2 Pain members who are both very low and now don't have that pincer strike to assist them. A push-out hut with a setup like this just surely does not work for Pain. Controls is very healthy. Techno goes down for free, and Controls has now been spotted out as well. It's all on the newbie into the roster. 25 seconds left. Plenty of time for Biguzera to try and make something happen, but Controls will lock it down.
Overlooks the door creep and lets his player die on Rafter. But if you close out the 1-on-2, can't get too much of a slap on the wrist there. Mongols just peppering Pain down through all of these progression smokes. I think the Brazilians were feeling thoroughly seasoned, a little salty after that.
That was the critical kill coming through from Techno though onto Snow, wasn't it? If that kill doesn't come through, it's a much more difficult round.
Down to pistols and armor though here for Pain in response. They know that they've taken a lot of guns out of the hands of Mongols. This is where Mongols really needs to build up their economy so they can take a few L's on this CT side and keep the good times rolling.
Oh, who's going to throw the smokes?
Who's got the best arm? NQZ, apparently. Bloody hell, he's got some distance on him.
Yeah, well, deep wall of smokes out here for Pain, and then also the close wall of smokes. So smokes everywhere. It's Fate Nation on the outside of Nuke.
Oh, man. They've turned the outside yard into a bit of a hotbox. The HE nades poking open the close wall of smokes, but Pain as a result going to slip down into secret. Do they have any stories to tell? Mazinho is interested. They've caught his ear, but he's the only one.
For now,
might get more than he bargained for.
Has been able to cross deep into the site and actually gets up on a catwalk just in time, but will be prompting another rotate to come down. It is Blitz who's here to assist, and luckily so, because there's a multitude of Pain members heading in this direction. Mzinho just going to tuck with that USP and take the 1v1 against DGT. It's another easy round for the Mongols. This is looking like a much better outfit than what we saw yesterday.
That's exactly the round that they needed, though. You know, the economy was pretty battered and bruised after it comes down into the 1v2, won by Controls in round 3. So a nice, clean finish in round 4 will give 910 access to the AWP and have a nice little trust fund set up for the future. Pain back to the drawing board. AWP comes out on NQZ, not something we've seen them have access to just yet. When will they get started here? DGT under pressure. Who is that? Inside a lobby, Controls. I mean, a player who we've seen just with brain dead aggression online against Asian teams gets caught off guard. Snow, though, on outside does rectify a bit of a bad situation. 910 under pressure now, also cleaned up. What is that from Snow? It's feeling chilly in Chengdu right now.
I imagine it would be, actually. It's getting quite cold over there. Techno's going to try to salvage the situation. He actually doesn't take any damage in that exchange. Player on top of Annex is going to catch him off guard, though. So it's all on Mzinho. He hears a lot of noise on outer. It's going to infer from that that maybe the A side's clear. Go back and take that space.
Pain gonna group up around Secret. Let's try to walk in that direction together. Snow and Davidus also very low at this point. Bigu's really the main man who can take a couple bullets here and 100% this round for Pain, but they need to get through it with as many guns as possible because you can see just how good Mongol's economy is. It's going to take a couple of gun rounds to crack back into this half for Pain. Doors thrown open. The jig is up for Mzinho.
Does he opt to just try and save the M4 here?
I mean, maybe, but I feel like it's, even if you're not going to go for it, at least try to take a couple of guns away from Pain. Oh, he wants the AWP. I guess that makes sense. Just safeguard that one. 4-9-10 going forward, because that is going to be a little bit more expensive to replace. Incredible round from Snow. I mean, he's the man that we had in the interview and a, you know, up-and-coming youngster that's been touted in the Brazilian scene for quite a while. He's going to play his trade at a number of international events, and that's just another one of those rounds where you see flashes of brilliance for him. You see exactly why Pain is banking on players just like him to kind of hit a new level, a new era of Brazilian CS, I guess. Although Fury are doing that with international opposition, it's kind of the, international composition, it's kind of the opposite approach from Pain.
Early timeout here from the Mongols. They give up one round and they decide that's not good enough. Mara's got something to say.
I mean,
Is it just a case of maybe settle it down? Because, you know, we've seen a few outrageous moments already in this matchup. You know, Controls into lobby there, Blitz with the push into the smoke with the USP at the Advent, for example. A couple of moments where, you know, Mongols, it feels like they're kind of trying to push the issue a little bit on this CT side, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but I wonder if that's the adaptation that Mara's looking for, just to settle them down a little bit.
Sure. See if it makes a difference for them. Pain closing that round out rather cleanly. They'll be happy with how the latter portion of it has gone. 910 moved over to ramp room here. Well, DGT, man, that's a good start onto Blitz. Is that on Yard again, or is that through the lobby door? Can't see where Blitz has died here.
He's died in Hut. I think he might have died in Hut. Oh no, he's died in Annex. Techno does get DGT. So it brings it back to the 4-on-4.
And traded one back, but look, 4-on-4 on Nuke, you're happy with that. As the T side to start to muddy the water is going to open up a couple of gaps somewhere on the map. Mzinho has a little bit of a look towards the silo. Nothing really on offer over there. Smoke does get broken. And QZ not being given an opportunity by Techno here. Oh, hello. He just lost his focus for a mere second after holding the angle. The kill was very much on offer.
Controls solo on the A-bomb side at the moment, but doesn't look like he'll be tested, as most of this push is headed in the direction of the B side. Techno now coming to work his way into the ramp room. The timing actually not too awkward in the end. We'll just get set up behind Unbreakable.
He's been heard. Mollied out.
Yeah, gonna have to take the fight. Can't do much with that one. And Mzinho a little bit too late for the swing here to salvage. One by one, the Mongols will fall. It's just 9-10. who has opted to go for the M4. He might want to give this one a crack. There's 15 seconds left on the clock. He's made the right call to go toward B. Can he deny anything here? All he has to do, drop the bomb and survive, but it's not going to happen. Pain will fight together.
Still a couple of examples of Mongols maybe a little bit unsettled. Caught in transition a little bit. The round doesn't start particularly well. Good answer from Techno, but it's down to 30 seconds before we end up in the post plant that Pain are able to find a handful of kills in the mid round there. And that will break Mongol's economy to some extent, down to an MP9 and a 5.7. Very limited utility. Gonna have to get it done with basic grenades and weaponry. Nade up onto Silo. Nobody to receive. The majority of Pain just happy to sit down at the ground level and see what they can find in yard.
Been reasonably successful in yard as well, haven't they? So happy with the proceedings so far. Pain, again, just sort of slowing things down. It's worked out for them a couple times now.
Bliss down here with an MP9. Gonna play this cheapy little off angle. Molotov is going to be a little bit of a tell that Pain are starting to make some moves on outside. DGT slips out. Oh, catching Mazinho off guard. It's shaky for the Mongols, has to be said. 9-10 also caught completely unawares. This is out of character.
Well, Controls will try and deliver once again for his team, and Blitz coming up the ramp will surely catch Davideus. This MP9 can do what it needs to. The trouble is, it's not going to be a round-winning kill, but it will at least give him an M4. Now it's on to Techno. All eyes turning toward the veteran player of the Mongols as he hears that drop, but he just seems like he's unprepared. He turned away. Big Uzera takes his head off. Nothing Controls can do about it now. They're going to save their guns again, I think.
Maybe. We'll see what Blitz can find over towards ladder base. Wow, he's throwing the kitchen sink, and Snow has successfully flushed him out of heaven. Hold on, Controls have found a pick in towards the upper side, and he's actually going to be able to potentially tickle the bomb here.
No kit. He's got no kit. It's going to be a 10-second defuse in the smoke if he goes for it. He can't find the bomb, it seems like. And that'll probably be that. NQZ will finish it off. It just needed... Yeah, maybe if he had a kit, I think it would have been a big difference maker for him and his decision-making, but in the end, that will be a pretty routine round again for Pain.
I'm loving what I'm seeing from Pain, though. Like, it very much feels like they're unafraid to take little timings or aggress into positions that will make Mongols uncomfortable. And the last 3 rounds in a row, there have been many timings where Mongols, it feels like they're completely unprepared.
Yeah, they are kind of catching Mongols off in a lot of instances at the moment. Pistol round out for the CT side. Bit of damage actually done there to DGT, and Controls is going to try and chase him up the ladder. But he's gotten onto T-Roof okay, and so Mongols, they'll take lobby control, but they'll have to concede outer as a result unless 9-10 has anything to say about it.
Oh, smoked off.
A little bit more damage though.
Even if he can't see them, he can sense them. Zero though, knocking the sense out of him. Snow inside a warehouse. Did see some brilliance for him in exactly this position, so he's feeling mighty comfy to keep pressing the issue.
Zinho coming in on the flank from Secret, but it seems like he's not going to have a whole lot to work with. The USP does well to get 1. X Factor really here is Mzinho, but he is being watched for.
He's been given so many chances by Big Uzera. Finally, Davideus going to clean that one up. And Techno, they're aware of his movements as of late. He'll get himself an AK to work with, but with no armor or a kit. This round will undoubtedly be going the way of Pain, and he will just save onto the rifle going forward. Pain, 4-4 to even up the scoreline here after a flawless start for the Mongols.
Yeah.
I mean, Mara saw something in that timeout early on that he did want to correct, even in a round where I felt like Mongols may have gotten a little bit unlucky, if anything. And I don't know. I'm not sure if that is the issue in particular he was trying to tackle, but very much has felt like Mongols have been caught off guard a couple of times, have been trying to force the issue a bit too much, looking a little bit shaky here in this elimination game of Chengdu.
Yeah, I have to agree. But
it doesn't seem like it's a controls thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's very easy to look at this and say, oh yeah, Mongols are not good because of controls and this and that, but I feel like controls has actually been totally fine.
He's been fine.
It's the other guys that have been getting caught off, you know, awkward timings for Mzinho in ramp. Blitz has been getting picked on outer a little bit.
I mean, even in the games where he didn't perform against Astralis, like, he wasn't the only liability.
No.
It's a multifaceted problem for Mongols that must be addressed in the correct manner.
In due time. They are going to be playing in Hong Kong as well, so, you know, a pretty effective boot camp ahead of the major to try to integrate controls in, and he's only going to be good for a 1-for-1 there, which is not enough considering Techno went down 4-3. Snow gets a good one back onto Blitz and then turns around to deal with Mzinho. A quick A rush. Gets Payne another round.
Yeah, as soon as they knew that 9-10 was going to get on the AWP there, they just upped the ante. After a couple of slower rounds, this pace from Payne, great cooling. To once again, I mean, continue the narrative. Mongols left reeling in yet another round. We'll take a timeout to try to right their wrongs here.
Not a lot of util coming into this round for the CT side at all. You've got 4 smokes there. Obviously, Mzinho still yet to buy, but it's not a lot to play
rush with that.
No, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Like, if you see another quick round out here from Payne.
The problem is, like, if you do opt to go for like an uppers pop like that again, there's every chance you could be running into a half buy if Mongols just want to max up the loss bonus and try to stabilize their economy into the last couple of rounds. Like, this could for sure be, you know, 5-7 armor or MP9 armor, something like that. So it's risky to, you know, try to run something like that into what Mongols are upbringing. But look, us with perfect information can see they've got a bit of a lackluster buy here. 9-10 at least does have the AWP out, and he was very solid with it in their game yesterday, despite the loss.
Davide's going to have a look at clearing out Squeaky there, but smoke obscuring his vision. Slow approach this time from Payne. The molly to start to work hot. I think DGT might have spotted the shadow and might have commented that there's a player up on rafters.
Outside util does come out. Smoke 2 windows as well as the waterfall on top of Annex just to try to deny any information towards Mongols. But Blitz in the back of warehouse will see that no one is crossing in that direction. And here comes the uppers timing.
See if they hard clear a rafters above them. Nobody there at the moment. Yeah, they definitely saw him earlier. Molly's going to fizzle. Doesn't land on the silo. But still, Payne trying to work their way out onto that A side. 1-for-1 thus far. Techno, again, just can't quite hold on to that spray long enough.
He's seeing ghosts. Yeah. I don't know what he's shooting at. Over towards the squeaky door there. Blitz really testing the fire, testing the limits of what his body can withstand. 9-10 now has to get involved in this round. It's a 2-on-2. Very winnable for Mongols.
Lands the shot onto Snow. It's a big one. Of course, Snow was low, but it does bring it back down to the 2-on-1. NQZ has made a step or two, I think, and that molly is going to go in. 9-10, defuse on the bomb. The shots are just wide, but it's a 10-second defuse. NQZ doesn't know that if he just kept spraying, he might have got him. It'll be another round for the Mongols, but it's a touch-and-go round.
It's ice cold from both Blitz and 9-10. Blitz sees a molly and takes that as an invitation to pick one on the cross. I mean, Mongols needed to get something going for them. The uppers hold has been pretty woeful. Techno and Controls as a pairing have been a little bit of a liability in uppers that Payne have taken advantage of, but Blitz and 9-10 more than good enough to close out the late round. 2 more rounds left in the half here. Some reset potential on offer for Payne. They'd love a 7-5 on their map pick.
9-10. Wow. Gonna get it done. And again, it is Snow that's able to double down. This guy has been having an absolute belter. 15-6 now. These kills just seem like they're coming out of nowhere.
He's just dominating. Yard on the T side. Multi-frags are plenty. And Mongols don't seem to have the answer for it. Facing reset potential here. Payne, I want to show... Oh, they want to throw everything at the Mongols in this round to take all of the guns out of their hand. Techno had an opportunity there, but that's another duel that doesn't go his way. Extremely questionable couple of engagements for him in this game. Every time he's been in that upper side, it's been like not his normal level of performance.
Yep, a little bit rattled on this CT side, Mongols. Well, and truly looking towards a 7-5 now. Money is
cooked.
Yeah, not great for the Mongols.
3K on 3 of those players. Pain, no, they're in full control. Snow looking as pumped up outside the server as he looks in it. Oh, they just lined up for him. Made it nice and easy. Pain are feeling like they may break this dry spell against the Mongols. They've lost the last 4 maps in a row, but this one is looking great for them.
Yeah, last 3 series in a row as well.
I mean, one of them was, what, that's 2024.
Well, that was the one
Some of the people in chat weren't even born by then.
Probably. Yeah, I mean, well, I guess that's a stat, though, that the last time that Pain did beat the Mongols was last year.
Cologne 24.
Which is a long time ago. Techno.
Not again, man.
Timed checking Annex.
He's getting bullied.
Yeah, he can't get anything going, can he?
No.
It's a real spanner in the works for the Mongols. Obviously allows a player down Ven.
Smoke 2. Unbreakable. Molly into credit card. Blitz next up to bat. Bold clean by Snow. 16 and 6 for the young man.
Glass is not broken for Mzinho, which makes life a little bit more difficult. MP9 at a range like this is not ideal, but he does deal with DGT, and that's going to give him an AK. Could be a heroic effort from Mzinho if he can hold on to this B bomb site solo. Meanwhile, Control's still trying to put in work on the top side of the map. Catches the lurker of Davideus. Only so many places, though, that Mzinho could be. But the Molotovs still not disrupting him enough to deny another kill. He's done a great job to bring this back to the 2-on-2, which at least gives Controls and 910 something to play with. NQZ, shotgun or Biguzera there as well. Door opened. He would have been aware that there was players in that vicinity. And maybe 910 just going to go for another smoke defuse. This one again would be a 10-second defuse. Wants a fight. It won't go his way. 7-5. Pain pull off a very nice first half here on Nuke. Well, it has been a little bit of a back and forth half, but it's certainly been Pain that have walked away with the better of it. Another inspired performance from Snow, following on from his good form yesterday. 16-7 on the T side. Sets Pain up for success.
See if Mongols can start to right the ship a little bit on this T side, be a little bit more assertive, and it's going to start off here at Ramp Room, running into a crossfire, but it doesn't seem to be troubling them too much just yet. TGT still going unchecked on the close angle and will continue to do so.
Blitz on Outer has managed to creep his way forward, and even the Shadow will not help Bigazera out in that fight. Still does go down there, Blitz, but numbers are advantageous here for the Mongols. Techno has dropped down to B. 910's the one with the bomb. He's going to have to go all the way around to Ramp Room to join him. This is a little messy, but it's looking comfy for the Mongols. This would be both pistol rounds the way of the Mongols if they do win this one, so won't be the easiest of wins for Pain as a result.
Controls is waiting in the wings there, but not given that opportunity towards ladder base. Felt like he wanted to wait around for that frag, but I think he got reeled in a little bit. I mean, I've seen this man play, you know, in many a Asia CS game. I can confirm he does need to be reeled in at times.
Yes.
But by the same token, it's great when you see him let loose, especially in a tournament of this caliber, and still, you know, have some impact.
Yeah, might be able to play a little bit more of his natural game on this T side. Not that he was doing too badly on the CT side. So there we go. Pistol for the Mongols. We'll keep them in the conversation.
Still anyone's game here. Pain have, you know, started off the first half, asked a couple of questions of a Mongols outfit that they've had a tough time beating, at least this year. So it's a good start, but it's far from over at this point.
Investment from Pain. So Mongols will have to work for this one. They're going to just rush past that smoke in Trophy Room and take Ramp Room. Again, Controls. Happy to be the man leading that charge. We'll slow things down now and rejoin the rest of the forces. It's just NQZ who's now getting that reinforcement from the rest of his team. A very fast rotate from Pain, but not quite what they needed.
No, I mean, you saw 3 or 4 CTs make their way down the vents, and I thought they were about to put something special together. You can see that multiple players on the Mongols did almost die, but almost is not good enough. We'll have to make their way pretty far off the site, though. The bomb radius on lowers is pretty insane at times, but Pain are not hanging around for any more of the action. They've had enough of a battering this round, and they'll want to just see what damage they can get done with the weapons in the next. Good to know. Thank you. Did you read the safety manual, Jordan?
That's right, yep, I did. I can read.
You sure? No. Didn't quite make it far enough away. But they only, I think, lost a Mac 10 there.
Yep.
Not too bad. You'll take that against the Force Bite. Some words there at the end there for Blitz.
Yeah.
Thought he was far enough away.
I reckon Blitz was saying, I'm fine. And the rest of the team was like, no, you're not.
No, man. You did get further away.
2 HP is not enough. Anyway, no big deal.
Yeah, Mac 10 comes straight back out for Controls. They've said, do your thing, man. Let loose. At some point in this round, you'll see it. Look to send it a little bit. And I actually like that. I think a man of his style, that's exactly the kind of player I want to see send it to get some ecos and some confidence in this kind of environment.
Yeah, for sure. NQZ doing the job of spotting Outer. He's now obviously been smoked off. And he's all the way back into CT spawn with the USP, so he's just camping out. Maybe go have a nap. A lot of lobby presence that Controls is going to start to get a whiff of, but needs to be careful about the ladder push. Tabaday is thinking better of it, and so Controls will find another timing. It's up to 15-8. It's another good nuke performance from him.
Yeah, he's caught more than a whiff there. That's a big sniffer from the man. NQZ. That's hard to look away.
Look, man, it's just a USP. He wouldn't have got any kills anyway.
Could have got at least one, but look, I'm kind of happier it went that way. It was hilarious.
What are you, a biased caster?
I mean, a caster from APAC wants Mongols to win. I, for one, am shocked.
Can't be doing that on the broadcast, mate. This is a professional environment. You should know better.
My bad, G.
G's not playing in this game. G's actually out of the tournament.
No, don't say it, man. My goat.
That's how G feels right now.
He's on his bed in the hotel room. Who's that? DGT. Major stickers. Get them now. Selling out fast. I just know you'd be the kind of guy to submit some kind of outrageous sticker to the major.
Me?
Yeah.
I'd probably like draw Elphias or something on it.
Elphias?
Yeah.
I thought you'd be drawing something else.
Smiley face.
Smiley face? That's so obvious, man. Have some creativity.
I'm a happy guy.
I mean, you would be if Mongols are playing like this. Starting to turn this one around. 7 apiece. Gonna have a strong economy to take into the rest of this T side. Controls. Once again, hashtag not the problem. Stepping up to the task, at least for now.
Yeah, 9-10, the one who was just absolutely ripping everyone apart yesterday, has slowed down significantly, but everybody else seems to have picked the pace up, so it's working out okay for the Mongols now, though. First gun round on the CT side will be a bit of a tell, and it's not gone too nicely for Blitz to start things off. NQZ has located his head.
Techno's also taken a tumble off the silo and well and truly twisted his ankle. Limping through the rest of the round on crutches. Crossed a secret, though. Oh, Mazzino! He says, wow, you've blown open the smoke for me. That's very nice of you. Evens up the numbers.
Yeah, costs him a little bit of HP, but I suppose you'll take it. Controls might not be too pleased to still be cracking on with the MAC-10 in this round.
Both of the Mongolian lads that are looking a little bit worse for wear are the ones to make their way down into secret. A little bit of utility pressure, maybe trying to bait out some aggression from Payne. And look, it has worked. Unfortunately, with a MAC-10, there's not really much Controls could have done there.
No. 9-10 now on a bit of an island. His teammates coming back up secret to try to assist him, but both of them have been spotted. There's time here for Mongols to slow things down, but it looks like they're just going to try and take that timing into the A site. 9-10 will be the one to start to work that angle, and aware of the possibility of Davideus at back Ven. He's going to get that molly through, allows him to cross, and gives that kill over to Techno, essentially. Now, Snow's the one that they have to worry about. Straight up the vent. He was already primed and ready, waiting for that exact play, and again, it's Snow that will help keep Payne in the round, and of course, it is finished off in their favor, 8-8. Well done, Snow. Again, a huge moment from him.
He really bailed them out because that was extremely questionable from the rest of Payne. Good opener from NQZ. Hell of a shot, but what on earth was Bro looking at on this particular kill? Then the molly to follow up and isolate Davideus. If Snow doesn't come up with the goods out of vent there, then that definitely would have been a Mongols round.
Now the tough road ahead continues for the Mongols. Felt like it was easier going off the back of the pistol, but realistically, you look at a lot of the rounds that they've got, you know, 5 or 6 out of 8 have actually come off the back of the pistol and the conversions. So they have definitely been the worst team in the rifle rounds. You just start putting some gun rounds together that, you know, make you feel with a bit of confidence, because we're not quite at that stage yet.
Down into lower. DGT to receive. Full belt to utility to try to slow down the play so some rotations can come to fruition. He's being mollied off. Replies with a molly of his own that will just push Blitz forward, who actually jiggles his way down the vent line and will secure control on over there. That may not be a timing that they're ready for on the rotation if somebody tries to make it down the vent, but Payne are not making moves over there for the time being. DGT digging his heels into the lower side, but he still doesn't really have too much help until this rotation comes into Megaton.
Oh, that
that is not going to be the rotation that is going to be helping DGT. He's dropped the smoke down as well, so his position given away and ends up being a pretty easy round for the Mongols. I mean, that was elephant feet from Big Azera.
Yeah, but he only had an MP9. Like, he was out of position to defend the lowers play. So he was just trying to scramble to get into an angle where he actually could have taken a tool that was winnable, which is why he's stomping his way down there.
Zinho on the hunt. Oh, he might find two. Nice trigger discipline initially, but actually misses the shot and overcommits to it. So could have been a little bit better. Makes a bit of a meal of it.
And he had 4 bullets as well. I mean, that's just bravado on full display there. That hands an AK to Davideus, an upgrade from the MP9. He'll be happy with that. 4 alive for the Mongols nonetheless. Still neck and neck here on Nuke.
Yeah, very, very close map, that's for sure. We've been treated to some really close affairs on the B stream here at IEM Chengdu so far. It seems like we're headed in the direction of another one.
Was very close the last time these two teams played. 13-11, 13-10, 3 months ago at Blast Bounty. You can see just how closely that they are matched. Pain may feel like it's their time to break this losing record this year versus Mongols with Senzu out of the picture, but Controls is giving them just as many issues. I'm going to take a timeout. First that they've had to take so far in this game.
Yeah, it's been the Mongols that have really felt that they've really needed to push those timeouts through.
It'll take quite a bit of effort to get back into this game. You saw just how good the economy was looking on Mongols, and past that, that's where the loss bonus is going to start to stack up. Not going to be an easy game for Pain to win on the CT side. Somebody else other than Snow is going to have to start getting rolling here. Had a couple of nice moments here and there for NQZ. It's clear that, at least mechanically, this AWPer is feeling himself. But Snow, at least in terms of the rifling, is going to need a little bit of help.
Oh, secret cross looks to be successful here for the Mongols. 9-10 having a bit of a look as the smoke fades. Is not going to be given a fight.
NQZ down in lowers. All at the ready. 9-10 waiting for the re-aggression. Snow pushed away, melting a little.
Techno hears that from on top of Annex.
Progression smoke to windows. There's a high-low between heaven and hell.
Techno's been able to creep his way up close because Zera looks very ready for this fight. But the bink for bink goes the way of Techno with the AK, of course. So a good opener for the Mongols now. That's thrown Pain for a bit of a loop because Mongols are now on their way back up to A. Techno. Ladder play. Not ideal.
Spots out at least a position of Davideus, but just because they know where he is doesn't mean they can deal with him.
Controls has an incend, but it's not going to matter. He doesn't get the chance to throw it. Now it's all on 9-10 this round. Maybe the Mongols trying to get a little bit too fancy with it. 9-10 will try and save the day here, but not going to happen. 9-9. Pain. Pull one back.
That's 2K from Snow. Davideus cleans up the rest of it. There you go. What can't this man do for Pain? 20 kills in the server, and he's keeping the boys nice and pumped up as well. Giving Davideus the props that he needs. Leading in and out of the server. Timeout from Mongols. Last one that they'll have access to for Mara to make any kind of adjustments on the T side, and then it's just up to them to take this one home.
Controls is locking in. Cracks his knuckles.
He's been locked in.
Stretches his neck. No, mate. That was Controls. Now we're getting Controls Prime.
Getting Control Easy.
Control Easy. He's powering up.
Control S, as they've been calling him.
Is that what they've called him? Control S?
I think so.
No,
that's all right.
Got to get in touch with a bit more of the Asian CS.
Yeah, I can't believe that people haven't been watching
Chicken Warriors versus God's Reign.
I wasn't gonna say it. DGT Once again, finds Techno. I mean, outside of that nice crouch peek in the last round, he just continues to struggle for the Mongols here on Nuke.
Well, a lot of space there for Big Azera to play around.
Who will open things up on outside here for the Mongols? A lot of names on offer. Out in the yard. The boys are organising something. Could be a nice game of kickball. Could be a bonfire. Bigu, he's interested. He hasn't got the invite yet.
Nade's going to go through, but the Mongols aren't actually interested in pushing their way into Annex. NQZ aware of that. We'll take down Mzinho. DGT, low on HP, is going to be a tough fight for him against 9-10. So B-side is starting to open up for the Mongols, but in response, Pain taking control elsewhere on the map.
Teams have made their way down into lower. Space given to them. Snow feeling like he wants to get too toasty inside of the vent, and Controls will look to do exactly that. Hold on to this vent space.
It's a big fight here for Controls. If he's able to win it, he might be able to deny not just Snow, but NQZ's rotate as well. There's the drop. It will go the way of Snow. So extra pressure now on Blitz and 9-10, who answers the call well for one, but no more than that. Time, though, is ticking away, and this is a very winnable clutch for Blitz. He is waiting so patiently. The glass has been blown open for him. Waiting, and just not getting the shot onto the diffuser. He took the shot too early. If he would have held his trigger, he might have been able to swing for the shot that he needed, but in the end, Pain will get away with one with 3 guns alive, and this starts to get away from the Mongols a little bit.
Good start for DGT. Snow winning that very important duel as well. Every time he's needed to step up for Pain, he's delivered. And I was saying it's going to be hard for Pain to win this game on the CT side because of the money that Mongols had built up for themselves 2 in a row. And the windfall is starting to blow away at this point. Outside wall of smokes. Must be a milkshake because there's a lot of boys in the yard here. Going to make their way into secret. NQZ can hear all of this.
Mzinho and Controls are waiting. I think it's a bait really there from Blitz, trying to pull the warehouse player out to see if he's going to have a look into secret. I mean, they are so locked in on NQZ. They really want to find him, and they are. Now it's Davideus that's going to have to answer the call, and he's got himself 2, nearly 3. Techno very low off the back of that engagement, and he's essentially alone on this A site. Blitz is still floating around on outer.
He's a known quantity, though. In the 3-on-1, Pain should be able to close this one down. DGT sitting behind this little unbreakable box. Hold on. We went into heaven to leave heaven. I guess he's just saving. Mongols out of money. Blitz feeling better about his prospects with a Hero AK in the next with a weaker buy around it than a 1-on-3. We'll give some time for Mongols to discuss as well. They are out of timeouts on this T side, so a safe situation does give you, you know, kind of a soft timeout to just discuss what's happening.
Yeah, that could be more important than you'd think.
It was me and you know, last night.
Excuse me?
I mean, I'm staying at your house. You didn't have any other room. We have to sleep head to foot, so it's not weird. Right. In the same bed.
Just going to let you keep digging that hole on your own. Hero AK for Blitz.
You were a willing participant at the time. Pain, though.
Stop.
I mean, NQZ doesn't find the opener, but Big Azera will at least trade it down by Blitz, who we saw save that AK in the last. Wanting to put something heroic together in this round, and it's, look, started off well. Going to need a few more of those to make a bit more of a name for himself, at least in this round.
It's going to have to be what it's going to have to be for the Mongols, and really that is, like you said, all on the shoulders of Blitz. He's set up here. Snow ready for that push, but yeah, even though Blitz is good for the trade, he had seen a couple too many teammates fall before he got anything done.
I mean, the daps are palpable here for Pain, and you can't blame them either. That's 4 rounds in a row on the CT side, and all of them felt like Pain were in control and closed them out quite convincingly. Mongols, after being 9-8 up just a few rounds ago, are facing map point to lose their first map to Pain this year.
Not true. They lost the map to Pain earlier on in the year, in February. But their first one in at least 6 months, I think is fair to say. DGT is going to try and help them out with a team kill onto Biguzera, but it's not really going to shift the needle all that much. The Mongols still looking in pretty dire straits, and I think at this stage they'll probably just be looking forward to getting onto Ancient, because Nuke does not seem to be their jam right now.
Snow inside of the door. Given another opportunity by Techno. Blitz headbutts the smoke. Just trying to make anything happen with some fancy footwork.
Tabadeus has spotted 9-10, and that might be the deal sealed. The nail in the coffin. It's all on Blitz solo, and he's down to 24 HP, which is certainly not going to be enough. 13 on the board for Pain. They will take map 1 away from the Mongols.
Well earned by Pain. Initial half, you had a hard carry performance from Snow, but it has to be said, a lot of the boys having their moments and some nice multi-frags on that CT side. What was a good start for Mongols, and happy days for all of the APAC fans that would want to see this team in the playoffs of an event within the region are starting to get a little concerned here, I think.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, we all had our questions and maybe even reservations around what this Mongols lineup was going to look like. There was definitely some beliefs that were still saying, you know, 4 out of 5 of the Mongols is still 4 out of 5 of the Mongols, you know, so they're going to be able to still do something. But yeah, this is definitely not looking like the team that we would have, you know, kind of hoped to see heading into the lead up to the major, right? After being a title contender, in a sense, at the major last year, or last season, I should say. But yeah, I mean, we'll see, obviously, if things change over the coming months or so, weeks really at this point. But the series is not done just yet. Obviously, Pain looked really good. I mean, Snow had a fantastic performance as well. It does have to be said that he was a big driving force behind why Pain's able to get this win, you know, 13-9. It's not a super clean win, but it's comfortable enough. Doesn't necessarily say to me that Mongols is not going to be a contestant on Ancient, right? Like, I think you lose your opponent's map pick. It is what it is. That happens. But if you can lock it in on your own map pick, that's kind of what the best of 3 is for. So I suppose the gauntlet has now been thrown down to the Mongols to deliver in a similar capacity to what Pain has been able to do on their own map pick.
Yeah, definitely a lack of focus there in certain rounds for Mongols. Need to see if they can just lock in a little bit, because they are on elimination point before the playoffs of an event in APAC. Would be very disappointing for many of the fans, and it would be a little bit of a downturn for a team that, you know, locks in playoffs time and time again, maybe even kind of a contender for some of these events. Is losing one player really enough to knock you off that status?
Well, we'll find out, and it won't take too long to get there either. We'll take a short break before we do head into Ancient, but Mongols map pick, map number 2, is coming up right after this.
Here's to the challengers, the ones who don't just settle for decent elo, but hunger for something more. The ones who don't just queue for another match, but prepare for war. You can doubt them, overlook them, even count them out, but you can't stop them.
Right now, I'm with Dupree, who I can see has got tears.
While others play for fun, they play for legacy. This is ESEA League, where challengers take their first step.
Hi, This is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Out there in the wild, the city never sleeps.
Gentlemen, excited for the show? Don't shit yourself. This isn't the quarterfinals. They'll pull through. All right, boys, buckle up. Our objective? To yoink Blade's scrapbook. The crown jewel of strategic documents. But where Blade goes, his scrapbook goes with him. To make matters worse, his hotel room is a fortress. Equipped with generational security.
This woman was suspicious her hotel mirror was a two-way mirror and someone was watching her.
The final catch, at night, his room goes into full lockdown. That leaves us one window. Blade's midday nap. Navi's performance coach has been bragging on socials about the team's sleep quality, and by the looks of it, Blade's out cold for a solid 15-minute window.
Okay, so the plan is break into this room while he's inside.
Oh, Sasha, please.
Don't worry. Whilst Blade has Gen Z security, we have Gen Z stars.
Look at me, Blade. I'm the captain now.
I'm at the top, it's lonely still. No, I don't flex, but broski roll. It's like I went on a hike, cause true, I'm king of the hill.
Put down the weapon.
You're not here to kill the guy.
Sorry, boss.
Oh, and don't forget the dupe. Good luck, boys.
Oh, Sasha, please. Please don't come back. Please don't come back. Sasha.
Boys, low
quality sleep. Aboard.
No! Sasha, please.
I repeat, abort.
Hide.
You're not here to kill the guy.
Look at me, Blade. I'm the captain now.
I really need some sleep.
Out there in the wild, the city never sleeps.
Boss, we got it.
Hell yeah.
Out there in the wild, the city never sleeps.
X-File's walking out mid. Gonna take a gamble here.
He certainly is.
Has to do with the numbers
He's
disadvantage.
testing Chopper's mid-hold. What have you got, Unk?
How much of a hold is it?
It's enough. It's just enough. X-File gives him the sound cue, and Chopper will remove him.
I don't know if X-File goes silently there, how much space he gets before Chopper glances around the corner. But now, 3v5 disadvantage for Heroic. This one's falling apart quickly. Youngster taking a risk with the AWP for the long pick, but Nilo is out. And they know it's a possibility. Playing on the other side of the smokes right now, so flashed and found.
Instantaneous deletion.
And just the final two, Alcaran and LNZ marooned to the upper tunnels. We'll have money for the buy into the last, so give this one a crack. But first, see if anybody oversteps the mark, 45 seconds. I'm going to take this pause in the action to see how the B stream is. I know we've got the intensity right now, but there's a reason. Winner of this plays winner of that. So Alcaran gives them something, but everyone's rotating over now. The Great Migration.
Chopper's going to be tucked on car side. Donk should have it every day of the week. The flash was nice. Worked out for LNZ just the one, but 1v3 for Alcarin in no time. Donk no problem. 33 and counting.
Looks like that Senzu situation is coming back to haunt the Mongols. Obviously, apparently it's just burnout, but they started the tournament with a win, and I thought, oh, okay, Controllers is the GOAT. But
he did have a good performance as well, didn't he?
Yeah, they quickly having the reality set in that it's not an easy player to replace. As timeout after timeout, Hallie's turn now to Overs as one more round on this T side would help them feel a whole lot more secure on the swap of halves.
That can be a vulnerability when you're from a small nation, as far as national teams go. When you do need to replace a player, the pool ain't deep.
Yeah, and especially when the other team attending the major you can't take players from because of the deadline. So, yeah, it is a tough one, but everyone was wondering what Mara would come up with. They went with someone with a little bit more experience. Older for sure.
Yeah, if you can't get, the mechanics of Senzu, you want someone that can at least understand what's required of your position and your role. Same thing. I mean, Zweiss keeps going for it because he hasn't been punished for it. Feels like it's always a narrow miss.
Well, bomb left at spawn means this one has no direct finish. And Heroic haven't looked great within the defaults, especially if they lose a kill within the opening stages. At least right now, that isn't the case. Are they going to go back for that long move where they were able to punish Tanir before? Now, the problem with this is Tanir's support last time was Chopper with a rifle. This time, it's Shiro with an AWP, trained and at the ready. Your util needs to be bang on.
Flashes. This doesn't stop Shiro. Good opening kill. Nielo put in a shallow grave. There's LNZ removing Tanir, though. Trapped on car. Alcarin posted if you re-peek. He's actually going to molly him. Okay, so we'll throw out a smoke of his own design. How does he react to this? The backup should be on its way. And peeking around the edge of the smoke, and nade to try and clear him out. They're spamming him down. Shiro gets it still. Under so much scrutiny, Shiro thrives. A third kill for the AWPer of Spirit. The next Flower, the last man, removing Donk is a start to the 1v4. But a very time-sensitive mission, and that bomb and that flank. It's not going to happen. So Spirit with 2 consecutive to get their CT side rolling, and we'll swap sides in the first overtime. Map 2, Series 2, last day of group play.
The T side for Spirit was pretty rough as well, right? Remember, it was the pistol with the conversions. That's where 3 of the 5 came from. But this is so easy for Shiro, isn't it? This is why he's a classical AWPer. Getting the shots that you need to hit, which sometimes we question. Alcarin was very jarring on their CT side,
right,
though.
yeah,
So
true.
let's see if he can do that again. Maybe they've run out of moves because they were... Whoa. Okay.
That's a little shade of Tanir's peak. Takes his spawn, takes her head. X-Cloud dead.
Surely they've done enough to snuff them now.
Yeah, it feels that way. Ooh, little bit of a misstep on the door smoke. Minimal effect. Alcarin posted mid. Will Chopper swing dry here? On the long zoom. That's a massive frag from Chopper to post, and a little bit of misfortune following Alcarin to start us off.
Yeah, it feels like Ancient is calling.
We've seen them pull it off on the odd occasion.
This one doesn't feel as likely.
It certainly doesn't. Oh, again with the timings, we're talking about it. Nilo just took a passing glance as Tanir peeks in.
It looks more comfortable now in terms of the spacing and the understanding of what's going on. So hitting that flow state, maybe right in time.
Yeah, really. Easy for Sway. A little bit of aim practice.
Poking up into 2 heads as well as there you go. All 5 staying alive. And now...
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters Chengdu in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kidia, and Zoe.
Welcome back on in for map number 2 here between Pain and the Mongols. It has been nothing but pain for the Mongols, actually, because they did take themselves a loss on Nuke. However, the good news for Mongols is they are moving into their map choice of Ancient, and that is also somewhat of a home territory for Controls. For those of us that are Asia CS aficionados, we've seen them do some good work on this map in the past. We'll see if that's going to be enough to get Mongols through to a third, or if they're going to get knocked out of IEM Chengdu right here.
Should be very comfortable territory for the Mongols, and like you mentioned, Controls coming into the team has got lots of reps on this map. What's the most recently played map between these two teams, though, about 3 months ago, and Pain did indeed push them very close on this map, so it's still well and truly anyone's game. And you're feeling quite confident for Pain. I know Mongols are, this staple outfit in terms of making it into the playoffs, and particularly if they miss it here at an APAC event, that's going to be bitterly disappointing, I would imagine, and maybe a little bit of a question mark heading into the major without your star player. But Pain, they don't care about any of that. They want to take full advantage of it. They want to win a series against the Mongols and proceed off into the playoffs.
Few wise words to come through from the coaches in the final sort of 20-30 seconds before this map gets underway. But yes, a bit more of an important one here for Mongols than it is for Pain. But yeah, look, Pain have been searching for a victory against the Mongols since all the way back in 2024. Last time they were able to beat the Mongols was
more than a year ago, 15 months.
Yeah, August last year, so quite a ways away. So it has been a bit of a drought for Pain, but that might be about to change today. The Mongols locking in for map number 2, a must-win if they want to survive here in IEM Chengdu.
You see if Mara has been able to get through to them in the break. 3 timeouts taken by the Mongols pretty early on in Nuke. Did not make much of a difference. So now that they've had a time to rest and recover between maps, can they pick themselves back up right before they head out of the lower bracket?
Yep, 9-10 went a bit missing on Nuke as well, so he'll need to pick it back up here. It's a faster play to start things off for the Mongols. They are not messing around. They're just going to hot foot their way toward that B bomb site, try and test the aim of Pain. It's Snow that initially gets challenged, and he's just going to be deleted by Mzinho. Now, there are numbers here for Pain, which is going to good work. Big Uzera get himself a double, and the rest of the troops filtering through to assist. They completely wipe the floor with the Mongols.
They're really feeling so good today. You've heard Snow and how pumped up he's been, how much of a motivator he's been for Pain. Also putting together some great stuff inside of the server. Big Uzero, the most quiet member of Pain on that map of Nuke, is the one to really kick off Ancient with a bang.
Well, Mongols look like they're going to try and get up to some funny business in this round with a couple of pistol upgrades. Controls no success trying to work his way into Cave.
Not stopping anytime soon. That was a very Controls kind of thing, really. Like the rest of the team not really doing too much of anything, and he's a cheater.
Yeah.
Techno also go and walk about a little bit, one at a time, into these Brazilian players, and NQZ is really working on the ult fund at this point. Mzinho throws the M4 away. Cheeky stuff from the man. Bigu confirming that there won't be... Oh, that was cute. Did try to go for the little bit of a head stack there to recover the M4. I'm not sure if it would have worked, but I love the idea.
Maybe we'll see on the replay. I can't see it there. I think it's well gone. So maybe cost Pain a little bit extra, but no big deal really. They get themselves the pistol and the anti-eco, which they didn't have the luxury of on Nuke. Remember as well, by the way, 13-9 victory for Pain, but Mongols won both pistols, so it ends up being a little bit more of a dire situation than it looked actually for the Mongols. Had those pistols not gone their way, and now they're going to have to do it the hard way without the pistols. A-site take is going to be the option of choice, and NQZ is going to make short work of them. Very easy stuff, one by one into the AWP. It's just a contact play that NQZ has seen a million times before and is very happy to answer. Now, there is a bit of a fight back coming through from Blitz and Controls.
Full white, able to trade at least one more back. That started so poorly for Mongols, but they're scrapping their way back into it. Controls sticking around on low HP while Blitz tries to pull this rotation all the way off the A site. One bullet, one tap dirt nap onto DGT there. And Snow with the AWP in hand.
I mean, Snow wins these. I've seen it before. Like, this guy has just been absolutely cracked at this event.
He's got a kit. Blitz tucking himself into Cheetah.
The trouble is, Blitz is full HP. I mean, he's got the USP out. That'll deal with controls, no problem, but...
I mean, well, he's... yeah, I thought he had a smoke. No, he's a flash, unfortunately. Molly's there for Blitz, so if we really do run the clock down, that could secure the round.
Yeah, and Blitz has timed it pretty nicely to walk his way into Donut, even if controls goes down here. Wait, unless he sticks it, no way.
No way! Oh, so close. Controls has really done a number on them there. That should have been a round for Pain every day of the week. Incredible multi-frag from NQZ there.
That was a very good effort from Snow. I was just, you know, when I said Snow wins these, I didn't expect that he was going to get it that bloody close.
I mean,
I actually thought Controls had a bit of nap there. I actually thought he'd lost that round. I think the HUD might have, you know, just baited it a little bit. It looked like it was done, but Controls swings on the timing. I mean, that would have been an egregious mistake, obviously, at the back end there for Controls. But yeah, like you say, a huge round out of him. He's trying to fill Senzu's shoes as best he can.
Secured the round well enough for the Mongols in a round they had no business winning. Big nuts. On display, full display from Snow there. Could have just saved the AWP.
Well, Snow, at this moment, a top 5 player in the event.
He's playing like it. Bloody hell. 9-10's up there, thereabouts. Probably took a little bit of a nosedive after that last map.
Yeah. But first gun round goes the way of the Mongols. Only barely, but it's enough to break the money of Pain down to an awkward buy.
Forcing their way out middle. DGT hanging around in red room. Big Goo. 5-7 against the Mac 10. Does enough damage to Techno to command some respect.
And Davideus not able to spot 9-10 on that cross, so 3 players make it over to red room relatively unscathed. Story may change here. DGT putting in some work, and Snow's there, but he's dealt with as well. Controls. Hey, what did we say? He likes a bit of Ancient, and he is liking it a lot at the moment. And Zenio does only get himself 1, so this round is still kind of up in the air, depending on what Davideus can do. But now having been smoked off, it will allow for an easy plant for the Mongols.
Techno cleaned up. In the background, Davideus is still quite active inside of A main, despite the fact that he's been smoked off, but catching that nade is going to diminish his interest in trying to get anything else done. We'll just set up for exits. Bigazera couldn't find a rifle in the meantime. Maybe there is one on offer at bottom side and middle there, but I think it's just the Mac 10 that Techno was holding on to previously.
So yeah, it was a Mac 10 initially. I don't know if he changed it to a different gun.
Nothing too exciting.
Yeah.
I mean, Bigu gets a smoke for his trouble. So far, I mean, for Mongols, it's been a 3K and a 2K from Controls to win both of these gun rounds. A little bit of support from Blitz on the first iteration. Really stepping up into the shoes of Senzu. Here's the tip of the spear there for Mongols.
Probably the best player in Mongolia, this Controls guy.
Yeah. I mean, look. He's 28, but he's not washed. Hasn't recently taken a bath. Gives me some hope that maybe there's something I can do. I'm 29, but I'm not running it down online on the daily, so I haven't been, you know, screwing for this.
Well, nice flash there into Cheetah. He's going to catch both Controls and 9-10 unawares. Techno and Mzenio working hard to try to pull this round back into the favor of the Mongols, and it does look like that effort will be rewarded. Still one more player on this B bomb site that ultimately will fall. So it was a bit of a heart-stopper of a moment there for Mongols initially, but the recovery is swift.
Plant's not down yet, though. That's going to give Davideus some time to get involved. If he doesn't have the kit, if he just wins this first tool versus Mzenio, there's some potential there. He's lost a lot of HP on the way through. Bit of a soft crossfire to close things out. Blitz able to Close things out nicely for Mongols. A third in a row. Haven't been clean or inspiring rounds at times, especially when they're tested this heavily by the pistol and the rifle, but they are rounds nonetheless.
Yeah, just kind of got to get back on the wagon, I'd say, if you're the Mongols here. Got beaten up a little bit on Nuke. It seems as though 910 still, hasn't quite woken up today, but he's got the AWP in hand. Oh, jeez. Okay, he doesn't have the AWP in hand anymore.
I don't know if he had any head armor. Controls cleaned up on shelf. Somebody else will have to step up. These have been the two best players for Mongols at this event thus far, really. Gonna take the rest of the boys to get something rolling for themselves. A triple peak is too much for Techno to handle. Zinho, not good for it either.
Yeah, nice round from DGT, though. Good recovery for Pain to just sort of slow down a bit of this momentum that was starting to build for the Mongols.
I mean, there's a minute here for Blitz, and he's not in a saving stance. Cutting down these angles. It's a deep off angle inside of Cave for Snow. Do you see the barrel if you inch up around this corner for Blitz? Surely you have to look for a kill before you can even think about planting.
He's going to walk all the way up short, which might not be a bad shout if he goes all the way to CT and wins that duel. He can plant on A.
I mean, his NQZ locked in on Red Room. Doesn't even matter. Snow, once again, on top of things for Pain. Nice recovery for them. Immediate timeout for Mongols.
Good vibes in the Pain camp, it has to be said.
Straight from the start of the game. And I think that comes down to Snow, really. When your star player is also the kind of person that gets pumped up and motivates other people when they're playing well. I mean, the good times will just keep rolling. The vibes have been very, very strong for Pain this entire time, and there's no reason why they shouldn't be, really.
Some words from Mara. Didn't really seem to shift the needle too much on Nuke. See if they can do anything about the results so far on Ancient.
I mean, 910 finally got the AWP in his hands, and the most impact he had on the round was catching a bullet in the face. About 10 seconds in. Won't have the money to get himself another. Down to pistols with the Hero AK on Mazinho.
Here goes Mzinho, just up the ramp, will be smoked off, but he can get out in front of it. Oh, wants to take that duel. That's a very bold fight, but he knew he had backup even if he did go down, so timing will work out quite nicely there for the Mongols. They needed to take a risk with a buy like this, and they've done it. They've got that plan. A very quick one, too.
Another flash sitting here on Blitz. Could set up the next wave of aggression from Mongols to try to disrupt this retake before it starts to come in. Re-execute in onto the site from the CT side. It's a bit of a role reversal, but what a flash from Blitz to set up 910.
Yeah, that's a beauty. Nice little bounce right there, and DGT does go down as a result, but two players at Woodwall. Not aware of that is Pain, and NQZ is well out of there. A masterstroke of a round from the Mongols after the timeout. Pulls that momentum right back in their favor.
Faked place in Mazinho, and he delivers. Big 3K with a Hero rifle, opening up just enough of an opportunity for Mongols to win a round they had no business being competitive in. And a missed opportunity for Pain to convert what could have been a little bit easier of a round. Still do have the money to buy up into round number 8, but that has put a massive dent in their economy. Reset potential is palpable for the Mongols. If they can win round number 8 here, they will have a pretty one-sided T-half, one would imagine.
Bit of damage done from the outset. Blitz just burns alive. The mid-take has not gone well. Pain getting away with a lot of the opening duels in this half so far.
Now Techno feels the need to activate a little. Found some space through Cheetah into Cave. Pain be aware of this pacing. Snow and Big Uzera looking like a couple of dwarfs inside of a coat right now. Stacked up on each other's heads, but will fall off. Techno's heard all of this. Ready on the line. catches Biguzera. This could be where things start to turn around for the Mongols. Beautiful stuff. The B site just folds like a bloody plastic chair.
Yeah, this is not how this one should have gone. Pain were very much in the advantageous position, and the Mongols have just bullied their way up into B. So it does feel as though the winds of change are in effect. You know, it felt like a lot of those kinds of moments were going the way of Pain on Nuke, and now it's just feeling a little bit easier for the Mongols to get through some of these rounds. So I'm already sort of sensing a map 3 in our future here.
You're getting some grit from some of the Mongols players that you didn't see on Nuke.
Yes.
Yeah, when the going got tough on that initial map, it didn't really feel like they were stepping up. They were, you know, cutting corners, taking some risks. This map doesn't feel like the same kettle of fish at all.
No.
You saw it from the hero AK from Mazinho, down 2 players. Techno knows someone has to make something happen. And hand in hand with Controls, he's the one to do it. Going to be a frustrating round for Pain. In fact, a frustrating couple of rounds for Pain. They were really in full control of this game. And then, look, okay, whoopsie. Hero AK round where Mazinho gets the timing. That round, though, is a bit more egregious. He had a 2-man advantage, and you just get caught by a timing in a part of the map where no one... Like, they knew it was dirty. They knew they didn't have a setup for Cave or Cheetah, and they just overlook it.
Little mistakes. I mean, to be fair, it's not really one of the go-to maps necessarily for Pain. So maybe not as comfortable on this one as they were on the likes of Nuke. Those little things are not as easy to come by. On a map you're not as comfortable with. And speaking of not easy to come by, it's weapons in this round for Pain that they're lacking. Still, they've got NQZ with the AWP, but he's good for one.
He's been good for a couple. Even earlier on in the game, hasn't necessarily converted a round for Pain, though. Oh, my lord. Nade stack onto Snow in the backside of the site. Does even up the numbers. Now Mongols calling the audible all the way back over to this A site where there is really not much going on for Pain. NQZ is starting to trend in that direction. He'll have a good enough timing to get involved here, but does he choose to sit on a deep line where Mongols can potentially lob some utility in his direction? I mean, even if they do, Pain are reading this so well. Big stack over to A.
Yeah, almost all 4. TGT not quite there yet, but 910 is there a little faster than NQZ, and that will prove to be quite differential as the AWP has now been dropped. It might be retrievable for DGT, but he takes the fight initially with the 5-7. Mongols working their way out. Davideus can't line up 2. Bomb plant goes down. DGT, best case scenario here, maybe just saving that AWP. He wants to go for another one and just gives 910 a bit of target practice, which is probably not the wisest of ideas considering what we saw from 910 yesterday. If he wakes up in this series, that could be curtains for Pain.
I mean, he didn't really need to do much in that round. He was just posted up on the temple window and just clicked on a couple of players, walking straight into his crosshair. The Shadow, even a massive tell that he was going to get a freebie. Another nice entry from Controls. Money still good enough for Pain to put another bite together here. Once again, looking to contest middle. Davideus and DGT have passed the test every single time. Blitz and Controls down for the count.
You know, another opening advantage for Pain, but it doesn't necessarily mean that this round is going to go their way. Mongols have been good in these disadvantageous positions.
I mean, Biguzera could be tested in Red Room here.
Yeah, Techno. Oh, what a clean kill. And 910 gets the rid of Biguzera as well. It's just turning on its head, isn't it? The Mongols have found that magic again.
Yeah, they're cutting down the numbers and cutting the map in half. Smoked off out of Red Room. Flash on through to try to set up Snow, but inside of the smoke, Mazinho has isolated the tool onto the support player. I thought he was going to try to swindle Snow. He's gone straight to the source.
He might still swindle Snow. He does. Yeah, I mean, like, it's just a shift so dramatic between map to map. You can feel all these like weird 50-50 situations. I mean, even that fight from Techno, for example, into Donut, that's not even a 50-50.
Yeah,
that's like a 30-70 duel, and he's just won it so clean.
The different Mongols to Nuke.
Yeah,
like
literally.
On Nuke, I was like, oh, they're down in numbers. It's GG. But on this map, I'm like, oh, it's a 3-on-4. They've probably won this one.
Yeah. 3-on-4. They've got no map control. All good.
Mid-control uncontested this time for Pain. They simply just don't have the weaponry to do so. 9-10. Good opener onto Davideus, who peeks out on the A side of the map. Mongols feeling like that might be a nice place to make their home. Throw a progression smoke into the middle of the map. Just trying to keep Pain interested. Maybe after a little bit of mid-control that a split through Red Room could be on the cards, but as we can see, DGT's set up in there, and he doesn't see a damn thing right now. So Pain are going to back themselves with the stack on the B side of the map, and, you know, we can see that's not going to go well for them, but they'll probably just set up for some exits.
Patience from the Mongols. Waiting out that smoke.
The least I've ever seen controls move in my life.
Well, slow and steady from the Mongols. And it's going to work out. There's no one from Pain there. But still crossing the T's and dotting the I's.
Pain finally moving. Setting up a little bit of a net around the Mongols, but might not be a beast that they can capture. Not sure anyone has arms big enough to wrap around Blitz. Absolute unit in the server when he's on his game.
That was around a Counter-Strike.
Yay! Ah, wow. I can't believe we are being blessed with such thrilling games here at IEM Chengdu. I mean, throwing away the ult might not be what you wanted to see. DGT's made an extra $1,200, which will allow Pain to buy a secondary AWP if they want one. I'm not sure if they're one of those teams, though.
Surely not in the final round of the half if they haven't bought it at all up to this point.
What do you mean, why not in the final round of the half? That's the best time to do it. Then you don't suffer the bitter disappointment of your poor financial choices.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose like it's not been working and they might change things up, but
yeah,
not happening here.
I mean, it's not that it hasn't been working, to be honest. Like, they've dominated mid-control, but then it just blues in the mid-round.
Mongols out onto lane. DGT looks like he wants to challenge that, but he can't see a thing. That was a team flash, surely.
Yes, it was.
That's not ideal, but no, he tries to recover it, just can't do enough. The bodies that are thrown at him will eventually overwhelm him.
And Davideus looking to activate from Cave.
9-10 plants the bomb at the wrong time. He might get it. Ooh, gives away the position now. So 9-10 aware to the danger, will risk that plant anyway. And Techno happy to hide behind this smoke, although it's going to fade shortly. Oh, he's timed it nicely. Did NQZ see him? I think not. Techno rips his head off. This is just an inspired performance again from Techno in comparison to what we saw on Nuke, and that is a lot of damage onto Davideus, which will be finished off. Mongols are right back into the thick of things. 9-3, a fantastic first half on Ancient.
This has very much been a matchup that has been defined by the tale of two maps. On Nuke, it felt like Pain had everything going their way and Mongols couldn't get anything happening at all. Here on Ancient, it has been the complete opposite. 9-3 the scoreline. The Mongols looking good to close this out and force us through to Inferno. This round in the second half underway. Snow has started well. Started very well. Mzinho, feeling a bit of that pressure, is going to decide to back up as well. A pistol would be exactly what Pain needs.
Controls, though, keeping things interesting. Unfortunately, that's where the good news ends for the Mongols. Snow has wiped the floor with them after a quiet first half following an outstanding game on Nuke. The youngster has woken up for Pain yet again. Newest addition, but far from a youngster. Controls looking for some exits here.
Every little bit counts. Bit of extra cash in the back pocket for the CT side would be nice. Not going to get it. So Pain trying to keep the spirits high. Snow is at least. Looks like a good teammate to have on the squad.
100%. I love a player like that on your team. A motivator out of the server. Young, so much potential in front of him, and a monster on his game in the server.
Infectious energy as well, I imagine. We've got 2 flashes, though, for Controls here, and it'll be a full B setup from the Mongols. We'll see what they get up to in this round. A bit of funny business, perhaps.
Bigu comes on over, says hello. DGT also a guest on over there. Mzinho throwing up bodies at anything, and you might get something done, but you have to ask yourself the question, was it worth it? I think so. Only had USPs there. Almost cleaned up Snow as well. Hit the fast forward button. I've watched far too many VP eco rounds where they, just sit around for a minute. That's a little bit more like it.
Wall sniffers.
Wall sniffers. And you've got your Kindar. He's a monitor sniffer. You're a something sniffer. I'm not gonna say it, but we all know what I'm saying. If you think about it.
I'll have to find out. Faster play again from Pain straight out into middle. It does result in a little bit of damage off the util from the Mongols, but not much more than that. Really needs to be getting that kill.
Oh, I did not know he was feeling hungry because he's made a meal of that one. Zinho able to clean up his leftovers at least, but it's still not good news for the Mongols. I'm sure we're going to have to watch that in the replays as well. I don't want to, but I just know it's coming down the pipeline.
Everything equalized. 3 players stacked over toward the B site for the Mongols, feeling the threat on that side of the map. Controls has gone looking for a bit of info, and he comes up with a bit more than he bargained for. A headshot onto Dabadeus will swing this round back towards the Mongols. Pain try to think about what is plan B going to end up being now. They've only got a singular smoke to get into this site, so it might be a little bit more contact heavy. As you can see with Biguzera trying to probe in through Cheetah. Just the one smoke for short. Techno in the corner here with the MP9 will make short work of that. Picks himself an upgrade. And so Pain are having a tough time, and this is the problem when you've only got the one smoke to try to make your way into the B bomb side. That position on long is able to prevent really any entry into the site.
Love that little push down ramp in the mid round from Controls. Giving them the numbers and a little bit of information. Blitz. Oh, yeah. Missed opportunity. Freebie handed to him in Red Room. But Blitz doesn't take handouts.
This time, doesn't look like Pain are going to quite move so quickly in toward middle. They've actually put a bit more presence over towards lane. They're eating a bunch of grenades, and Snow's also been given a little bit of a love tap there by Blitz through the smoke, so it's already a little worse for wear on the behalf of Pain. Techno up to his usual tricks outside of Cave. Okay, gets 3 all on his own.
Could have been happy with 1 there, but he went back for seconds and third helpings.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to make amends for the last map because I mean, it felt like every time Techno was on our screen, he was just getting absolutely bamboozled in every aim duel on Nuke. And now things are flowing in his direction. He's saying, yeah, I'm going to lap that up.
I mean, that's what is expected of him, you know. Nobody's perfect. You can have an off game. But players of this caliber need to have the resilience to pick themselves back up. Techno, and staple of this Mongols outfit for the longest time.
Yep. Techno, Blitz, and Mara, the core three.
Mara, the core of every Mongolian team conceived of since the dawn of time.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a Gandhi, Jesus-like figure in Mongolia. Mythical and full of wisdom. Didn't tell Mizzino that DGT was saving in spawn though, and that's probably something that they should know. I don't think there's even enough time to get the bomb and get to the site even, but a couple more guns taken away from Mongols, which, to be fair, at this stage in the game, they can't necessarily afford to replace, but with a 6-round lead, I mean, the loss bonus will stack up either which way.
Yeah. This was a ballsy play from Techno. I don't think there was any flashes there to assist him.
No.
Nade down the ramp, but aside from that, nothing really to support it. Techno's just decided to take that round and run with it himself.
But those are the kind of rounds that being on the other side of it, very frustrating and also get in your head a little bit, you know? Like, he didn't need to do that. No. But he still did it to you.
But he could. 9-10, bringing much that same idea to this round. Gets a bit aggressive on the ramp, decides better of it. There's a bit of info coming on both sides as the Molotovs are singeing some toes. DGT will find a double entry. And now Techno tucked in the corner, has to make a miracle out of it. Tried, but running with the AK. Can't put it together, and looks like Mongols might be losing this round. A grenade that will sail a little too far to do any damage. Leaves Mzinho with a 1v3. It is a winnable one considering the HP of these players. Sacrifices a little bit for that kill, but that's the bomb spotted. Good swing in there from Payne together. Job done. Round on the board for Payne, but a long way to go before this gets interesting.
Yeah, it felt like ever since 9-10 fell off of this angle, it was a bit of a traffic jam around the pillar there for Mongols. Too much space given for Payne to scale up into the P site. Nice and up close and personals with the Techers. Force Buy coming out in response for Mongols. Open a rifle, but there's no util. And a couple of lackluster weapons behind it. Early contest in middle. Some chip damage by Payne. Oh my lord, the util combo. Flash and a molly. Techno standing inside of it. Blitz though, rectifying the situation at least for a moment. 9-10 getting involved as well. Man disadvantage for but a moment until Mongols instantly recover.
Yeah, it seems like Mongols always have an answer. A headshot from downtown. Still, they're fighting for it. DGT does get one, instantly brought back to heal by Mzinho, and 9-10 is now in CT spawn. Not controls with a 5-7, which is a rude awakening. Snow, hang on, where's that come from? 1v1, can't win it. 9-10 saves the day for the Mongols. 12 on the board, and it seems like Inferno is almost assured.
I mean, I'm a massive Mongols fan, but when you see how good Snow is, you just want him to win. You want him to win that 1-on-3. It's pure intuition and mechanics from this young man. Look at this.
Yeah, that's unreal.
Gorgeous. And Payne scrapping whatever they can together here. Looks like we're going to send it into B at some point in this round. Snow on the lurk with the Tech 9 in towards the middle. Mongols looking for a biff. Down the P ramp here.
Bring back the biff.
Yep.
Controls ready for it. Techno there to back him up. And it does seem like Payne have no option but to walk into it. Davideus will creep his way around the corner, and the 1-2 punch works out perfectly for the Mongols. Controls flashed out, still does a lot of damage to NQZ.
In the meantime, though, Snow has found Blitz in middle. Could be a rifle. picked up for him. Only an MP9, but still it's an awkward situation for Mongols, kind of hot-footing it around. 910 getting on this deep midline from Donut, starting to recover things. Techno applying pressure to Bigu, who will fall away and maybe looks to join up with NQZ. Is still occupying mid, bomb in his hand. Bigu continue to press the issue here.
NQZ going to be spotted out though, and that's the problem. Bomb now dropped, even though Bigu Zero has crept his way out onto the B side, and in theory should get the kill onto the Techno. That's not even going to happen. So round over and done with, 13-6. Not much of a fanfare for the Mongols, as they know there's still a job to do here in Chengdu. But they do take that second map in convincing fashion and force us all the way to Inferno. Pain now have got that weight on their shoulders of possible elimination as well.
It's true. Started well this series for them, but Mongols really flipped the switch. Multiple timeouts taken over on Nuke didn't really feel like were making much of a difference. Mongols were not waking up despite how many different ins to that particular map Mara was able to have, but something in the break has really clicked for them. They are back in this dangerous form. And despite advantages for Pain, despite opportunities, individuals are stepping up for the Mongols and having the impact on the game that you'd like to see. You know, that 2-on-2 round that Controls and Blitz were able to win. A couple of rounds where Pain win the initial exchanges inside a middle, and from man-to-man situations, Mongols converted so many.
Yeah, back to the, you know, tried and true method of Techno having a good game, Mzinho having a good game, and that's enough to get the Mongols over the line. I will say Blitz has been a little bit absent in this series so far. 910 also a little bit slow, but not really the end of the world if they can make it all the way through to Inferno, and then those guys can start to come a little bit more online. That said, you know, you're looking at Pain as well, and you're saying Snow has been really working hard to try to get them through this series. He's had two really quite good maps. If he falls off the pace at all, then I wonder if Pain have got the legs to dispatch of the Mongols, even if it is a Mongols that, you know, there's still a bit of a question mark over. I mean, it's still looking like a pretty strong team when they're on, so it could be another loss handed to Pain by the Mongols in 2025.
Yeah, it's looking like that, at least if you trend towards the momentum of a bit of a dropping on the second map there. But we're hoping that Pain can recover things here as we head into Inferno. It will be their third and final decider map of this series. It'll be coming up right after the break.
Here's to the challengers, the ones who don't just settle for decent elo, but hunger for something more. The ones who don't just queue for another match, but prepare for war. You can doubt them, overlook them, even count them out, but you can't stop them.
Right now, I'm with Dupree, who I can see has got tears.
While others play for fun, they play for legacy. This is ESEA League, where challengers take their first step.
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement, and our second drop is it's up actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
Hey Future Pros! Taking mid control is an essential part of playing Inferno on the T side. Let's look at a smoke you can throw to block off the long side. To throw the smoke, get into the corner next to the alt mid door. Aim along the edge of this wall in line with this metal thing. Then jump throw the smoke. Just like that, long will be smoked off, which will greatly help your teammates take brackets control. An Inferno essential if I ever saw one. Hey Future Pros, getting control on either side can be pivotal. So let's look at a deep banana incendiary you can throw. To throw this, get in line with the left doorknob. Aim to the left of this pole in the middle of the lower brick. Then jump throw the incendiary. This util will cover both hidey spots the T's might seek to play, unless you are just unlucky with the spread. Pair this up with a close molly and banana will be yours.
bracket of Group A, and these teams fighting for survival. Spirit knocked down here by Falcons yesterday. Heroic knocking out Na'Vi, and one of these two will be going home. The other battling onward to take on the winner of the Mongols versus Pain later today for a spot in the playoffs. But this has been a laboured series. Europe, you're awake now, and you've missed a game. Overpass was class from Heroic. Dust 2 was a chance to get it done 2-0, but now Spirit are online and awake. And blowing Heroic out of the water. Only 3 rounds on their CT half, and I'll be honest, I feel like Spirit gave them those.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if there's any sort of discrepancy. A heroic pistol, as you've highlighted, is a rarity. Just the one so far, but...
If they go mid to A right now, it's an open runway. It's just Tania. They've started a 4-man B setup right now. They jumped across the line. Zwei does spot this out. The bomb has been noted, and away they go.
Okay, both teams electing to go for a mid to CT avenue.
So silent. Look at them shifting through this.
Here's them coming. Wow, the little drive-by from Alcaran puts Chopper down.
He smoked off Donut. I need a plan.
Right. Yeah, Alcaran down. That's going to really open up the retake now. They've even got the kit. Oh, Gexfloud gets a little fadeaway onto Donk, and now pressure applied because Tania's low. Oh, a swing. They really are just taking every fight. Like, they're following the call of Linus. Keep taking those confident duels, even if you're up against a Spirit that are definitely wide awake. What you got? Too many targets. Jumping into the Temple fight versus Shiro. A death sentence for Youngstar, and it seems heroic too.
Okay, well, 5 out of 6 pistols for Spirit. If you didn't win the series with that in your stat column, there'd be some real questions asked. It's been a cooling off period for Heroic, unfortunately, by the time we make it to the third. If you missed Overpass, go back and check out the highlights. It was multi-kill after multi-kill for the stars of the Heroic show. Xfloud and Nilo really with some masterful moments. LNZ as well. Alcaran wasn't really required on Dust 2. He came in with an attitude about him, was looking for all picks, inserting himself into the game. And it's felt like he's done a good job of doing the same here, despite the 3-round scoreline right now, as is selling an A rush. You want to draw the mid players. He doesn't know how close he was to death, does he?
Yeah,
and walk out middle. I think Chopper caught them there. Chopper knows.
Chopper knows best. Listen to your Chopper. Ooh, okay, Shiro, not as much as he was hoping for on the donut fight. Yeah, Tania is up on that tree. And with Zway's support, getting 2, it could very well be cuts. Shotgun junking, LNZ next challenge. A jump, perhaps involuntary. Didn't mean to do that.
Sway's low.
Yeah, at range Mac 10, and so is LNZ.
Flanked.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's not expecting this.
Nice find on the burst, but quick flank. Chopper securing the deal.
Okay, well, here's your choice, Alex.
It's not going to be good, is it?
You can force buy again, or you can take an eco and have to win 9 straight rounds. Which would you prefer?
I think I want to buy and try and win this one.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's the conversation that Tobis is having with the boys right now. Lads, we've come to China. We've come this far. This is our last event of 2025, as far as LAN is concerned.
Oh, but they're going to be still thinking about Dust 2 tonight if it goes this way.
Yeah, but I think this is really positive signs because, I'll be honest, after Saw got poked and Sapias went, and then they tried to plug the holes and they bring back...
One map remaining in the series here between Pain and the Mongols as we head into our decider. One of these two teams will be eliminated at the end of this matchup. Their run at IEM Chengdu coming to a close. Hard to say who it's going to be. Mongols were a bit missing on Nuke. Pain were a bit missing on Ancient. Which way do we think this one's going to go, Pilski?
Triple OT, both teams. Full send in the third map. That's kind of what I'm hoping
We
for.
might miss our dinner reservation if that's the case. That would be fun, though. So I'm not sure what I want to see out of this one. Look, obviously, it was a really nice return to form, though, from Mongols. I think if they can maintain that kind of form going into Inferno, then they should be all right.
Yeah, I like it when they come into a map like that with a little bit of swagger. It's the... Right. It's the X factor that has brought them so many fans of this team, whether you're from the APAC region or you're not. It's easy to get behind them because they're just this outfit of boys from the middle of nowhere who come into the server with some serious attitudes, some serious swagger, and start taking some duels, and outside of the server, chill as heck.
Yeah, obviously, you know, there's a lot the Mongols are still probably working through with controls, but I think it's pretty good signs that, you know, he's been able to have a relatively high degree of impact, I think I would say, even though he only went 13 and 15 on that last map. There was a couple of rounds where he really was able to activate. You know, you get that usual controls-esque performance. It sort of seems like they're letting him play his natural game. So I think there's been a bit of thought that's been put into this addition of controls, even despite the circumstances being a little bit awkward.
I mean, I would say it's even elevated than what I remember from him, to be honest. Like that round on Ancient where he aggresses B ramp and just gets his one and then plays the numbers, like that was quite reserved from a player that, you know, on Chinggis Warriors, I'd expect him to get his one and just keep going until someone puts him down. Like, I feel like he very much is just reined in a little bit, but let loose enough to have impact. He's only really had a bad performance in the Astralis series. Every other game from controls thus far here in Chengdu has been great.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see if he can manage to maintain that. And I think another player that we need to see if they can maintain their level is definitely going to be Snow. We sort of talked about that at the back end of Ancient. If he falls off, is anybody else going to be able to step up and carry that weight for Pain? We're about to find out as the fist bumps go out. It is time for Inferno, the final map that we'll see between the Mongols and Pain. It will also be, for one of these two teams, the final map they'll play here in China.
That's right, elimination here. Pain don't want to go down without a fight. Mongols want to make sure that they can get some more games in front of the local APAC crowd. You've already seen however many Mongols jerseys in the crowd when they've been playing on the mainstream thus far. I'm sure there will be a lot of disappointed faces looking for them if they're not present in the playoffs. I'm going to start things out on the T side. Inferno here, given a lot of space to work with by Pain.
Yeah, I mean, it'll still be a tough qualification match for whichever of the two teams do go through this one. You'll be more than likely playing Spirit. It looks like they're going to get the dub over Heroic, so...
No, Heroic really made them work for it, though. I thought Heroic were going to get it done in two, quite similar to VP against Vitality. There were certain points in this tournament where I really thought we were going to end up with quite a wacky bracket.
To an extent we have, you know, Spirit Mongols in the lower bracket playing an elimination match would be probably unexpected, although the controls factor is there. NQZ, though, has eaten a headshot to start this round off. The Mongols thinking about going A, but, of course, the bomb situated over in Banana is going to have them headed in that direction. So 2 players to defend. It'll be Snow that starts the proceedings nicely, but immediately traded back down by 9-10. So Danger Man out of the picture. Big Uzera trying to do what he can. A nice tap. Oh, 2 Techno and Controls both go down. And all of a sudden, this round might swing back on its head. 9-10 rushing to try to get that plan, which he is able to achieve, but now it's all on Mzinho. 3 kills required. There's not quite a clean enough couple of taps with the Glock. And that is the first round underway for Pain. But a bomb plant for the Mongols gives them options.
I mean, it was a good call from Mongols out, a localized 5-on-2 towards the B side of the map. Snow just creates something out of nothing, slipping through the smoke and then holding on back in a corner. Big Uzera gets way more than he really should have, considering he got handed a goosh instantaneously. Coming away with 2 there to set up Pain for a 3-on-2 post plant was absolutely magical.
Yeah, Heroic. Need to see more of that from
That's the other
Pain.
game. Sorry. My apologies.
What?
You will get a force buy from the Mongols.
Yep, as is customary if you get that bomb plant down. Bit of banana presence out here from the Mongols. They got the top 9 of smoke and the molly in for sandbags, so reasonably sure that there's not much of a contest there.
The progression smoke from the T side there in that common choke point. Trying to lock the CTs out of Banana and secure that control. Deny a little bit of info. Second smoke now flying up over the top towards jungle side. And Pain, similar to the pistol, quite happy to just play hands off. We'll start to actually look for a little bit of information over towards this B side of the map. Snow says hello to Techno.
Hello. Walking their way out onto brackets. Just Techno here to try and lock down any potential push in Banana. No reason for Pain to do that just yet, but now that the running shoes are on for the Mongols. Pain are going to be starting to think it's a very similar approach to that last round. Bomb is transitioning its way back over to Banana, but Control's leading the charge here. Mac 10, he will have to clear close, and he does, kinda. Jumping up and down, needs to be traded back. That's the important kill. Again, Big Uzera is the key out here for Pain. He goes one better, and it's all on Mzinho. He'll be lucky to get a plant, but does have a smoke for CT. Not going to be given the time to cross by DGT, and Pain go up 2-0.
I feel like they keep trying to isolate Snow and Bigu. And in untenable situations, these two continue to deliver for Pain. Great decision making. I mean, Snow tucked himself in the close corner with the MP9, and Bigu feeling 2 arms of a push, trying to envelop around him, just opposite, take that fight into Banana. And cut one of them off before it becomes a problem. 5-2 from the man. That was a D shot, I think, through the corner of the wall, maybe. Honestly, lucky to be alive. I don't know how often you'll see that.
Honestly, I feel like it actually kind of happens more than you think. A Glock shot through like a wall or something that does 1 damage, even though it's a headshot. How about that one, though, from Mzinho? Can he double down now that he knows where DGT is? Pain left scrambling a little bit on A. There's only the 2 players. Mzinho's picked up the M4. He's got himself a smoke as well, which is a nice bonus. That'll help them get into probably the B site.
I mean, Snow is quite battered at this point. 62 HP for the man. Aggression into Boiler from DGT going, looking for information. Unchecked. Freebie onto Blitz. Rifle hits the floor.
M4, yeah. I mean, that's not ideal, but 910 strikes back with the D. The Ds are doing some work right now. Gun's been retrieved. It's in the hands of Techno now, and Mzinho's crept his way back to the top of carpets.
He's been hanging around there. Wants to try to tussle with the players inside of the A side. Hasn't really had anyone peek him, give him an opportunity. Finally, NQZ sliding out onto the line. Not able to capitalize. In the meantime, Snow does catch controls on the lurk towards B. Now a 3-on-2 inside of the A site. Crossfire between NQZ and DGT on the site. DGT able to deliver from the cold box, and it's just 9-10. If he can connect this shot, maybe he can make the dig in time.
No.
But I think that's it. Damage done by the Mongols, but it won't be around.
Yeah. Just tried to play it a little bit too slow, which you could understand why, right? He was trying to go stealthy, but didn't get the freebie that he wanted, and so Pain will get themselves another round, although it is at quite a cost. His money's quite low here for Pain. This could still very quickly swing back in the direction of the Mongols if they're able to pick up this next gun round.
Kept things expensive for Pain, who have had a great start to this game thus far. Need to harness this reset potential if you are the Mongols. Can't keep digging yourself a bigger hole, because it didn't go so great on Nuke. Two-man setup inside of carpets here for Pain. AWP is on the dig line. But it will be B site that does get tested again. Bigu and Snow. Every time the Mongols head in their direction, they are worse for wear.
Techno's going to try and deny the sandbags retake with a molly of his own, but there's another set of util that comes through here from Pain.
And the molly fizzles, so maybe not necessarily what Pain would have wanted, and I think maybe that's why Bigu feels more pressure to throw down a smoke in the choke point a little bit earlier than he might have wanted to. Another smoke thrown over to jungle side, but Pain are reading this one well. DGT gonna rotate over towards that B side of the map. They stack 3 towards there, but maybe Mongols are not interested in B after all.
What are they interested in? That's what Pain is wondering. They've really got no idea at this stage, because there's been probes on both sides of the map. Banana has been taken by Mongols. Brackets now has been taken by Mongols. That's the formula for Inferno.
Will be an A finish. Davideus does have a smoke to throw down onto Dig. Drops it. 23 seconds on the clock. In comes the jungle wrap. Surrounded on all sides are Pain inside of the A side.
Oh, that's a lucky kill for Big Uzera, but it could go a long way in helping Pain win this round. They've lined up. How much
much more unfortunate could this round be for the Mongols? That has just gone awry. I mean, the gods have thrown a few bullets in the directions of the Mongols there, I'd say. That is rough living.
Spam through the smoke and then just the craziest collateral. Hitting a player, peeking out Dig and a player in Moto simultaneously.
Yeah, that's a wild, wild collat. Like, it's not as if they're even standing close to each other at all.
Similar to the pistol and even the B split around the world, like these rounds from Mongols, the calls are a 5v2 inside these sites every time, and they're not getting any dubs. Sometimes due to some masterful play from Pain, and sometimes due to some terrible luck.
Well, the planets are aligning for Pain in that last round. Fortune's favoring this South American squad.
Man, got bad to worse here for Mongols now.
Well, they've got to find a way to dig deep. You know, it's going to be time for attack timeout, I imagine, after this round. See what Mara has to say.
Lovely flash timing there. Almost sets up DGT to further extend the advantage for Pain. Mongols under the press. Only 4 grenades to work with to try to work their way through the rest of this round. NQZ under pressure now. Doesn't get caught on the fadeaway. Backed up well by Davideus.
2 players that are relatively low, though, on this A side. So Mongols not out of the contest just yet, but they'll need to pick up the freebie onto DGT in the cutout, and that is going to be easier said than done now that NQZ has slid back on the line. It's a great crossfire, very, very tough one to break. DGT doesn't even really have to do anything here, but he's waiting for the flash to come across, and then he'll swing onto controls. That's a perfect round for Pain. 5 alive. Their CT side is really getting underway, and as expected, attack timeout called by Mongols.
Yeah, I mean, you can say what you like about the round previous in round number 4. Mongols getting a little bit unlucky. This was not a case of luck. Techno isolated for free. And then we're walking one by one into NQZ's lines. It feels like Pain are in flow state right now. Every aggression is finding value. And that wasn't even every opportunity that they could have taken in that round. The flash play on top middle could have even further extended their advantage into a 5-on-3. Even when some of the breaks don't go their way, they're still demolishing the Mongols right now.
And Mongols got to find a way to break this drought pretty soon, otherwise it is going to get out of hand. 5-0 is recoverable, but much more than this, and it's going to become a real problem.
Mob shot rattles out, not connecting on too much at all. And getting that flash play on top middle. Looking for someone to take advantage of. Mongols creeping up, contact up into brackets. NQZ finds controls.
Yep, just chilling. Easy kill for NQZ.
Another man advantage for Pain. I mean, Mongols didn't really have very much utility in a round like this. Very clear that they were trying to look for that contact approach up into A. Didn't find the timing.
Pretty tough going. Zinho looks like he's going to be timed there and does. Unfortunately, find himself on the receiving end of a headshot from DGT. NQZ also able to strike for his second in the round. This is just one by one. The Mongols falling like a pack of cards. Or a house of cards, as it were. Techno will offer some resistance, but only so much. Bomb plant would be nice, I guess. He's going to try and fake it out and draw out that peak. Techno attempting to offer a masterclass, but nobody's buying.
It was a little too expensive. A 1v5. I mean, let's get real. 6-0 for Pain. Really making Mongols look like a second-rate outfit right now. Just a little bit too easy. Like, it's just all peeking into some pretty basic lines and finding value. Haven't seen really anything to write home about thus far from the Mongols. Like, the calling has been good in some of these rounds, and then they haven't been winning them. And since losing those initial couple of rounds, even the calling is starting to go by the wayside, and these rounds are just coming quite easily to Pain.
Oh, man, that is a lot of damage off of the util for the Mongols in this round. And NQZ lining them up again. Finds himself one, sets it up easily for Snow, and NQZ is just not missing right now. 910 Steagle also, to be fair, has been pretty good, but
That's really only a silver lining to a very dark cloud for the Mongols at the moment. This is about to be 7-0.
And Davideus has made this play into second mid, looking to cut the map in half and just simplify down this round. It's a very strong position to just allow Pain to trust a setup on B. Should just be a save for 9-10 and a chance for them to really have a chat. In the dying hours of this half. Wait. Okay, he could catch Davideus for 3 here. A site wide open.
Knifey Spoony.
He's read that so well, Jordan. Wow. 9-10. Locked in. But on 18 HP, similar to Techno in the last round, like, surely you can't clutch this, right?
He does get out, and he is going to get a plant, and he has got an AK in hand, so it's not impossible. Let's see. He's going to opt for the Deagle, backing himself with that weapon, which has been connecting, and it was close, but a little too far this time around. And yeah, 7 for Pain. Of course, ends up being a little costlier, ends up being a bomb plan for the Mongols, but how many wooden spoon prizes can the Mongols really collect before they actually get something of value?
I mean, we're 7 rounds in and we got 2 players on the Mongols on a donut. Individuals have been up and down and shaky for this outfit so far in Chengdu, but this is not the game where you cannot turn up.
It's true.
Ops out for 9-10 yet again. We've got access to everything that they need. Mongols have got to start getting some rounds together, man.
Pain is so confident. NQZ just going to sit middle, set DGT up for a walk down mid, controls.
I mean, it's been first picked 3 or 4 times now.
It's not making it easy for the Mongols, that's for sure. Recontest into sandbags. Mongols set up to defend against that, and finally something goes their way. Both Techno and Blitz able to strike. It's the first kill on the board for Blitz as well. They'll start to work their way toward the B bomb site, but they don't actually have the bomb here, so not committing to it just yet. Allowing Pain to dump a bunch of util. This is a very goofy round at the moment. Mzinho, though, picks up a crucial kill, and this might actually just come down to the Mongols fragging out. They have completely ignored the fact that they don't have the bomb. They are just looking to kill all of those Pain members. Finally, 910's going to go and grab it. NQZ keeps himself alive. But yeah, bomb plant still yet to be put down by the Mongols, but this should surely be their first round on the board.
You would hope so. And QC looking to make it as expensive as possible. Creeping out towards spawn side. 910 is posted up. Connects the shot. A little worried there. If he goes down, you could get a smoke down onto the bomb and some kind of ninja attempt. But NQZ not quite as sneaky as he thinks. Think through his controls. How many times is this man going to get isolated running down into second mid, jumping around? Losing him early did not trouble the Mongols too much this time, though.
Mongols looking to try and exploit Banana again, but will be turned by the Molotov. Still dumping a lot of their utility at top 9 just to try to make it difficult for Pain to take that part of the map. But to be honest, Pain haven't really looked to control Banana all that much in this half.
No, quite happy to let the game come to them. When you've been delivering as much as Snow and Big Goo have on that B side of the map, then you're quite confident that you can just allow Mongols to do whatever they want over there. Pixel line being held there by NQZ. And there's the carpets control. Smoke to bracket. Does come in from Mongols, limiting the information for Pain in the mid round here.
Slow and steady the approach from the Mongols. They take top Nana, they take brackets, and again, following that formula.
A lot of util left over on both sides of the map here. Smoke goes into Carps over on B. You got a smoke and a molly still. NQZ, after he takes the first shot, can dump a molly on Dig's side. Smoke's there for Davideus as well.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be a tough one for the Mongols. That insend will slow them down even further. They're taking the Virtus Pro route in this one, leaving that timer ticking down well below 20 seconds as they start to try and make their entry into the site. This has to be perfect. Still 3 players to find on A. No kills as of yet. Molotov pushing NQZ out of position, but it doesn't matter. A missed shot could be critical. 2 misses, but 5 seconds. They need to get the plant down on the floor. I think they've just managed it in time here, the Mongols. But they still have not dislodged NQZ in pit, and Controls can't get that job done. He's having an absolute stinker of a map, and 9-10 stepping up, keeping it alive for the Mongols, and that wrap in from Blitz could be a masterstroke, particularly if 9-10 hits one more shot. The Mongols might just get their way through this round, kicking and screaming. They have found a second, but boy, did it take some work.
I mean, NQZ's given them a lifeline there. He missed 4 shots in a row. All were very much doable for the man. He connects even one of those on Mongols as they come into the site. That round is over. Fortunately, 9-10 was not whiffing anywhere near as hard. Very reliable as he was in the Astralis series. 11-6 for the man. Does not want to go home here in Chengdu this early on. Money broken now for Pain. NQZ to pick up a hero rifle, but boosted from up on high. Blitz will tear them down.
Yeah, it's a recovery mission from the Mongols in this half, and it seems to be getting underway now. Obviously, that money being in the awkward spot for Pain is making this round a little bit easier for the Mongols, but still a little bit touch and go. Davideus floating around there in the apartments, doesn't end up finding anything that he's interested in, so he's going to go back to the A side. And the rest of the Mongols pushing their way into B. They'll hear those ticks. They know that they've got a player isolated at the pillar. Controls with his second kill for the half. Hopefully building up a bit of confidence.
What started as an 0-7 is starting to be recovered. 3 is a guarantee. If they can even get 4 or 5 here, it's a completely different game, especially momentum-wise coming into the half.
Yep.
Starting to see Blitz recovering his performance a little bit more. Everyone's starting to step up a little bit more for the Mongols, but Zinho gonna hand an AK over to DGT. Not that it's necessarily something that he needs. Just a nice little extra bonus for him. He's also incredibly close to his monitor. I need to call this guy in 10 years and ask him how his eyesight is.
I can see perfectly fine, thank you. All I see is crosshairs, but
that's all you need to see. Just shoot
them pretty good. So, attack timeout this time from Pain as things start to shift. Does feel as though the Mongols really do need these last couple, though. You let Pain back in, this might become irrecoverable.
Pain needs to turn around the end of this half. It started extremely well. They went up 7-0. Felt like they could do no wrong. Felt like a couple of things went fortunately for them.
Sure.
I think Mongols, it felt like they had the right call in a couple of those rounds. Maybe they got unlucky in one of those rounds. And Pain has reaped the good fortune of that. Don't want to let all of that hard work go by the wayside, though. Let's finish this nice and strong for the Brazilian outfit, 9-3. And then you give yourself enough room to work with to put down a team that has shown incredible resilience at times. Shown enough playmaking to be able to exploit some of your mistakes in the second half. Give yourself as much room to work with as possible to get yourself a dub over a team that you've had a tough time beating in the past.
Very relaxed approach to this round for the Mongols, not even trying to probe Banana, which has typically been how they've started a lot of the rounds.
Zinho's often been flashing this angle when coming up for the creep into carpets. This time, try peeking it and punish in kind.
Yeah, Controls can't get anything as they exit. But he's going to go diving through the smoke.
Yeah, that's the most Controls play I've seen at this event.
Yes.
That is exactly how he used to play.
Well, if Mongols are going to get anything done in this round, they're going to have to go quickly in towards B while there's only the one player over there. But it doesn't seem like they're going to be quick enough. A flash comes across from Big Uzera. And it might be curtains for Mongols in this round as well. Blitz hunting for anything through the smoke. He does eventually catch up with Big Uzera. It'll be at the cost of a lot of his HP.
Gonna have to be another incredible play from 910 though. There's not really much more Blitz can do with his HP, but Snow from the back of the site continuing to impress. 8 and 3 for Pain. A nice conversion post timeout.
Yeah, this is madness from Controls.
I mean, he's just having one of those games. He's trying to get anything going for himself, but at this level, you can't just do whatever you want.
Yeah.
He's used to just making any play and having the mechanics to be able to just have it work, win yourself the round within Asia, you know?
Or the lack of mechanics on the other side, you know, sometimes that shot gets missed by an AWPer domestically, right?
Yep.
But not here.
The gap between Mongols and any other Mongolian talent in the scene is
a long way.
Huge.
Yep.
And Controls has made it look like that's not the case thus far, but in this particular game, I think this is a bit more of a fair representation of what your expectations would be.
Not done yet. A fourth for the Mongols would be a big deal, and they've got the money to have a bit of a crack. Let's see what they can do. Smoke for top mid is going to mean that NQC is not going to be able to do too much. This time a faster play up banana. Back to the tried and true for the Mongols. Big Uzera will recontest that, and he gets the better of Blitz as the T-Smoke actually fades to kind of get him out of there safely.
Boost up on top of logs. Looking to turn this one back around. Mazinho,
Smoke's
unfortunately, I mean, doesn't really do him too many more favors. Re-smoke to half wall. Techno was not the man in the pole position, but he's still the man to get it done.
He's just switched on.
Switched what on? Check his PC after this. Mongols doing desperately anything that they can to get back in this one.
Well, I mean, look, Pain have had a little bit of fortune earlier on in the half. It's about time that Mongols have a little bit there as well. See if it actually results in a conversion on this T side, but it gets them back into a position where they can fight for it, and they've just given the responsibility of Controls to try to work brackets on his own. That has actually brought NQZ back into the crosshair of 910. The layers of this round are starting to work for the Mongols now. They've also got Techno waiting for this re-aggression at top banana.
Some good fortune and some great play. Davideus alone on the side. Beautiful from Controls. Much needed kill to just secure a fourth from the Mongols. They were down and out 0-7 to open up this half, but 4-8 is a far sight from where they were initially.
Yeah, I think though, when you're down 0-7, to come away with a 4-8, you probably still have to just take that and say, yeah, we can make that work.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll need the pistol round in the second half. DGT obviously coming across to try and see what happens. Not going to happen this time around. 8-4. As expected, Pain have come away with a pretty good first half there, but the Mongols fighting their way back on map 3. Pain are looking for their first win against the Mongols in over 12 months, and they're only 5 rounds away from doing it. Those 5 rounds could knock the Mongols out of IEM Chengdu and set Pain up for a lower bracket final attempt. Mongols aren't quite done yet. Let's see what they've got for us on the CT side as we get underway with the second half pistol.
And Biggie was itching to take a fight with 910 in the form that he's been in. I'm not sure that that's advised. We'll fall away and turn their attention back towards this A side of the map. Zinho spotting out the carpet's pressure.
Yep, just got to back it up. Snow, oh, just clotheslined by Mzinho. That is a huge shot, and it gives Controls a bit of room to work as well. That is a good defense from the Mongols as they get rolling on the CT side exactly how they'd need.
Get you one more. Go on, son, you deserve it.
He's back.
He has doubled his kills from the first half. That's a little bit more like it. Had some up and down maps here in Chengdu, but for the most part have been thoroughly impressed by Controls. And that's the recovery that you want to see from someone with a little bit less experience.
Yeah, Pain don't get a bomb plan there, so it's going to mean that their start to this half is delayed a little bit.
Which will let Mongols get back into things.
Exactly.
Really smart. Definitely have a game on our hands. Both of these teams itching to take on Spirit, who, at least in the first 2 maps, did look quite mortal against Heroic with their new additions.
Well, Mongols giving some respect over to Pain, not just trying to take this fight to them. Controls was having a little bit of a look down mid, but backs away after the initial couple of missed shots. Same for Blitz.
Look at the Pain weight, the more grenades they're just kind of passively drawing out of Mongols. Little wins in terms of the economy, and waiting for their time to get the Glock train rolling. It's been parked in the station for quite a while, but it looks like we're ready to depart.
910 will potentially be the first one to take contact, but actually falling off of that line. He'll hear those footsteps chasing him, and so set himself up at Library, but multiple members heading in this direction is going to take a bit of a handful. Controls there to help him out. They will be aware that one player might have crossed their way into Arch, and so Blitz will come across to lock that kill down as well. Working in tandem nicely, the Mongols, to just clean out this round. They will end up losing Controls, so one gun drops. Techno would be the one ideally to pick up that M4, but he's on the other side of the map, so the rifle's gone by the wayside there, but not the end of the world.
910 having a little bit of a giggle and a look at Mara. Not sure what that was about, but just trying to keep the vibes up. Has been the biggest standout in some of these tougher games for the Mongols. This map in particular has had a pretty nice performance for himself. Looked incredibly sharp on the Deagle in particular. Same could be said against Astralis yesterday, despite the loss. Nades do so much damage to Big U and NQZ. First gun round for Pain. And they've already managed to absorb the maximum amount of shrapnel possible.
That's just how it is on Inferno, isn't it? It almost feels like it's mandatory for the T side to start with a bit of a health deficit.
Big Azera is more metal than man at this point.
Cyborg.
Gotta throw him some grenades. He's like AI, he knows what to do with them.
Inspector Gadget.
Oh man.
We're back.
What's his special move here? To spam through the smoke. That is a hell of a trick.
It's going to prompt some aggression here from Controls, but luckily he's good enough for 2. He's certainly come alive here in the second half. That was a round that could have really gone astray for the Mongols. Could still, with this position of Davideus not having been cleared out yet. 910. Oh, he's pulled a grenade out or something. Pulled his knife out. I don't know. Davideus has found the perfect time to take that peek, and now it's a 2-on-2 on the A side.
DGT looking thoroughly stressed. Creep up into Dig.
How can you tell he's looking thoroughly stressed? I can't even see his face.
Well, I don't know. It's just the way that he's bobbing back and forth. Controls
take first contact.
Zinio going to be waiting for that one, but the smoke isolates the duels, and this one falls apart for the Mongols. Disaster striking early in the second half. It's on the shoulders now of Techno.
Could come up clutch for them. Creeping his way up middle. Double pit setup, though. They're not going to give too much to him, but the molly could flush DGT out of the small pit. That's cute.
It's got 2 mollies.
That's very cute. Whoa, he's juggling grenades everywhere. That's very fancy.
It was a good party trick.
It's like that bloke. What was that character's name in Game of Thrones that was played by Pedro Pascal, where he comes in and spins his staff around? He's like, "Whoa, look at me!" And then he just gets
the Viper.
He just gets the
Viper. Yeah.
That was Techno right there. Some fancy footwork on his way into the side. Cool moves, but Payne will still take the round.
It's like he's playing, you know, an RPG or something. He's throwing out his firebolt spell until he runs out of mana.
Cool story, bro.
Yeah, whatever, nerd. Don't tell me you're not going to whatever nerd me, mate. You've been playing World of Warcraft all morning, all right? So let's just get that one out in the air.
Look, man, gotta get my reps in before the lockout.
Yeah, all right. Enjoy those fireballs.
The homies will know.
Fireball. Whatever, dude.
Look, timeout gonna be taken here. Good recovery from Payne in that last round in that 2-on-3. Just cracked that A site wide open.
Yeah. Still money, though, in the back pocket of the Mongols, so Payne aren't over the hump just yet.
This is the swing round, though. Double digits for Payne would put Mongols on the ropes here, or this game will continue to be just as tight as it's been in the middle part of it. Not so much the opening of it.
And QZ on his way forward. That Mac 10 looking to see him through the smoke, and it's tickling, but it's not really hurting too much.
That's not the point of having a little tickle, Jordan. I don't know what kind of tickles you're getting on the regular. Progression smoke going to dissuade Mongols from any further acts of aggression. At least for the moment, but like looking at what Payne have got to work with, what we've got, a smoke, 2 mollies and a flash. That's it. A little bit more convincing utility for Mongols, but how much of it is on B? I mean, Blitz has still got a smoke to work with, but outside of that, there's very little. The rest of the util is very much over on this A side of the map. What could you get done with a little if you're Payne?
The longer they wait, the better this might end up getting for the Mongols, because that smoke will provide a little more assistance. So they're not going to wait it down too long. Off they go. Techno not going to have any success on top of the flower pots there, as he's now been smoked off. Molly for Nubox and for Dark. And the flash has come through. This looks like a good take for Payne, but they haven't got the entries. Here we are. The Mongols all of a sudden just burst to life. And despite the great util coverage from Payne, they are unable to break down the door on B.
There was no HE to break the smoke. Well timed by Blitz. Flash catches the player on statue, full blind, but there was numbers there for Mongols. Good flood in through the smoke into barbecue and absolutely smoked Payne. Bigu has got himself the hero AK. Not much else to work with in this round for Payne. And that's what I wanted to see, to be honest. Like, it would have just been lame if Payne went double digits and just won this map. Going to get a very tight affair between these two teams.
So it would seem. Bigazera will see if he can change that up in any way with this hero AK buy.
He's already been peppered a little. Oh, man.
Peppered a lot.
Yeah, every time he's tried to go into banana, he has been thoroughly harassed.
Oh. Hello. Another grenade for the boys. Big stack on the B side of the map again. It's not often that you'll see 3 players defending banana like this. So Mongols very much expecting some aggression towards B, which might well be their undoing in this round. 9-10 backing it up in library. Blitz gets the info, and now they're going to have to get their running shoes on to try to get over to A to try to back things up, because that is where the real offensive is maybe headed, unless they go around the world to B. There's options here for Payne. Go back to B, go back to B. Wait, go away, wait, go away. No, go back to B. The comms are all over the place at this point.
Yeah, thoroughly confused.
Hang on, go A, go A.
No, go B. Techno.
Go B, go B.
He knows what's happening. He's in the barbecue pit, and he is cooking. Bigu going down early. There's no AK on or off of a Pain. Swinging around, not quite as fancy as he was in the previous round, doing twists and turns wells every which way.
That's well done from Techno, but I was just watching controls in Banana go A, go B, go A, go B, go A, go B. He eventually got there in the end.
He was just getting his laps in, man. I'm sure he's going to post his Strava on Twitter.
Yeah, he did put his running shoes on after all. He just decided he wanted to go for a long run instead of a tempo run.
Yep. That's on God.
Thanks for your input on that one.
You're welcome. Money's pretty good here for Mongols now. Showing some recovery on this CT side. Blitz push off the line, bullying their way into Banana. Pain. HE for Techno. He's considering it. There it goes. Oh, not quite as juicy as you would have liked. Second one doesn't find the mark either. Smokes exchange between both of these teams. Now some movements back towards brackets. 9-10's been spotted. Do not give this man an opportunity.
Boiler. It's a dangerous place to be for 9-10 apparently. That's clean from DGT. Perfect crosshair placement. Pulls the rotation off of B.
Yeah, I mean, this time, similar to the other round for Pain, no real util to work with as we head into the late round towards this B site. It's a little bit of a different story, though, when you have a man advantage and there's nobody in the site itself. Should be a freebie here for Pain. And themselves double digits, and I mean, Mongols in a game this tight, on the verge of elimination, just need to hold on to these weapons. Let's not do anything too crazy here. Setting up a net around Pain. Pain do have no money behind this, so you can see Mongols very much setting up for the exits. They want to make this round as expensive for Pain as possible. They gave them that B site, but now they want to take everything else away.
Zinho is still worried about someone potentially on A, so Controls has the job of holding Banana alone. Might not be getting too much out of this one unless they go towards CT spawn, which was actually a bit of a consideration from Pain, and a lot of damage being done. But you just got to wonder if Mzinho is there. I suppose he was going for the orb, but if Mzinho was there at the bottom of Nana, he probably cleans up those last two players.
He does, yeah, for sure. And 0 guns taken through for Pain would have been quite troublesome in terms of how stable their economy is going to look going forward. Last time out for the Mongols. You can already see Mara looking very vocal. Boys need some words of inspiration here to get this series across the line. Paina out for blood today. Sick of losing to the Mongols. Nobody beats Pain 4 times in a row in this year.
Apparently not. Not the Mongols, maybe at least, but it's not done yet. I mean, this is still a really close scoreline. And as we've said, the economy of Pain is kind of living and dying on the next couple of rounds. So if there's too quickly on the trot here for the Mongols, they're well and truly in control of the map.
Yeah, but they're pretty broke too, man.
I suppose so. A little bit more to play with.
Could be a opportunity for 9-10. But give him another one, only on the single zoom there. It's a difficult shot to hit, and he won't connect it. Quicker pacing from Pain in towards second mid. A majority of the members, a little bit of util pressure over on the other side for Bigu, just to keep them interested. Carps control secured by Pain. Is it going to be a pop out of the balcony? Seems like they want to work their way into bracket instead. Flash up over the top. Look how much util Mongols still have, though.
I don't know if it's going to get used the way things are looking at the moment. They're just holding guns out, ready to go.
I mean, that was a lot of footwork from Pain just to nade an empty pit. Testing some weapons of mass destruction over there.
Oh, this is a really nicely timed top Nana retake from the Mongols. They get the insend at the half wall. The flash sets Techno up and he'll drop a smoke. Just as Pain starts thinking about wanting to come through that flash, he actually turns back into it, I think, and has to go scurrying back into the site. Luckily, Blitz has got a molly in hand, and he's also got a smoke. So, again, Pain will be turned away by utility.
Yeah, 910 dumps another Molotov in the choke. The door is thoroughly closed, and Pain now going to scramble back towards that A site. DGT has got a lot of space deep up inside of carpets here, but Mongols are trying to stay one step ahead of this on the rotate.
Yeah, it might be a little bit too little too late here. 910 and Blitz are hot-footing it as quickly as they can, but they're going to need some defense done by the A defenders. And there's one from Mzinho. Blitz coming across on the rotate, helps out Controls, who will hold the site nicely. A really, really nicely read round by the Mongols. They go back and forth and back and forth, and they toy with the rotates of Pain, but they're always where they needed to be.
I mean, the approach was relatively straightforward from Pain for the majority of that round, but the door was thoroughly closed to the B site. They just could never really get the clean entry and execution that they were looking for, so it's panic back towards A, and a mop-up that looked quite similar to the pistol that started off this CT side for Mongols. Controls and Mzinho. I mean, what is this recovery from Controls? He was 2-10, Jordan.
I mean, that's why he's the GOAT. That's why he replaced
13 and 3 in this half with a 3K to start off in the pistol.
910 going to miss that shot. Jump across, obviously from Pain, making it difficult. This could be awkward. DGT with a headshot, and now trying to defend the site only. This is not the round you can lose. The Mongols faltering at a very inopportune time. Techno spotted by Damadeus in the side. And just when you think the Mongols are getting back in action, it looks like they're about to give this round up.
I think they fumbled the pack here.
Is having a look. Surely you can't be going for this 5v2. I mean, Controls is out of there. That is grim. That is very painful.
They've got no more timeouts. Yeah. So you're not going to be able to have any kind of reprieve, any kind of mental reset. And Pain, after a round where it could never really feel like they could get the entry that they needed, they find the perfect timing to crack that A side open. A hell of a shot into the pit there by DGT on the Deagle, and 910. Too much pressure.
Well, once again, we look to the Mongols to step up another time. Pain have been front running for the entirety of this map, and it does feel like the Mongols are closing in on them slowly but surely, but they are very much running out of time. We're going to get a tack timeout here actually from Pain.
It's going to give a chance for Mongols to reset a little bit. Pain feeling like they want to settle things down, reiterate just how big of an opportunity this is. A lot of vocalization from the coach there, just setting them with the right mentality. Big U chimes in as well. They want to get this series done and have a crack at Spirit for a spot in the playoffs. For Mongols though, as mentioned before, they did not have a timeout going into the round. They suffer a loss versus Eco. That will give them also a chance to refocus in a round where your A pit anchor isn't going to have much util to work with. Neither is 910, but he does get the AWP out regardless. But still a serviceable enough buy to fight through this game if you're the Mongols.
Oh, they're going to have to make it work. 12 from Pain here would be a death sentence for the Mongols, I'd say.
So 910 active inside the boiler where things are getting a little heated. Mzinho ready to back him up.
Yeah, they are going to try something a bit different with this hold. Mzinho on the off angle needs to find this opening kill. Snow has been good, but not good enough this time around. And Mzinho goes for more. He finds the double. He knows that he was the player that went down early in the last round, wants to make amends for it in this round, and does so in spades.
You love to see that. Similar to that shelf round from Techno, who, funnily enough, is the next man to get active here for the Mongols. Despite the man advantage, they want to keep pushing the issue, but maybe that's ill-advised. Techno gonna keep things nice and locked up. Still a two-man advantage, shutting the door on the B site with the smoke.
Well, progression smoke thrown in here from Pain, so Techno's going to be a little bit worried that they might still be trying to lurk their way out through that. Does call for the backup from Controls, who will confirm that the B site remains secure.
Timeout ineffective for Pain. If anything, it allowed an opportunity for Mongols to get themselves organized in a setup that Pain haven't had to deal with yet. Might have backfired a little bit.
Is this going to be another quasi timeout from Pain? It looks like it will be. Take the last sort of 30 seconds of this round to have a bit of a chat. I mean, money's okay on the behalf of Pain at the moment. They'll get a bye next round. This is really, really coming down to the wire.
It's exactly what we wanted to see. This is not even the qualification just yet. You're being made to work for even the opportunity to take on an outfit like Team Spirit. Great adaptation from the Mongols, though, has to be said. Zinho stepping up where it's needed. Techno in kind. Another chance to have a crack at series point here for Pain or Mongols to equalize. And from there, I mean, you'd be feeling very confident if you were the CT side, especially because Pain are starting to run out of cash. Without a bomb plant here, I struggle to think of what they can put together.
Oh, is it going to be a boost in boiler? No. Yes? I think it is. A boost in boiler for the Mongols, so they're really coming up with all the goodies in the latter stages of this half, but a 4-1 split is a bold choice considering it's just Blitz holding on to the B-side solo.
Yeah, I mean, they already found success with that carp setup. Oh, 9-10 onto Snow. Hasn't had as good of a map as he started out with this series. It's mostly been DGT doing the lifting for Pain. Aggression into second in here for controls. You don't want to give up that advantage, but instead further extend it. The heavy hitter for Pain hits the deck. Pigu next up to peak, and Mazzinho's already ready. Masterful. These two carp setups from Mongols have been so effective.
It's not a particularly deep smoke, actually, that one. So it does give Davideus a little bit of room to work his way onto the site. He's going to have a look. There's not many avenues back into this round, but it might be a pick or two from Davideus that does it. He's been spotted out now, though, by that player in CT, so it should be crisis averted. Oh. Techno 4K just toying with his food.
I didn't even see him. You were jiggled by an elbow. 9-10 going to convert a flawless gun round win. You see a little bit of relief there from Mara. He's in cruise control now.
It ain't over till it's over.
I mean, there's nothing he can do, really. He's out of timeouts. You just got to put your hands up and hope the boys can figure it out.
Just walk away. Up and up.
Oh, money's broken for Pain. They were given a lifeline with that eco round. And Mongols don't give a damn. They're just going to win the next two on the trot regardless.
Oh, this is also why Mongols is such a fun team to watch, because they often have games like this where it really does go down to the wire.
I mean, that's Asian CS in a nutshell. That's the best representative. Do embody it. Big plays and some questionable ones at times.
Just through the smoke onto Snow, opens this round up. It doesn't necessarily mean the round is over, but Mongols are going to be hoping to avoid what happened on the last eco round from Pain.
Yeah, let's not be letting history repeat itself. 9-10 under pressure. Closes the door on Davideus.
Smoked off. Controls.
Oh dear, no, not like this.
And now, again, it's just a solo hold on the A side. Mzinho needs to lock it down. He does a great job to get rid of DGT, which means he can just focus in onto this arch side angle. Now it's 9-10 that is in a scary spot. Bomb can transition over towards B. An important kill there from Techno, but still, Pain have guns, and they can have the B side.
Yeah, the AWP is in NQC's hands as well. You cannot take him for granted. Pigu came up with a couple of magical rounds on this B side to start off this game for Pain. Went up 7-0 as a result. Techno just keeping ears out. Doesn't need to do anything too much here. Mongols just trusting in the numbers to close this round out.
Techno having a look now. He's going to go ahead of the play on his own, try and isolate a duel on the plan, and he has been able to do so. Does a good job of bringing it down to the 1v2, but NQC gets blitz, and Mzinho's on the other side of the map. He's got to come charging across. Here we go. This could be a huge moment for Pain if NQZ can pull this round off. All it takes is one shot, and Mzinho walks right into it. Pain to 12, and the Mongols remain on 11.
The second eco in as many rounds. Pain, multiple lifelines handed over to them by the Mongols, who seem to just be tripping up on themselves right now. Huge play from NQZ. And I was kind of expecting Mongols to just organize themselves to complete the 3-on-1. You cannot give an AWPer of NQZ's caliber 3 opportunities like that.
No, certainly not. Well, again, Mongols on another recovery mission. They need one to get this one through to OT. But Pain have all the money that they want in this round to play with, and so the job gets more difficult. And this would be the first win for Pain in over 12 months against the Mongols.
And this would be one of the poorest placements for the Mongols this year on APAC soil nonetheless. Even without Senzu, you're expecting them to at least make it into the playoffs here.
Well, brackets taken by Pain.
Mongols quite hands off this round. Not wanting to make any mistakes. TGT started to make his way up into carpets. Big presence inside a bracket. There's the retake utility over towards the B side of the map to secure things for Techno. 50 seconds. Not many grenades left for Pain. Plenty for Mongols. Just waiting to see what the T side's next move will be.
It's just going to be a good old-fashioned 3-2 split here for the Mongols. 9-10 posted up at Library. No doubt that he's going to have some kind of an impact in this round as Pain start to set their sights on the A site. 9-10, what is that? That timing is crazy, but he re-peeks right into Snow, disrespects him, and takes the first kill of the round, and now the second as well. It's coming back together for the Mongols. They continue to fight hard. Mzinho still sitting on this site, inside that smoke. He'll be able to deny this bomb plant. Davideus with the fake actually does get it down. And another 1v3 on offer for Pain. Quick as you like. The Mongols making their way back in for this retake attempt. The flash connects. And so too will Techno. It is 12-12 secured. Another overtime here on the B stream today.
Nothing but bangers on the best stream for a reason. Bit of a heart stopper there for Davideus. Back to back. 1-on-3s converted by Pain would be a bitter way to exit the tournament. If you are the Mongols, big smile on Mara's face. Probably relief, if anything, in straight gun rounds. Mongols have beaten the goods, but it's really only against the pistols that they've been slipping up. They were down 0-7 in this game to start things off. They've lost 2 anti-ecos in the last 6 rounds, and they still make it to overtime.
They just won't die.
How much do Pain need to do, man?
Well, they need to win a few gun rounds, I guess. That's really what it comes down to. Grenade will get the trade for Blitz's death, and Controls is just unhinged, bro. He's just running down mid.
He didn't have anyone else with him. Mzinho was up inside a balcony, checked well by Snow, though. Oh, Mongols, the aggression backfiring a little.
Might be leaning back toward B here, which is where the setup is. So it could still go wrong. They're walking into one another. 9-10 onto the line, gets the better of NQZ. Techno falls, no trade from 9-10. He knows he needs to try and take this fight, but too much to do as Snow comes in to back it up, and Pain will take the first round of overtime.
They're starting well. Despite some aggression from Mongols, Pain does well to hold their nerve there and respond with a couple jabs of their own. Saw Bigu get quite bold at the start of that last round and look for an opening pick, but it's NQZ with the slightly better spawn this time around. Tries to beat the progression smoke into middle here. Flashed off the line initially. HE thrown in his direction. Oh my lord, that hit so much. I think it was a nade stack through Banana as well. NQZ goes down as a result. No AWPer. Snow feeling the need, feeling the pressure to make something happen on Bracken's side, and in the blink of an eye, it's a 2-man advantage for Mongols.
Doesn't mean that this is a round that's done and dusted, although it's heading in that direction. The Mongols activating all over the map, pretty much shutting it down. Davideus is going to have a crack with that AWP himself. He's heard Techno, but doesn't cotton onto that fact quickly enough that he's on top of first oranges, and so it will be a round in response by the Mongols. A quick fight back. But why is it always the Mongols playing from behind? That's what this map has really felt like. They have just been playing catch up after catch up after catch up, and just when it feels like, they should be able to get out in front again, Pain take that round that forces the Mongols to try and catch back up to them again. So at some point, we have to see Mongols break that trend if they want to win this map.
Timeout in OT here. And coach getting involved, and Bigu trying to rally the troops. This is such a winnable series. Pain do not want to lose to the Mongols for the 4th time this year. On the verge of having an opportunity to make it into the playoffs of an IEM. Mongols, on the other hand, I mean, as mentioned before, there's plenty of people that will have bought a ticket to IEM Chengdu hoping to watch a game from the Mongols. Here at APAC, all of the fans get around the Mongols, whether you're Mongolian or not. This is the crown jewel of our scene. A chance to watch them play in an event like this is one you don't want to miss. But if they miss out due to their own performance, it's going to be quite disappointing for many.
Yeah, a lot of banana control taken in this round. The Mongols are going to go for this sort of forward banana hold with 3. Which obviously leaves the A side a little bit less defended, and it is something that Pain saw in regulation, but they're going to walk right into it, and I mean, it's not going to work out. You've got 2 players to defend on either side of banana. You're just never winning that duel as big as Zera.
I mean, post-timeout, every time that Pain have had one, it's felt like they've come up with a little bit of a different approach. That time, not quicker pacing in towards banana, but looking to kind of retake in the mid-round, and every time post-timeout, Mongols have had some crazy different setup organized for themselves that ends up working. Second round in a row that Pain try to limp through the rest of this round with a 2-man disadvantage. Try to activate Snow here. Could be a timing to be found onto Blitz, who was anti-flash behind the car. Things just go bad to worse for this Brazilian side.
Controls creeping back onto the brackets line. He's not going to spot DGT. Well, DGT will spot him. But Control's happy to pull his knife out and give DGT a free kill. That is one way of taking that engagement.
Localized 2-on-2 on this A site. If only for a moment. 9-10 nails a sit-up. DGT as well, just peeking straight into his line. How easy can you make it for a man in such fine form? Mongols with their nose out in front. I don't think we saw them in regulation have that double stack towards the bottom side of banana. This is what I'm talking about. Like, Pain take a timeout.
We did see 1 round.
Oh, 1 round?
Yeah.
Okay.
There was 1 at least. 2 players at the bottom of banana and 1 player at car.
And they had the carb set up as well. Just really mixing things up. It's made it quite tough for Pain to read what they're attacking into at times.
Blitz is the one doing the majority of the talking here. So, just wanting to really lock in the strategy to start off this T side with a win. Give them 2 bites of the cherry to close this out in the first OT. But now Mongols have got the lead. They haven't had the lead at all on Inferno. It has been a grind. They have worked hard. They've played the percentages. And slowly but surely, those 51%ers are starting to pay off as they find themselves in front. And now it's a case of closing this series out.
It's the kind of tenacity that you need to climb out of a pretty irrelevant region in the grand scale of Counter-Strike, outside of what was a one-hit wonder over in Taipei, I think it was, at one point. Almost 10 years ago now.
IEM Taipei, yeah.
Oh, the double AWP is not something that Mongols have seen yet. It's a nice adaptation for Pain coming into OT.
Response from the Mongols is just to walk their way toward bracket, and it looks like they're going to try and bust down the door on the A site. It is a 4-on-3.
Dapper Days has got ants in his pants. A execute will come in.
Namzinho smoked off. Did he have bit of weight down as it does give Controls a little bit to work in this arch side position as well. He's worried about that AWP, as he well should be. Now a potential creep through the smoke. Controls gets the freebie DGT. That is a mishap that should not go this way. Controls is locked in for 2, and all of a sudden the Mongols take the advantage in the round with 30 seconds on the clock. NQZ might need to do that work again, but from Pit, he's missed a couple in regulation that gave the Mongols a chance back in at this map, and he's missed 1 or 2 here as well. That is now problematic indeed, as the Mongols will take 15 and they will take series point.
The A defense has capitulated for Pain. What on earth am I watching? Bigger's connected his 2. But I didn't realize we were betting in Controls by giving him freebies in his step up into a tier 1 tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to walk through a smoke at Controls and then
twice
a bunch of shots in Pit. It's not going to work for Pain.
NQZ has missed some sitters from that position already in regulation. Feels like the pressure is really getting to him at this point. Mongols, the ones to apply that press. At some point in this game, it would have felt like Pain could not have lost it. A 7-0 start, and now they face elimination here in Chengdu. Mongols continue to apply the pressure. Straight up banana. Techno dropped off. See if he's going to have a little bit of a party later on while the rest of Mongols organize themselves over towards brackets.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't move, he won't be seen. Controls through the smoke again. What is this guy on?
Incredible recovery from the man who started this game out 2-10. Another opening pick after cracking things open on jungle side. That's the second round in a row to put Mongols out in front.
You might have thought the Controls era was over after yesterday, but apparently it's back on.
Downfall was greatly exaggerated.
B-side still receiving pressure, and there's another kill for Controls as he steps up again in a big moment. Another double kill right at the back end of this game. A-side is just on Davideus in Pit. He has to make something happen here for Pain, otherwise they will be out of IEM Chengdu in 30 seconds. The first kill onto Mzinho, a pretty routine one. And Mongol slowing down a little bit, but it does not matter. Techno and Controls strike, and it's all on NQZ. He won a 1v3 earlier on, but this feels impossible. Taking some time to set himself. Will work his way out of library. Controls on the other side of it. And who else but Controls to throw his gun away and leave it to Techno to finish the map off. I have no idea what this guy is trying to cook. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. The Mongols will take the dub. It was a hard-fought victory over Pain, but they take it 16-13, knocking Pain out of IEM Chengdu and setting themselves up for that lower bracket final.
That is the look of a team that has lost to the same squad 4 times in a row this year, despite showing the propensity to beat them in the first game that they played, and this series played against the Mongols. You cannot say, looking at the highlights here, that Pain didn't have the opportunities to win this game, and a couple of good breaks go their way. 7-0 on the CT side to kick things off. But Mongols have got a different level of grind in them.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that one. I mean, I think it's just a fitting way to end the game that Controls has literally thrown his gun as he's thought he's got the kill. You know, it just quantifies that entire match from Mongols and more specifically Controls. He was just cooked.
Yeah.
But look, you know, job's not done obviously for the Mongols. They have a very, very tough game. I believe it's Spirit that they're going to have to go up against.
It is, yeah.
So you know, Pain is one thing, but Spirit is going to be another one. And I'd say that's probably where this run is going to end for the Mongols if they continue to play in this fashion, right? There was definitely some good rounds from the Mongols, but
I mean, there was some woeful rounds as well that they really should not have lost, and they lost a few of them in some really bad times as well. So I think it's quite lucky that the Mongols have actually been able to get through this matchup. So they'll need to step up before they face against Spirit later on today.
I mean, that is why we say Asian CS is a hell of a drug, because you'll get some big plays, some big balls, but you also get some monumental generational fumbles at times, and Mongols have definitely delivered that. I cannot wait to watch that next game in the lower bracket. The two GOATs of all time, yes, GOATs of all time.
Controls
Donk versus Controls, going head-to-head in the server. I don't know if cannot miss that.
Yeah, I don't know if Donk is ready, really. Like, has he heard of this Controls guy before? This guy's just...
What do you mean? He's crafted his whole playstyle around Controls. He's been deep in the Controls demos. He was watching Chinggis Warriors versus God's Reign in the MRQ for sure, and thinking, wow, this guy is something special. I'm going to take a couple of those ideas for my own setups.
All right, well, we've got our favorite Mongolian on the line, Techno, here to have a chat, and obviously a long series. Hello, Techno. How are you doing, man? It's been a long time since we got to chat, but you must be feeling pretty tired after that one.
Yeah, hello. Long time no see.
How's things going for you guys? Obviously, integrating Controls into the lineup. He had a couple of pretty special moments there, so very happy to see Controls playing well.
Yes, he's playing really good and performing really good, in my opinion. And I think it's the first maybe arena tournament or whatever. It's a big tournament considered to him, and he could be a little bit shaky and struggling, but however he managed to win that games. So I'm happy to play with him.
Has he said anything about being a bit nervous? Have you guys had to talk to him about that kind of stuff?
At the first match against Heroic, he was talking about it was his first stage, and he was kind of nervous and he dominated.
Yeah, sometimes those nerves can bring out good things. I mean, he was like 2-10 in that opening half, but very much recovered his performance. I wanted to ask about overall his recovery, but also your Mongols as a team's recovery. You went down 0-7 there, but you mounted a huge comeback in the second half as well. You lost versus Pistols at the end of the game. How do you guys keep picking yourselves up when things are going wrong and things are hard?
I think after the 7-0 we played individually so good. Actually, then not to be in the one shape, not to be in the tactic or somewhere. We played like free. I mean, so it's rewarded us. And on the city side, we lost 2 important eco rounds, but however, it was our day.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see you guys get the win. It means you'll be playing against Spirit. So who's going to get the dub? Is it going to be GOAT Controls or GOAT Donk? Who's the better player?
We will see.
We'll see. Okay, well, I'm voting Controls. Thank you, Techno, for the interview. Pleasure to chat again, and good luck in that game against Spirit.
Thank you.
All right. Well, yeah, big ask. And Techno is ever the neutral party. You know, I always try to get a bit of a rise out of him, but he never bites.
No, he's ice cold, but that's exactly the kind of attitude that keeps you level-headed when you're throwing rounds against Pistols right and left. When things are getting tough, Mongols always looked locked in, didn't look tilted at all, and they were able to get the dub at the end of the day. So look, that we push a little bit further if they wanted to make it into the playoffs of Chengdu. I can't wait to see that game against Spirit.
Well, still 2 more matches going on here on the B stream. We're going to take a couple of minutes for a break. It won't be too long though, because we've got to get stuck in to our next match. So don't go too far away. We'll see you on the other side.
Here's to the challengers, the ones who don't just settle for decent elo, but hunger for something more. The ones who don't just queue for another match, but prepare for war. You can doubt them, overlook them, even count them out, but you can't stop them.
Right now, I'm with Dupree, who I can see has got tears.
While others play for fun, they play for legacy. This is ESEA League, where challengers take their first step.
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing the behind the scenes, how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters Chengdu in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kidia, and Zoe.
And Pain Gaming, but only one could prevail and carry on into the forwardness that is IEM Chengdu. We are absolutely blessed, and I use that word for the reason because that's what B Stream stands for. And Jim, we do have another really hot and heavy game just around the corner.
Yeah, look, I think it's not just me that needs to focus up. I think it's safe to say that the players in server need to focus up. Obviously, you know, if you're only just joining us, and don't mind me, I'm just trying to get my camera back in focus. If you're only just joining us as well, obviously the gravity of the situation here for these two teams is you either progress through to the next single elimination stage or you're home. Right, like that's the reality of it. You're taking a break, and look, some of these teams do need breaks heading into this end of the season, but everybody wants to take the crown here at IEM Chengdu.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw it throughout the course of the journey from what we've been able to cover so far, Jim, that G2 had the break coming in towards this one, and it was good for them going into that game against 3D Max. They will technically have another break after this one before going into the major, but Vitality, they are just also full steam ahead. Then speaking of the head-to-head here, does technically this season lead favor in towards Vitality. Not to forget the result that G2 was able to take, though, over at the Blast Open London. That full best-of-5 final was absolutely nuclear there. But in terms of recency, back the other way over to the other guys. So how this one is going to turn out, we'll have to wait and see. Now, I will confirm what everyone's been talking about at the moment as well. There is a substitution due to a medical emergency coming onto the side of G2. Hunter will not be playing at least the first map right now. We are not sure a little bit later on, but we can confirm that Saw is going to be playing in his stead for map number 1.
Yeah, look, and I think as a coach coming into a pretty important game like this, right, there's a huge amount of pressure on the rest of the squad to obviously step up as well. Hunter taking on IGL duties for G2 means that there's a hole to be filled in that regard. Whether Saw is probably naturally going to step into that role and try and lead the team, obviously knowing what they know from the inside out. But these guys are professionals, right? Like, this is exactly what the rest of the team should be trying to cover. And I'm expecting the rest of G2 to really try and rally around Saw, because if you're Vitality right now, surely you are looking at the obvious, going, we need to target where Saw is, because we know he's not going to be able to fill those shoes of Hunter.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an opportunity for them to get back into good stead as well after the absolute heater that they actually had against Mouse, where they do end up losing in the end of that best of 3 just yesterday. 22-19 is how that one ends up. Absolutely ridiculous when you consider that it was 4 rounds and then 8 rounds and then 8 rounds and then 4 rounds. It was some pretty just consistent rounds being accumulated in the beginning before we got into the chaos that was overtime, and a couple of moments in that game that really could have gone either way. If you are taking track of what's happening over on Stream A as well, you would notice that Mouse has absolutely slapped Furia silly for map number 1 over there as well. So Mouse, not to be trifled with. I don't think Vitality are either, because they definitely still need to prove that, they continue to ride into 2025, and they are continuing to still showcase that they are, one of, if not the top team in the world, right? They are trying to have that pedestal.
Yeah, that's exactly the kind of contention these teams are vying for, is that number 1 spot in the world. Coming out with the veto too, not really too surprised to see the Nuke and Ancient bands coming through, but G2 going for that train pick, and I think it's safe to say that Vitality felt a little ambushed with a train pick earlier on in their series campaign, which is the reason they dropped into the lower bracket to begin with. So yeah. I think maybe trying to exploit some weaknesses or perceived weaknesses in Vitality. Either way, I think it's a good map veto that's relatively well balanced in that regard, but obviously things are going to change entirely in the server based on Saw slotting into the roster.
Yeah, I mean, the 13-3 result that Mouse were able to find against Vitality for the opener of that series kind of speaks to itself, and at least we do see that Vitality do have the comeback, the bounce back, but you also think historically between these two teams as well, right? Back to that Blast Open best of 5, Train was the final map, and G2 kind of made Vitality look a little bit absent on there. It was a fun, exciting last round of the map as well, where the bomb plant just goes down in the nick of time with a millisecond to go, and then Hunter comes out with the clutch at the end. Well, not really the clutch, just the finisher. Regardless, though, we are ready to get into the server here. Only one will actually stay on in this series as well. It's elimination and it's qualification between G2 and Vitality.
And straight on into the halls too, to just try and see where they are going to filter on out through. Rop's on point. He will be potentially looking to take first contact there. Just trying to get that information. Obviously doesn't want to try and get into an extended duel. And the rest of Vitality, they're going to have that rotator in connector. And obviously the others watching over Vines. Nice and turtled up, ready to go. But this just allows G2 some time to set themselves up, execute on this inside site. And look, they don't have to obviously commit here at the moment, but it does appear that way. So we'll just see how this filters out. We'll see how this, I guess, is reacted to by G2.
Yep, I'm just laughing on the wayside as well with Saw's profile picture actually there. We got to get this guy a photo, but right now we got to get some frags up in here. 50 seconds on the clock. The B site, the inner site, starting to be overwhelmed by Vitality just a bit. They're not even focusing on going for a bomb plant just yet. They want to take these frags, and they are starting to do so. Saw has been the only one to fall on the flip side at the moment. Vitality need to start to answer back. Mezzi, good for a couple. But as the bomb goes down, it's 2 versus 2. And they are quite isolated at the moment. Sun Pius trying to draw aggro at the moment away from Mattis to come back on in to get some assistance. And now we flip it back up. It's just Sun Pius to try and win out this clutch. The bomb was tapped earlier, but Apex now confirmed he's off the bomb and he's just going to leap into the crosshairs. A big hug from Sun Pius as G2 do get the pistol.
Yeah, look, Apex just charging him, hoping he could get him just before that reload, but unfortunately mid-air accuracy, not what she used to be. Either way, well executed there from G2, just making sure that they pushed Vitality into the back end of the site, and then from there tried to make sure that they didn't get into range duels. USP versus Glock, not necessarily a fair fight in that instance, but there is a force coming through from Vitality, so they do have that M4 on Zywoo. And Apex with that Mag 7, so he'll be looking to play nice close range. Yeah, effort. Oh, that's okay. Forget the fact that the M4 ever even existed. They are able to recover it at least. Well, just a slow progression coming through from G2. The smoke, hopefully trying to catch a CT rotator out. Mattis does have control of Yard, and they do have players very deeply set. They aren't overly committed to the inside site just yet. And so they will lay that smoke down in Yard. Hoping to try and pull the rotation back off this B site.
Yeah.
But they...
would be a little bit cheeky if they do go down the stairs into the swag, but by the positions, you got a bit of timing on your side as G2 right now to not see what would have met you there.
Well, they are going to try and push for some information too now, Vitality. So they have got the idea, they've got the memo, and looking to try and make sure that G2 don't get into too comfortable positions in the post plan.
So there's an opportunity.
Yeah, this could be the stage for them, but maybe just some weapon recovery. I don't think retaking outside's a very good prospect from their positions right now. So obviously we know they bought into this round, preserving armor and obviously what weapons they can. And they do pick up that M4 too. Apex does pick that up.
Yeah, there's going to be a need for some good confidence for G2 as well coming in towards this one, right? With Hunter out of the picture.
Well, I mean...
want to make sure that you can get Saw situated, and the calls are coming through as well after having, you know, the sort of scrappy play against Furia as well, where you end up, you know, losing Train in that one pretty convincingly, and over on Overpass, it looks like you were going to be able to close it before Furia comes out with 5 in a row to push to overtime. So yeah, we're seeing a little bit of slip-ups from G2. So the fact that they do get off to a good start here, and maybe even further now with the nil buy of Vitality, should be all right.
Yeah, the faster approach too now into connector. Obviously not predicting too much utility to come out from Vitality in the early stages. But again, just taking their time, just allowing the smokes to marinate. And slowly taking territory. This double grouping through vines may run into trouble on the other side of these smokes, particularly now with that repositioning of the M4.
Oh, if there's anyone that can deliver some damage within and around such as this, it would be Zywoo. Mezzi, though, quick to have his head removed from his shoulders, and same as Zywoo, so things crumbling just a little bit before FlameZ gets one and loses the rest of his friends. Now just Rock's position unknown for the moment until he does get shut down. Pretty clean from G2 there, but now is finally the time to see what Vitality have in store on this map.
That is damn clean from Mattis. He's made that Galil look like it was, you know, had a laser attachment or something like that, right? Incredible accuracy. Keeps it nice and clean. And I think that's, you know, the best possible scenario right now for G2 is to take these first 3 rounds. But we'll see where it all breaks down. Obviously, Sunpius, difficult task, head-to-head AWP here at Vines.
I was like, we're with the AWP.
Doesn't matter.
Be favourable in the fight against Sunpius. Had an opportunity, but vision blocked by the frag. Doesn't have any awareness at the moment that Mattis has crossed, or does he? How long will he hang around here? Meanwhile, there's just only Rops at the B site. Full focus on the outer yard, and the onus really is on G2 here to make some decisions.
Oh, misses the chance there on Mattis. Takes a lot of damage whilst trying to do so too, so he has to fall and also call for some backup. But where do G2 regroup from here? Back towards the halls, or back towards connector. They're going to send Heavy God down through underpass, and they're just going to try and pincer this outside site. So first wave of utility comes through. And that's just trying to lock the players into the yard.
Yeah.
Without support.
Well, the problems really started to arise for G2 when their opponent's Inferior did start to mount a couple of rifle rounds in a row, right? So they need to make sure that they are capable of doing so in this iteration. That's a good start to enter back in towards this round. Remember, Zaiwu was taken low early on. Bomb plant down. And position unchecked. Malbs starting to get activated into this one too. On the board, we can't say the same for Mattis anymore. An opportunity still for Vitality to get in towards this one. No kit currently in possession, and the dance around the bomb site as well. Some damage being done by Saw. How much is he going to be able to get away with here at the moment? Just a little bit of a how you going as Heavy God will finalize, and that is the first rifle round of Vitality. Not going their way.
And it was well played by G2. They just played to their strengths, right? Like you had Mattis just getting a lot of territory taking, really putting a lot of pressure on Vitality, and it was very constricting in the way they played. The post plants were perfect. Look, Saw doesn't need to do a lot of damage. He just needs to put the pieces around him in the right place, and so far done a great job. So we'll see how that does continue to progress, because we do have a force coming through for Vitality. Again, just going for pistols, Mag 7 Scout. Could be, you know, it's always a dangerous buy. But so far, I like the way that G2 have approached these rounds so far. They've never really overcommitted early on.
Yeah. It's honestly kind of the best start that they could hope for as well, right? Into their own map pick with the substitution coming in toward the roster. You get the veto kind of going your way a little bit, knowing that Vitality looked very, very lost on this map versus Mouse yesterday. And you yourselves are looking, you know, 50-50. You're looking all right.
Well, Heavy God is just expecting more aggression, but he's just not too sure where it will come from. Either way, doesn't want to make sure, well, doesn't want to hand over his...
Oh, I have to say that. He's just going to get Mag 7'd in the face. Meanwhile, Mattis on towards the site. Zaiwu trying to sit and be a bit of a stable rock in this round to try and get Vitality started here. Mezzi, opportunities with the Scout as well. Time is not too worrisome just yet as the bomb plant attempted. There's no protection on it. Lucky for Saw that the reload had to come out for Zaiwu, or was he? Because Zaiwu is angry right now. Rops will get the final. A round that Vitality didn't have too much business in finding. They seal the deal.
I don't know why they were so focused on getting into post-plant positions without necessarily protecting the bomb planter for the entirety, but I mean, you can see just how an inch of miscommunication is going to cost them in this series. So, not that communication can be measured in inches, but hey, why not? Zaiwu just turning that round on its head. As you would expect, Sunpius was just deleted.
Well, how much does this get better now for Vitality on the CT side?
Just again, slow, methodical approach from G2. It's worked for them so far. This time a little bit more CT aggression, trying to take control of connector, but they don't really want to be forward and try and hold it. Heavy God pretty much just rinse and repeating these last few rounds, just the same passage, the same early plays. Does see the shadow, but can't do anything about the fact that he's being aggressed. So they have control of underpass and that short let up. They're not going to hold it. But what it does do is it really restricts the way that G2 can move around this map now. So they really have to go back through the long way in towards this B site. And if they do want to go back outside, they had to re-clear the underpass. So it's not really ideal. It's just going to chew up quite a bit of time.
And the problem now as well is Vitality are just playing default around the whole map too. So as long as they can cover every angle, they'll have a quick decision to be made. It's a good peek in from Flamesy as well. Recognize that no one's over towards T-Con anymore, and that with 30 seconds to go, probably is going to be a bit of a B angle. Zaiwu starts to cheat over towards this side of things as well. There is a little bit of utility for G2 to get and execute in towards the site, but it has to get the shots coming on out. Mattis, good for the first on Apex. Saw, what are you going to be able to do right now? Because you're losing all of your team. You're the only one here, and you're not able to find anything either. A great stronghold on the B site for Vitality.
All right, man. Like, I don't know. Zawa's just found the clear air here at Chengdu and has been able to delete G2 in that round. That's just so clinical. That's exactly what you expect out of the star player. That's exactly what they need in this series too. They are 4-2 down, right? Like, that's probably a bit of a surprise in itself, given the fact that obviously G2 do not have their IGL, they do not have Hunter, who, in all honesty too, has actually been quite a strong fragger for them. I think that's probably another factor that you're going to experience here, is the fact that you don't have his fragging power as well.
Yeah. Is this going to be the swing situation now as well, right? Similarly to earlier on for G2, they get a good start, and then it starts to crumble, and it's not a good tasting cookie. Just the pistols to see what they're going to be able to do. Some individual looks as well on the extremities, but no budging from Vitality. Build up a lot of this economy as well.
Just no overextension from Vitality though. They're quite happy to sit back, relax, crank the AC to 11, max chilling. Well, on the back of that contact, they're going to get into the inside site, try and get that bomb plant down. Rox is going to remain rock steady.
Yeah, at least the bomb plant does go down for G2 here, but that's kind of all they're going to be able to get. Apex, the only casualty for the side of Vitality, and again, this is just a situation where those sort of rounds should not be lost. Take a stab in the dark at Mongols on that one, but they still managed to come out with the series in the previous. Vitality now looking to try and tie up the scoreline. G2 don't want to see that.
Absolutely not. But definitely feel as though Vitality have been able to warm themselves into the series. And just dumping that chunky utility on T-Connector. Not that we're seeing G2 necessarily try and change the pace, but it's just making sure that's never really going to be an option.
Yeah, Zaiwu doesn't really feel the need to bring out the AWP at the moment. He's just doing a good T cosplay with the AK that he's been holding on to for quite some time. So we'll see when he wants to bring that one out or not. Feeling favorable to not really needed at the moment. You can't blame him with the sharp shots that are coming out. Lots of forward space at the moment as well. An early rotation idea for Vitality if they do want it, but it is this slow pace from G2 again on this map that really just makes you wonder, where are they going to look to end if it even is this B site? There's already a bit of a bolstering up of Vitality. They should get the idea soon.
Well, Saw comes face to face with Rops. And Heavy got, well, I mean, didn't want to reveal his position, but also didn't get an opportunity for trade now. As they do find another on the entry to B. But The rotation's already swinging through, so this is difficult. The bomb's down on lower. It's out in the open. They've got to try and find their way through. Heavy God cannot capitalise. And Sunpice is going to try and do his best, but he's low. It doesn't matter, actually. He's created enough space for himself.
Spotted him. 1 versus 1. Will be the 1 versus 3 as well, and Mezzi, he needs to try and find the right reposition. There's 10 seconds to go. Does Sunpice still want to go for this fight, or does he focus on getting the bomb plant down? He might have the timing. He'll spot him out. He can get to a bit of safety, but he's going to go for the repick. No, he's going to have to focus on the bomb plant now. Mezzi can start to get a little bit closer, but it is the HP advantage for the G2 member right now. The angle, he tries to get the headshot line, but it's a bit better from Mezzi. There was an opportunity there for G2 to hold on to the lead, but now Vitality will tie.
That would have been an incredible round from Sunpice, right? Like that, to be fair, didn't feel as though it was going to be winnable for him, right? You had Flames.
I mean, they were all low, though.
Like, they were all there. They were low, but they also had AK, so...
This is true. This is true.
Sunpice did it the hard way.
Oh, we have a Saw photo. There we go.
He reveals underneath the shredder mask that he is Saw.
Halloween is gone now. So back to the normal form. Orf's out for Zaiwu as well. More of a forward position from Rops this time. Anticipated as well that there might be a bit of aggression this time in the Brown Halls. And you'd be kind of expecting that. The bait and switch play. Orp shot misses. Rops swings out. Takes a chunk of damage for it. But it is Vitality finding another stable opener.
Absolutely. Nice and easy too. No real chance for reply. They're going to have to double back on through. Now, do they relinquish control entirely of Halls and just try and refocus back on Southside site? Mattis has, I guess, just his role is to just rinse and repeat, take control of Vines, show presence. And what it does is it tries to anchor a player around Vines at all times. But he might be called into an earlier activation here, as we saw in some of the earlier rounds in the half, where it was actually quite effective. He was getting the, the one-ups on Zawo, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Now he's on point. He's got to lead the team through. They actually don't have a player closely playing and overwatching it.
Well, one of them is going to get smoked off right now in towards this A side too. Mezzi will get some vision before the smoke blooms and actually saw your teammate has just taken you out. Not the way that you wanted this round to go for yourself. And, well, the rest of your team, they are going to start to fall like flies as well. Sunpius, another opportunity in a 1 versus 3, but he's just going to get shut down before it even begins. Vitality take the lead.
That is difficult. They had to make that work. It's not an easy way to filter through. Oh. That's an unfortunate TK.
Yep.
Just CT appearing at the wrong moment. What can you do? Either shoot or be shot.
We've had a handsome amount of team kills and team knives and everything through this tournament so far.
Team knives?
Yeah, coming out of spawn on overpass, we've seen several. It's probably the most classic one, to be fair.
You'd be forgiven for thinking that was a matchmaking lobby when that happens, but I don't know. Looks as though it's going to be a pop and filter through to Vines.
If you can get the pistols to go through pretty quickly, you may very well overwhelm someone like Zaiwu if a shot is missed, but there's a little bit more backed up presence around the Vines pop if the potential was there. What can Malbs do? Close to that smoke to sleek on out, but it doesn't come into play now. Mezzi up for some numbers. Traded on through by Saw. He'll double his scoreline, and he'll take a rifle here as well.
All right. Problem is, doesn't give them easy access into the outside site anymore via this this route, back of 5 train. But there is a player. Rops has just anchored himself in CT spawn, so the progression through is not going to be possible. But right now, with Heavy God's positioning as well, he is just running his default.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, there was a bit of awareness from Flamesy that it's going to be a possibility as well. And with 20 seconds to go, you need to start to see him get on in, because the plant will have to be forced here. by G2 if they have any opportunity to try and take this round. Finally, Heavy God comes in, gets one. But remember, Sorensen Pius were already noted where they are locked in. And hang on a second. They've managed to swindle a couple of kills here. The bomb denied. You have to go for the fight now, Rops. You got to run, and you'll spray Sun Pius down. It would have been a costly round if Vitality were not swimming in a pool of money.
Oh, dear me. That actually got much hairier than it needed to. That was a squeaky chair moment for sure. Rops had done a great job there, denies the plant, and then just had to back out of that, but he didn't know the exact positioning of the second player, so he's not going to backpedal without that being known. So, gun round coming out now for G2. Everybody on the rifle, no AWP in hand. Familiar presence being shown on that low ramp, hoping to try and get G2 to either pull an early rotate across, or Rops to burn all of his utility in trying to stop what is perceived as a rush.
And you'll see no AWP this time over towards the B stairs either. ZywOo pushing a more forward line into the T-Con. And off yonder, Rops has already been pushed off position at the B site. It is the weaker space currently. If G2 could try and figure that out. Opener goes the way of ZywOo as well. Another opener to Vitality.
Yeah. You've allowed him a lot of space to be activated and have a lot of impact in this match already. Apex finds another. Saw's not going to get any information, continuing to try and push through into small ladder.
Well, this is 9 openers so far for Vitality. I remember they started off 0 for 4 in this map, getting a lot of throwbacks towards G2, having a decent start and then really faltering when their opponents get the guns in their hands. Mattis now, he does not find anything either. This one is looking worrisome again for G2. Do you call for the save or not going into the last round of this half? Try and force out a bomb plant. You already dropped onto the site. You'd have to come out with a pretty marvelous 2 versus 5 now.
Yeah, you kind of got to go for it. Your loss bonus is going to be there. You get the bomb plant, you'll be able to buy, but Heavy God's got a lot of work to do from his position. It's the shooting gallery. Oh. And he's drawn into a long spray, which favours quite easily Vitality. Easy on the retake. All they had to do was bide their time. There wasn't any utility to work with in the post plant. No positioning either. So you could tell G2 have really cooled off after what was a relatively good start, but that's a nasty spam.
Someone vac this man. You can't do the coach dirty like that.
I was about to query whether or not it was just a blind spray, like as he was crossing past the doorway. No, it was far more sinister.
Yeah, for sure. Last round of the half now, just playing on the back of that loss bonus, of course. G2, 7 rounds in a row that they have dropped. Now, finally, they get out into the A site rapid fast. A 1-on-1 trade, but they do get stopped as quick as it starts to get begun. Sandwich Smoke will eventually start to fade on through as Mezzy reveals himself as well. The AWP on a journey to have a huge wraparound for ZywOo.
Mezzy able to find one. The trade is not going to come through quickly, but Malbs is looking cleaned up. They're not having any success heading outside now at the moment. G2, I feel as though the steam has run out of the engine. Unless Heavy God can do some heavy lifting, that is not going to be the case. They close things out with an 8-round streak. Vitality finishing the half strong. We'll be back with the second half after the break.
are up here.
Well, it was a good start for G2 here on their own map pick of Terrain, but now things are looking like they are crashing out off the tracks. Vitality, 8 in a row to round out that first half. Now we're going to see what the second has in store for us.
I guess you could say their plans may have been slightly derailed, but right now it's Vitality that has the plan on the T side, just waiting to see if any of these picks could be had across the map. Rops does go down early on to Heavy God on the inside, but yeah, just give him everything, man. Give him whatever he wants, whatever his demands are, just meet them.
It's a good flash, but there's nothing on the back of that for G2 either right now, and apparently we still just want to have a little tussle with Zaiwu, who's just absolutely destroying you one at a time. The P250 from downrange, hitting some belters, but as Mattis finds his way into a sneaky spot, will he find the way to get G2 back in towards this round? It is just the single player deficit as the bomb is trying to get in towards the outer A site. The trade at least is there. It's all on a Heavy God. Can he close the round as swiftly as he opened it?
Oh my goodness, dude. Like I just had to pick up my jaw off the floor. I don't know if he's got the right positioning to be able to take this, but I mean, there is probably no better position on the map that is, you know, relatively well covered too.
Yeah, but the problem is right now it's still the 1 versus 2, and Vitality are healthy as well, and there's just 2 of them. They got to plan at the right spot for some good protection. Zaiwu has a flash. Zaiwu also has 17 kills. It's just a scary thing when he starts to really get activated into the server. But now, Heavy God, you're going to be able to bring this one back for a good start on the CT adventures of G2. You don't have a kit in play, no smoke to try and get a little bit of protection as well. You're taking your sweet merry time to get around this site as well. You got no focus, no overview on that bomb. The round is done. Vitality will be extending this lead, and it doesn't even look like he's going to get any exit frags on the tail end either.
No. He had to get a wriggle on too to get out of there, otherwise he would have died to that bomb radius. So he does manage to save through relatively little out of the round, and man, just you are witnessing greatness every time he touches a mouse. It's
well, they didn't touch the mice last time on this map though, remember? 13-3. There was a bit of absence to come on through in that one, but if we get Zaiwu to come out with a couple of crispies like that and they continue to run, well, we can certainly see some big things continue to go for one of the players of all time.
Early presence, just looking to be shown towards Vines. Just keep their opposition focused, hopefully try and pull them and push them apart. Saw in underpass, so it does look to be numbers grouping towards him as well. That could be problematic, but they are happy to try and take the range duels at this point in time. They don't want to let the you know, inferior weaponry of G2 try and close that distance. But they are relatively nicely grouped as well. Aside from, you know, Mezzi, who's just holding things down at Vines, he's just got to make sure he stays deep and he stays alive as everybody else gets themselves into position for the execute.
Well, there's some smokes that go back out towards this A site right now as well to draw a little bit of attention still from G2. It's going to bring them for a little look in towards the B-holes as well. Sunpire's good for 1 and Heavy God. Okay, now we start to cook a little bit, but we overlook the rafters. Not like this. Zaiwu still ever so omnipotent in this map, putting up the numbers, but with 20 seconds to go, bomb just to get established now.
He's on form. Able to just rescue that potential round-ending moment. Now, Saw's got some good positioning, and it's just on timing now as to whether or not he can get Flamesy. He doesn't actually get past Zaiwu, though. He's just gatekeeping this round, man.
He is absolutely doing everything. He might even be on for the full 5K. Oh no, Flamesy has stolen it. Not like this. How many 4Ks have we had that just get stolen in Chengdu so far?
Talk about efficiency as well. I don't think he even emptied, emptied that first clip. Like, insane when they need him. Obviously, right now against a depleted G2.
Yeah.
So we'll take that with a grain of salt, but
there is some salt there for sure. But you're coming out with a performance like this, it's definitely the throwback to the MVP mindset of the Austin Major earlier this year, right? So you want to see all of your power play players, so to speak, back in form. This is good, and that's better. He's just opening up the accounts again.
Just let him go, man. Just let him on that leash. Let him off. He's happy to just be able to be given so much freedom, so much space. Stacked in her sight, too.
Doesn't matter, mate.
Yeah, bring them all on.
He'd love that at the moment. Boost up them numbers, and he might even get the opportunity right now with the way that G2 are starting to waltz up into these holes, but he's looking the wrong way. He's got his teammate there to assist him where needed. Apex. He's going to chime in for a little bit of damage in this round, but Zaiwu certainly, again, just looking to do what he can. All 5 alive. Zaiwu getting the lion's share of kills in this round. We inch ever so closer to Vitality. Ever since the beginning of this map, going flawless from their first round that they get.
Yeah. This is, unfortunately for G2, they're kind of going out of this map without a real whimper. They had the first 4 rounds, but honestly, since then, it has been a very rough boat ride with your captain Zaiwu at the helm.
Sunpius, though, has been able to bring out the boomstick. Are we going to see some echoes come back for G2 now? Or is it all just going to be ghosts still come through to haunt you? Vitality, a quicker one looking to be propped up towards this lower site.
He's got a lot of work to do, hasn't he? His presence not known just yet.
Good flash. In from the team. Heavy God good for 1. Can't make it a double. And meanwhile, you blink and you miss all of the red in the kill feed. It is dripping with the blood of G2. That is Train at the moment. It's a absolute wreck. 12-4 now for Vitality map point.
Yeah, you're right. You can't take your eyes off it, though, as per every other train wreck you're seeing. And I think Rops was the star of that last round. Just to give Zaiwu a break. You want to keep him fresh. There's still another map to potentially play here. If things keep going the way they are, this might actually be a relatively quick affair on the second as well. But just dumping that utility early on in the piece, making sure they don't face early aggression. But the buy from G2 really is just whatever they can muster. It's not necessarily the most confidence-inducing buy, but they've got to find a way through. If anything, to be honest, it's probably Malbs that, for me, is sort of a real missing piece of the puzzle for G2. Hasn't really found his footing in this match, and I think it's safe to say that he's probably missing that that guidance that Hunter brings to G2. And it's not necessarily a great map for Vitality either, which is probably even more concerning. But after this, it's sort of forget about Train, move on to the next map in the series, and try and full focus forward.
Pretty much Mirage around the bend for the second in this series. This one's a lot slower, though, for Vitality, which has led into G2 pretty much dropping all of their utility. Another smoke over towards T-Con now, which is going to be inconsequential. Saw's going to see what he can do over there as Mattis gets a bit of an idea of where a pincer might be coming in towards. 20 seconds to go now. Vitality start to get activated in towards this outer yard. Rops will fell Malbs, who you just mentioned. looking a little bit lost here in this one. Flamesy definitely not. They're making sure they're cordoning off all of these angles and getting the trades, more importantly. Now just Heavy God to see if he can deny things here, but the answer's gonna be no. 13 rounds in a row for Vitality to close this first map. Very, very commanding on Train.
Yeah, an incredibly commanding map for them. Once they got going, they didn't stop whatsoever. It was the express train, stopping absolutely no stations other than that victory. And I think it's safe to say that G2 are really struggling without Hunter. It's no secret. We're not going to sugarcoat it for them. It's safe to say Zawu was also in fine form. It would have just been nice to maybe have something on the other end there that was shooting back at him. I think it's safe to say that G2, I'll be honest, they didn't use any real tactical timeouts, so I think that maybe speaks to the mentality of the team at the moment. It's just sort of, do we really think we can win this? What's the point in a tactical timeout? I think that, is quite telling signs for me. Hopefully they can just get that mental reset, though, heading into Mirage.
Yeah, things to highlight here as well for the folks that might have missed it so far. This game is a qualification game for the winner, but it is also technically an elimination game for the loser. And coming in towards this next map, that will be Mirage as well. If it doesn't look pretty for G2, they're going to go out, pretty quickly now in this lower run. That could have been something, and then they'll have a break until they get in towards the Major 2. But of course, Vitality, if they do get the victory here, they will continue on into the playoffs as well and extend their lives here at Chengdu.
Yeah, looking good for them so far in the series, and I think it's going to be a relatively, rinse and repeat sort of performance heading on to March. I hope for G2 maybe they can find something special, but right now all signs pointing to Vitality taking that playoff spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, guys, we won't, as Jim said, sugarcoat it any longer. We'll see maybe if Hunter can come back in towards the next map, or if not, Saw will be staying here for Mirage, which is just after this break.
Here's to the challengers, the ones who don't just settle for decent elo, but hunger for something more. The ones who don't just queue for another match, but prepare for war. You can doubt them, overlook them, even count them out, but you can't stop them.
Right now, I'm with Dupree, who I can see has got tears.
While others play for fun, they play for legacy. This is ESEA League, where challengers take their first step.
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
What is there, bro? Let me help you. Stabby, Bully Hunters, Forsaken Cheating, Olaf Boost, Iba Power Match Fixing, VP, Mercedes a coaching bug.
I think Iba Power, no?
Yeah, I'm pretty
Oldest?
sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's oldest. I think it's really tight
With
between
Olaf,
this
no?
one and Olaf Boost.
But I think it's Iba Power
I think this is it on first.
And then it has to be Olaf Boost.
I think it's like 1 or 2 months.
Yeah, difference.
Yeah. Olaf Boost on second.
Okay.
When was Iba Power match?
I think it was 2013, 14, no? I was fucking 9 years old. Okay, so Iba Power match fixing. That's number 1, I think. Okay, Bully Hunters, just simply because we don't know what the fuck that is.
I'm not sure on Bully Hunters. Like that is completely.
It's not that old.
It's VP Mercedes.
You think so?
Yeah, I'm 100%. This is 2017.
Okay, all of Boost, Virtus.pro Mercedes, Forsaken Cheating, Coaching Bug, Stabby. Okay, so I think
all of Boost. Yeah, and then Mercedes.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. So all of Boost, it wasn't a drama. In the French were just out.
Nothing new there.
Yeah.
What now? Forsaken, no?
Yeah, it's Forsaken.
It was also 2018, no?
2000.
Cash. It was cash. We are cooked. We are cooking.
Virtus.pro, Audi. Kaya. Okay. Virtus.pro Mercedes.
Stabby
It's
and coaching bug.
and then Stabby.
So it's coaching bug, yeah.
Yeah, and Stabby was last. Coaching bug was crazy, by the way.
Yeah, 2020.
Insane, yeah.
So for second cheating, I think number 5.
Yeah, then Coach Bug and then Stabby.
Yeah, and then Mr. Coaching Bug. I'm not that good in the geometry here. And then Stabby.
Yep.
Just people leaving teams. This is our ranking. This one might be...
Don't have a clue what it is.
I think it might be after all of Boost, but I'm just gonna chill out and stick with the Boolean as number 2.
That came after all of these.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
And Stabby was when?
Katowice. No, it was not Katowice.
It's crazy, he remembers the old ones more. This is too easy for us. Imagine they put like Adam and Jimmy.
Which is your favorite drum?
I think the Stabby one is the one I rate the most. And
rate the most.
Like I like it the most because it was a proper drama. These ones are, this is illegal, this I don't know, this is, they don't like, this is, yeah, they're just relationships and life, I guess. Forsaken cheating, also illegal. Coaching bug,
illegal,
big
very
time.
illegal.
And this one was proper drama. This one, I'll put number 1. I'll put Stabby back to number 1. My goats, Staven and Jab.
Hey guys, Mezzi and Flames are here to talk B overpass.
I love being dildo. Pillar?
Yeah,
I love being pillar.
I think it goes better if you say I love being pillar, not barrels is great. Barrels is really fun, and sometimes I get a little bit excited and venture out to close monster. Short's a scary place. I try to stay away from that. I leave it to this guy, but yeah, barrels and left side or right side monster, whatever you want to call it.
Well, obviously it's a smoke big monster, but I think the flashes are supreme.
Yeah, I think flashes overall on overpass are super important. Flash peaks for monster for me, flash peak and short for this guy. I think of course it's down to timings, but I think you get so much information on overpass, and down to flashes overall is a big part of that. The FAMAS, I think, for a monster player, it opens up a bit more. It doesn't force me to play so close all the time and try.
I think you should start a scout meta or something.
Scout?
Play close short, I'm close left. Because you're good with scout.
Yeah.
That is a scouter. Excellent
XM
monster.
is also very strong, but
It's terrifying if you hit the first shot. FAMAS I like as well, but yeah. I prefer MP9 just because I have more util.
And you like to run.
Yeah, exactly.
You like to peek and fight, so it's good for this.
To throw myself to death, yeah. Maybe kill.
It's important across all maps, but I think overpass, especially the cross-map connection, I think is really important for us on B to know exactly what's going on towards Ace, because, like I said, it's such a big map, so there's so much information that can be taken. It also helps us make decisions what's happening across the map. Do I need to smoke monster? Can I save it for a bit longer? And
on A side, a lot of things we need. That if they give us certain information, then me and Will know how to play on B. If I know someone is short, maybe we can find a plan to sometimes not die, sometimes kill him. Then we have like the obvious stuff, when to smoke monster, who does what, when. That's the basics-ish, so we just stick with them.
Especially recently, I think that a lot of teams have gotten very good at executes and new ways to flash like 3 or 4 different positions. So I think for us it's about, like I said before, using our utility just as good as we can, like with the flash peaks at good timings, because if you kind of let teams execute on you, it's all about having good timings on our utility to try and combat that, because I think, yeah, if teams full execute on you with flashes, and they're so fast, like if they come close short, close monster, within a second they're at barrels or on mid-sight, so it's like you have no time to react, so it's really important that you kind of try and find newer positions or new plays to go against these executes, I think.
While to warm up into this matchup, but they've shown us an excellent CT side streak. 5 very impressive rounds in a row, 6 out of 7, and then boom, Mao's come through with a knockout blow into that B bomb site. Spinks walking out monster, calling his team down. An excellent pick from Brolin onto the AWP that has been perfect all game. And Mao's matchup at 11. Fortunately for Furia, they have all the money they could need. And this is their first timeout. Because fair enough, it has gone par for the course.
Yeah, you've actually felt pretty comfortable for the most part, but you see the frustration there for Molidoy.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how good you play. You miss one shot at a crucial point like that, you can lose the game.
It's nice seeing them so invested again right after that kind of sad opening map.
Yeah.
But if you showed up now only to care come the end of map 2 and then you lose, it really will make this feel like a punch in the gut. And so let's see, Furia, they're buying in. They believe they can close it on Overpass and take this series the distance. They need to win this round. If they lose it, they are broke, and so money will decide their fate at that point. This round is for the game. Molidoi.
Not again, okay.
They attempt the boost once more. Torshi not given this engagement.
He thought about it, but then you're like, they wouldn't do it twice. Oh, careful, Jimmy. Exertion says, you go first, bro. I'm going middle. My mate needs a boost. And short water control taken silently. Usually Mao's announce their presence here. They've walked out together. Jump spot will confirm. 3 on B here for Furia. Time has been burned by Mao's, but they've got plenty of util. Big nade stack. Fallen jumps into it. And that might open the door here for Mao's. It's blocked immediately. And no bomb. It's not like they're ready to commit, but it draws a third player down lower. Mao's have to stage, and they will stage A. Only Yakinda in position. If Furia do not play active on B, they will just be walked over on A. One man surely can't do it all. He's not even in the sight. This feels like Mao's round to lose.
Spinks even hanging around, curious to see when he plays, if he goes before the exec. And yeah, it does look for that info down towards B. Doesn't tell you a hell of a lot. Are they ready for Yakindar over a long and important fight for him to pick up? And now it's imperative that Mao's can deal with him and deal with him cleanly, but Yakindar's ripping heads off. You said one man wasn't enough. Well, it turns out it is. Yakindar with a stellar hold has just kept Furia in Overpass.
Unbelievable round out of Yakindar. He had to do it exactly that way, and they find Torshi after time. 2.6k on him. Mao's in the bin. And it felt like they'd finally woken up at the end of regulation, only for Yakinda to rip it away. Perfect angle management. One after one, Mao's full.
Well, looks like that one's getting a little bit close over there on the A stream, but for right now, we have another game to get through here where we tend in towards Mirage. For those that might have just been joining us, this is a qualification and elimination series between G2 and Vitality, and despite a couple of problems over on G2's side at the moment, Jim, they are all still smiles and laughter at their computers.
Yeah, look, I think in this sort of situation, right, like you got to just roll with the punches a little bit. Obviously, unfortunate for Hunter that he's not able to play. Unfortunate for the rest of the team. So you got to keep the mood light. You got to keep everyone, in good spirits, and that's exactly what's happening, which is good to see. I mean, on the other side of things as well, Vitality, it's sort of business as usual for them. They're just, letting the individuals rip. And if you missed the first map, this is it in summary, in stats. It wasn't a long match. It was a very quick affair. And the fact that he amassed 25 kills in that is all that needs to be said. So
yeah, I mean,
sending it.
It would take me a very long time to ramble through all 27 events that ZywOo has become the MVP at, and there might be an argument that he's trying to add a 28th here at IEM Chengdu, depending on the depth that Vitality are going to be able to deliver us here. Of course, this is one of the lower games, so they'll come into seed number 3 if they do take this series as well. And for ZywOo as well, right, he's starting to climb in the rankings at the moment of this tournament. That map there puts him up towards 3rd after Zershin and Monacy, who are having some stellar consistency throughout this tournament here as well. And that's also to add the fact that for Monacy, for the Falcons, they've not yet played their next game. That'll be a little bit later this evening. But for what they've done so far, it's just been those 2 almost decisive 2-0s.
Yeah, exactly. It's, there's some good company to be joined in this tournament so far. But yeah, there's still another map here for which, you know, potentially Zaiwu could unleash even more fury onto G2. And you know, with Mirage being the arena, I think it's safe to say that that map itself can lend itself to some pretty hefty scores too. So
yeah,
look, for G2, they're going to have to continue, I guess, in the same manner in which they started map number 1. They got themselves off to a 4-0 lead, but that's where it ended. They need to keep trying to extend that, hopefully get themselves into a nice rhythm on this map. It's going to be tough for them. There's no, you know, no hiding that fact. It's safe to say that this particular matchup in their head-to-head might not necessarily might not necessarily be one that people refer to. It'll have that asterisk over it with Hasor having to play, but nonetheless, right? Like, these two teams historically exchange series back and forth, and obviously are meeting each other at the pointy end of the tournament. Obviously, not in the elimination match for the lower bracket. So this is probably unknown territory for both these two teams, regardless of who's in the server.
The problem for me, though, Jim, is we do go on to the map pick of a Vitality right now, so they're being confident enough to pick this one, and rightly so. It's 6 losses with 1 win in the middle there against Fluxo for G2, and then you add that caveat, of course, of Saw playing instead of Hunter, so we'll see if they can at least get off on the right foot on this CT side right now. An opening kill would be gorgeous if they can find it, but the answer is going to be no, and it might even just be an absolute resounding no on this round. 5 versus 2 already for Vitality as the bomb plant goes down.
Yeah, just sending it straight through middle. The 2B players are locked completely out of the site. They don't even have vision. Besides, you know, the presence shown in mid-connector, they had no idea what was going on. They can only save their weapons, and, you know, for the A holders, for the mid holders, it was all over very, very quickly. Yeah, they had some contacted short. They just steamrolled their way into the site. It looked maybe beginning the way that it ended on Train, and well, Zairu's just in going for more. He's not happy to let them save, so they're really going to go for the throat.
Yeah, no Kevlar to be held on here, unfortunately, but Mattis is giving it a good old crack at the noggins of the Vitality members. Is he going to be able to hold on to anything at the end? Well, actually, maybe so. There you go. 3 kills at the tail end, but the round will still go to Vitality anyways.
Yeah, Mattis giving it a fair shake of the sauce bottle. Unfortunately for him, they were all saving kills, just trying to hold on to his life and not give anybody on Vitality some extra money heading into this round.
He's got
himself 900.
He got a pretty good one on the Flamesy there as well, mind you.
Yeah, that was Dennis S.
Shot. Yeah. Early damage being delivered to Zaiwu. Down to 39 HP. In this 1-4 stack that Vitality are going to have to try and figure out as well. Do have Mattis with that A1S. But apart from that, down to the pistols and that MP9 for Sun Pius. Going to just be the slow start to this map, you'd assume.
Just slow and steady, setting a default. Pretty default smoke coming through window as they make their way up and back into the B halls just to re-progress back through to B.
And would you have it in the worrisome scenario for G2 that the solo B holder at the moment is going to be Saw and backed up by Malbs? This is a good roll of the dice for Vitality around the map with where they've wanted to end this one right now. We'll see what Saw can do to get on the board potentially. Oh, it looks a little bit atrocious. Somehow manages to get one in the piece though. The body shot bandit. Now there's a lot of damage delivered to these Vitality members. So as the bomb plant goes down, there's a very real opportunity that G2 can pick at this round back up.
They are looking a little squishy and primed, ready for this retake.
Well, swing on out. It's a good trade to come on through. It's better from Mattis. This A1S being put to good use on a Zaiwu. Mentioned it earlier. He was the one that was tagged up super early. First bit of damage delivered in this round, and he will deliver the last bit of damage as well.
Never in doubt. Never in doubt for Zaiwu, despite the low HP. just in that, you know, juking match with Mattis. Gets it done, and then it's just a run over for Vitality. So for G2, it's back to the drawing board. Back to low level everything.
Yep.
So Saw is equipped Malbs with an M4 in this round. Let's see what damage can be done.
I'm a bit surprised that we haven't given that over towards Mattis, though, to be frank.
Yeah. But they have, you know, Saw's given himself the shortest straw. He is the B anchor.
Oh, right.
Double step here.
Oh, that's a good bait and switch, actually, right now for G2. Bit of a shame that there's going to be no weapon pickup on the back of it for them. However, Apex is going to polish off some Pius with the HE grenade. And now that you recognize the situation that the rifle investment is there for G2, just shy away from that. Gonna go to the B site and see that no one's home.
They're just going to be able to walk right on in.
Oh, they could have gone lowers and potentially found the bomb here. Gotta still be aware of that. Mattis is on his merry way. Will he find them, though? That's the question.
Or will they find Mattis? Well, unfortunately, he couldn't take matters into his own hands, as now they're going to be able to get into that B site. Nice and easy as you like. And Malbs will be looking to save that M4. There's no real retake prospects for him. We're into the save simulator here on Mirage, and maybe some time for that Mac 10 of Flamesy to go and make some money, make some bank.
Just admire the scenery here on Mirage. Have a bit of a chit chat in towards your next round as well. Could potentially see a world where there's some money man action going for Flamesy as well, but I'm going to start to shy away from that one. Malbs to just hold the A1S. Kind of starting to see what interest is going to be in this one for G2 as well, right? What is the normal core of this roster going to be able to put forwards despite not having Hunter here? Because they are still, you know, very high players, very world top tier caliber players.
Well, that caliber is going to be tested for both these two teams now as they head into the gun round. Some Pius is looking to get involved, have some impact with that orb. Going to take it straight on down mid-con. Is he going to get hyper aggressive or... No, just going to take the safe route. They've retained that Mac 10 on Flamesy though, so he might be looking to get rowdy.
Yeah, you were talking about the hyper-aggressiveness. I thought he was going to start to steamroll it in towards Connector and just insert himself there, but instead, it's going to be just a little bit of the mid-proceedings. As you do spot out Mattis, that's not going to be a favourable duel for you. You'll take a chunk of HP off him, though, down to 12.
Just slow and steady. Vitality, those default set smokes as they just slowly progress their way up through short. Apex on point.
Oh, the information though.
Yeah, I was going to say, doesn't find Mattis. Mattis is the expert there and finds the timing.
Looking.
Some Pius does find Rops.
A little bit disconnected here in this one from Vitality, and you got to remember as well that Heavy God is pushed all the way through Palace, so they knew that Vitality were not going to be tending back towards this A site, but G2, the fact that they're getting a couple of extra kills as well for some of these positions that they shouldn't have, it's very favourable to maybe have at least a foot in this race.
Yeah, they're going to give themselves something to work with. Now, they're giving Zawa a lot of respect, obviously. Not trying to push him before time. So, for Vitality, it'll be back to the drawing board. You're right, it was very disjointed in the way that they were playing that round. Going for individual peaks Matters, is he going to hold on to it? No! That's not good.
It's not the best outcome, but there is still money for Vitality to, of course, still have another investment in towards the next round. I think the biggest thing for me and for a lot of folks out there is G2 just still showing that they are, you know, playing this map. They're doing what they can. They'll make smart decisions, make sure that they also are hitting their shots and not letting somebody like ZywOo just absolutely steamroll you. Again.
Happy to not let him get too far. Top smoke, top mid, nothing spotted. Give Sunpius another round, but he's not going to be sticking things out in mid. He's going to reposition. Now, they are just waiting to see if there is success in mid with that pop. ZywOo now just sets that smoke onto mid window. Actually settles halfway.
Oh, you would.
I don't think that's going to be of no value.
You'd think that your smoke would go in towards mid window, wouldn't you? Apex is going to recognize now, of course, in his little expedition affair that that one has missed and maybe funnel himself in towards connector. A minute to go. And Vitality are going to set themselves up for an A-pop. We're having a smooch in the smoke right now. Heavy God, I'm very surprised that you didn't start to shoot at them when you recognize that you can't move anymore. Orp on the line, crossfire to a degree with Malbs as well. But Vitality not budging too much in towards the site. As I say that, ZywOo getting decapitated very quickly. The bomb needs to look to get planted for Vitality now.
Yeah, Saw just seeing whether or not he can see anything through the smoke. He's going to be the first on point into the site, and hopefully the rest of G2 will be the ones to follow. They're kind of stuck here at the moment. They've got to fight their way out.
Ooh. Fight they will. Mezzy brings a bit of stability here for Vitality as well, and it's Sunpius. They know that he's got this AWP in play, and this one just looks to be maybe a little bit too far gone for him. No utility for progression. No kit as well, and no real time on the clock to be able to pick this one back up. But unlucky for G2 getting those rotation numbers over towards the A site and trying to stall them out, but a couple of missteps in the situations as well. As Vitality will claim another.
Yeah, they actually had to do it quite tough there. Their post-plant positioning was quite hampered by the fact that they couldn't get anywhere else in that site, right? Like they were fighting from flame box. It really wasn't a good position to fight from at all. So it was, you know, backs to the wall kind of stuff for them. Despite the fact that, you know, G2 were looking quite good in that retake scenario. So nice default set coming through. Top of catwalk smoke to allow progression through the boxes, but
well, speaking about progression, double in the A main at the moment. Very forward line that Rops needs to be a bit aware of. He is holding the right position for it currently as well. So who is going to bite first potentially in what we've seen earlier from a Palace push from G2. Now we're getting a little bit of a look in towards apartments as well. It is good decision making on this CT side at the moment. Try and get a free frag and gain some favorable advantage. But the awareness of Mezzy is absolutely there through the X-ray as well. Doesn't matter though when Sunpius hits the shot.
Ready for it. And so that just triggers Vitality to send numbers down through mid, see if they can actually puncture hole in through connector. Just waiting for that smoke to come up. Block sight from Ticket. Now Malbs, he has a line on Apex, but
no. That is filthy from Apex. Should have gone the other way. You would assume the smoke will eventually start to fade, and Flamesy is going to be the distractor onto Heavy God. Mattis now as well, looking to lose his life, and now it's just Sunpius. He opened up the round, but a 1 versus 4 is going to be a conclusion too far gone. The hunt is even starting to come out from Vitality.
Yeah, they're looking to really try and put the foot down, put the hammer down onto G2, and also that CT economy, right? Like, they know Sunpius has shown a few times with that AWP. So if he can save this, that's great for G2. but Vitality are just slowly constricting around him in this round.
He's got the money that he'll be able to materialize a gun for his team, or maybe back for himself if they want to. Up, down. Vitality getting further and further in the lead on this one, their own map choice.
Just clinical from Vitality, wasn't it? They were just biding their time, waiting for the dissection to occur of G2. So
Hero, AWP, and an A1S for Malb, so there's a bit of a light investment that needs to get put to really good use here, Jim.
Got to make it work. I think the fact that, you know, they've sort of split the guns between the two sites. All right, like you got some pious there. And now they make that readjustment through. They're like, okay, Saw, you got it on lock. You can hold B with just that USP. You're good. We'll now put the two weapons together and connected. They might actually be better together.
But it's not a lot of feelers out in the server, is it? There's no just dictated conversation for G2 to push an extremity, to be a little bit cheeky. No pop flash attempts anymore either. It's just going to be these little dry duels that they can try to swindle this round back into. They do poise the A1S over towards this B site. Love to see the AWP be brought over here as well. Saw has just not even really been needed. Malbs and Sun Pius get activated. There's a very real opportunity here that this lesser buy can get the job done with the lion's share of the invested rifles. Just Flame Z now, and he can't get it done either. So there you have it. Malbs and Sun Pius going in with the guns and coming up with the goods.
Yeah, just playing off each other's shoulder, and it actually works out really well. Malbs picks up 2 there and then falls back to MBK. And what can they do? They couldn't uproot him from that position. And so they pick up their second round. And look, G2, they're going to need more than that. But the best thing for them out of that round is actually the fact that they pick up 2 extra weapons for free. So it really helps that city economy. They're going to need it in these next few rounds. They continue to throw that default top of catwalk smoke. That's just their set default. And they're going to send 2 through underpass this time. But it has actually garnered the attention of G2 in mid. So they also have sent some numbers early on. They do have Malbs at the top of connector. He might actually have to face here, but if they're boosting Rops into the window, that might not be a problem.
Yeah, Sun Pius going to be first casualty. Find up onto Zaiwu. Apex falls as well. But little do you know that Rops has snuck his way into jungle, and the favor is back into the fortunes of a Vitality. Saw and Heavy God, who's picked up the AWP in towards this round as well now. But there's a minute to go, and there's a bit of question marks being thrown around the map as well. You're not sure if anyone of G2 has pushed in towards Palace. Saw is finding the freebie onto Rops. And from here on out, this is anyone's round.
Yeah, they're actually going to opt to just stand shoulder to shoulder and look to reroute. Do they go back through Palace? Do they go try and all pedal back through the B halls? I think that's going to be the case here, and try and take that one-on-one. Now, Heavy God has that AWP. So his position, sitting at short, will shortly here, and the rotator will be coming through. So they're going to be ready for this. If they can get into this side, even better, but there's nothing to dissuade him off the lines at the moment. He misses that first opportunity. But
he misses the shot as well. Oh, no. Plan starts to go down. Saw getting the sprays out. The coach will do it. He might even be able to clutch out this round. Flame Z. An opportunity with 10 seconds on the timer. Shut it down. Saw comes out with the 3K. And it's a third found for G2 now.
Oh, Saw getting it done. Okay. Now they've activated the coach. I was wondering where Flamesy picks up to, and I think it's been resolved by that replay. He was at the top of mid. And I thought they would have had a nice open book to be able to get things moving, but the coach coming up clutch.
Well, the fact that Rops is looking the wrong way over at the CT spawn side of things certainly helps the situation as well, doesn't it? Because kind of hinders what Vitality were starting to do coming back towards the A site.
I think you'll find it's just superior game intellect and not timing. So
I wasn't familiar with Saw's game. There you go.
I'm here now to see the Saw slaw. Let's go. Line him up, knock him down.
Well, this B site pop attempt from Vitality right now has the pistols in close proximity, but they are getting absolutely shut down and not able to pass go. As I say, that Apex good for 1, and he will be felled now. FlameZ for the 1 versus 3. An opportunity with a lot of time on the clock, but just no HP and no superior line onto Heavy God either. G2, they find 4. That's all they had on the last map. But they are looking a little bit better here on Mirage compared to Train, I will say.
Yeah, definitely far more competitive on this CT side of Mirage. And I think if they can continue to try and get themselves a few more rounds, they'll be giving a good account of themselves. So some Pius again will continue on into mid connector. Same default smokes coming out of Vitality early on in the piece. Malbs this time actually going to be pushing through. They're going to push numbers through the B halls early on. They're not going to be expecting this. They haven't done it before.
Well, Rops. Yeah, Rops is going to have a bit of a blinder here. Going to be lights out, you'd assume, if they look down towards him. The general silent creep. Oh, don't tell me they're not even going to look for it. Rops is he's not aware either. We are just passing each other for a bit of shambles in this round. You're going to have no clue if you're FlameZ how this has just happened.
Yeah, but it still might actually work out really nicely if Malbs can just direct himself here. Trigger discipline being shown.
Oh, no. He wants more. He wants this round. G2's positioning may very well deserve it, but do you leave it too late? 1 and 2. The execution squad about to lay it down. Here we go. They find all 3. And now it's Apex and Rops, and the latter is really questioning how this one has come down. I mean, you would assume that they've probably pushed up through mid in this case and point, but if they watch this one back, they'll see that it was just a little apartment waltz. And that is a funny, rough round.
Certainly is. Rops had no idea that push was happening. And obviously us, we saw it all unfold in real time. And so there's probably a conversation needs to happen here for Vitality. That bomb was going nowhere into that site. A greatly timed push. Well worked. They haven't done it before. They might not be able to do it again.
We'll see. You never want to say never.
That's just execution, cold-blooded execution on A-Ramp.
It's a massacre, that's for sure. Timeout invested here by Vitality. They want to make sure that they are cleanly covering this series as well, right? With the performance they put on map number 1, with the close games that they've had, showcasing really good tenacity here at Chengdu already. They're definitely a team that is trying to fight towards a trophy again. Getting that plate. So we'll see if they can get the victory here into the 3rd seed going into the quarterfinals match.
That's it.
Or maybe we see G2 just become demons. Who knows?
Well, before they become demons, they have to get their way through mid. And
Not the pistols.
Heavy God's in pursuit.
Not going to look to do too much on that one, or are they? You give them a little bit of a taste, but you know, rip the meal away from them. FlameZ now the only one, and just peppered through the smoke. G2 will take the lead.
Yeah, we actually highlighted on Train how much Malbs was struggling overall on the map, right? Like, he's actually far more comfortable now on Mirage. I think he's got a little bit more autonomy on this CT side. So he's actually starting to have far more of an impact than he was allowed to in the first match. And I think that's definitely a key difference for me. Obviously, Sunpius too, being able to pick up the green stick and have some real impact, making sure that mid is not easily taken by Vitality. There was a piece earlier on in the half where they were able to quite convincingly take themselves through mid without real opposition. Sunpias has come in, he's locked that down, it's really helped. So they do have a few more strings in their bow on Mirage. And then you can see the two culprits side by side, hand in hand, taking mid connector, pushing out, getting aggressive.
You talk about the strings on their bow, but do they have the arrows to fire on through? A minute to go. Smokes will start to fade. An opportunity for Sunpias potentially to have cracked open the round with this AWP. The second one, mind you. Invested again for Heavy God to hold the apartments.
Smoke going up, perfect time. Just allow the progression of Mezzi, if he wishes, in to underpass. So
this round is really bleeding down. 30 seconds to go. 10 soldiers in the server still.
Yeah.
There needs to be a bit of a decision, Vitality, and it can't just be walk into the crosshairs of this AWP, because they are stacked on this A site right now. G2 going on in, a missed shot. Flame Z trying to crack them on open, but trades come out. 10 seconds, you need to really force your hand at the moment. You've got the covering fire, sure, but it's Saw to come on through the smoke again. Is he going to be able to do it? 5 seconds. The plant is, there's just no time to get the plant. They need the kills, and they get the kills. Are you kidding me? By the skin of their teeth, Vitality will come back with that one and will equalize at the half at 6 apiece. We have a bit more of a fight being presented here in map number 2 in this series by G2. They managed to equalize at the half, but as things exchange and they go into the T side, they're going to be able to steer this one back into a favorable spot to push us into a third, or will Vitality seal the deal here on their map pick?
Well, it's going to start off with a train of Glocks running down mid. Going to stream on into connector 2 as that, well, Pinter will come through. Heavy God's actually pressed. Does get the job done, and now A is under a lot of pressure right now. Mezzi just going to be sitting at sandwich, and hopefully he doesn't lose his lunch. As now, he's going to pivot on a dime, does find Heavy God now, and retakes the position too. So this is actually now a 2v2 with that bomb down in the A site.
He's done well, hasn't he? Spotting out where Sun Pius is, just removing him from the equation. Now it's all on to Saw. What is the coach going to be able to do? I don't know if that's a bait attempt for the guy over off yonder at the Tetris, but, well, he's very narrow focused onto Zaiwu at the moment. Gets a bit of a bink onto the face, and it will be smushed in the end by Mezzi. Pistol round over to Vitality.
That round's all on Mezzi's shoulders. Just steps up when needed. Swats his opposition. He was definitely in a linchpin position. And so gets a much needed pistol round win for Vitality. So just back to pistols upgraded here for the side of G2. And they'll be looking to try and capitalise any over-aggression or mistakes being made from Vitality. But I feel as though the fact that 6 rounds are on the board, they're not going to be taking anything lightly at the moment. Zaiwu, though, probably wants to hammer home that he's on top.
Well, you say that, but he's technically not at the moment, right? 6-8 after the 25-7 that he put up over on map number 1. He wants to make sure that these numbers are going to be kept in the positive.
All he wants
far
to do
against the pistols, so good.
Wants to do his, best Roy Jones Jr. impression. Y'all must have forgot.
Well, that bomb, if it gets picked up, that is spray time. Although Albs has to find it first. He will get it, and Zaiwu already peeling away. They know that they've pretty much locked him into the B site here anyways. There's not really a world in which you would assume the G2 would meander back towards the A side of the map.
No, this should just be a shooting gallery. Having to go in.
Wait for it. Yep, well, actually, maybe the Deagles have a bit of bite in them. Sun Pius taking down the pistol player in Mezzi, who clutched the last round, and now Apex will just finish them all off as well. 6-8, clean in the end for Vitality.
Yeah, Apex with the handiwork. The Famus. Could have been a moment there where he had to split focus between the two players, but gets the job done. And keeps numbers up for Vitality, keeping that economy rolling. And now we're on to a stronger buy coming out. Saw obviously looking to be the money man, right? Like the bank of G2.
Quite literally, he has been dropping the big boy weapons and finding himself with some lesser ones. Understandable in the situation, though.
Smoke on a mid connector. It will allow Rops to reposition, and also, with Zaiwu just keeping guard over it, making sure that there's no early aggression coming out of mid connector.
There's some good timing on the utility so far coming out from Vitality as well. Any of the normal tell timings that G2 might try to execute somewhere are being shut down. It's a good start, though. Heavy got on the flames.
It is. Now, Mezzi didn't overextend himself, actually digs in, gets the job done. They're going to try and flood this A site. Zaiwu is going to try and step out trash. Nothing.
He's done well, hasn't he? At least good for the trade. Apex quite low in this situation. If Rops doesn't win this duel, there's an opportunity now for G2 to dig a little bit deeper and try to close this one. A bit of safety with the plant. Nothing's going to drop them away from being able to do so. And now in the 2 versus 2, they lose Mattis all on to Sun Pius. Kill leader at the moment in the server. Still see if he's going to be able to hold on to things here for G2. Catches one in transition. Apex caught with his pants down and now knows where Mezzi is, but can't get the job done. Which does mean with defuse, Vitality will increase the scoreline 6-9.
Yeah, City Economy really rolling too, so the buyback, no problem at all. That's a pretty tense one, to be honest with you. I actually didn't think anything, or should I say, I didn't think G2 had any business getting into a post-plant scenario there, right? But that swing frag onto Rops at CT Connector just opens up the site entirely and gives them a nice passage back into the round. So let's just see what G2 can muster now. They've bought into this round. They do have AKs, they do have Galils, but the utility will be somewhat light. So we're not going to see too much layering of utility coming out after the initial smokes go through mid. In fact, one of them has missed as well, so that's not going to be good. Dawood is just absolutely machining his way through. Head on to the site. They have not checked box. Apex is able to find one, not the second, but he does have a lot of damage done to Sun Pius, who will now have to work his way through this 2 versus 1. He does have bomb in tow, but both Mezzi and Rops are not going to separate too much. However, the situation might actually allow Mezzi. Oh. Okay, Sun Pius manages to get that done. Dear me. This is absolute destruction. And so now G2's money not getting that bomb plant has suffered. Unfortunately not suffering from success though. So early layering utility coming out through mid. Zywood does get a spot on, but nothing to be spotted. So pop their way out, see if they can overwhelm anyone who's gotten hyper aggressive. No ice on mid from Vitality at the moment either, so they will be able to take on position. Vitality have also deeply set themselves now too. Just waiting their way out.
Oh, you hear that echo. Sun Pius, the only one with the gun. Tagged on down, and now the pistols, they're going to start to be swatted as well. There is no entry into this A site from the connector. A little bit too one-dimensional. As I say that, though, Sun Pius, disregard the HP, will get felled in the end. And there's just not too much you would assume that G2 could do from there. One more for Heavy God, but that's it. Another one claimed by Vitality. They are indeed looking to try and make this one a clean 2-0 today.
Yeah. Treat them mean, keep them keen. In this case, keep it clean. That's exactly the kind of treatment that Vitality are trying to give to G2 right now. To be honest with you, I'm actually impressed G2 have been able to get themselves into a position with 6 rounds to begin with. I didn't think it would be a case of them, you know, having come through into this series strongly, having to replace Hunter at the last minute.
Yeah. I mean, it's always a just really unfortunate circumstance, right? He plays the earlier series today for G2, and they do manage to get the win over Virtus Pro. It gets a bit shaky, you know, in the very beginning on Overpass especially, and then things start to clean up on Inferno, and then you just wonder, unfortunately for poor old Virtus Pro, Dust 2, unlucky. Try again next time. But I gotta say, for VP as well, the fact that they managed to take the name of FaZe in this tournament, I'd be absolutely happy with that result as well. So for their little efforts and their progression for this new look as well, it wouldn't be too hard done by.
I wouldn't say so. Nonetheless, unfortunate circumstances that we overcome. So he does actually manage to find a trade. Early pressure now being put on by Mattis. He's hoping to try and pull that rotation across to the side. They are only going to keep one player on B though, Vitality. They are just not convinced that it's going to end up that way. So G2 going to go dark on any sort of contact. Smoke may go down in mid, but they're just trying to now work their way through the mid round. No eyes on mid, no contact made. This is purely just Vitality on that read.
What else do we have, though, for G2 in this scenario? Mezzy spotting out what he needs to. Good for one. Zaiwu, how much will he be able to find now that this AWP can just dance and try to deliver around the site? There's a 2 versus 2 with 20 seconds to go. You've got the time spot on your side as well. Can you survive? Can you buy enough time for Apex to really get his runners on over here? Just playing these off angles around the pillar, trying to keep things entertaining. There is so much time being directed away from this one, but it does not matter because Apex was not spotted and just assumed in position by Malbs at the end. Another one to the way of G2. They finally find one on this T side.
Yeah, Malbs again, just coming back into the fray. Having a much better map than before, but they're going to need more production out of him. They're going to need more production out of everybody else on G2 if they're going to try and overcome the Inception mode.
Good start.
That was cool.
Still need to make sure that you are dotting all your I's and crossing all your T's in these sort of scenarios as Vitality. G2 aren't going to go down without a fight. We'll still formulate some pretty good ideas as well. If they can capitalize on advantages, then they may still be in for this map. Though that's good allocation from Rops onto Malbs. A bit of a headshot angle as well, given up in towards mid. Needs some assistance, but that's not going to come into the play from Flames. He's just off put from this one. And we open up the accounts over at this B site for the plant to go down.
Well, they've worked their way through post-plant positionings before. Both Flamesy and Rops are a little squishy, so I think that right decision has been made.
Yeah, I want nothing of it.
Just save, save, save. Well, doesn't this have some twists and turns potentially remaining in the match? Swore starting to orchestrate the symphony of G2.
I'm sorry, Jim, but Twisters on phase and they're gone. There's no turns there.
No, I know this, but if you'll bear with me.
Okay.
He's hoping to be the one to overturn this deficit.
Discussion time for Vitality once more. Making sure that they can... Well, just making sure that they use all of the available timeouts to make sure they do win this series 2-0, I think is important for them. It'd be a very strange feeling if Vitality get massively pressured with Saw in the game versus Hunter. But I gotta say, Saw's had his moments, don't get me wrong. It's been kind of nice to see him back in the field after so long. I'm sure he's having some fun up there on the stage as well. Reminiscing?
Yeah, well, I mean, they were quite jovial, you know, at the break of maps, right? They were having a joke, we're having a laugh on the cameras, but obviously come game time, things are a little bit more serious. Early set of smokes coming out in mid for G2, just setting up that nice default flash there. Does catch Rops off. forces him off the line. So the opener's starting to work their way through.
Ooh. Flamesy has no idea that they've already got up towards Catwalk at the moment, so there might be a bit of a rude awakening for Apex on this site with Mezzy. Util starts to rain on down, and Saw, he's going to get that one stolen by Malbs. Now Apex split in decisions on who to take the fight against, and he's just going to get overwhelmed on this B site. This was the lighter investment for Vitality, though, remember, on the back of saving what they could. So it's very well navigated in the end for G2 to only see one casualty here. They will get a little bit closer in the scoreline on Mirage now. And we'll see what tail end damage can come out here from Zailu to still keep things a little bit perhaps interesting to the money situation at G2 later on, but that doesn't matter. He gets shut down as 9 is achieved.
Well, this is now getting a little bit more tense for Vitality as they start to concede some rounds. Look at this. If they even win a map, I think it's safe to say that he came, he saw, and he conquered.
If they win a map.
If they win a map.
Or maybe even if he outperforms one of the teammates. Because that would be, you know, quite the positive for Saw. Negative overall as G2 would get eliminated, but individually so. Gotta feel internally all right. To some degree.
Good for the HLTV profile. That's about it.
Well, that one maybe not so much.
I think regardless though, if you're Vitality, right, you're going, guys, G2 have got their coach in. We can't be losing rounds like this. We actually need to kind of, you know, tighten our belts, pull our socks up and get this done. This is bleeding out for us. We don't want this, you know, going against us in any way whatsoever. We're trying to build, you know, some confidence heading into the playoff stage. And look, when some Pius is just able to run out mid around their own smoke and do that to you, it's not a good start.
No, there will be these moments where sometimes Apex will walk out and wonder, why have I just done that? This probably being one of them as well. The AWP getting the better of him and no trades to come on through. We're shooting the ghost of where Sun Pius was earlier on. Finally, Flamesy is going to be able to answer back and get some little chipper damage on towards Malbs, but just passing each other through the smoke. You got to realize, guys, that the A site is just completely absent of the Vitality members. You could have been pushed from there. And as the bomb will be reclaimed, this is going to be an extremely clean round, pretty much, for G2. Just Sun Pius, but he'd already found his damage. There'll be double digits here for G2.
Yeah. They were caught trying to take Jules in mid. They leave the A site completely open. Mattis is just able to run on in, unopposed, and kill the player in connector. Like, I'm not sure what's going on here for Vitality, but I think it's safe to say that they, you know, may be getting ahead of themselves, or may have gotten ahead of themselves, and now it's starting to catch up with them.
Is it a bit of overconfidence that does get the better of you, Jim? There's some smart decision-making that is being delivered by G2, though, so that is a bit of a contributing factor. Despite Saw being in this one, which now he won't be in the current present rounds, but hey, bomb blows up, G2 will find the rounds. Malbs won't hold on to his gun. They're kind of flourishing in cash though, so it doesn't really matter as well. G2 are slowly but surely looking to tie things up. If they do somehow manage to find this map,
yeah,
what does that make you think about Vitality? And what does that also then make you think about G2's chances going into Inferno?
Well, we already have seen a shaky Vitality early on in the piece, right? Like they dropped their, second series ever to Mouse. And that's how they found themselves in the lower bracket. But, okay, this is some aggression coming out of Vitality to try and catch anybody up. But Mattis is just not being bothered by this whatsoever. He's looking for the second. He cleans it up. He has been an absolute rock for G2.
And caution to the winds there a little bit as Vitality are now in the 5 versus 3. You don't need to see a massive steamroll from G2 in towards the B site. They can let it simmer for a little. Apex with an MP9. How much are you going to be able to find here to give your teammates maybe some confidence they can go in? It was a Bit of a saved and reserved buy going in towards this round, though, for Vitality.
Well, they've gone dead, gone quiet, showing no presence anywhere else in the map at the moment. And all it's done, it's left poor Apex in a situation now where he has got to be the solo B anchor, and he is about to try and withhold a flood of G2 players.
He's just a little bit lucky that it's not going to be a B split where the Catwalk player would absolutely find him. And it might still happen if Heavy God is allowed to get a little bit closer, but it's go time now for G2 to get out into this site. Apex, good for the first one, can't get anything else. ZywOo for one as well. And you half bought in towards this one. You may as well give it a bit of a crack if you are Vitality to maybe steal this round, although there will be no G2 members that will give you some fights that you would feel more favorable on. So as you do wait for Rops to get up through apartments, decisions to be made in a few seconds. No kits, a flash and a HE. ZywOo's already called this one. There's just no way you're getting back into it. And even damage control at the end of the day, not going to be too much. We will have a tied scoreline now on Mirage.
Did not have this on the bingo card whatsoever. But they managed to get themselves on equal footing in the later stages of this match. And look, Mattis has done a great job here. He stops the push from coming through, being successful. Vitality just hoping to try and catch G2 unawares in the setup for the round. It did not pay off whatsoever. And so now tactical timeout for Vitality. They're third on this map. And that, to me, that kind of tells you all you need to know about the map so far for Vitality. The fact they're on their third timeout and they're sitting 11-11 with a G2 roster that currently has their coach sitting in the IGL role.
I got something for you here as well, Jim. It is currently 6-16 opening kills in this map. G2 has 16.
Well. I think that's the stat that is going to stick out. That's ZywOo. He's going to be put under pressure early on. He's going to get out with that smoke assisting him. But he does not find the opening early pick. So let's just see whether or not he resurfaces elsewhere on the map. Slightly more A-skewed approach now from G2. Something I actually haven't done a lot of. But when they found their way out into this site, it's usually on the back of some aggression towards mid from Vitality. So they're drawing players off the A site and it's leaving and it has left things open, but there's nobody in mid at the moment. There's that single smoke, hoping to try and garner some attention. And look, Flames is in a really good spot here. He could be a real disruption and could get some early info and a rotation.
He's got to find this one, but Sunpius is aware. Shadow Peeka's advantage right now. Flamesy only good for some extra damage on towards Malbs. The rest of the arsenal, though, coming over for Vitality towards this A site now. It's the overwhelming forces of G2 electing to try and get on in. That vertical flick would have been gorgeous if ZywOo gets taken down. Favorable advantage now for G2, you would assume, if you missed that grenade that's just come on through. It's risky to try and get that plant down there, Saw. It's just denied. And now it's all on to Heavy God. 30 seconds to go. Can he split the situation? As Mezzy starts to peel on back, he doesn't want to give the opportunity for two one-on-ones. But now you're in the open and you get swung and denied. Vitality hit map point, but it has been a while between drinks till we've just seen some good look from them in this map.
Yeah, it's been a while between drinks for Vitality and important round wins. That plant denial, obviously crucial to everything, but I think Rops just making sure that Mezzy was peeling back to him and not trying to isolate and take 1v1 duels. Super important in that instance. And now it is series point for Vitality. G2 have done a great job of getting themselves to this point, but will need to force overtime if they're going to keep their IEM Chengdu dreams and hopes alive.
Yep. Some early apartments control nice and deep for Mattis at the moment. Trying to see if he can be offered a free fight. No one really giving him that opportunity at the moment. I say that. I lie. Big fat liar. Mezzi onto Mattis.
Tough angle to clear as well. Rops gets the better of Sumpires.
Oh, and the molly.
Try and get away.
Mattis gets ahead of it, but you blink and you miss what Saw is doing. Can Saw bring us to overtime? They have no idea. It's all to the angles. He's got the trigger discipline, but it's only the one. Would he have needed the second tier? The reveal for Heavy God with the molly out of the apartments and Valve's up at short. He's extending in towards the site. The jig is up. The positions are known. The sidearm is pulled on out, but can the Deagle of Apex get it done? Yes, it can. Unique Heavy God, and Malbs will fall as well. Vitality do get this series in the end, 13-11, but Mirage here was very, very well fought by G2 at the end.
That is a tough pill to swallow for G2. They came so close in the match, but look, I'll be honest with you, I don't think Vitality are going to necessarily be super happy with the result of Mirage. A tough run for them there, but I think it's safe to say that G2 definitely needed the break. It's unfortunate to not have Hunter for such an important match, and they will be taking, you know, a break now before heading into their next tournament. But Vitality, they march on in, they qualify themselves for playoffs, but it was a sweater, that's for sure.
Yeah, big rest and recuperation now ahead of that Budapest major for G2, and well wishes for a swift recovery for Hunter as well. But it's not going to be the road done just yet for Vitality. They now sit pretty and see who their opponent will be, as there's more games to be played of Counter-Strike tonight as well to see who will get into the playoffs as well in that Spirit versus Mongols game, and then the seeds that'll come through still from Furia Mouse and of course Astralis Falcons later. Vitality will have to sit pretty for a moment, and maybe stew just a little bit as well that this one did actually get super close.
Yeah. No doubt, going to be taking account of what's happening elsewhere around in terms of the bracket, now heading into that similar single elimination. It was a tough one. Look, if you watched this series from the start, I don't think you would have been putting G2 in a position to get too many rounds. And look, they unfortunately, G2 joined the teams eliminated thus far at IEM Chengdu. Still one more team to eliminate. And I think, you know, if you're in G2's position, again, looking to focus, the break is probably good for them. But you don't really want to go out in this sort of fashion. Obviously, not having your IGL for the match puts it back into the asterisk territory. But Vitality be relieved, no doubt, to get that match done.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, a win is a win. You'll have a lot of your weaknesses exposed in there and a lot of strengths that you can still look to play on as well. Maybe it makes you reconsider a little bit what your veto strategy goes into some specific teams a little bit later on, with a lot more teams, you know, kind of bridging in towards Train as well and Overpass being picked up. But that's something that you yourselves are looking to maybe not play too much. Of course, when you remove Ancient as well, you got to consider what the things look like around the corner. But for us right now, what we know is around the corner is an interview with Mezzi. Mate, congratulations for the win today. It gets a little bit close on Mirage. How are you guys feeling that one does get over the line in the end?
Yeah, I mean, it feels good to get it over in the end. It was I think we messed up a little bit in the last few rounds. We gave away way too many entries. I think that's only the way they're going to get back into right. Of course, they understand it's a tough situation for them, but we kind of gave them a few rounds leading into that comeback because we gave a few entries away. But yeah, I'm just happy that we closed it out in the end and we kind of just let them do what they wanted to do at the start of the round, and then we could make our plans, make our moves, and that's how it worked out.
Awesome stuff. Now, obviously with Train for you guys, a lot of teams have maybe thinking of picking Train. Is that something you guys are going to be looking at working on, obviously, in the short time you've got?
Yeah, I mean, it's something we've been working on for a little bit now. I mean, we kind of know it's one of our weaker maps, and there's I mean, it's pretty obvious, but I think it's something that we're trying to work on. We're trying to add quite a few things. I think it's just about just being comfortable as individuals. I think it's a map that we're still trying as individuals, that we're not fully comfortable on a lot of positions, and I think that's why it's so inconsistent for us. I think when it first came out, we were really confident and we were playing really well, and now it's trying to find our groove again, try and find our way of playing, and getting back into swing of things, because I think in the end we will be a strong team on it. Like I say, against a lot of teams we still can put up a good fight. It's just about find that consistency on that map.
Oh, well, you guys are going to have to continue on with that consistency as well, right? Because you got a couple of events straight shooting after this one as well. How are you guys feeling in terms of the performance? Any burnout issues, stuff like that?
No, I mean, I think we had a few weeks in preparation for this, and we know, of course, it's a long stretch with this event and then going into Hong Kong as well. But I mean, it's what we're preparing for. We know we've got a lot of work to do, and it's all preparation for the major as well. At the end of the day, it's we want to keep consistent with all these playoff runs as well. It's something that we've, as a core, and as we added drops, it's always something that we've made sure that we do is always make the playoffs and make these deep runs, and that's always the plan. So the preparation has been good. Like I say, we're of course always the first couple of days when you travel over this side of the world, it can be tough on the jet lag, and I think it was a couple of nights or a few nights for us to be able to get used to it. But all the boys are used to it now. It's and now we get into playoffs. It's our turn to switch up the pace and put up a better performance as well.
Now, heading into the playoffs, your opposition is obviously going to be either Astralis or Falcons, depending on who loses that match. Yep. Do you have a preference on who you want to play, and how are you going to approach that preparation?
I mean, I don't really mind. I mean, I would like to play Falcons just because I think they've been in pretty good form recently. We haven't played them for a little while, I think. And they've been good form. The players are playing well, and I think for us it'll be nice to play them again. I think last time we played with Pro League, and I think that'll be a good matchup. It's always fun to play against some top individuals as well, and but either way, if we play Astralis as well, it's the same. I think our preparation is going to be strong, and when it gets to playoffs on the stage, we all as individuals and as a team, the experience shines through, and I'm really confident there as well.
We definitely wish you the best for that series coming on forwards. We'll let you go though, Mezzi, because you got some preparations to have on the back of that series now.
Thank you.
Oh, there you all have it, Mezzi, from the winners here in Vitality. They get the job done at the end. It does take a little bit, but of course, guys, that isn't just everything done and wrapped up. We've got more Counter-Strike to be played out tonight as well. And we actually get to cover the Astralis versus Falcons game as well to see who Vitality are going to be playing against. So make sure you do stay tuned for that one just after this.
Here's to the challengers, the ones who don't just settle for decent elo, but hunger for something more. The ones who don't just queue for another match, but prepare for war. You can doubt them, overlook them, even count them out, but you can't stop them.
Right now, I'm with Dupree, who I can see has got tears.
While others play for fun, they play for legacy. This is ESEA League, where challengers take their first step.
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
got Astralis taking on the Falcons to see who will be progressing to the semi-finals. Magisk, of course, this is a very important head-to-head. I imagine it's quite an emotional one for you because you're going up against your former organization, some of your former teammates as well. What kind of emotions does it provoke when you go up against a team you used to play on?
I mean, it's always a bit special to play your former teammates, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's just, it's another team. It's it's part of the business, and it's, I've tried it many times before, so I don't really think too much about it. But of course, it's always a bit fun. It's a bit more fun to play the game in that sense. But yeah, I'm just looking forward to get started.
We always talk about it on the desk, right? When you go up against a team that you used to play on, players that you used to play with, what kind of information can you actually give the team that you're currently on about players you used to play with? Like, is there anything tangible you can kind of tell us about?
I mean, that can be philosophies a little bit, the way they like to use certain things and play around it. But at the end of the day, they also know that I know it. So it's a bit of mind games. I don't think it's important to actually put the focus on that and use what I knew back in the days, because it is also a new team in the sense they have a new player, and, they also build a different strat book around that, and they also have the different moves for that player. So at the end of the day, it's hard to actually use that information to something very useful unless it's a general philosophy. So yeah.
Speaking of older teammates who have now become current teammates, being back with Device, now having a little bit of time to be playing once again next to him, what would you say the biggest difference is from peak Astralis era back in 2018, 2019 Device versus present day Device?
I think he's still the same guy. I think he still does the same things that he used to do. I think he's still a really smart player that does calculated risk and takes the correct peaks at the right timings and stuff like that. But, we all get a little bit older with time. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I think, it's hard to say what was the difference between back then and now. I think CS is also a lot about, confidence. It's also a lot about, being in a stable team, having good results as a team. That sometimes is also needed to have the perfect version of you to kind of play. So for me, it's hard to find the difference. I think he still does a lot of the same things. I just think, there's been a lot of going in and out of Astralis and a lot of players coming in and out. And at the end of the day, I think, a player like me also loves to have stability. Not that roster changes should never happen, but for me it's important that you have something you can build around, and you can get to learn each other, how they react, how I like to play CS, and find the DNA that fits the team. And if you make changes all the time, it can be hard to find that stability, at least for myself. So it also depends on the player. Some people, they just quickly adjust into a team, and I'm not that type of guy. So I mean, I can't speak for the other guys in Astralis, but I could imagine that it could be difficult for them as well, that, players coming in and out all the time.
Thank you so much for your insight, as always, Magisk. Good luck going up against Falcons.
Well, it's great to hear from Magisk ahead of this game as well. A pretty important one for Astralis to get things situated in 2025, because it has been quite the time since we've seen them be at the top. And speaking of top, Magisk so far for Astralis in this tournament is nicely sitting at the top of the ratings for the team.
Definitely what you want at this stage of the tournament is to find some footing with some consistency. And that's exactly what he's been able to do. As he said before in the interview as well, he's not the kind of player that just gets into a roster and is immediately comfortable. So being able to do that and find consistency for him means taking some time doing so. But we're going into the veto now. Not surprising to see both Dust 2 banned and Overpass as well. Obviously with Falcons having such a high win percentage on that map, not surprising to see it go. But I guess the rest of the veto is pretty much how we're kind of expecting it to be, with both Nuke and Mirage coming out. Ancient, though, surprising for me, coming out for the third, because that kind of sits in the realm of Falcons for me. They love picking.
Yeah, if you're looking at that one, I mean, the 11-0 kind of speaks for itself. I think they're the best team in the world when it comes to the CT side of Ancient as well. So if I feel like if Astralis are going to be able to push us to that third map, it's definitely going to be an uphill battle. Now, for the folks that might just be joining us for the start of this one as well, we'll reiterate, this is not an elimination game. This is a... both of these teams are qualified into the playoffs already. It's the quote-unquote seeding game, where the winner will get the little bye in towards the semis, and the loser will go into the quarter-finals. It's a big fun one here in the server for this best of three between Astralis and Falcons.
Well, I mean, it's a good little tidbit too to know that the loser of this match, right, they will actually have to play against Vitality, who we just saw.
That's true.
Whether or not that's actually something they want to do, we'll see. But regardless, that's, you know, some extra incentive here to get themselves across the line, because the teams coming through the lower bracket are actually of relatively good strength now. As we see, Magis just taking some territory early out, no one opposing that cross to Secret, and so Nico now is going to have a fight on his hands, but he's going to opt to just push back into the site and allow his teammates to help.
Yeah, well, he might need a little bit of assistance from Kyosuke at the moment, who's going to find Hooksy to start things off. And there's a bit of an overwhelming at observation room, and he's just trying to find what he can. Does get laid to rest in the end, and Yabi hasn't pushed anywhere just yet. If he can find a way back in towards this round, they'll be able to reroute towards the top site at the moment, where Magisk now manages to open that one up for the goods. It'll be for the plant as well now for Astralis.
Now, Yabi's got that off angle, watching the push into Hut. So he's going to be instrumental. His Device is only then watching the Hut after him. He's finding the first, looking for the second, and just looking to delay Tess's, which he does brilliantly. And now Nico, 1 versus 3 from help. Don't think it's going to be within the realms of possibility, but the time is certainly against him as well.
Oh, Nico's going to certainly give it a good run in, but as you mentioned, the time, that is an issue because there's no kit. Will he claim everybody for the remainder of the round? Device around the corner will get the better of him, which is something to be said in this one as well, Jim, because I was kind of looking back at the history between these two players in Nico and Device as well, and Nico's had Device's number for the last 5 times. Stretching back across the time into the Falcons now to G2, we actually have to go all the way back to the Ninjas in Pajamas times for Device in 2021, where he got the last victory. So it's
Nip didn't
been quite a while.
Device on Nip didn't count, man. I'm sorry.
It was the last time. I mean, hey, a little blip.
That's a whole chapter looking to be rewritten now. Nico with that deagle. They do get the cross down into Secret now, but Hooksy just able to trade himself out, upgrade his pistol.
Not 1-on-1 trade. Kidding. I'm sorry I've put slander on the name. Both of them falling in the server first for each team. As we get a little bit of the slower proceedings at the moment.
Just looking for the slow contact play. Walking out straight into the Hut. Is it going to catch? Test is unaware. Good for one.
That's a good one.
Second.
He'll find it as well. This is looking a little bit better for him. Does get traded. Remember that Stale was down in lowers for the longest time. Now does come back up towards the top site as the bomb plant does go in. It's in the player deficit scenario right now for Astralis as well. A chunky grenade to be sent to the heavens, and it will hit Kixan for a big chunk of HP, but all 3 CTs to mount the retake from the same spot with no kit again. In effort, they go together, holding each other's hands to get somebody on the bomb is what they need to do now. Mate, that doesn't even bloody matter, does it? Monacy, welcome to Nuke. That's a head cracker, and Falcons will equalize early.
Yeah, good way to get yourself involved early on with the scout. And honestly, all in the back of Tessa's solid deagle hold top sight was his. And he did enough to do exactly what the team needed. Just these 2 out of Hut. Nice. Crisp. And they're looking good, Falcons, after losing that pistol. Quite a run of form too from Falcons. It's safe to say that they are looking very scary heading into the major. And obviously looking very scary heading into, you know, the playoffs of Chengdu. So if they can continue to start amassing the rounds as they have in these matches, Astralis are going to have quite the fight on their hands now. Contact taken at ramps. Doesn't want to be isolated. The rotation will come through.
Need a little bit of help from Monacy, but Kyusuke is just going to get isolated a little bit right now. It's unfortunate no one can push him with a molly or a HE grenade, but the swing will come on through, and the spray control is not too good for him. It's not abhorrent, though, because there's a little bit of damage that Device has to his body. That's a rough one for Magisk as well. But remember, this is the pistols for Astralis. If they can somehow swindle this round, they would be laughing. As with a minute to go now, there's a bit of separation around for the players. Kixan to be traded. And looks, he might find the timing here, but he pulls it a little bit prematurely. Now they know where both of these remaining two players are on Astralis. The double doors are opened. And they're going to have to play a little bit of overlook on this bomb now. Smoke goes on as well. Stair, can he come up with something at the moment? The answer is no. The peephole at the moment. Tessus gets taken down. The 1 versus 1. Up on the bomb.
Run out of bullets.
Sidearm pulled through the door. Can't get it done. Monacy will grab the defuse alongside that 3K for Falcons. Well, it's early stages. They'll take the lead, but they'll win anyway. So it's saving a bit of face there for them.
Yeah, definitely some moments in that round where it felt as though they could be forced back. Hooksy doing a decent job, but just couldn't get it finished from the doors. And so timeout coming out early on just to sort things out. But I mean, if you're at I guess the position right now of Falcons, you're feeling confident. You've taken a few losses in some of these rounds that you've won, but the money's relatively good. Things are looking nice. You have an idea that Astralis will likely buy into this round, knowing that you've taken some losses. They've got the bomb plant down, so they're preparing for a full buy round potential coming out of Astralis' camp. But just some early smoke lineups coming out. Get those smokes down outside nice and early. Let's see whether or not they actually...
For those that might just... Oh, for those that might just be joining us as well, map pick of Nuke, of course, for Astralis. So they definitely want to get off on the right foot. It's a hot foot for Device at the moment, down to 60 already. A blow up on the smoke for Nico. Can't really confirm anything. It's all unconfirmed damage delivered to Device at the moment. What is confirmed, though, is Monacy for the opener.
He's on quite a tear already, isn't he? The informed player right now.
Yeah. A little bit too early breaking that glass, unfortunately, and this buy up of Astralis after their timeout is not looking too crash hot, is it? Unless we can see something special come back from Device and from Hooksy. The bomb down this B site needs to get planted, but there's no assistance in utility at the moment for them either. Need the individual brilliance, you would assume, to come up with something here, and that one is not good for the start or for the finale either for Astralis. 4 alive, an upgrade of a rifle for Kixan as well. And it's not how you want things to go on this T side.
Now, you definitely want to do more damage if you're Astralis. You probably wanted to take at least maybe 2 more guns out of the economy and have, Falcons at least buying in 3 more weapons and keeping that economy low. The fact that they've kept 4 alive there, that's really good. Stabilizes things for them. They've got money now to spend a little bit more on utility and obviously rebuy if things do go pear-shaped in this round. If you're Astralis right now, you're kind of emptying the tanks a little bit, particularly if you're Device, really trying to get as much as possible out of this round. Just also trying to keep the pressure applied to the economy of Falcons.
Back towards the Outers line at the moment. You want to try and go for a wall of smokes. That'll be all the utility that you bring into this round. Dawn by the wayside. The Scout will get a good tag on towards Monacy, but it does bring in the full focus of the Falcons towards this outer red location as well. And now you can start to get some damage on in. And Nico, good for the double. And looking a little bit hungry for more as well. Will get put to rest by Abby. So we equalize 3-3.
Yeah, may have been a bit too adventurous with that wide swing. But the rotation face to face. Style on Tess's. Now they've got control of this lower side if they wish to take it, but they're just going through and taking their time. They don't want to overextend themselves. They don't want to rush into things early on. They're going to double back to this top site, hoping that they've done enough to force that rotation. And it looks as though Falcons will be grouping back up at ramp. So this will work out in their favour. They'll be able to get that bomb plant. They'll be able to get that post-plant positioning nicely. But it's actually now some heads-up play from Falcons that is going to take control of T Lobby.
Remember, Monacy was tagged up a little bit earlier by that scout. Now Australis equipping themselves with some big weaponry as well. The off vent right now from Stout, confirming one. And Monacy's going to reveal himself. This just looks a little bit too far gone. That's a bit of an upsetty spaghetti round for the Falcons. They would have felt comfortable going into that one, knowing that the economy was on the edge for Australis, but they managed to bring that one on quite nicely. 3 alive at the end.
Yeah. Could have been something if they made it work in that retake, but both trying to filter out through Squeaky is always a really tough ask. It's very easy. You are the fish inside the barrel. So the faster approach now, Squeaky open. They're going to try and force that issue. Yabby does actually get Kixon trying to cross into the site. So now they're going to apply some pressure outside. Try and keep the eyes of Falcons on outside. They have gone many times down through secret, so they know this could be a relatively viable fake.
I was just having some flashbacks to Tyloo as well when that squeaky door blows open. Trying to get down that vent. That pain game. Burning on the site though is Tessus, and he will falter and fall. This is looking a little bit too overwhelming by Australis into this top site right now, and by that call, Falcons immediately booking it to the save situation.
Yeah, don't want to risk anything, do they? They were in a position before where their money was quite good, but this constant forcing through from Australis has just been enough to break that down. They keep 3 weapons in here. They can give themselves a really good shot in the next, but full credit to Australis for being able to really work the extremities of the map. I mean, as soon as they get that pick too on the top side, they're just pulling eyeballs outside with that wall of smokes. So tactically, they are looking quite astute. Australis.
Yeah, tied up scoreline. A discussion to be had over on the Falcons side right now as well, and how to bring a little bit of stability in towards a map in this veto that you've looked recently all right on in form. In fact, only having one little falter in Fisher against Fury. Apart from that, green all around. But it does feel a little bit different compared to when you had your big win, for example, over at Bucharest too long ago. No Monacy in that one. Magisk as well. We hear in the interview, he was on the Falcons at that point in time, now switched over towards Australis. There will be these little utility tendencies and tells that he may be able to remember and translate over to this Australis team.
Always some added incentive, right? Playing former teammates. If you feel you're hard done by, you've got your chance at your redemption arc. Now, again, early wall of smokes outside. This time they're going to cross on through. Nico's going to be sprung upon by Magisk.
Like a drop bear on that one, just straight on. Nico scratched on up. Yabby and Kixan in the smoke. How's it going, mate? Sit down. Australis are definitely hungry to try and take the lead in this one, but you overlook Tessus on a little bit of this wrap at the moment, and he might be able to bring something back. The util goes his way, and he's stuck. He's absolutely destroyed by Stayer, and it might be a little bit too far gone already for the Falcons to get back in towards this one. Top side in the 2 versus 4 with an AWP in play for Monacy and not a lot of utility. Yeah, it just feels extremely difficult to try and get back in towards this situation. You know that Astralis are not going to give you a free fight. You're just going to have to head for the hills once more.
Yeah, not a fun fight to try and take. Obviously going to try and get out of there with what they've got. But I am enjoying Astralis, the way that they're actually, executing with some volition behind what they're doing has made things very, very difficult for Falcons. And so they do continue to roll with this. They can start to put some CT rounds on the board. They're going to give themselves a really nice account here on Nuke. You can see Tess is really just trying to backpedal out of that, right? Like, as soon as you start getting shot and you're walking through that squeaky door, you know it's over. You're just counting the milliseconds until you're dead.
Yeah. Well, this one looking a little bit closer in the contest in the early stages compared to when they fought each other last time at Pro League. It's a little bit more smooth in the round accumulations instead of a little bit backwards and forwards. We'll see if there's really going to be a stretch further in that regard as well now that the Eco is coming on back for the side of Falcons. I say Eco, there's of course the AWP and the A1S behind it as well. Maybe, just maybe, there's going to be a way that you can echo what G2 did in the last map to keep things interesting on Mirage.
Yeah, that was an interesting encounter. Now, speaking of drop bears, Style was to drop in for a chat here. Would Manesi bring him the tea and biscuits? No.
No.
Not welcome. So Monesi will fall. And so that actually activates the topside rush.
Yeah, and there's not much you're going to look to do here, or is there? Kickstand good for the first. Traded on out, and the further elevated player in Kyosuke down as well. Device will dispatch of Nico. That is some swift pickings to come through from Astralis. Starting to look pretty good on this T side of their own map pick.
Man, I'm not going to lie. Hooksy's a pretty decent point man. Getting out of that hut. It's not the first time he's ripped Falcons a new one. I'm liking that. That's exactly what you need. So, just back to early pushes here. Trying to utilize his spawn, Yabby.
Oh, it's super quick, isn't it? Straight on out, but this time there's a little bit of a crossfire, and the util is just going to block you from further entering into the site. But Magisk down the vent might come into a good activation a little bit later on. I wonder if the Falcons are going to be aware of this predicament.
Well, Device just posted up as the reshuffle coming through. Now they're just allowing Magisk just some time to see if any rotators will be picked off by his position, but they've just got that double up on ramps there.
It's an important one for Falcons to not squander with this player advantage. Straight into the line of Monesi, looking for the double, but he will not deliver. Kyosuke now to try and plant his feet, and he will do so successfully. That early activation component of Magisk when he drops down the vent, null and void now, essentially. And it already looks like there was the huge, keen awareness of the Falcons as well on where his position was going to come from. So a nice little answer back from them.
Certainly was. I mean, you can't run into a line like that against Manesi. He's certainly having a big impact at the moment. That being said, though, Astralis still hold that lead quite nicely, quite well. Oh, the tempting fate there. But they do get that wall of smokes down, so time after time they actually have made these push through the smokes, and that's going to grab the attention of Falcons for the moment.
And what does the adjustment look like at the moment when that's the last HE grenade to try and have an attempt to blow open some of these smokes and take first casualty? Well, the AWP I thought maybe was good for it.
Well, they do have the territory now. Star's going to find himself in trouble. Utility out. Kixon capitalizing. Now they're going to try and get that working in topside. Device does 4 Tesses. Oh, Yabi.
They're just going to pass each other in the smoke at the moment as well. Kyosuke might be able to deliver something decisive in this one. Can't find the second. Yabi aware as well. Quick head on a swivel to turn back around as the bomb starts to make its merry way down to that lower side as well through the ramp. We switch it yet again, but Nico is here and he can't deliver it. Yes, he can. 16 HP. Time an issue, and presence noted as well from Magisk on the little lurk by his lonesome self. Now just down to the captain to see what he's going to be able to do. 41 HP, and Nico already repositioned around, caught putting down the bomb. And whilst you do get it planted, you're not going to have the fight in the action. Defuse will come, and we will tie up once again.
Yeah, a little bit more money. Maybe would have liked to have seen him take an extra scalp instead of going for that plant, but regardless, it wasn't going to be an easy round for him to win from there on in, just maybe some damage on the cards. I like the way that Falcons, after making some contact early on, did try and continue to try and push for some info. Did really make it quite difficult for Astralis to kind of settle into the mid to late round. So, tactical timeout coming out now, and for Astralis, what they need to talk about is where they go to from here. What we did see was actually some effective entering from Hooksy into the top side. So, if they can just set the round up like that before, again, they were doing a really good job of pulling the attention of Falcons outside and maybe even sprinkling in a little bit of ramp presence as well, and then obviously regrouping and hitting that top side with Hooksy on point. That was a recipe for success. The question is though, Falcons, are they going to be expecting something like that? Are they going to actually up the ante themselves this time and go for like a lobby crunch, which would really put some pressure back onto Astralis?
Yeah, the alteration back in towards Outers as well. See what Nico's going to be able to spot, but it's a bit of a stopping power from Astralis. They'll reset themselves as well. More smokes to be delivered in Outers too. Keep attention over towards here. Keep that bird's eye view of Monacy in check.
Just going to walk in the annex. Kixon's not going to be ready for this.
Oh, it's a little bit of a gross spray, isn't it? It's a perfect flash on the Monacy as well. Just getting isolated as the heavens. And Nico can only find one. It's quickly done as well. Astralis swiftly answer back. After dropping 2 rounds, they want to try and take the lead at the half exchange.
They went back to what was working, and that was the topside hit. All they were doing at the start of these rounds is drawing attention and pulling that outside, pulling it away from the top side. And you can see that, like, poor Kixon's sitting in a spot where, like, he's backed into a corner against the vent. He's got no idea these 2 teammates holding outside actually don't have eyes on the annex. And that just allows that collapse into topside. Again, where Astralis have found so much success. This round's a little bit different, though. Monacy just going to push his way through. Give me some of that Monacy magic.
Definitely need it, though, don't we? Minimal utility to play with on the Falcons. Take a little bit of a risk. You see so much of these outer wall smokes be repeated by Astralis. It just draws a lot of your own utility to make yourselves a little bit weaker for any tail end of the round. And this is just tantalizing at the moment, isn't it? Yabi toying with death around the corner. He goes a little bit wider. He will get tagged in the arm to a 17. But really, it's Kyosuke now that needs to deliver. Mate, he's got 2. That's at least okay to keep things interesting. There's some softening around the server on a couple extra members as well. You're just trying to find some time to get that bomb in towards one of these sites now.
Well, that's going to make things difficult. 1v4 for Magisk. And Kickson's going to reposition there.
Oh, I was going to say he might get down into the lower site, but unfortunately not. Hey, there's a bit of a recovery at the tail end of that one for these teams. They'll tie things up on the exchange. Quite a close affair here on the first map of this best of 3 between Astralis and Team Falcons. And I got to say, Astralis doing a good amount of work to keep Monacy in check with that AWP. Not able to come out with some commanding efforts like he was able to do against Spirit, for example. No aces again to be found. No massive 4Ks to be stolen by the team either. But are we going to see something a little bit special from, well, anyone in the server come at this pistol round? We're already starting to get in towards this top side, and Tessus, well, maybe he's going to come out with a little bit of bamboozling magic here.
Yeah, he's been quite handy with the pistols, hasn't he? And that certainly has continued now into the second half. One plan in. Seeing whether or not Hooksy can just find something. You know, shot in the dark, quite literally.
Yeah.
Nothing on offer.
It's a 5 versus 3. And you're going to have to dig real deep as Astralis at this turning point to get back in as well. Device is going to offer his head up on a silver platter now that he's been spotted out. There's just no way that you're making your merry way back in towards this site if you are Astralis. Maybe you're getting a couple of exit kills, but it almost just feels inconsequential at the tail end of this one. The Hunters even on the rampage from the Falcons to try and remove everyone from Astralis. And by the timing and position as well, Device will be able to take the Kevlar into the next round. But a quick one, nonetheless, gathered by Falcons on this pistol.
Yeah, great entries there, just destroying the angles held by Astralis. So they get into the action very early on in the piece, just crouching and deliver. But force by coming through from Astralis to try and put the pressure back onto Falcons. So early smokes outside to help just prevent any pushes from being effective. All the smokes will go up and the Device will probe that smoke with his scout. Nothing necessarily on offer. Needs to be careful. Everybody else from Falcons just grouping back up to put pressure on ramps. Now Styre's got that MP9, but he's not going to try and test it at an effective range. He's going to wait for Magis to help him out. This could actually work if they are not careful and don't clear their angles properly.
Yeah.
They're not
with
convinced.
this force up as well from Astralis, there's not a lot of utility. So if that all goes down, they're going to have to be a little bit more decisive to go frolicking. Otherwise, they're just plain reactionary for Falcons in their execute that's going to minimally come in towards the top site. What can Yabi do here with this Deagle to try and find the right opportune line? The answer, we are waiting for it, and it's never going to come. Neither is anything else that Astralis are looking to throw in towards this round. Just Hooksy and Stair, and well, at the lower side of the map, it's just going to be another situation, the L Classic on Nuke.
Yeah. No chance for anything to happen here. Style wasn't even keen on taking contact at ramps. He was falling away. Now, if they can upgrade, that's perfect for Astralis, but Falcons aren't even interested in sticking around for the conversation. Easy as you like. And Falcons just able to get themselves into the top side nice and easily. Tessers has been quite handy with that Mac 10 on entry. Really doing a good job of disrupting any site holds. Now I know they've been on force buys, but the fact that he's getting in there and allowing his teammates to have so much space on entry, very critical role. And so Astralis is still going to struggle with their economy a little bit into this round and hopefully force a gun round into the next. If they could do some damage, that would be fantastic.
Oh, certainly would be. When you go off for a force buy and it doesn't really work out for you, well, you just need to make sure that you're trying to answer back immediately with at least something. You'll provision yourselves a buy after this, but are you going to give the Falcons the idea that they can start to make a mockery of you on your own map pick? Well, you definitely don't want to see a situation like that. Using the outer wall of smokes to scurry across his Kyosuke. And, well, he's just going to be by himself. It would be a delightful upgrade for Hooksy if he's able to find it. But the full focus is going to be onto the ramp room at the moment. No one's looking for Stair. He has just been overlooked in its entirety. He'll be good for the first. Eat a grenade. Eventually, potentially be traded out. He will. Tess again. In with a multi. Had a very silent CT side, but now on the T side, starting to find his own footing.
Okay. If Yabi has anything other than a USB here, I'd back him in for one, but this is going to be tough.
He's got the Zeus, and he doesn't even get the electric beam in there. That's unfortunate.
Just a little Zeusless.
Yeah. And we go again in
we're back.
Save Simulator.
DJ,
3 for
play that
3.
same track. Well, this has really slowed down, hasn't it?
Yeah. But we've been kind of just waiting for the rifles to come back into Astralis' hands anyway, right? We've been waiting for the AWP to reveal itself for them as well. The eventuality that we know will come. We'll see what little exits do happen as well. Hooksy in for a double. So it can become costly a little bit later on, you would maybe hope to assume here. But with the amount of money that the Falcons already do have, it's more problematic on the side of Astralis at the moment if they can't get things in check.
Yeah. Definitely feeling that. Well, now it's time to get yourself in check. Open the hands of device. So, again, early on, this is going to be very interesting. Faster contact play in through ramp. They're going to really try and test and push through this smoke.
Here we go, though. Stay up. Not able to do it. Monacy in for an opener and a cracker with the assistance of a Tesses. Now we're back into the smoke situation as well, where it's all the audio cues of what you can find. Kicksan just trying to figure out where he bloody well is in the smoke, and he's going to find himself behind him. But does he wait too long? In for the first, the double as well. This is a nail in the coffin in this round. It has to be another save situation for Astralis. And this is what I was talking about. When you get your first buy on this CT side and you're looking at the money that's being built up by the Falcons, if you're not able to convert and really manage those finances, it is going to look woeful for you.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, Kicksan there was the splinter cell, right? Like just silently inserting himself into vents, playing that smoke to perfection. Decent. And that was pivotal in winning that round for Falcons. So, okay, they're not going to try and push that smoke though.
I would have liked it.
It would have been bold.
Little pop flash in, remove another gun. Make the dream of this T side running in a flawless variety even better. He will push Astralis to use their third and final timeout, though, unless we get into the overtime realm.
So, they do have those two saved guns across. They are going to try and buy in to support it. But they have to pinpoint where the pressure is coming from and what is their adjustment to it. Last round was a faster contact play. Totally off the cuff for Falcons. Is there going to be some aggression coming out from Astralis to try and maybe put that ball back in, forcefully take it and put it back in their own court? Doesn't look to be the case.
Oh, they need to do something, don't they?
Same play again.
Same play again, and stay up. Well, he's actually going to live to tell the tale at the moment and scream while he runs away, because he needs a bit of assistance, you'd assume. As Falcons claim the ramp room, they use very minimal utility to do so and provide themselves with a lot of options now around the top side of this map. Stretch to bottom. And a slow creep up.
Well, hasn't he got some work cut out for him?
He's got a left heavy here. And Magisk was the one that was behind him, and he can't be the spotter. Unfortunate. They are good for the one. And that's the B side that is going to get overwhelmed at the moment. Can there be any way that Astralis can get back in towards this one? At least a bit of a saving grace that the bomb hasn't gone down for them just yet, so they might be able to catch a little straggler when that happens, and that's exactly what we see. Hooksy able to dispatch of Kicksan. Can't find the double, but the trade is there from Yabi, and we go backwards and forwards in this one until it's all down to device. And with the AWP that has had zero impact so far, it will finally put its feelers out. And Kyosuke will catch him looking the wrong way. The Falcons, they certainly want to make this T side look dreamy, don't they?
It is dreamy, that is for sure. But, damn, they look to be unstoppable at the moment. I feel as though you don't want those doors open when you've got Nico standing on the other side of them, right? Like, it's just a killing floor. But this faster contact play coming out of Falcons these last 2 rounds has really been the difference maker. They're not going to go into it this time. Obviously, they want to shake things up a little bit, but also knowing that it's likely Astralis are not going to have, full weapons coming into it. So they're going back to the slower approach, going to try and put some pressure on outside. Now, is this going to catch m0NESY off guard? No. He's always aware.
Yep. Just omnipotent, mate. 0 CT rounds on your own map pick of Nuke at the moment, Astralis. Is it going to continue that way or not? Investments in this one not looking too good to punch in the digits. You're going to have to get a little bit cheeky, you'd assume now. The normal style of CS that you've tried to deploy in towards this map in this instance against the Falcons is just not working at all. Hooksy falls, and later, well, I was going to say, it would have been Device, but he does get a second breath at it.
Yeah, I think he's got to try and weigh up his options here, right? Like, does he try and continue to try and hold this angle, take the fight? Or does he get out of there quicker than a rat up a drain pipe and get up the vents?
Well, maybe they have to just scurry away on this one, especially Yabby. Got this A1S in the play and he's just not been tested whatsoever. 20 seconds to go. An opportunity starts to maybe be presentable for them. An AK upgrade, but you got to have a little bit of focus in towards the site. The bomb plant starts to go down. It's a tap to bait out the spray to get Nico on the line. The rest of the team, they can't do anything at the moment. It's the hunt. It's the fight, and he gets shut down. Okay, Astralis, maybe you've got something in yourselves this round. Kicks on towards Yabby, and now it's a focal point towards the Annex, where Kyosuke just shuts you down. 18 frags he's putting up in this one. The leader for the Falcons in that frag department, and now they find themselves on map point.
It was a decent effort from Astralis on that force spy to at least get it into that scenario, but like, man, it's just a masterclass being had here right now by Falcons. They're looking unstoppable. There hasn't been an answer found by Astralis, and I don't think they're going to find an answer in this map. It's just, honestly, they've been reading it and making the adjustments perfectly. Contact plays into, things slowing down right when the timing's working. Yabby's already taken a jab in the arm, just trying to get into the top side. And this is the problem. They're not even being able to get into their positions early on. So the smoke go down, the cross will come through. And this is going to be tough for Astralis to recover. Okay, that's going to help. But they're going to have to try and defend this map with 4 players. It's a big map to try and cover.
We're not really talking about equalizations here or anything for Astralis. We need advantages, and they're just not able to find them. Yabby's going to sidestep out and now go into the coffin. It might be lights out on this map for Astralis very soon. 3 to go.
So back to the T lobby for the regroup. I mean, they really do have their pick of where they want to go at the moment. They're just allowing to see whether or not...
Oh, again.
The map can open up.
Timing again for Device looking the wrong way. And Magis likewise too. Things are just awfully timed at the moment for Astralis. Sometimes it's been on themselves. Sometimes by some other intervention. And then there was only one to try and recover something in the server for this map for your own choice, and there's just nothing that you're really going to be able to do, is there? Kyosuke will put you to bed. 13-6 here. Team Falcons get a very convincing victory, especially in this second half here on their T side. Such great fundamental ideas, executions, and strategy being showcased here as they are looking for the top seed coming out of this group.
Yeah, definitely looking like the formed team that they are. Didn't give Astralis any chance in that second half. They did a great job on their T side, Astralis, to blind themselves out 5 rounds, but I feel as though as the match started to warm up, players started to get a little bit more comfortable around the map. It just got mission impossible for Astralis to find rounds from then on in, and as you can see, right, it ends 13-6. There was no more to write home about for them. They just weren't able to crack the egg. And despite what was some really good T-sided play, I actually really enjoyed watching Hooksy just send it into topside while everybody was flashing in around him. It was quite effective, but I think it's safe to say that when you change sides at half time, it's a completely different game, and they just were completely outclassed on the second half.
Yeah, and it makes you a little bit worried going into the next map in this one as well, given that it is a Mirage, where last time you two did play against each other, it was in that veto, and it did not go good for Astralis in that one either. They've played it a lot more, don't get me wrong, recently, but they've had losses after losses to Na'Vi, Aurora, B8, Falcons as well, and I mean, it just doesn't give you a good feeling when you put up 0 CT side rounds on Nuke of all maps as well. So there definitely needs to be a bit of a discussion in this little short interim before getting into that next map. Otherwise, there will be no Ancient in this series. Remember though, not elimination, qualification into the semis or the quarterfinals. Everyone stay tuned. We have another map to get to after this short break.
Here's to the challengers, the ones who don't just settle for decent elo, but hunger for something more. The ones who don't just queue for another match, but prepare for war. You can doubt them, overlook them, even count them out, but you can't stop them.
Right now, I'm with Dupree, who I can see has got tears.
While others play for fun, they play for legacy. This is ESEA League, where challengers take their first step.
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
I'm here with Monacy of Falcons fame. We'll get a 3D printed map of Ancient right here. This special piece will be you. As you can see, we got 5 CTs, we got 5 Ts. We'll go, the black ones are smokes, the white ones are flashes, red ones are Molotovs.
Okay.
All right?
Oh my god, it's gonna be hard. I'm gonna tell you.
Well, I'm just gonna ask you questions. We'll just see what happens. Okay, so let's just say right now, we'll just put you right here. This is your spawn in any given round in a Falcons game. What are you doing? Where are you starting? It's a gun round, you got an ult.
I will smoke middle, most likely.
Yeah.
I cannot put it, I will just put it here. Usually I don't smoke here, but I smoke here, So I'm gonna smoke here, middle. And depends on the call, I'm gonna start wherever basically I want or wherever the team wants me to start.
Okay, so I'll pretend that I'm doing the setup right now for you guys, okay? So, Nico and Kiyasuke want to fight middle. Is it Tessus or Kicks in cave?
Tessus.
Tessus cave, Kicks in long. Where are you now?
I'm city spawn, mate.
Yeah.
I'm joking. Okay, at the beginning I'm gonna smoke elbow.
They say they want to fight mid.
Depends the way we wanna fight mid. Most likely I'm gonna get double flash both on freeze time, and I'm gonna double flash here on middle. That's the usual fight that a team does on middle. Usually they would Molotov close middle. This black marker it smoke is here. Me, I'm gonna be window at this time, flashing double time on the left side. And if you want to have eyes on A, I'm gonna be CT, holding A. Yeah? Because most likely if the team, they know how team is fighting on middle, they will hear double flash and a lot of flashes on mid and a lot of action. They most likely can maybe react on A, yeah? But they will expect me on CT, so I might kill, I might not kill, doesn't matter. Or I can be towards B with op here, staying backline or short, and just holding banana. The most important part is that I'm not gonna stay here for a long time, right? I'm not gonna stay here and hold banana, because usually the team would react already banana. Or they would execute like after 15 seconds of freeze time. So I could already maybe move towards cave, if the smoke will fade here in the middle. Or I can be also donut, why not? I cannot tell you where I'm gonna be, because I don't really have a script.
Plenty of options though. Now let's just say that you had the best spawn for B. Does that change anything?
No.
No, you're not going to say, hey, I want to go fight cave, hey, I want to take B ramp spawn?
Depends on the team, but 80%, maybe 70% of the time you'll have a smoke here in cave, so op is going to be cut, like There is nothing to hold. You need Emperor Cave to get some spams through the smoke, through the walls as well, because these walls you can spam, or also you do some damage here in the middle. Let's say it's Molotov. You put H and Molotov there for cross. You spam with Emperor. You help them to fight mid sometimes. Tezes can also go heaven here through the smoke to help to kill middle, because usually T's they don't really expect it, but sometimes maybe he can do it. So there are a lot of options, like you have maybe some scripts where Opera will be always here on the map, but I'm mostly just moving around the map.
Zaiwu, Shiro and Monesi.
I wanna put top Opera Shiro, second Zaiwu, and third Monesi. Why Shiro top 1? Because I think Zaiwu and Monesi, they're more hybrid players. They like bot AKs or something like that. And Shiro is most useful player with op right now. I think it's just my opinion.
This year it has to be number 1 Zaiwu. I think last year Monesi won. I definitely think that Monesi maybe is more of a capable opper at times than Zaiwu, but I think this year Zaiwu has proven that he is still better. Number 2, I would then put Shiro. I think he's playing incredibly, really consistent. I think definitely a top 5 player in my eyes at least. So for number 3 it's Monesi. I think that he picked up the pace lately. I think he's been playing really well, but still I feel like those two are a bit above him.
I would say Zaiwu, Monesi and Shiro.
Upper Zaiwu first, definitely this year. I would put Shiro as second and Monesi as third, but Monesi will finish second by the end of the year.
And there's no limit to the rounds you can win in this match.
Let's just let the results speak for themselves, Harry. You made a great point. Mongols, another forced by victory. Both teams have done it, doing more with less, and this is why they went for it, because it absolutely cracks Spirit's cash as well. Now they're on the Deagles. Is that going to be a limitation?
You don't feel safe to say. It feels like it should be. They have way less compared to their other forces, where they've had AKs, they've had the Shiro Warp. This is the worst one. And that's where we know if this game is truly off the rails, full mental, put it in an asylum type game.
Yeah, Spirit are probably losing it right now. I mean, some of the rounds they've lost in this game have really got to hurt. Just Mongols hitting so hard with these pistols.
Well, dude, even that's wild, because think about this tournament for the Mongols. It's been really held together by 9-10 performances. That has been the only consistency. The riflers have so frequently gone missing.
Sure.
Controllers had that big debut, map 1 and 2 versus Heroic. Other than that, kind of irrelevant throughout the remainder. The only consistency you've had is 9-10, but here, everyone is pulling their weight. And so if this just ends up being a really good day in the office, that could be enough.
It was a great day for Controllers. Strong series against Pain to put him here. 9-10, top of his team with Blitz as well. Des said Blitz was a requirement. And it's not the Shiro Orb, it's the Shiro Scout. So limitations certainly there for Spirit. Hard to say what to expect at this point.
I mean, in the past, whenever they've looked for these B hits, there's frequently been a third player nearby. This might not be a bad round to do it, because it is just Controllers and Techno.
You can't know that, though.
Yeah, they have no way of having learned that from the top of the round, and so just followed through with the game plan here. They're going to link up with Donk over on short by the looks of things.
I like Blitz's position in this round, especially with the AWP baiting for him. You'd think it's a long control round, and unless Tanir gets out with a Tech 9, it feels unlikely. They end up going up short. Blitz is in the position to punish. Waiting with this flashbang. Will go late. Block Molly at 40 seconds. Mongols' util has been excellent. They clear middle. Blitz goes back to Cat. Spirit are walking into a trap. Oh
my God, 9-10! He's even ready for the push through on the spawn. Blitz farms the short push. They do lose long. Mazinho starting to have given a little gap, but time is running low for Team Spirit. Time is running dangerously low, and everywhere they turn, they're getting farmed by the Mongols. Shiro, no time, no chance. And so the Mongols looking to run away with an 8-4 scoreline here on Spirit's pick of Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a phenomenal half for the Mongols. What else can you say? 8 rounds, all those low economy pickups, the full eco with flashes. or rather the Deagle round.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters Chengdu in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kidia, and Zoe.
Well, there's no way to really soften the blow that Astralis has just been dealt in the second half of that map. That's their own map pick, 0 CT side rounds on Nuke. You feel a little bit worried for them heading into this next map pick of Mirage, where historically and recently it has not looked that good. And the last time it was played for the Falcons, it was against Astralis as well.
Yeah, I think if you're going to go based on history in that head-to-head, then you've got a pretty good indicator as to how the match itself might actually play out. Now, look, we've seen a little bit of Mirage already. I think it's definitely at the moment one of those Falcon strong points. What you really need to see coming through though in this match is device activated, particularly on that orb. I know Nuke's a really tough map to get an orb going on, particularly if you're also trying to then retake top side or lowers. It's really tough on that CT side, and T side you've really got to try and force a lot of the fight. So Mirage, much more open, much more opportunity for him to be involved and activated in a lot of these rounds. But man, you're going to have a really tough time trying to stop the the inevitable train of Falcons at the moment. They're just on such a terror form. They're terrorizing even like the best players in the world, and I think it's safe to say that Monacy is the informed player in the world right now too. So when that's all going for you, the stars are well and truly aligned.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that they were a shoo-in to be winning the EPL Season 22 as well, right? But then the final looks a little bit flat for them against Vitality. You go back a little bit further as well. They do have a little bit of a falling off in Fisher towards Furia, but they're still putting up massive numbers. Monacy is still on the top of this event statistically at the moment, despite not playing as many maps because they've just been super clean with it. And you want to also then talk about being super clean with things, the performance of Kyosuke in that map. He ends up with a massive scoreline at 21-10, and he has 6 opening kills with 0 opening deaths. It's certainly the way that you want a player to step into this server today to be performing.
That's a good conversion rate. It's not even divisible, right? Like 6-0 is trying to divide by
undefined.
0. Yeah,
undefined.
Just a monumental success, and I think it's part of the building blocks for Falcons at the moment. If I'm completely honest with you, if the map starts out how Nuke finished, then Astralis may be in some danger right now.
I mean, I'll go on. I'd like to say that if we get another clean map from here for Falcons, this is probably their tournament to lose, right? They have just looked the cleanest so far in their run, and granted, might have a grain of salt because one could argue, the Tyloo game that they roll was not, it wasn't a Na'Vi or it wasn't a Vitality, right? That's just the way that these brackets do go. You play some teams, you don't play some teams, but you have to be beating everybody. And if they can keep beating everybody that they get placed against, then they can get to the finals and maybe take the victory. So we will see. Mirage is where we head now. It is the pick of Falcons to see if they can take this 2-0 or if we have some resilience put up from Astralis.
Well, the resistance so far is Yabby at ticket, and he's got the world going to rain down on him. So he just has to fall, give site control away to Falcons. Oh, Nico's going to take jungle anyway. So the bomb
I thought that was Nico. I thought that was Nico who was jumping across, but it wasn't. He was up at the palace. Right now, though, Yabby has snuck a little bit secretly in towards the site. It's confirmation that there's many members coming in from the CT spawn area, and Yabby, well, not getting finished off earlier is going to be a bit of a problem for the Falcons, isn't it? He's even going to look to end this one with the 5K. It won't happen. He will fall. Magisk will be there for the final, but it does ultimately mean pistol to Astralis.
Incredible composure from Yabby, right? Like, he takes some pretty heavy early damage and watches his teammates start to fall around him, but he rallies really hard, gets himself on into the site, and continues to menace for the rest of the round. Like, I don't think you could picture a better comeback.
Oh, they're going to be able to still extend with it, though, right? Just wipe off the misgivings over on the first map. Start off strong on this CT side. Massive upgrades into the A1Ss as well for them. Just hooks you down onto the MP9. But there is that force up for the Falcons too with the plant that they get.
Just some juking in and around mid too. You can see Astralis are getting a little antsy. Falcons happy to take their time. Maybe some late contact top mid. Kicks in though. I mean, if he's going to be initiating this with that smoke, then he's going to just give that passage through into mid for Falcons. I think if you're in Device's position, you're likely going to be able to fall here at the moment. Magisk as well. Doesn't want to be isolated.
Not a lot of utility anymore for Astralis. And if you're seeing the Falcons get a little bit too close to comfort in the window, you might want to give up the control of mid at the moment. But they're going to look to have a bit of a pea shooter here. Stay out onto Tessus. But it doesn't look like there's any awareness that jungle is a bit compromised. Is there a 1-to-1? No, it's a 2-for-none at the moment for the Falcons. They are extending out quite convincingly with 20 seconds to go to try and get this bomb plant down. Some more information is what they're looking for right now on the remaining players' spots, Hooksy and Device. See if they can bring something back. The vent blown open, Device shut down, and well for Hooksy. You just might want to try and take this A1S into the next round. We're talking about finding the right foot on the CT side of Mirage Gym. The pistol was good. This one, and not so much.
Yeah, some of the illest Galils you'll see just charging their way through mid, right? Like, m0NESY just tearing completely through Astralis. Hooksy should hold on to his M4. Just can't decide what color he wants.
Pick the skin, yeah. It's all great for me. Now Hooksy will be able to take this rifle in towards the next round as well, but a problem at the moment for Astralis when, yeah, as I mentioned, you think you're going to get off on the right way on Mirage, and that just happens to you pretty convincingly as well. You found the first opener too, don't forget, right? You had what should have been advantages. You had what should have been around solidified. Never. You can never take anything for granted in Counter-Strike.
Oh no. And if you do, you get quickly found out for it. So, well, quick boost didn't work, but Device finds a way through. So the Scout's just going to continue to try and place some pressure on the Halls. In the meantime, though, you've got presence top mid. So, Astralis, okay, there's some damage being done. They kind of want to fight Device. Just peppering that smoke, making sure that there's no push coming through that is unknown to them. Slow control, down through mid. That pop into short is only moments away.
Oh, there's some tagging looking to be happening at the moment. Kyosuke to find Hooksy. Majiski needs all the attention drawn away from him, and he will find one. The second would have been gorgeous. But as the extension for the Falcons still comes out into the B site, they're not met with too much, are they? Just the pistols that were remaining, and Yabby can't find it either. Maybe can get a little bit close in the HP department for a couple of the members, but it's nothing too shaky that the Falcons can't shrug off.
Strong statement. Easily able to recover from what was, I guess, just some pestering from Astralis. But just on pistols now, maybe looking to pop themselves into mid, try and flood on the CT side.
No L Classic CT USP stack either. I've seen some of them over on Inferno already, but nothing Mirage will ride home about in that regard. Just see if there's going to be any cheeky frags or anything from Astralis here. More importantly, a conversation to be had without investing a timeout. Got to make sure that when you get those proper A1Ss in your hands that you can really put them to good use. It's one.
Yeah, it's one. They did try and flood mid like I thought they might do, but what can you do, man, when you got, you know, potato guns?
Yep.
Coming up against AKs in mid. Device is angled out. He's covered. And Falcons keep things nice and clean for themselves.
I mean, it's another situation where there's some damage, don't get me wrong. But it is just another scenario where the Falcons are not all blinded and just relieving their hands off their mice, right? They still just shoot you. It's pretty simple.
Yeah.
They've got guns, you don't. You need to catch them with the double dink, with the triple dinks. Doesn't happen, but this is ultimately what we were waiting for, right? The proper weaponry back in the hands of Astralis. There's a bit of a mid investment here to see if there's going to be an opening kill or not. Kixan getting sprayed down a little. Gonna make him think twice about going too greedily here. Or will it? Oh, how has he gotten away with one?
He's got one. Trade's there, but Device's numbers up. Oh, he's just going to be flashed in, but it's not.
Oh no! Wait, hold. I thought there was a world in which he would have been able to find one to make things interesting, but unfortunately not. Another scenario where the Falcons do have a double player advantage. And you are so far spread between on this map as Astralis now. Hooksy and Yabby. They just have to do it by themselves. The bomb is not in the possession of Team Falcons, though. There's an opportunity for Hooksy to do something a little bit disastrously here. Here's the footsteps. Honesty. Yeah, can't get it. Okay. Could be a fumble here for the... Never mind.
NVM. Yabby.
He doesn't want to shoot, though.
No.
If he can play on the side of discipline here, they're going to bring the bomb to him. There's a world. There's no time to even rotate towards the B side at the moment. He's got an incendiary, but Yabby, he's second-guessing himself. He was transitioning towards the B side. It could have been done. It still might. No. Tessis gets the trade. And it is the gun round of Astralis shut down, but boy, was it workable.
Yeah, I think just second-guessing himself there, right? Like, wow, okay, hang on. That player that was taking jungle may have been rotating back towards B. That's where the other two were going to be. Surely they would have found, you know, revealed themselves by now. But thankfully, Tess is there for the trade. A lot of HP lacking in that round for Falcons. They do find themselves out to a 4-1, and you know, no real surprise to see the tactical timeout to come out to try and stem some of the bleeding. I mean, if you're Australis, right, like you got to get your CT side together, you got to get it organised.
Yeah.
Put some rounds on the board, otherwise you're going to find yourself with very little rope in the second half.
You can try to stem the bleeding, but we're definitely missing the medic in this one. I mean, the timeouts didn't really prevail at all for them over on Nuke. They should have been off to a really good start here, right? But the second rounds just get swindled. So we definitely need to see a penny drop moment for them, that's for sure.
Don't know how many times you can drop a penny though.
Well, it depends how much, you know, money you want to pick back up at the end, right?
That's true. Hopefully you got a good back. A lot of mid-control being given away to Australis at the moment. That heavy presence towards Palace is where they are concentrated.
But is it going to be to any avail? That's the question at the moment. Nico starting to make his way through Palace itself. The rest of his squad over in mid as well. Good execution on towards Yabi to start things off, but you do walk into the stack now at this A site. You're going to start to get the awareness levels on it as well when Nico swings out of the Palace and just, well, A main we haven't seen. That's where they are. We confirm that information, and it's all down to Hooksy when device falls. And he's even going to potentially be heard. No, he'll be good for one on a Monacy.
Ooh,
and a second on the Tessus. Okay, it could look to be a little bit damaging, but the money is still relatively healthy for Team Falcons. And they do, in the end, make light work of that round.
Yeah, he was looking a little dangerous there, Hooksy. Just some, you know, resistance at the end. Maybe if you could take an AWP out of that, get away, it would have been a nice little, nice little bounty to take, but I think they just really need rounds at the moment, Australis. Exit kills are all nice and good, but if you're not getting the rounds on the board eventually, man, you're going to run out of steam. And we saw it in the first map, right? Like, they were completely undone by a rampaging Falcons. And I think as though, you know, the signs are there for this to happen again. This gun round really needs to go the way of Australis, otherwise going to find themselves in big trouble, and that's going to be contact play straight to B.
Well, finally, Device gets an opportunity to try and deliver something, but Nico has something to say in towards the site as well. We start to get the trades out where we possibly can. You can't afford to miss the shots like that one. Kixan does get traded in the end, and will settle into a 2 versus 2, but old mate Yabi, well, he's still on the A side itself, so he's going to have to link up with his comrade, and they're going to have to retake together up through short.
Yeah. Oh, Monacy on the line too. You don't get any chances whatsoever.
Nope. And now just Yabi. He has found the timing to slink on in. Missed shot from Monacy. He might get felled here as well by that HE, but just dodges it with a good little sidestep. And Kyosuke's position not even expected from Yabi. It does technically get a little bit close there. What could have been for Australis, but it just does not phase Falcons, does it?
Yeah, these contact plays that they've been, you know, executing on what we first saw as Nuke and now Mirage have really kind of put Australis under the pump. And honestly, they're so explosive. Once they kick into gear, Falcons, it's really difficult to try and stem the flow. Oh, misses a chance there. But we're only going to see, you know, a partial buy coming out of Australis in this round. They just want as many gun rounds as possible, but also want to be competitive in the rounds where they're not possessing guns.
Yeah. Just going backwards and forwards between buys and little party mix assortments of pistols and submachine guns. Maybe sometimes you get the A1S in the fray, but really never coming out with anything, is it? Need to almost just be gifted around by Team Falcons at the moment. We'll see what can happen here. There was damage last time in a mid affair such as this. Flash goes in. Kills start to come on out. This is looking a little bit better from Astralis this time. They'll come out on top in numbers. They'll take an AK as well as Nico. Gets in towards the A site. I don't know if he's been spotted by the angle of Hooksy. It feels like potentially, but downrange, you're not using an MP9 in a challenge like that. So he's just waiting for the smoke to fade. He'll be tucking himself in it as well. Monacy, aware of that one, sees the other member over towards short as well, but you gotta expect Stayer coming from behind. It's not expected at all, and this is the opportunity for Astralis to double their round count.
Well, double it they did. It was a hard grind, wasn't it, to get themselves involved? But it's honestly this push coming through that made all the difference. And so Falcons, okay, have to go back to the drawing board. They do take a tactical timeout on the back of that second round loss for the half. If they can recover themselves nicely, obviously it really does put a little bit of pressure on that city economy too.
Yeah, I thought, you know, at the 6-1 moment, you'd be absolutely chilling if you're Zonic, for example, right? The boys are doing what they need to. They did what they needed to over on Nuke as well. One round comes out like that. Just have some involvement and just make sure that we steady the ship back in track. Still on the way for a really sensational T-half as well. A bit more rampy up through towards mid this time. Kiyosuke and Nico just absolutely booking them. And there's even a split in towards this A side as well. This just feels absent in this round for Astralis. And that's not even to take really anything away from them, because unfortunately, Team Falcons have just really destroyed you. Straight shooting in your faces.
Yeah.
And whilst Device finds one, it might just be one and done. He's already heading for the hills.
Yeah, there's nothing he can really do to salvage this round, right? Like, all he's going to try and do is play to retain that AWP, keep it in his hands. And you can already see Nico's on that extreme flank. So, you know, this is going to be Device with his work cut out for him just to hold on to the AWP. He's going to be popular.
Nope, can't do it.
Just, you know, executioner style from behind.
Yep, a very, very blessed timeout to come through from Falcons that time.
Yeah, this Falcons T side is bussing.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Astralis, it's a bit of a paper defense, isn't it? Hopefully they're going to be able to turn it around. Another AWP has been delivered to Device's hands. There's a lot of faith that he's going to be able to do something here.
Yeah, again, just fast down catwalk. Really trying to apply very quick pressure. Pressure on short too, isolating Hooksy.
And he's caught with util in hand as well. That's not what you want to see. Meanwhile, that AWP that we're talking about as well is going to be present on the A site. And if you drop the top of con smoke, that just alienates Device from being able to really see anything. Blow open the smoke, spot that's nothing there. And now Falcons will start to adjust.
Nico. Could catch some timing here as he steps out through mid connector. Device also got eyes on it too now though. That's the issue. Should be traded there. Doesn't hit the shot. Will he get a second bite of the cherry?
Oh, Tessus.
Man, Tessus
gets on out.
So
yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate for Device there because Yabby misses 2 shots out of that 5-7 and then loses his life. Maybe inconsequential at the end of the day anyways, because it was, what, the 3 versus 5 at that moment. He gets the kill. Look, maybe there's a way in which that one did work out, but for poor old Magisk now, he is just looking for an AK if he can get one, and that's not going to happen either. There'll be a bye for Astralis in the next round. But we are staring down the barrel of a very possible 10-2 half for Team Falcons now. And Given what we saw in the last map from Astralis, they need everything that they can get here on Mirage.
Yeah, everything they could possibly muster. Otherwise, yeah, this second half is really going to be quite an uphill battle for them. Now, you can just see that the timings Falcons are able to execute on Astralis is just highlighting how much of a weakness there is at the moment in terms of the cohesiveness on the CT side, right? Like the fact that Tessus is able to step out of Palace in that last round very easily. I know it was only facing a 5-7, but still, the amount of times they've been able to do that on gun rounds, just, you know, step out on this site to a completely bare defense. It's been quite alarming.
This round, though, isn't going to look too bare, as there's a double AWP set up in. It would have been a nicer fight to open with as Hooksy with that AWP, but m0NESY only gets tagged, and another opportunity will not connect.
Okay, Yabby's actually going to go for a push. This could be make or break. Oh, good trade, though. This late activation through mid-connector is of concern.
Device is looking for it. Yeah. There's the Palace protection as well. If Nico comes out a little bit later. Still got the crown on his head for that situation too. So if he can keep on getting some victories from there later on in these rounds. I mean, there's only 2 to go, but that's just the angle that Team Falcons are going for at the moment. A lot of utilities start to execute in towards this A site too, and Magis starts to rotate on over. You need everything you can get if you're Astralis, and that's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Nico waits very patiently and finds results with that duel, but you do bowl over m0NESY. With 30 seconds to go, Device takes the forward line, gets traded on out. We keep on rolling with the punches in this one, and Magis finds a very keen frag to pretty much push Kyosuke into an untenable situation. A 1 versus 2, the cross being looked at by Hooksy. And it goes down. Can you come out with the 1 versus 2 right now and just destroy the dreams of Astralis on this CT side even further? The round the smoke you go, but Hooksy's patient and he gets the kill for Astralis to get their 3rd.
Hooksy patient under pressure. There's so much pressure coming in. To be honest with you, I thought he did really well just to get the plant in that situation, let alone bring it down to a 1 versus 1. But it is a costly round win for Astralis. They do lose 4 weapons. But honestly, Device was instrumental. He was forced off the comfortable line. Had to take a far more aggressive stance on a ramp, and he got the job done. So bringing Astralis their 3rd round, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. They've got to get this last round of the half to give themselves the best possible chance, and the change of pace here from Falcons hasn't worked out.
Oh, Yabby, good for the shutdown. There's a bully attempt from Team Falcons in this round, and the bully hunters are out. Don't tell me there's a universe that will see a 2 versus 5 come through for Kixan and m0NESY in this one. Talk about a recovery needed for Astralis as well on this CT side to at least have the tail end of 2 be very welcome.
Slow and steady here, trying to win this race.
There's an opportunity again, though. Device. The quick scope's good. If he dropped that duel, there could have been a way. There could have been.
Just in the right place at the right time, Maznik. Oh, that's going to be it. That is going to be a 4th round for Astralis to bring things up to the half. They give themselves a fighting chance. Will they be able to capitalise on it in the second half? We'll find out after the break.
Team Falcons still looking to run their flawless adventures here in IEM Chengdu with the 2-0 series that they play. If they can close out here, they'll do so again. And for Astralis, well, we are looking at you. Get a little bit closer, get off to the races on this T side.
Yeah, off and racing, certainly are. 3 players straight down catwalk. They've got the B presence as well through halls. Testers will be watching that. And so just the players through short to contend with. Testers actually decimated that B halls presence entirely. And now Yabi's got to reroute through mid, but he's got no teammates left. They're all gone. He's going to have to just play 5v1, no stress.
If there was ever a world to try and come out with some pistol round, it's going to be Yabi, right? He's been good for the pistols, and then we're wanting a little bit more from him after the fact. We'll see if he can get another big one here on the A site. Tessus on 1 HP. He's not even going to be the first. He can't even finish him off. It's Tessus to get the kill and a 4K of his own. Things go from bad to worse. Astralis get the plant. Yeah, but that's it, mate.
That's it. They were completely bowled over, trying to get themselves into B. And, well, yeah. Look at this. He's just the rock. Look, fair crack to Yabi. You know, there's only so much you can do in that sort of situation. You got the bomb plant down. And that's really about it after that. So it does give them some weaponry, some money to work with in this round. So they're going to force into it. You've got Yabi and, of course, Magisk on the Galils, which we actually saw Falcons put into very good effect in, you know, the first half in the exact same sort of situation after losing their pistol.
Yep. Device gets softened up by the HE grenade first. In the spread positions around the map, though, you are definitely looking at these Galils, as you mentioned, to do some significant damage. Kicksan down to 12 HP now. He'll second guess himself going for any ambitious attempts over at that A site.
You're just back to regrouping here for Astralis. Going to try and overwhelm this A site. Kicksan's going to change his position up. He actually doesn't have a lot of HP to work with whatsoever, so him either being at the boxes here and falling under balcony, it's not going to take too much to bowl him over, and he's going to have a lot on his plate very shortly.
Yeah, well, the execute starts to come out from Astralis. A little pop flash to send him on in as well. He gets a little licking of damage in there, but it's Nico to come out with the double. And Monacy, he falters a little bit. So the overwhelming forces now of Astralis to get on in towards this A site and try to establish the bomb. It goes down. And now it's all on to Tessus. And this smoke, he's going to Pinocchio himself if he goes through this one willy-nilly. That's exactly what happens as well. Magisk, close as you like at Astralis. They will echo what Falcons did to them on that T side too.
Yeah. It's kind of mirror matching itself, isn't it? The way that these first few rounds of the half have played out. And so just back to pistols for Falcons. Default set of smokes coming out for Astralis just to take that mid control early on. Also trying to prevent a push and drop through underpass as well, so.
This is where you may see the fruits of Astralis' 2 rounds at the tail end of last half come into play. Shut down the force attempt of Team Falcons. Win this round cleanly. And you just have to contend with when the proper buy comes back up from them. Then we got a game.
As long as, gentlemen, we have a game.
As long as you don't slip up here.
Yeah. Last thing you want is the banana peel to appear. Just waiting for that smoke to clear before inserting Yabi. Actually going to refresh that smoke too.
Ooh, kicks in. Lucky to get out of there.
Yeah, he gets out. So they've got that player in place in window. Going to clear out the ladder room too. Oh, Hooksy. Why don't you just dig in, son? Have a go. Look for more.
Nah, he's only going to be good for the one. That means there's a gun to be picked up for Team Falcons now, and Kixon hasn't been seen just yet. He's going to sliver on out, but he can't find any decisive damage. Well, maybe. Device down to 14. Opportunity arises for Falcons to be able to do something here, but they're going to not worry about it. No real money. Take these guns and look to do a little bit of damage in the next round, or maybe even steal one away. So well navigated in the end from Astralis. You'll still be all right. That Hooksy's your only casualty. Because just importantly, you need smart decision making on this T side. You're a map down where it felt like you were out more times than you were in. You had a really slow start to this one as well.
Yeah, little by little though. They are just making their mark on this match. Trying to grind their way back in. No easy feat. The save of that M4 will be a nice sweetener. Coming
you had the FAMAS as well.
Yeah, they've got it in the right hands, haven't they?
Well, Nico's been doing some good shooting here.
Yeah, he's been doing some good shooting, but why not? Give it to the youngster. Set him up for success.
He's also very capable of a bit of high noon action too. So we'll see. Cheeky boost on the bricks. Keep going towards this unders route for Astralis, and for a bit of a mid proceeding, you might fall prey to something like this in the early stages of this CT side.
Oh, jeez, okay.
It's not even the player on top.
Nah, that came with a little spray too, didn't it? Little verbal. It's a good start for Falcons in this round. Now is Tessus going to try and extend his luck out into mid. He's adventurous. Finds Device.
Oh, and Kixon as well. This is falling apart for Astralis in a round that there's no business in Falcons having any solution towards. But hold a second. Stair is certainly trying to bring something back. Nico.
Oh, man.
The bomb, though, is at top mid, yeah, and there's guns down as well that you can get a couple of upgrades towards, but now you really start to split positions around as well. Monacy start to get targeted in towards mid, and Nico reveals himself too. Magis gonna jump on up, and Nico will get the shot. I said there's a bit of high noon in here, and it's a yeehaw scenario for Falcons. They find 10.
Oh my goodness. Just straight up deagling their way into this. That's the Nico I know. Cool, under pressure. Buy out of Astralis is going to be relatively decent though. No adventure through the smoke just yet. Wait for that flash before anything happens. They just walk it out, actually.
Mid is not where we're looking to end things as Astralis. Together as a team. Back to the corpses of last round. Creeping on up. Kiyosuke looking at the wrong spot. Monacy, though, the protector. And now the little young gun gets activated as well. Silenced after one. As the bomb makes its merry way for an attempt to cross. We're going to try and get Hooksy a gun. He'll pick up the AWP. 50 seconds for Astralis to try and find a gap in the map.
Don't think that gap's going to be too easy to find. Nico, all the time in the world there on Hooksy. And so they're going to try and get on in. Just Magisk left. There's not too long for this world, unfortunately. That is going to be... This run around stopped. I don't know how the money situation is going to give Astralis any help in this next round. I don't...
No.
No, yeah.
No, there's
full eco.
There's nothing you can do. Yeah, you need money for some guns in the next round. This one is not where you take the risk to just force up, for sure. And when all else fails, Jim, a B rush.
That's it. Oh. That's a very meaty Grant. Tess is under pressure.
But can he perform in the pressure? Can he be turned into a diamond or delivered down to the grave? The overwhelming Glocks now start to come out into this B side. And all right, maybe we've got something to be said about a faithful B rush at the moment for Astralis. Oopsie. He was late, but he gets his frag, and it might just very well happen. Falcons will not be finding 12 just yet. This is the blessing that Astralis needed from the stars. Kixan already falling back. He wants none of this one. They have done it.
Yeah, just on the full eco. That's wild, man. Should have been around.
Wild is a word, yeah.
Yeah,
it's comical. It's comical, right? When you think that the round should be going the certain way to Team Falcons, when it is the very, very minute investment from Astralis. And they get in, and they get out with the weapons and the round. It's brilliant. Well, they might even not hold these guns. That's the problem now. They'll lose one.
Look, either way, you know, Falcons losing to Glocks, dude. That kicks things off, right? Like, Magisk with a Deagle, I think a lot of people forget how handy he can be.
I think for me, it's just more importantly, you know, in these sort of situations as well, you need a catalyst, right? Is it a single round? Is it a player? Generally, we have seen it be, you know, an actual player that'll come out with the moments and then try to hype them up. In history, Magisk has been someone that can do that. But right now, right, there's been a bit of faltering in the server. Been putting up the performances so far. Getting a couple of clutches here and there as well, mind you. So to come out with some very important rounds that we'll call the nth hour. Gotta spark something.
Yeah. Well, hopefully for Astralis, it is that spark that they need to ignite the flame. Otherwise, they find themselves extinguished at the hands of Falcons. Obviously, it's not an elimination game, though. Just means that, well, Falcons could put Astralis in a matchup directly against Vitality. That's the reality of this match. So the loser here, their next match is against Vitality, who finished third in Group B.
Big opener for Monacy. Just very patient, and it will come towards you. Yasuke overlooked as well. This is where it starts to fall apart from Astralis. They win the hard ones, Jim. And they might falter on the less hard ones. It's still hard, don't get me wrong. An AWP staring down at you at the B site, where you've not really got some util proceeding in to facilitate advantages. Is very difficult. Now Magisk looked at as well. Good for the first one. Cannot allocate the second, and whilst Device gets Nico, there's only 14 HP in a 1 versus 3, and he gets his face obliterated at the end. It is now series point for Team Falcons.
Certainly going to be very difficult for Astralis to fight back into this series from here. It's a nice shot from Device. The problem is, though, the next matchup he has directly is with Manesi. And that is a difficult angle to try and force. So a tactical timeout from Astralis. Might be their last of this series, because I don't know if this is going to go into overtime. So they've got to make it count. What's going to be on the menu for them? What Astralis going to be cooking up in this round. I think on the team side, they've kind of struggled to crack this egg.
Certainly so, and you're doing it with an assortment of weapons that doesn't embolden confidence, does it? At least Device has that all back in play, but he gets overshot a little bit by Monacy. The mid prowl at the moment. Only going to be seeing the boost with the AWP. And it's worth it, isn't it? Kyosuke, none the wiser. Oh dear. Oh dear, Nico. How have you gotten away with all of those ones? You've stolen it from Kixon as well. And as Magisk falls, it's all down to Yabi. 43 HP and a 1 versus 3 to hold on for Astralis in this series. The bomb in no man's land. And if Kixan still goes on a journey, he will find it. But now the jig's up. Jabby. Oh, Mr. Yabi. You've been found.
Yeah, there's not much for him to do from this position, is there?
Nope.
Good luck. I think this is safe to say that Astralis will likely be matching up against Vitality in this next stage. And that's exactly the way things will finish. Nice and easy for Manesi. And that is easy for Falcons too. I think it's safe to say that this match kind of fizzled out for Astralis. As, look, they will be just turning their attention to their very next match. They're not out of this competition whatsoever. They're just going to have a much harder draw coming into the single elimination stage. Now, I think it's a long day of Counter-Strike for these guys, right? Like they played 2 best of 3s today. So, you know, it's not an easy task to do, even with some of the delays between the matches.
Yeah, I mean, look, to be fair, Astralis has had a good run so far as well, and they're not out, right? That's the biggest thing. They have an absolute belter against Na'Vi, where it could have gone either way. I know we'll have a recap in the bracket a little bit later on, but the game against Mongols is looking clean. They of which are still playing at the moment to figure out who else is going to qualify in towards the single elimination playoffs bracket. Now, you want a bit of extra sauce in this one as well. You throw it on back towards IEM Cologne earlier this year. That's the last time we did see Astralis meet up with Vitality, and it didn't go too good for them. It was a 2-0. It got a little bit close in one of the maps, but the other one a pretty mediocre result. So it is going to be back to the drawing board for Astralis before getting into the next game on Friday, I believe. So it's going to be a good weekend, a bit of time before we get over into those playoffs. But for today, Team Falcons do come out with a pretty convincing result all in all, especially starting things off with the way that they did over on map number 1 on Nuke as well, right? Just pretty silent were Astralis over there.
Yeah, they were pretty silent. Unfortunately, you know, there are times when you do need to go silent, but that was definitely not one of them. And as you can see, we already have our qualified teams now for the playoff stage. Obviously still one spot to be decided, and look, you know, potentially Mongols or Spirit to be filling that spot. So I think it's safe to say that both of those two teams you know, have their own storylines heading into this, and I think for either of them to qualify for the second stage is going to be a huge win for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the Falcons have been doing some damage here. Let's have a chat with Nico from them as well to see how he's feeling after the victory. Nico, congratulations, mate. How are you guys feeling with the clean run so far here in IEM Chengdu?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, you have to feel good when you secure the semifinals, not dropping a map if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, feeling good, very happy about how we played, and hopefully we'll continue with the form, and also try to improve a little bit for the playoffs.
Now, it's been a long day of matches for you guys, obviously a bit of a wait around for them. How do you guys keep your energy up, obviously having the last game of, well, one of the last games of the evening?
Yeah, it was a bit tough to kind of stay energized and focused because we kind of have to get early, and then all the matches were kind of delayed as well. So it was a bit of waiting time, but it is how it is. You know, there's a lot of games in one day, and everyone kind of has a good understanding of what can happen. So we really needed to take care of the rest prior the match, make sure that we get enough sleep, that we don't do that we don't overdo the preparation as well, if we don't start too early. It's just so we can keep some energy. And yeah, then just classic, you know, trying to go outside before the game and do some routines that can boost our energy a little bit, and just make sure that we kind of kick off on with a good level, with a good communication. That sometimes when we start a bit late, we try to always create chaos for ourselves, that we kind of try to over communicate a little bit just so the arousal goes up. So yeah, that's what we do pretty much.
That's very good. Now I'm going to ask a bit of a fun one. How does it feel to be back with m0NESY and then also having Kyosuke now in the roster? We've heard that it relieves a little bit of your pressure as well, right? That you don't need to be this shining light on the roster. You're still looking really good. How does it feel comfort-wise for you in this roster?
Yeah, I mean, it feels amazing to have both Ilya and Maxim on the team as well. I think we have a super strong team, so I'm not just happy with those two, I'm overall happy with the team, and overall that we have, even behind the scenes as well, we have huge support, so super happy with everything that we are trying to create here in Falcons. And yeah, now we are just kind of focusing on ourselves. We are making sure that we are making a progress from each event, and I think we are showing that ever since we dropped out in group stage in IEM Cologne, we are showing some good results. We are putting in a lot of work. We are making sure that everyone is feeling comfortable in the team, and I think everyone can see that, like, if we see someone struggle or if we struggle with something, we're always trying to address it very fast. Maybe in the last event we had issues with pistol rounds, for example, and for this one we really focused a lot on it. Then we had issues with some of the advantage situations, so we also focused on that a lot. Same goes with Ilya. We had it maybe not him performing up to his level prior ESL Pro League, then we also try to solve it as well, and it's showing. So we are really trying to work smart and fast, and I'm happy with everything that we have put in so far.
Now you have a little bit of a break before your next matches. Any fun activities planned? Any sightseeing, or is it straight to the prac room?
Well, obviously we couldn't plan in advance. We didn't really know we were gonna win the games like this, but we are definitely gonna try to do something outside of the practice room. We are obviously gonna try to get in the practice as well. Might be a bit hard considering the circumstances in here. I'm not sure how many teams are gonna stay and against who we can practice. So we are obviously gonna try to rewatch the games that we have played here, try to add some new things if it's needed, and also try to take some takeaways from the games that we have played as well. There have been a couple of hiccups against Spirit on Ancient, even today on Nuke against Astralis. We could have done a bit better, but yeah, we are also going to try to do something fun here in China, and I'm not sure what yet.
Oh, very good. We might let you get to that then as well, to celebrate with the guys and rest up, focus up, go for some sightseeing. It sounds wonderful, mate. All the best, and thank you.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Great. Oh, there you have it. Can do better on Nuke with that result that they come out with. I mean, mate, you guys were coming out hot and heavy on that one.
Oh, look, to be honest with you, that's competitive spirit. That's perfectionism. Yeah. You know, I think if you're going to quote Eric Cantona on that one, you get 2 goals, you always think you want the third, right? So you're going to go for more. And I think that's exactly the kind of winning mentality that, you know, Falcons need if they're going to continue this winning streak, and obviously then, you know, continue this form potentially into the major, right? Like that's their eyes set on that prize. But here today, it's, you know, obviously walking away with the IEM plate here from Chengdu.
Yeah, absolutely. With the rampage that the Falcons have been going on lately, you know that they want to continue on in this one to take that plate. Let's have a bit of a recap on the journey that we've had here so far at IEM Chengdu. There's too much on your screen to see, so let's stick with what we know right now going in towards the playoffs. Astralis and Falcons, that's the one that we just saw. Falcons getting the 2-0. I think most notably, Na'Vi in that lower bracket getting knocked out super early is something that might have not been on a lot of people's bingo cards as well. Spirit might be falling close behind them now as well, with the Mongols game still going on over on the A stream as well. So in this Group A, there's been a couple of things, and likewise over in Group B as well.
Yeah, definitely some surprise teams in that lower bracket. It sets things up very, very interestingly for the next round of play. As I said, like Astralis now have to go on and play Vitality, who qualify third in Group B. So, you know, obviously there is that extra day of play that they will have to contend with. Some teams, honestly, they are better for, you know, some match fitness heading into the round. So this is how things are going to line up over the next couple of days. Obviously, we still have the match ongoing. So we're still yet to decide who out of Mongols and Spirit will be taking on Furia in that quarterfinal. But I'm looking at these matches, right? Like Astralis versus Vitality is probably the big one for me. But you can't write off anybody at this stage.
No, absolutely. I mean, we've had the, you know, in that lower B group as well, the defending champions of IEM Chengdu in FaZe going out super early in technically last spot as well, right? So that's the thing that's happened. Mongols is currently 1-0 up over Spirit as well. So that could be a way that they get into a little bit of form with the substitution in their roster that they've had coming in towards this event as well. It has been coined the major before the major, and we are certainly starting to see why with the amount of stacked teams and great Counter-Strike that we have had here in IEM Chengdu. That is all that we have for the B stream at this event, though. Make sure you all come back and tune in the next few days for the remainder of the games to see who is going to take the plate here at IEM Chengdu. Thank you very much for joining us, and we bid you a good night.
Up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite.